It all comes down to this then. This is it. We move away from Silverstone and move...
Why is it so cold?
It all comes down to this then. We move away to Brands Hatch Grand Prix. Today's the day we could and would be crowning a champion. Is it going to be Tom Ingram or Ash Sutton? Both out of position on the opening lap of the grid. Let's head down for the track walkabout.
So, although you might think it's busy down there in the pit lane, Josh, it's going to get a lot busier. Because they're still coming through the ambulance gate, which is super to see. Whoever you are supporting today, if you want to meet them down on Pit Lane Walkabout, then do them first of all. So make that queue your first queue, and then anyone else, because you might be waiting for a little while for your favourite drivers, and then anybody else afterwards is a bonus on Pit Lane Walkabout. But do make sure you get your favourite drivers ticked off nice and early on Pit Lane Walkabout first of all, because it continues to fill up. I can see there is definitely a queue down there at MB Motorsport, and that's going to be no doubt for Jake Hill, the local man from just down the road, just outside Tunbridge Wells, Royal Tunbridge Wells, who this time last year sealed the championship, sealed his first championship title. He relinquishes that title at the end of today when the Champions Trophy, that hugely historic trophy, dates back as far as 1958, gets handed over to a new champion, the 2025 champion. Who will it be? Tom Ingram or Ash Sutton? They've both got an equal amount of support, judging by our messages that came in yesterday, and I'll tell you quite a few times over the course of today how you can get in touch with us if you'd like a little shout out on the radio. 07482 877 877 is our number. All you need to do on WhatsApp is to send us your first name and your message and text it off to 07482 877 877, and we will do our very best to get you live on air on Toka Live. Josh, what have you got?
Down at Napa Racing, we'll have a quick word of our most recent winner, Sam Osborne. What a couple of weeks it's been for you, I'm sure, since Silverstone.
Yeah, it's been an absolute well, coming down to earth, I guess. So, yeah, sorry, 2 seconds.
Start them.
Yeah, it's hard to describe really, but yeah, the amount of people at work that watch it and follow us as a team is insane. So yeah, it's been constant. But yeah, hopefully we can do something again this weekend.
I guess coming here to Brands Hatch, it sort of then it sets back to zero, doesn't it, for everybody, and it's all go again and hoping for another good day. Yeah, I mean, that qualifying ain't the best, but it's one of them. We weren't the best at Silverstone at qualifying, but we can race. So fingers crossed, we can move up. I'm sure you will. Good luck with that. We'll see if we can have a word with Ash if we can. As well, it's very busy down here. Ash, a couple of words on Toka Live ahead of the day.
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Looking to move forwards, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the cleanest of qualifying, a little issue internally, but yeah, plan to move forward and do the best job we can.
It's in the car's quick, so I'm sure it's going to be full Ash mode.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the Dan showed what the car was capable of doing, so just a shame we couldn't capitalise on that as well.
Best of luck today. So there's Ash Sutton, so we have heard from our 2 championship contenders down at the this end of the pit lane, Alan.
Can you feel the tension down there in pit lane? It's always a bit different, isn't it? Pit lane walkabout on Championship Finals Day is always a bit different.
That's right, and it just feels even busier than it did back in May down here in pit lane, Alan. And
well, if it feels busy already, they're still coming. So the ambulance,
out then.
the ambulance gate at the top of Paddock Hill Bend is still open, and still they come. Gate at the top of Paddock Hill Bend is still open, and still they come. So a very, very good way to start Championship Finals Day. I'm going to just run through the timetable for this morning and let you know what's happening out on circuit. We get things underway. We are not allowed to start racing on a Sunday here at Brands Hatch until 10 o'clock on a Sunday, and so we get racing underway at 10 o'clock with the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. 20 minutes of racing for the Porsches. Then at 10:35 we've got the Virators F4 British Championship certified by FIA. 20 minutes in prospect, and then at 10:11 the pit lane opens for the first of our BTCC races, which is due to get underway 11:25, and that's a 15-lap race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. That's our first of 3 races for the BTCC today. 12:05 the first race of the day for the Virtue Mini Challenge that finished off our racing yesterday afternoon with their first race of the weekend, their trio of races, and then the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, their first race of the weekend. They just have 2 races over the course of a race weekend, and both of them happening on race day on Sunday. That gets underway at 12:40, so 20 to 1, with 1:15 until 1:50 being our allotted time for a lunch break. Now, things get a bit busy at Championship Finals weekend, and things can sometimes be a little bit delayed from that intended timetable, so lunch break might be curtailed a little bit. So we're not going to order up too many guests to join us up here in the studio. So what we will do is to take your music requests. If you have a particular piece of music you'd like played here on Toka Live over the speakers and around the airwaves on 88.3 and around the world on tokalive.net, you can send them in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 with your first name and your message, and send it off on WhatsApp. Right, Josh, what have you got next?
Well, we spoke to our 2 overall championship contenders, so I thought I'd come down to the other end of the pit lane, see if we can have a word with our independent championship contenders as well. So we start down at Restart Racing, see if we can have a word with Chris Smiley if we can. Chris, exciting day in store, and it's really nice the 3 main championship contenders for independents are together on the grid.
Flag came out in Sector 3 whenever Patterson came off, and we were 2 tenths up on that lap, and it would have comfortably put us 3 into Q2, but yeah, that's just the way it goes. So yeah, as you say, they're all 3 of us are together today, and that, yeah, make it interesting.
Exciting day.
Yeah, this is the best day of the year, you know, not because it's all over, it's just there's so many people today, you know, and we've been very, very lucky with the weather, and yeah, you know, probably one of the best tracks that we go to all year, and yeah, we've got a championship to go at today. You know, for me, I'm not really thinking about the championship. I really don't have a lot to lose in it today. I only have things to gain, so yeah, time to get my head down.
Does that make the mindset a bit easier, do you think?
It's no different from any other weekend, it's just the same. You know, we've got a fast car, and yeah, just aim to do as well overall, and then normally the independent stuff comes along with that. So yeah, that's the plan for today.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
So there's Chris Smiley. We'll see if we can speak to Dan Lloyd while we're here at Restart Racing. He's autographing a very nice scarf, which has got a Restart Racing car on it. So we'll speak to Dan Lloyd in just a moment's time. Dan, a quick word. Dan, a quick word for Toka Live.
Yeah.
Just spoke to Chris about how the 3 of you with Mikey Day were all together on the grid, so you can really tell what each other are doing in that Independence Championship battle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Who would have thought the 3 of us would be right next to each other on the grid, so it'll make it interesting for sure, and everyone's going to be fighting hard, so yeah, it should be good.
How's your mindset coming into this morning?
Yeah, good, feel positive. Felt positive coming into the weekend. Not the best day yesterday, but we know why, and yeah, it is what it is, so we'll just fight hard today and yeah, see what goes on.
Best of luck.
Cheers.
So there's 2 of our 3 championship contenders from Independence.
It's going to be a fascinating battle to watch, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Play out over the course of today here over 3 races. Yeah, Josh.
It's so close, isn't it? That Independence Championship battle.
It really is. And with them lining up so close to each other on the grid, that is going to be one of the races within the race that we're going to be concentrating on. So very, very exciting indeed. Where are you off to next? You're still filling up, you know. Still people are coming across.
A third of our championship contenders is just along the way, so we'll see if we can have a word with Mikey if we can. Mikey, quick word, just speaking to Dan and Chris about all 3 of you together on the grid. It's going to be a really exciting day.
I know we wanted to make it exciting for everyone here. Yeah, we would have liked to have been a bit further up, but I think we got a little bit unlucky yesterday in qualifying and ourselves in the tougher side of the draw. But yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good about today. Looking forward to getting out there and taking the fight to them.
Does it feel any different coming into the weekend? Chris said it just feels like another weekend. Is that true?
Maybe so. I mean, I'm obviously eyes firmly on the independents for this weekend. You know, we've accomplished a lot this year, and for this weekend, the main focus has got to be to try and take home that title. So yeah, I would say it's not your typical week.
Best of luck. So there's Mikey Dobles and
handing out his little cards, Josh. His little cards with a QR code, because he's running a competition to win a rather exciting motorcycle from Doble's Motorcycles, based just down the road.
There's a little card that says BTCC race winner Mikey Doble. Is that the one, Alan?
It's got a QR code on it, and it says you can win a motorcycle.
Shall I pick one up and see what it says on the back?
Yeah, because you need to enter. £5, I think it is.
Yeah. I've got it now,
there you go.
I can enter.
Yes. Would you like a 1000cc motorcycle, Josh?
It'd be an interesting way to come to touring car meetings next year, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. You have to bring all your stuff on a backpack, but apart from that, you can get panniers for it. I'm sure you can. Very good. So
cheaper to get through the Dartford Tunnel.
Yes, it is cheaper to get through the Dartford Tunnel, or indeed over the crossing. Very good. Where are you heading next?
Shall we see if we can speak to Nick Howstead as well while we're here and find out how many of these names are on the side of his car? He's very popular though, so and they've got the car out the front,
well,
so people can see.
He ran a Crazy Karts edition last night to beat all other Crazy Karts events with a foam machine and all sorts of other things.
Should we find out about that? Nick, tell us about Crazy Karts last night.
Oh, it was the best I think we've done. With the foam machine, we've got some just classic photos of all the touring car drivers, absolutely head to foot covered in foam, just big smiles. Fans absolutely loved it. Yeah, it was I think the best one we've done.
And the question we were asking yesterday, how many names are on the side of the car?
Over the whole car, 2,500.
Amazing. Well done and good luck and have fun today. So I was wrong, Alan, in my several hundreds. It's thousands on the side of the car.
2,500, yeah. They are really packed into that livery, and the livery looks fantastic. Nick Howstead has done an awful lot around this championship, a huge amount on, maybe not in plain sight over the course of the weekend, but his presence on social media, he totally gets the modern way of doing media, and his social media presence is second to none. Absolutely superb.
It actually shows on how many people are in the queue for Nick Howstead at the moment. And now I'm just in a sea of people, so I shall hand it back to you for a few moments.
He is the bloke that invented the retweet button all those years ago, and that sort of started his trajectory in social media and tech. And he's a great character, and won't be competing in the BTCC after this weekend. So a huge amount of support that he gets from the fans here at Brands Hatch is evident on Pit Lane Walkabout. And the queue for a word with Nick Howstead, who competed as well in a McLaren, one of the support races for the Le Mans 24-hour race this year, and finished up on the podium in a car share McLaren. And very, very impressive is Nick Howstead for so many reasons. Right, it's 88.3. It's Toka Live on Radio Brands here at Brands Hatch. If you are just arriving, a very good morning to you. Let's describe the scene. Halfway through the Pit Lane Walkabout we are. The ambulance gate at the top of Paddock Hill Bend is open, and still fans are making their way across the circuit, across the tarmac that in just a short amount of time will be closed to all the spectators, open only to race cars. And we get racing underway at 10 o'clock this morning with the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and then single seaters come out at 10:35 with the Virators F4 British Championships certified by FIA. Just a note, of course, championships are to be decided this weekend. We will endeavour to do the mathematics up here in the commentary box, but we are in no way official, and all championship titles remain provisional until they are officially crowned champions. And for the BTCC, that happens after round 30. It happens out on the circuit. We have our champions podium, which is live on ITV, and we will get a countdown for the presentation of the champions trophy and all of the other championships within the BTCC as well. So we'll have the manufacturer crowned, the independent team, the winning team, the the winning independent driver, and the Jack Sears champion as well. And that all happens on track after the final race of the day. We'll get the Toka Mobile podium in place on the start-finish line, and we'll have speakers for you, lighting as well, and all the fun of celebrating a champion crowned at Brands Hatch. And a really good place to watch, although the gate is open, the gate which is open at the top of Paddock Hill Bend now for fans to make it down onto pit lane walkabout. That gate will be open as well at the end of the evening, at the end of racing. So we invite you to come along and join the festivities. But if you're over on Colin Chapman Way on the grass just opposite the start-finish line, you'll get a really good view from just behind the fencing on the other side of the starting grid. So a good few options to get involved and add to the atmosphere of crowning a champion here at Brands Hatch at the end of today. Right, that's what's happening on circuit at the end of today. What's happening down in pit lane? It looks now as if we're almost to capacity.
Yeah, I can't see much of the tarmac down here, and I'm sure you can't up there,
No,
Alan.
we can't.
I'm down at Toyota. Let's see if we can perhaps have a word with Max Buxton, who's been in his first half of season of the BTCC. How's it been, Max?
Yeah, absolutely awesome. Just still buzzing every time I get in the car. So it's crazy it's the last race already. It's only been 2 months since Croft. So yeah, absolutely loving it, and see what we can do. See what we can do today. It's going to be a fun day. So yeah.
What a track to drive around in one of these cars as well.
Exactly, it's probably one of my favourite tracks in the country. So especially in touring car, it's just awesome.
Have fun today. So there's Max Buxton from Toyota.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh Barrett. Yeah, came in halfway through the season in the Toyota team. Had Josh Cook to look after him for a little while, and then just when Josh got a seat, was able to help Max along his journey in his first year of the BTCC by a driver's eye view within the same team. So working very much hand in hand with Josh Cook, that didn't have the best of days yesterday, but I'm sure he's got a plan for the day to make it up the grid and potentially start a really good round 30. We've seen him have epic battles here for the final race of the year, have we, with Josh Cook in particular, a race with his old mate Ash Sutton in the final race. Who could forget that just a few years ago here at Brands Hatch? Making memories and making history here at Brands today. Pit lane walkabout is still underway. It's underway for another 10 minutes. It's 9:20 local time here at Brands Hatch. Right, Matt Suckling up in the commentary box. How's the old mathematics? Are we all ready and spreadsheets and abacus?
We're good to go.
That kind of thing.
It's just making sure we get the right accumulations of what points are scored, what they get for each thing, and everything to play in here. But yeah, it's ready to go. So I'm confident.
He's poised and ready.
But
everyone.
as I said yesterday, please don't quote me on any of these points.
No, provisional champions are only provisional champions until we get official confirmation of race results, and then we can properly make a fuss of drivers, and no doubt Josh will, for some of the support races, even have a champions trophy to be handed out at some stage over the course of today. So Josh will be in charge of all the support race podiums, and I'll be taking care of the 3 BTCC podiums, 2 of which will be down in the paddock and 1 of which will be happening out on circuit. It is Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM. If you are just arriving, a very good morning to you. Welcome along. Sunshine and blue skies in prospect today. Bit chilly though, so do make sure you wrap up and make sure that you have a fully enjoyable day wherever you're choosing to set up your camp chairs around the circuit. There are so many places to enjoy a really good view of the action here. I can see quite a few of you already in place at Paddock Hill Bend. You know where the action is going to be today, don't you? And quite a few opposite the start-finish line as well. So many places around the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch to enjoy the action over the course of today. We told you that 1:15 until 1:50 is when we have lunch break. Second touring car races after lunch break. The pit lane opening at 1 o'clock, at 1:50, and then at 2:05 we get the second of the BTCC races underway, and then it's 4 support races we have for you. The final round of the year for the Porsche Sprint Challenge, final round for the Vera Tours F4 British Championship, final round for the Virtue Mini Challenge, and the final round for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. All leads up to the final race of the year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, getting underway at 5:30. Pit lane opening and the grid ceremony, the build up to the final race is at 5:15. Right, that takes you through the timetable as it looks, and I reckon with that many people down in pit lane, it's not going to be long before we start to see them encouraged to get their final few photographs and autographs, and they will be encouraged to clear the pit lane. We've got half an hour from the end of pit lane walkabout until the start of racing, so plenty of time for the course vehicles. 2 vans situated at the top, the entry end of pit lane, that will slowly make their way down the pit lane to encourage everybody to vacate and take up their positions for the date. And I can see quite a few people have already happily got their autographs and photographs and are leaving pit lane walkabout and making their way over to find out where they're going to enjoy watching the racing for today, or maybe even get a bit of breakfast, because the Kentagon is open, Halewoods is open as well, and loads of various vending outlets around the circuit here at Brands Hatch to get something for breakfast, something for lunch, and maybe something for tea as well. I noticed the Ooh La La donut stand is here. Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I can see it now.
I know, and they do make a very, very tasty donut.
You had one, have you?
No, well, yeah. Over the years, many. Yeah, I have.
Not today, as of yet.
Not today, as yet. But I have to say, I did a couple of laps with Alan Gow, the chief executive of the championship, this morning, and he came to almost an emergency stop along the start finish line. He said, "Is that a donut stand?" So it is, yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't make you get out and go and grab one.
Don't think he won't. Over the course of today, don't think he won't. I said, yeah, you could order up a sack of 6 donuts and have them brought over. He said, only 6.
Oh, Alan, you're teasing us.
They are beautiful, and there are many other very, very tasty food outlets around the circuit. Just so happens we rather like donuts. Right, Josh, what have you got for us?
Down at West Surrey Racing and BMW, we'll see if we can have a word with Charles Rainford, if we can, one of our Jack Sears Trophy Championship contenders. Charles, a day like this, does it affect you in any different way to any other race day?
You know what? I would be lying if I said yes. It's this typical normal race day nerves, as we always do, because we care. You know, if I didn't get nervous, it meant I wouldn't care, which means there'd be no point being here. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a possible championship day doesn't make too much of a difference. Obviously, the way yesterday went, it's going to make it a little bit tricky. It doesn't mean it's over, certainly, but going to be a bit more tricky. So, we'll see how we get on in the first race and go from there. We know we've got fantastic pace. The reason we weren't, higher up was down to a very, very small mistake, which cost us a 10th, and we were only 300s from making it through. So, yeah, well, we know we've got a fast race car. The setup feels amazing. I love this circuit. It's my home track. We'll just go and get it today.
It was an insanely close qualifying session yesterday, especially on a track like this.
Yeah, that's it. I was saying to someone else this morning that for it to be that close is bonkers, considering the fact it's an old school circuit, it's fast, it's bumpy, it's hard to drive, it's not an easy circuit. So for us to miss out by 300ths and be P8 is crazy. And you can see also in the fast 6 at the end there that, apart from Jake, who was on a very old set of tyres, everyone was on the same 10th. So yeah, absolutely amazing. It shows how alive and well this championship is, and long may that continue.
Absolutely, good luck today. So
just before you leave, Charles, Josh, do you want to ask him if he enjoyed Christmas dinner last night? I made a little video of everyone enjoying the Toka Christmas dinner, and Charles seemed to be the happiest and the smiliest.
Okay, let's ask that. Charles, a question from Alan. How was dinner last night?
Dinner was great. Yeah, the turkey was amazing. It was lovely cooked. It wasn't dry. It was nice and moist, and that's quite hard for turkey. So fair play once again to the wonderful Toka staff that look after us so well.
There we go, Adam. Thanks, Charles.
It was quite an evening for the Toka Christmas dinner last night. Christmas music, more inflatables, more Christmas inflatables than you have ever seen. Certainly more than I've ever seen. A huge Santa that towered above all the trucks down in the paddock, and a 12-foot inflatable nativity scene as well. Dr. Trafford really does. He loves Christmas.
It sounds like he does with everything put into yesterday.
He does. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Josh,
has Christmas planning started at the pub? That's what I want to know.
That's a very good point, because for those of you that don't know, Matt Suckling is a local publican. Has Christmas started being? Yeah, I should have been well planned.
Yeah, we were very early this year actually. I think what we're in now, October, so maybe at the end of August we were getting menus done, and they're all out there now. So Christmas is ready. We haven't got the decorations up just yet.
No, well that would be inappropriate.
Wait until the 1st.
Start of November.
No, I go for December.
You go for December, yeah.
I'm not one of those that gets in.
I think the shops seem to go for the start of November now, don't they? Or maybe the start of
Before
October.
Halloween, normally,
Yes. It's pretty much as
they need to make money as much as they can.
Yeah, they most certainly do. We had a real Christmas moment here for the truck and firework meeting some years ago. I was chatting about the display of show trucks that we have all around the circuit. You've been here, Matt. You know how lovely it is. And one year I said, it was just a throwaway comment, said, wouldn't it be lovely to get the Coca-Cola truck here one year? And the following year, lo and behold, it appeared.
If Alan asks, Alan gets.
It was amazing. I couldn't quite believe it, and nor could an awful lot of very, very happy young families that were based around, jumping up and down and very excited. So the Trucks and Fireworks, it's the first weekend of November, everybody, and if you do have a young family, it's particularly of a huge amount of entertainment. I saw over in one of the hospitality boxes as well, David Jenkins was yesterday here with his family, who is one of the front runners, former champion in the British Truck Racing Championship. He'll be racing at the start of November, and good to see him supporting his family racing in the Porsche Championship over the course of this weekend. Will Jenkins. Right, Pit Lane Walkabout is very soon going to come to an end, Josh. Have you got a last driver or two that you might be able to get a word with?
Not at the moment, and we're getting close to the end. I'm concerned about stopping anyone from signing too many autographs. I was hoping we're going to get a word with Jake Hill, but it is extremely busy, not just in front of the queue, but around the queue as well.
I'm not
Jake.
Surprised.
So perhaps, do we think best to let him get on, as it is the last opportunity for fans to get their autographs with Jake?
And I'll say what I said yesterday, the last chance for now, because I reckon at some stage we'll see the reigning champion back in the BTCC some stage in the future, and he would be incredibly welcome, because he has been a very worthy champion, as Jake, local driver, made a dream come true here at Brands Hatch, and not only for him but also for his father Simon, who was a racer as well.
ITV's Louise Goodman is ready for an interview with Jake Hill immediately, I think, as well. So we might have to leave Jake perhaps for a word on the grid, I suspect, over the course of the day, Alan.
That's the rule, Josh. Louise Goodman is far more important than we are as far as the interview, so we wait in line, because of course ITV's coverage is exceptional, and they'll be putting that one into the archive and playing it out over the course of today, and no doubt making quite a nice feature about Jake and his plans for the future, which we don't know what they are as yet.
No, but I think you could be right in terms of your kind of theory about him returning, because he's only still 31 years of age, which is incredible, considering he's been around in touring cars for over a decade now.
He is just of the age that if he gets an opportunity, he wants to do it.
Yeah.
If he's, I think the phrase that he used, if I've got the chance to race in big races that I've always wanted to race in, then I will. We don't know what potential big races they are, but I'm sure we can all make a pretty accurate guess at this stage, but I'm sure the announcement will come out in due course. But today is all about, for Jake, his final 3 races in the BTCC for now, as a reigning champion on his home circuit, with a huge amount of guests, and the partnership, the incredibly successful partnership that he's had with Mark Blundell and MB Motorsports. So we'll celebrate that here at Brands Hatch much. And yeah, for sure, over the course of today, I will do my very best to get a word with Jake. Right, I think pit lane walkabout is rather coming to an end now, Josh.
Yes, it's some of the drivers are starting to leave. One team we haven't had a word with was Unlimited Motorsports, so it's come up this end. At the moment, Dexter Patterson's doing, I think, a social media interview, and then let's see if we can perhaps have a word with him, because he had a very good qualifying session yesterday. But it's so busy in the garage, I can't even get through the garage to get there, Alan.
I know exactly what that feeling is, and Josh has done a jolly good job, not just today, but over the course of this year, fighting his way through to just get a word or two with the drivers on pit lane walkabout, because the important thing that we don't want to do is to take their time away from the fans that have been queuing up from early this morning to get photographs and a chat, and maybe have a few words of encouragement for their favourite drivers ahead of the weekend. Josh?
Yeah, I've managed to fight my way through the crowd and just make sure we don't interrupt these social media interviews that Unlimited Motorsport are doing, and perhaps we can grab a word with Dexter. Dex, you all right to have a quick word with Total Live? A good qualifying session yesterday until a little moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we just missed out in Q2. We're just and just dipped the wheel in the dirt, but luckily got away with pretty much no damage, so we can go again today.
Exciting day in store for you?
I think so, yeah, and hopefully 3 clean races and get a couple of good results.
Hope to see you on the podium at some point. So I think we're pressurising the radio mic at this end as well, Alan.
I think you are. Yeah, there are so many people around that it makes the reception for the radio mic just a little bit tricky. So I think for now that's just about it from Josh down on pit lane walkabout. The pit lane is being cleared, and we'll be getting racing underway in half an hour's time, under half an hour's time now, with the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Race gets underway at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll keep you company here on 88.3 FM, and we also welcome your messages on WhatsApp, and you've already been sending them in. Thank you very much indeed for doing that, and you can do so all day today. It's on WhatsApp. All you have to do is to send us a message to 07482 877 877, and we do need your name, your first name. That's very, very important, first of all, and then your message, and send it off on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. A morning to Hoppers says, morning Al, Matt, Josh, hope you guys are good. Final one last dance of the season, not ready for what today brings, and hopefully my pal Robo does well in all 3 races. Also, can I just say thanks for a great season with Toke Alive. It's been epic. Hoppers, Andy Hopley, thank you very much indeed, does a great motorsport vlog, does Hoppers over the course of a championship year, and he's been one of our listeners on Toke Alive, online on tokealive.net, and sometimes live at the circuit, but mainly online, and we thank you for your support from day one when we had the official test for the BTCC this season, when we launched Toke Alive earlier in the year. Feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah, April.
Yes, it was April. I said to Alan Gale this morning, I said, season's gone, it seems to have whizzed by, absolutely whizzed by. He said, that's because you're getting old.
I agree with you, though. I'm getting older as well, so
yeah.
I agree it does go.
We all
are. Chaps.
Yeah. Everyone here is getting older.
When you're a child, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. Christmas seemed a very long way away, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very good. Josh, thank you very much indeed. Matt, thank you very much indeed as well. We'll hear from Josh and from Matt at 10 o'clock when we get racing underway and the PA speakers can go on. But in the meantime, we'll keep you company with a little bit of music here on Toke Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM.
That's nice from the boys down there as well. We'll keep an eye on them when it's time to go racing in around about 25 minutes' time. So here we go then, folks. It is the last day of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship in 2025. It's all go. Who is going to be world champion? Is it going to be Tom Ingram or is it going to be Ash Sutton? The championships decide today. Who will rise that trophy at the end of it, as we get ready for rounds 28, 29 and 30 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship. Well, we've got time for the first one to get underway here today as well. So let's head back and listen to what Nicky Shields has said. But first of all, what do you think of these new BTCC presenters? Do you think they'll get on?
Hello, I'm Charles Rainford, here on presenting for ITV, so thank you very much for the lovely microphone. And we're at Brands Hatch. We've just finished FP1, and I'm here with Darryl de Leon, obviously currently Jack Sears leader. Darryl, how are you feeling about going into this weekend?
Yeah, pretty confident. I'm pretty relaxed, to be fair. Just got to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, obviously you're not the only one that's eligible to win the Jack Sears trophy this weekend. Obviously you're going to come under huge fire from Charles Rainford, but obviously Sam Osborne is also mathematically possible. How was it with FP1 seeing all the lap times out there?
It was quite sketchy because obviously the track was quite wet, especially through Sheen, Curve and Stirlings. But it was nice to finish at the sharp end, especially on the mediums. And yeah, I think it will be close because you're right behind me, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens this weekend, I think.
I'm not a driver, I'm just a presenter, but I think let's let you ask the questions now.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll swap a Rooney. Are we still rolling? So we're here at Brands Hatch. You're currently in the fight for the Jack Sears. How are you feeling, Charles?
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a good weekend. The Jack Sears trophy is a fantastic trophy. Obviously, you know, Jack was a fantastic driver with some of his exploits in this wonderful championship. So to come home with the Jack Sears this weekend would be an honour, you know. It's not going to be tricky. Obviously, I've got strong opposition in terms of my teammate, and I have to win all 3 races to make it happen. So it's certainly going to be tricky, but yeah, looking forward to the challenge.
And I hope you enjoy the sunny weather here at Brands Hatch.
It's sunny at the moment. Those boys do well, don't they? Going down there, cloudy, temperature 11 degrees, track temperature 11 degrees as well. Just a reminder, Jess Ball and Nina are trackside for us here for the British Touring Car Championship, and Nina is going to be putting social media content out there. So check out JB Motorsports' Instagram at JBSportsIG on JBMotorsportsIG on Instagram for all of the latest news, and Nina will be posting throughout the day. Right now, though, let's hear from one of our championship protagonists of it coming into it, because Tom Ingram is our championship leader coming into today, and he has a chance to wrap it up in both race 1 and, of course, race 2, unless it has to go down to a final. Both of them are poorly qualified right now, with Ingram starting in 11th and Sutton down as well in 12th. Let's go down to the grid and see what happens.
419 points, more points than any other driver in the series history at this point in the season. Did you not know that? You look surprised.
That was news to me. Oh, right. News to me. Well, we want to make sure that when it comes to the end, we've got the most as well. That's the valuable bit. We've just had a really good run at it so far this year. I think I've said every single weekend that we've just been in a really, really nice place, and the points have just racked themselves up. It's been a year like, I think you've just had to be super, super consistent. But probably, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, your consistency would have been 6th, 7th, 5th, and consistency this year has almost had to be like podiums and wins. It's been really full on, but we've had a really good run at it. Just got to make sure that we can get to the end of it as well now. So although we've got a 33-point lead, it's a really, really nice lead to have. Obviously, I'd far rather have the lead than be chasing, but it doesn't mean the job's done by any means. There's still a lot that can go wrong. There's still a lot that can go right. So we've just got to manage risk this weekend and sort of look at it sensibly, but at the same time, not try and reinvent the wheel. What's worked for us the 9 weekends previous will work again this weekend, and that's very much the philosophy.
And I mean, you've just come back from practice as well. I mean, was the car feeling good? The track conditions are looking good. Is everything pointing in the positive direction?
I'm definitely a glass half full kind of guy, so I've made sure that everything's lined up as good as it can be. So all the prep has gone really well in the week. We're as good and as ready as we can be. The first week, but it was a bit of nothing, to be perfectly honest with you, Nick. It was just a typically cold morning at Brands Hatch in October. A bit greasy out the back. We were happy just to sort of go around, do all of our housekeeping stuff. So we scrubbed tyres, we did all that sort of stuff. So free practice 2 and quali is where we'll start to press on and get the lap times out of it. But it's this circuit's amazing. This circuit's so good. We love coming here. As a driver, it's such a thrill out the back, and it's a good touring car circuit. It's become, famous for that final race weekend. And it ends up being a mega race weekend.
Well, we're very excited, that's for sure. Just finally, I mean, obviously, you got the title in 2022. It slipped away from you in the last 2 years. Does that mean this would mean even more to you than your first? I mean, you could never take away your first, but given the fact that you've been so close over the last couple of years, how much would it mean taking the title again?
I think it means a lot, and I think actually coming off the back of 2 years not winning it, I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head, that it keeps igniting the fire, and the fire keeps getting fueled year on year on year. And it's I'm in a very, very different position to when I was going for my first title and, you know, stood here in 2022. So I feel a lot more complete. I feel as sort of a better driver. I feel like I've got an even better team around me. And it feels a really sort of, we've ridden the crest of a wave all the way through, and it's been a phenomenal year. But I think you're right. I think we've seen over the years that sometimes the beaten car comes back as a stronger car next year, and we definitely left no stone over winter. We were testing 2 weeks after the season finished in North Wales in November, which turns out was actually really nice. So it was one of those things that we've really pushed hard over winter, and that's, you know, the work that went on in those sort of 3-4 months has paid dividends over the season as well. So yeah, a good season to look back on, but still a little bit more work to do just yet.
Finish on that the crescendo at the end.
Exactly.
Brilliant. Tom, it's been a pleasure watching you over the season, and good luck for the final one.
Thank you very much indeed.
See you at the end.
Always nice to hear as well from Tom Ingram, and Nicky Shields has really adjusted well into the position as host out there on the board. Right, a driver that comes into his final day and last year's champion here at Brands Hatch, of course, Jake Hill. He is leaving the Quick British Touring Car Championship after this weekend. He's going to go over to some Endurance International racing as well as he continues his growth as a driver, and he is absolutely amazing as a champion of the touring cars. Never say never. May still return in the future, but this is what he had to say when he sat down with Nicky yesterday afternoon.
Well, as we head towards the end of this season, it only seems right to have a catch-up with defending champion Jake Hill. First, before we get into the news that's broken recently, let's talk about your time in British touring cars, because, you know, you had your debut back in 2013, first full season in 2016, and you've had 10 years in the sport, going from strength to strength.
It's been amazing, Nicky. You know, I mean, I've loved it. You know, in many ways, this is and will always be home. You know, I've grown up in this paddock. I've been in this paddock since I was 11. You know, and Dad was commentating for ITV. So yeah, it's been a long roller coaster, but I've loved it, and especially the last 4 years here at West Surrey Racing with the Laser Tools Racing BMW, and yeah, it's just been special.
I mean, obviously, the news is out there now. You are departing British touring cars, which is going to make it even more emotional, I think, this one, for lots of people in the paddock and lots of fans watching as well. I suppose, first of all, tell us your reason for deciding to leave the sport.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a decision I'm not taking lightly. You know, I mean, I did have a small option to leave at the end of last year when we won the title, and in some ways, I guess that would have been quite cool to just leave it and go, win it and go. But I had to come back with the number one on the side of the car and try and defend the title for a year. Unfortunately, it hasn't obviously gone quite to plan, but nonetheless, we still had a pretty successful end to the year. But the main reason is, you know, I've always had this itch to go and do the big races worldwide. You know, the likes of Nürburgring 24 hours, Spa 24 hours, Le Mans, hopefully. You know, all these sorts of big races, and that itch to do GTs and sports cars has never left me, and I've got a great opportunity to go and do some cool stuff, and it just feels like now is the right time to go and do it, and I can always maybe come back in a few years back to, you know, back home, but for now I need to go and do some cool stuff.
Absolutely, you know, you've got to seize the opportunities. I mean, looking back on the amazing career that you've had, if you had to pick one of the highlights, I mean, I'm pretty sure I can guess which one it might be, but if there was an outstanding moment, what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I can't say it's going to be anything else other than winning the title in 24. I mean, you know, that was a real true breakthrough moment for myself, my family, and, you know, it's my first championship I'd ever got. I'd never got a championship in any of the lower formulas, and, you know, to finally do the British Touring Car Championship and win it was a real highlight. But there's been so many great race wins along the way, and real special race wins for lots of different reasons. So yeah, I'm going to cherish those moments.
Just a handful of points in it, a third is very much on the table for you.
It is. That has to be the aim. So ever since I've been driving for West Surrey Racing in a BMW, I've never finished lower than third in the championship. So I really don't want to leave without conquering that
for one last time. So yeah, the fight is on against both Dans, Camish and Rowbottom, but we're going to give it a good go, and I love it around here. It's my home track, so yeah, we'll see what we can do, and if I can conquer third, I'll be very pleased.
Absolutely. Well, good luck finishing on a high, Jake. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you over the years, and we wish you all the success in your future.
Yep, hopefully we see Jake Hill back again at some point in the future. It would be too upsetting if he has to disappear and not come through as well at some point. But it has been quite an interesting run. And let's just check in as well. The life of a BTCC driver, of course. The British Touring Car Weekend and the British Touring Car Paddock can't help a bit of Taylor Swift. It's been going around this weekend with Life of a Showgirl premiering. And this is what happened yesterday when Nikki was out there talking with the guys.
Yeah, who's going to be the most drunk on Sunday night?
That's the kind of question we're talking about.
I mean, it's probably going to end up being me, because in 2 years in a row I've ended up asleep on one of the sofas, if not standing up at the bar. So I won't try and change the habit of a lifetime this weekend.
The competition, and I'm up for that.
Great, okay. So the competition for the trophy and for the most shots at the bar. And yet another quick question.
So, what do you guys think of the new Taylor Swift album?
I've never listened to it, so I can't really comment on that, but Dan will definitely know. He'll think it's right up there.
You're a Swiftie fan?
Yeah, I'm not into rock music, so I don't know who he is.
Oh, very good, very good. I like it.
That's not gone down well, has it? Down there in the bottom half of the field to keep saying that as well on the board. Now, yesterday in qualifying, it was quite an interesting factor as well, but we'll get into that shortly, because this weekend here at Brands Hatch, the wind is picking up. As you can see, the track temperature, air temperature, and daily rainfall. It's not raining at the moment, but there is a lot of wind around the area. So we are going to be seeing some difficulties. So Nikki caught up with Mikey Butler from Goodyear to tell us about how the tyres, the challenges and the changes they've made coming into this weekend.
Well, Mickey Butler, here we are again. Final round of the season. Can you believe it? Let's talk tyre strategy. What are we looking at ahead of this weekend, given the very changing weather conditions?
Yeah, it's very changing weather conditions, as you see. As we saw last year, it's around the weather played a big part in the championship, coming down to the last race. The wind is going to have a big effect. It's having a lot of effects now. We've seen FP1. So we'll understand it. Hopefully it'll stay dry. Again, it'll all depend on what teams have carried over for this weekend. They're free to use any tyre in qualifying, so it's going to be really interesting.
Talk us about the option tyre and how that's worked over the course of the season. What do you think the kind of advantages have been?
I think it adds a lot to the racing. You know, we bring tyres that has a big delta between the two tyres that offset the lap time, so it creates a lot of overtaking. Some people love it, some people hate it. I think, especially Alton Croft, I thought we saw so much overtaking. It created the story, and people coming through. So getting that balance right, I've got to look at it again to change for 2026, and I've got a few ideas where we can improve. So that'll be interesting. But overall, really pleased how it's worked.
Can you give us a little insight into what that might be for 2026?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. I have to present it at the teams meeting in a couple of weeks' time. I'll go through the promoter, my thoughts with a vision, where we can go, what we can do. But there is some changes coming.
But the rules will stay the same, so it will just be a different tyre compound.
You're very good at this. Yeah. Trying, you are trying. I may change a couple of things around. You look at this season. You look at, okay, what worked, what didn't work, where can we improve, where can we push the boundaries again. And I've got a few ideas where we can go forward.
Right, there we go. Okay, so we're not really sure what that means, but I tried for you guys. Well, Mickey, thank you again, and good luck for this final race weekend. We'll see you the other side.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nikki tried. She tried to get us to see what was going to happen out there, but that's always the situation where we never 100% know what is coming up. Dal de Jong, though, starts race 1 today from a pole position. Back-to-back poles for the young gun superstar this year. And he caught up after in Parc Fermé with Louise Goodman straight after quali.
Right, let's have a wander around and see who we got here. I can see our pole man actually is now out of the car, so let's pick our way through and go and have a word with Daryl for the second race in a row. This is a very nice habit that he's obviously getting into here, which will just butt in. Thank you, Alan. Daryl, congratulations. I mean, it's like buses, isn't it? You get one and another one comes along straight away.
Yeah, it's wow, I couldn't believe it again. It's to have my maiden pole at Silverstone and then to come to the next round and do it again is, I just got to say a massive thank you to my engineer Jenna Collins and all of WSR.
Well, here's the little trophy that goes with it. So where's that going to sit?
Next to my first one. But yeah, they're amazing trophies, and it's just an honour to be awarded this again.
I mean, it was a last-ditch attempt, wasn't it? Interestingly, no purple sectors at all, but you still got it, having just lost a quick lap for track limits.
Yeah, the track limits are they're quite difficult, especially when you're giving it everything out there, and a little bit of push or understeer can actually ping the track limit sensors. So my engineer told me coming out of Graham Hill that my first push got deleted, so this needs to count, and I just sent it the outback section, so I'm so happy that it was enough for my second ever pole position.
Amazing result as well in the context of the Jack Sears Trophy, because I mean that's kind of yours to lose in many ways, but this is exactly how you want to be starting that fight to keep it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's again it's like I said to you earlier, I just want to go out there and enjoy it, and yeah, starting from pole is the best position, so hopefully I can hold my ground this time, and hopefully our race pace is good. But again, like you said, it's exactly what I wanted for tomorrow.
Well done, well done. Right, now let's go and see if we can find... here we go, Dan Cam, who is going to be starting on the front row alongside Daryl. You were so close to that pole, but he just came and nicked it from you right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and well done to him. Absolutely, great job. Funny qualifying that. I mean, we were so low down after practice, and we kind of trusted that wasn't going to be the final finishing position for us. We've seen it before, certainly at Croft and certain places where you look a bit detached, but you know that wait till we bring, the newer tyre and some of the other bits that we can do for qualifying, and there you go, all the speed comes back. So, yeah, I'm happy. You're always happy. When I crossed the line, I thought, that's a great lap. That is a good lap. I didn't know where I was. No one told me. And then when you find out you've only missed out by a few hundreds, you think, that's a shame. The last lap, actually, the thing is, when I came across the line and I saw the lap time, I thought, well, that's about as good as I can do, so we might as well go for broke now. There's nothing to lose at this point. If I make a mistake, what does it matter? But I think my last lap was only a couple of hundredths slower, and I had a big moment where I clouted the curb, probably trying to cut a bit too much and gain a bit of an advantage. Maybe without that, we would have had a shot, but we start on the front row. If you'd have told me that before the session, I'd have snapped your hand off and said, I'll see you in the morning. So, no, very happy. Obviously, Robo third, that gives us a good opportunity tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully we get a good night's sleep and we can surprise Daryl in the morning.
Right, we will see you out there tomorrow. P3, good result for you.
Yeah, it was great. I think we had it in the car, but it's just putting all the bits together. I'm a bit rusty and a bit old, so it took a bit of time, but we'll take that. Good place to start. I think me, Dan, and Jake are all around each other, which will add to the excitement. But yeah, it felt great.
What do you think? The guys are just talking about the start of the race and how it might pan out. I mean, it's a bit difficult for you to work it out, but what are your thoughts looking ahead to that first race tomorrow?
It's final weekend, isn't it? So I think all the gloves will be off. We just got to get our head down and go. Obviously, we've got the tyre the tyre deficit. When do we put the soft tyre on? I don't know. Do we try and make hay in race one? Again, I don't know. DeLeon looks really, really sharp. So can we beat that car on a soft when he's got all the boost? Probably not. It's going to be a long night. We'll be sat.
I was just about to ask you that question. I'm sensing a late night looking at numbers and computer screens this evening.
Well, I just sit there with a smile on my face and the others use their calculators. So, yeah, I'll do my best. We'll try and have a good day tomorrow and finish here on a high.
See you out there.
Nearly time to get racing here at Brands Hatch, but just before we do, Tom Ingram has already won one championship this year. He was caught up with Lou yesterday.
Matthias Till is here. He's the head of Goodyear in Europe. So, Matthias, please present the first trophy of the weekend to Tom. Thank you, Matthias. I mean, Tom, congratulations. Obviously, as we said earlier on, so much of the focus this weekend is on the main trophy, but that's an important one to get, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of the consistency of qualifying all year, really. We've been there or thereabouts. I feel a bit of a fraud picking this one up when I was out in Q, whatever. Great job by these boys. It was a really fast qualifying session that, even looking at the times, we were never going to get to. We were never going to quite get to where those guys are. But yeah, very good to pick this up. I think the Wingfoot Award is, we all kind of overlook it, but it's an important one for the season. As I spoke to you before qualifying, it's become incredibly important these Saturdays in the last sort of handful of years. So yes, it's definitely a good one to get. Few more to pick up this weekend. Hopefully, we've got to try and keep this going.
I sense a little bit of frustration. I was down in your garage when you got out of the car. I sensed a bit of frustration. I mean, it was like, I think it was a 100th away from making it into the final session.
I don't think it's necessarily frustration, just a little bit of, oh my God, really? It's just one of those that it can very easily be that if it's a hair's width between being in and being not. So not necessarily frustration. I think it's just one of those of, oh, really? So close. Like when you miss a 2-foot putt, it's one of those. And I'm quite good at that, as missing those. But yeah, I think we've had a good day. We've out-qualified Ash, which is a nice place to be. So yeah, despite us not quite getting everything we wanted out of it, we've got to be grown-ups in it and actually look at the bigger picture.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations on that one. I am now going to go...
Weighs a ton.
It's seriously...
Solid silver as well, I heard.
Well, somebody lied to you, but there we go. It's still very lovely.
She's a character, is Louise, to go in there saying somebody lied to you there as well. We have now caught up with all of the action from this weekend as well as we get ready for today. This is going to be quite an interesting first race of the day here. It is the Porsche Sprint Challenge, and it is round 17 of their 2025 season. So we've done all the tests, we've got all ready for it. It's now time for the first race of the weekend. Just if you're listening to us trackside, this is what you've got to look forward to. 10 o'clock, 10 a.m, of course, British summertime. You've got all the action from the Porsche Sprint Challenge. 10:35, the Veritools F4 British Championship. 11:25 is the first Quick Fit British Touring Car race of the day. 12:05, the Virtue Mini Challenge. 12:40, the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. The lunch break is from 1:15 till 1:50. And then at 2:05 is the British Touring Car Championship, their second race of the season, and then that's followed in by 2:45, the Porsche Sprint Challenge second race of the day. Third race of the weekend though for the Veritools F4 Championship is underway at 3:20. Omi and Wes are on commentary for that one. Virtue Mini Challenge is at 4 o'clock, and the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, their final race of the year, is at 4:35, and the final round 30 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, that is at 5:30. We're off here today at 6:30, so a lot to look forward to in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. But that is enough talking from me. We are getting all set for today's action and all set for race one of the day, and likely have done all season long. Our wonderful team at Turco Radio will be taking us through the action. Alongside that also of the team, let's head down trackside.
Everyone around the circuit on the speakers at 10 o'clock this morning ahead of our first race of the day. Porsche's out on circuit first of all for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and what we'll do here on Toka Live for just a couple of seconds, we'll go quiet just before 10 o'clock to allow all the speakers to be switched on, and then we'll welcome everyone here at the circuit as well. We are just 30 seconds away from that happening, so enough time to say, Jen says, morning Al, just a quick one from me. Think it's going to be a tense day. Who will win the championship? But come on, Ash. If you've got support for a driver or a team, you can send it in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Your first name and your message, and WhatsApp it to the studio, and we'll get you live on air. We'll go quiet for 10 seconds now, and then welcome everyone to the circuit here at Brands Hatch.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
A very good morning to you, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Championship Finals Day here at Brands Hatch, the final 3 races of the year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and it is so good to see so many of you packed in for the first of our on-track action of the day. The Porsche Sprint Challenge GB is about to race over 20 laps around the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch, and I'm delighted to say we are joined in a few moments' time down in the pit lane by Josh Barrett, but for the first time this morning in the competition, a very good morning to Matt Suckling.
Morning, Alan. Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to finals day here at Brands Hatch. It's the time of the year which we love because we get to crown champions, and then in a way it's all over, but it's a fantastic day to start the action here on Sunday. We have lovely sunny conditions. We've got a full programme of racing coming your way, of course, 3 races for the all-important Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, but as Alan said, we kick off with the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, which had 1 race yesterday, a further 1 to come right now, and 1 later on this afternoon as well. We've got 4 categories effectively. We've got the RS Pro and the RS Am, and then we have the slightly less powerful these days, the Club Sport division, which again is split into Pros and Ams across the course of this season. And still, in a couple of these categories, a champion to be crowned, which we'll talk you through as the race gets underway. But for now, if you've got your race day programme, if you haven't, grab one as quick as you can. They are priced at £8, available from around the circuit here
with a free
at Brands
copy
Hatch.
of Motorsport News.
Yes, so it's worth the £8 this weekend.
Certainly is.
It always is anyway, because it's full of so much detail, but you get the extra copy of Motorsport News as a freebie for this weekend as well. The page you need in your programme is page 58, and the grid lines up after second fastest qualifying times from yesterday. So it will see yesterday's winner, number 99, Joe Marshall, one of those who's still in the hunt for the championship, coming here this weekend, and that helped him yesterday with a victory to close down a little bit on Tom Bradshaw. He lines up alongside number 33, which is going to be Reece Summerfield. The second row then sees number 98, which is Oliver Cottam. He'll be joined by number 43, which is Tom Bradshaw, the championship leader by 13 points now after yesterday's result for Joe Marshall. The third row lines up with number 32, Ethan Hamilton, who got himself to a podium overall yesterday. He'll have alongside number 70, which is Sam Harvey, who took the 2 wins at Silverstone last time out. On to row number 4, we then see number 25, which is Matt Kyle Henney. He'll have alongside number 45, which is going to be Dan Zelos. The 5th row of the grid is going to be 88, which is Oliver Meadows. He'll be joined by number 27, which is that of Jacob Toffs. The 6th row headed by number 22, which is Toby Trice. Alongside him, number 56 is Dean Burden. The 7th row lines up with number 7, which is Amy Watts, and 19 is going to be Dan Lewis. The 8th row, number 29, Jason Baker, and 12 is Jonathan Moore. The 9th row then sees number 82, which is Lydia Wormsley, joined by, new to the championship for this weekend, number 95, Charlie Tutil. Good to have Charlie here, who qualified on pole yesterday, but didn't quite take the victory at the end of the first race, but we'll see what he can do from 18th on the grid. The 10th row then sees number 87, which is Paul Porter, joined alongside number 44, which is Hannah Chapman. And the final row of the grid for this race will be number 5, Katia Loggy, and 52, Alistair Weston, which brings up the 22 starters for this second Porsche Sprint Challenge race of Great Britain. It's going to be round 17 of the season, and as I said, a champion still to be decided in what's going to be the RS Club Sport Pro division, and we're also looking out towards the Am category within the RS Club Sport as well, because that is a little bit more spread out, but still the chance for Matt Kyle Henney to take the spoils away from Oliver Meadows. But it could be wrapped up in this race if Oliver Meadows just gets a finish. So we'll see how that all plays out. In terms of the Club Sport Am and Pro, that is pretty much wrapped up as the race gets underway. So we're good to go. 20 minutes of racing. Sunday race day is about to get underway here at a glorious Brands Hatch on the full Grand Prix circuit. The red lights are now on, and we are going to go racing when they go out, which they do now, and it's a good start again from Joe Marshall on the front of the grid. Everyone pretty much safely away from the start line as they work their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's side by side for second as Oliver Cottam tries to get to the inside of Reece Summerfield, who unfortunately was pinged for a jump start yesterday, so he got a 10-second applied penalty towards the end of the race. But for now, it is going to be that number 98 machine of Oliver Cottam that squeezed his way through for second, and Tom Bradshaw is also in the mix early doors here as he tries to get himself on the outside of Reece Summerfield on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. Not a place he really needs to get, because that is a different class car, so it does mean that he wouldn't score any more points if he got through. But of course now he's got some trouble from behind, because both Ethan Hamilton and Sam Harvey are going to try and carve their way through as they accelerate their way through Surtees and on towards Pilgrim's Drop for the first time of asking. Again, everyone safely through on this first lap as the medical car chases them round on towards the Grand Prix circuit. But it's between Joe Marshall and Tom Bradshaw now effectively that are fighting for this RS Club Sport Pro Division. Jacob Toffs did come into this weekend with a chance, but after a poor qualifying, he's found himself unfortunately down the mix as Amy Watts almost gets shuffled wide through the exit of Westfield Corner, but she manages just about to hang on there as she goes side by side with the number 19 machine of Dan Lewis. So Dan and Amy get their way through without too many dramas, and they head their way towards the completion of the lap very shortly as they turn off of the Grand Prix circuit back into the amphitheatre here of Brands Hatch and back onto the Indy circuit they come. And Joe Marshall, just like yesterday, already starting to build his lead over the rest of the pack. So he's now got 1.3 seconds in hand over Oliver Cotton, and then we have our first of the RS AM drivers in the lead of that class, which sits their third overall. That's Reece Summerfield in the number 33 machine, so he's got the white with the green and orange stripe down the centre of the car, and as of yet looks like Reece Summerfield has escaped any dramas in the early stages of this race, so he's looking good. For him, unfortunately, the championship is not within his grasp now. He's 37 points adrift from Oliver Meadows, but he's only 15 back from Matt Kyle Henney, so if things went his way today, he could still have a potential of taking runners-up spot within the Club Sport AM category. But Reece Summerfield has been absolutely fantastic this weekend, barring that penalty yesterday, especially in qualifying and also in the race yesterday as well. But for now, he does currently sit on the overall podium as they start this second lap of the race. But Joe Marshall out in front, car number 99 that heads the way. Second for number 98 is Oliver Cotton, and then Reece Summerfield, number 33, sits there in third place. Tom Bradshaw, there or thereabouts, so currently in third place in the class. He would be picking up 6 points, whereas Joe Marshall would be picking up 10, so that's going to be a 4-point gain for Joe Marshall. You also get an extra point for the fastest lap, which currently sits with Joe Marshall, the race leader, so that would bring the gap down to 8 points between the two of them, with still, of course, 11 points on offer for the final race of the weekend. So that one at the minute does go the whole way as the pack comes back through. Ethan Hamilton now looking quite racy, the car that sits 5th in the queue as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. That's the shiny black and blue machine which now heads up towards Druids, is making a little bit of a headway on Tom Bradshaw, and in turn he's got Sam Harvey for company as well. So getting a little bit tight here for what's going to be third place, and whether Reece Summerfield is being the cork in the bottle, not too sure. Of course, he is from the AM category, so his pace normally wouldn't be as quick as the pros, but as I said, managing to run with the overall runners at the minute. But Tom Bradshaw here, the championship leader, he's in this precarious position where he wants to move up. He can't take any risks. He can't afford any bad habits today, and he cannot afford a non-finish, especially with the pace that Joe Marshall has showed so far this weekend. Sam Harvey has a brief look at the back of Ethan Hamilton as they turn their way on towards Hawthorns and under the trees in the early morning shade here at Brands Hatch. So a little bit cool out around the back of the Grand Prix circuit. But as of now, we've still got this brilliant fight going on between Ethan Hamilton, car number 32, and Sam Harvey in number 70. And Dan Zelos has now joined the party as well. So Dan Zelos is there, and Jacob Toffs is not too far away. So a man who made a little bit of progress yesterday in the first race is now starting to make his way onto the tail of that group ahead. So watch out for the Duckham's Yuasa liveried machine of Jacob Toffs, the 27 machine, which works his way now up towards the line. Jacob, who sits joint second in the championship with Joe Marshall coming into this race, but that could change if Joe does get the victory. Both him and Joe have had 2 victories to the name this year, but it's Tom Bradshaw with the most wins across the course of the season. Tom in the number 43 machine has had 6 victories, so he is absolutely the man that everyone has tried to beat. But after a little bit of a disappointing Silverstone where things didn't really go his way, a bit of trials and tribulations, and really put him on the back foot coming into this weekend. So Tom Bradshaw just trying to keep himself, as I said, out of trouble as he heads for the 4th time onto the Grand Prix circuit. Out front though, Joe Marshall, our race leader, still the quickest man out there. He's beaten his previous best, now down to a 129.154. So he's absolutely on the money in the early stages of this morning. He's now almost 3 seconds clear of Oliver Cottam, so a bigger gap starting to emerge between the top two. It was just shy of 10 seconds yesterday between Joe Marshall and the eventual second place man Ethan Hamilton, and it looks very much like he might be on for the same sort of strategy for today as well, especially with the middle of the top 10 starting to battle out, and maybe just to slow them down slightly as well. But no moves on the cards as it stands. Tom Bradshaw happy with where he sits, just behind Reece Summerfield. And as we said, when this race got underway, if he does make his way past Reece Summerfield, it would not gain him any extra points, but theoretically he would put kind of a car between himself and the next car, which is Ethan Hamilton, which is a bit of a buffer as you try and work your way to a championship this weekend. So for now, all looking good for Tom Bradshaw as he hustles the back of our AM class leader in the RS category up towards Druids Corner. There are nose to tail from there down towards Graham Hill Bend. And just to look a little bit further back, in the other categories we've got, of course, Club Sport this weekend, which is, again, Pro and AM in terms of the split. The Pro class is being led by Jonathan Moore in the number 12 machine, so he's got a comfortable margin at the minute over Lydia Wormsley in the 82 car. And in terms of the AMs in Club Sport, that's currently being led again by Charlie Tootill, who was the leader yesterday but didn't quite get the victory. He was passed on the final lap by Hannah Chapman. Hannah Chapman at the minute is a couple of places back as well, so Charlie has a fairly good lead within that category. Back towards the front though, Ethan Hamilton starting to struggle now. Sam Harvey has to go defensive because he went for a move on the 32 machine but didn't quite work out, so all of a sudden Sam Harvey now is under attack from 3 cars, because we mentioned Dan Zelos and Jacob Toffs, who goes for the inside line through the right-hander of Sheen Curve. It's a brave man to try and get the job done there. Doesn't quite come off, unfortunately, for Dan Zelos, and he might now find himself under pressure from Jacob Toffs in the number 27 machine, and all of a sudden Toby Trice in the 22 car has brought himself into the mix as well. So again, through the final corner at Clark Curve come those 3 cars. They are nose to tail as they work their way up towards the line. And just ahead of them, Tom Bradshaw looking to make a move again on Reece Summerfield, which doesn't quite work. He gets very close to the rear bumper through Paddock Hill Bend. He might just get the cut back as they head towards Druids, and Reece Summerfield won't make it too difficult for him to go through. So finally, Tom Bradshaw is now ahead up to 3rd place overall. It still gives him 6 points within the championship, but as I said, it's now a bit of a buffer between him and the next of the RS Pro drivers, which is still Ethan Hamilton, although he's had to work hard, as I said, on that previous lap to make sure that the car behind of Sam Harvey didn't squeeze his way through. So for now, Ethan has managed to keep himself out of trouble and in the position he has had for the majority of this race so far. Just under now 12 minutes to go for the leader, Joe Marshall, who has extended his lead in this race to 4 seconds. So he's almost a full straight between Hawthorns and Westfield, clear of the 2nd place car, Oliver Cottam. But this would be a very solid result for Oliver as well, because so far this year, looking at the results we've had, Oliver has not featured on the overall podium at all. So this could be one of his best performances of the season. Finds himself a long way down in the championship after missing the 2 final races here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit back in May, and also missing out at Alton Park earlier in the season as well. So Oliver Cottam hasn't had the best of seasons, but as I said, what a way it would be to end the year with a podium in the penultimate race of the season. But he's now got the small matter of Tom Bradshaw behind him, because all of a sudden, now that he's been released and passed Reece Summerfield, Tom Bradshaw very quickly has brought that gap down, because last time through, Tom Bradshaw was half a second quicker than the car ahead of Oliver Cottam. So half a second quicker, and also Tom Bradshaw's best lap of the race so far. Not as quick as what Joe Marshall has done in this race, but still Tom Bradshaw absolutely on a charge now. As further back, Sam Harvey almost gets down the inside of Ethan Hamilton for the 2nd time of asking, but again, as he makes that move, he then comes under pressure from the car behind of Dan Zelos, so he goes slightly defensive in towards the left-hander of Surtees. But today, it doesn't seem like Ethan Hamilton has got the pace, so whether he's on a slightly older set of tyres which are not working to the ability he needs, he might then be saving a little bit of a fresher set for the final race of the weekend. But whatever it is, for now, Ethan Hamilton in that number 32 machine, which sits there in 5th place, he's just managing to keep 1, 2, 3, 4 cars at bay. And it won't probably be too much longer until we get Matt Kyle Henney into the mix as well, the man who sits 2nd within the RS AM category. So he is almost going to now join the back of that train ahead of him. he's quite a way down on Reece Summerfield, so won't really have the chance of catching Reece in the 33 machine for a victory in this race, unless, of course, Reece has a bad second half of this second race for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. But for now, Reece Summerfield is looking good. Across the line they go again for this fight for what's going to be 5th position. Sam Harvey has a little nibble in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but again he's wary that if he tries in the same place, then Ethan Hamilton knows that move is coming, and of course the line will be covered, so he might want to try something a little bit different, maybe try and catch unawares around the circuit somewhere the car ahead of him. But for now, Ethan Hamilton, as we said, has done a tremendous job in the first 11 minutes of this race to make sure that Sam Harvey hasn't found his way through. So good job that he's doing to defend. And again, Sam Harvey has a brief look down the inside line in towards 30s, but you really do have to be committed there. You can't do a half-hearted lunge and make contact with the car. So for now, Sam Harvey just backed out that one in time. So it's going to be another little bit of a slipstream down under the bridge through Pilgrim's Drop. Up towards the right hand they go in towards Hawthorns for now the 8th time of asking. And of course, oblivious to all of this, out front is still Joe Marshall, who's almost now got 5 seconds in hand over Oliver Cotton. The gap between 2nd and 3rd continues to come down as well, because Bradshaw is within half a second now of 2nd place, and we'll see how that all looks as they work their way again towards the completion of this next lap. So here they come, Cotton and Bradshaw back into our sight. It's the vibrant green and blue machine of Cotton that sits there in 2nd place, and Tom Bradshaw with a more multicoloured car, yellow, black, bit of red, bit of blue on the rear as well, that we see from Tom Bradshaw. And again, he's hustling his way through in towards Paddock. To be fair as well, just looking in the background there, Reece Summerfield is not really dropping away here, so Reece might be able to come back into this if those two start to squabble as well. Again, it won't affect his class position, but it'll be oh so nice for Reece Summerfield to try and get himself onto the overall podium here in the 2nd race of the weekend. Reece Summerfield, a former Ginetta driver for many, many years, but over recent seasons has made the switch to Porsches and has gone very well across those years, as he's done across this season as well. So Reece Summerfield just sitting there at the minute in a little bit of a lonely 4th place, but as it stands he would be on for the victory. Ethan Hamilton runs slightly wide in the background, so we can see on towards the back straight that we've actually got a problem for Sam Harvey. So initially I thought it was Ethan Hamilton who ran wide and lost the place to Sam Harvey, but all of a sudden Sam Harvey's dropped 3 places, because through has gone Dan Zelos, Jacob Toffs and also Toby Trice. So a very bizarre moment there for the man who was attacking Ethan Hamilton, whether he missed a gear or maybe just has a slight mechanical problem starting to evolve on that machine. Not too sure, but for now it looks like Sam Harvey in that number 70 machine might just be back up to speed. So whatever the issue was there, it has seemed to have rectified itself. So he finds himself now ahead of the 25 machine of Matt Kyle Henney. And again, if he does lose a place to Matt, it wouldn't be for a class position, it would be just for the overall position, which is now going to be 9th place for Sam. Still all those 6 cars together though as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. The leaders for the first time now working their way through some traffic as well. Joe Marshall has made light work of that traffic in the early stages of the Lappery process, and it looks like Oliver Cotton and Tom Bradshaw have made their way through without too many dramas as well. And Reece Summerfield is also through as they head their way down on towards the Cooper Straight. I'm still really surprised. This is a great drive from Ethan Hamilton in that number 32 machine. He's had loads and loads of people now try to get through, but he's still managing to keep himself in this 5th place. It would be 4th place in class, so it wouldn't quite be a podium like he got yesterday with the RS Pro division, but still this is a sterling drive for Ethan Hamilton, another man who has failed unfortunately to get a win this year within the championship. The man who races with Graves Motorsport has been on the podium 4 times now. As I said, not quite going to be the podium this time round, but we'll see what he's got left in the tank for the 3rd and final race of the weekend this afternoon. But for 2nd place, Oliver Cotton, a little bit like Ethan Hamilton, is doing a grand job to take all the pressure from our championship leader, Tom Bradshaw. It might be quite crucial for Tom to get through here, because as we said, as it currently stands, 10 points would be going the way of Joe Marshall, plus the point he's got as well for fastest lap. So that's 11. 6 points go the way of Tom Bradshaw, so that would close the gap down in the championship to 8 points. If Tom could get through, it would give him an extra 2 points. That would make it 10 points. That he'd only need 1 point from the final race. So of course, the easier he can make the job in the final race of the weekend, the better it is for Tom Bradshaw. Oliver's slightly wide through Druid's corner, so this might now be the opportunity for Tom Bradshaw to get his way through. He can't get the car to the inside line, so the first small mistake we've seen really in this race for the 98 machine. So Oliver Cossum, who runs there in second position, will have to defend again down towards the left-hander of Surtees, but doesn't feel the need to do so because Tom Bradshaw wasn't really looking to the inside line. So that's all good for now. Unfortunately for Dan Zelos, he's just received a 5-second penalty for track limits. I think that's the first one we've seen in this championship this weekend. Didn't get any track limit penalties yesterday. Of course, we got the 10-second penalty for Reece Summerfield for his jump start, but first track limit penalty going away of Dan Zelos. Quite a crucial one as well, because where he is in that battle, he's going to drop in behind Jacob Toffs, Toby Trice, Sam Harvey, and also Matt Kyle Henney. So a load of places unfortunately lost for the former Mini Challenge driver, and also champion Dan Zelos was in that a couple of seasons ago. And just confirmation on the points, it would be 120 for Tom Bradshaw, 112 for Joe Marshall as it stands, and 104 for Jacob Toffs, which would now put him out of the championship hunt in RS Pro. So he would be one that we'd lose, but we would still keep Joe Marshall and Tom Bradshaw for the final race, as Tom has another look down on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. But again, he won't take any risks within this race. He'll probably be getting the information about what he needs to do and what the points look like. And Oliver Cotton might have just left the door open again, because here comes Tom Bradshaw, another place about to be taken away, and that will be second place now for our championship leader. So what was 8 points in the championship now becomes 10 points between Tom Bradshaw and Joe Marshall. So Joe's got to go into another victory later on and hope that Tom Bradshaw effectively doesn't finish. Or if he does score 1 point, that would still be the championship, wouldn't it, for Tom Bradshaw, because he's had more wins than Sam Harvey. So if they do finish on equal points, it then tends to go back to count back on how many wins you've had across the course of the season. So it would have to be a win for Joe and a non-finish for Tom in the final race of the weekend, as things currently stand. Got 2.5 minutes left now within this race, so Joe Marshall will be working his way through onto the penultimate lap very shortly. If you're on the Indy circuit and you can see a big screen, you can see a replay of how that happened with Tom Bradshaw getting to the inside line of Oliver Cossum. That was really his second mistake in the race, because the first one came a lap ago at Graham Hill Bend, and then maybe the tyres again just starting to fade away in the latter stages of this race. So Oliver Cossum just letting that car slide slightly wide, which allowed Tom Bradshaw to, as I said, get to the inside, and from there on in he's got his car up alongside and through, went in towards Druid's corner. It's under 2 minutes to go. Here comes this titanic battle still going on at the minute between Ethan Hamilton with Dan Zelos on the road behind, but of course with the penalty he'll drop behind the 4 cars he has following him. So Zelos, Toffs, Trice and Harvey. Harvey's looking to make a move back down the inside line. Here comes Sam at Paddock Hill Bend. The 70 machine on the inside line. He just manages to avoid contact with the rear quarter panel of Toby Trice, but that was the first kind of move he's had to try and get that place back after a slightly bizarre moment, as we said, on towards the Grand Prix circuit midway through, where the pace just disappeared from Sam and he lost those 4 places, but is now once again in that position where he attacks. He then has to defend because Matt Kyle Henney is right on his bumper. And again, as I said, he's not really going to be important for class positions and points, but it could very much affect the overall classification of this race for Sam Harvey in that number 70 machine with the pink wing mirrors that he has on that car. So he is accelerating his way uphill now in towards the right-hander of Hawthorns. And then we're going to have one final lap to go at the end of this one, because Joe Marshall already is working his way towards the completion of this lap. Just to say, in the other categories, well, the RSAM, this could be wrapped up for Oliver Meadows provisionally, because he's got enough points in hand heading into the final race over Matt Kyle Henney. So Oliver Meadows looking good to be the provisional RSAM champion in the Porsche Sprint Challenge as it stands. And as this race got underway, Jonathan Moore now has provisionally been crowned the Club Sport Pro champion. And in the AMS, in Club Sport, it's Hannah Chapman, who's had a fantastic year. She's now taken 13 wins in that category out of the 16 races we've had. So she's very much on her way to be the provisional champion within Club Sport AM at the end of this race as well. So as we said, as it stands, there will be one championship which goes all the way to the final race, which would be for the Pro RS. But it would have to be an absolute stormer for Joe Marshall and a real bad race for Tom Bradshaw. So we've got one in this championship going down to the final race of the year, which is what we want this weekend. It is the championship finale, and we've got loads of champions to be crowned across the course of today. And again, confirmation that there are 10 points now between Tom Bradshaw and Joe Marshall, who works his way for the final time up towards the right-hander of Westfield. He'll be heading then back downhill through Dingledale, and then the final couple of corners to complete the lap on the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch to kick off the racing on Sunday. And it's going to be a second win of the weekend for Joe Marshall. He's been absolutely dominant so far this weekend, and as it stands, it's going to be a third victory within the RS Pro division as well. So he works his way under the bridge down towards Clark Kerr for the final time, and Joe Marshall with the Vera tools back in on the car. He works his way nicely towards the line, and he will still have a slight chance of a championship in race number 3. He flashes his lights, he comes through, and Joe Marshall takes victory in round 17 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Tura Verdi are happy with Tom Bradshaw and what he's just done as he works his way across the line. And for third place, it will be Oliver Cottam, his first podium of the year. So well done to Oliver. And then Reece Summerfield comes through next in the RS Am division to pick up the victory there for the first time this weekend after his 10-second penalty yesterday. And for Reece, that'll only be his second victory in class this season. Ethan Hamilton did a tremendous job to keep at bay all those cars behind, so he comes through in 5th place. Jacob Toffs is 6th, Toby Trice is 7th, and Sam Harvey 8th. Matt Kyle Henny comes through in 9th place overall and picks up 2nd place within the RS Am category. And Dan Zelos, with his 5-second penalty for track limits, drops himself down into 10th position. So not the race that Dan would have wanted, but again, he'll try and do his best all the way until the final race. Confirmation provisionally, as we said, that Oliver Meadows is your 2025 Porsche Sprint Challenge GB RS Am champion for this year. So many congratulations to Ollie. Across the course of the season for Team Parker Racing, he has taken 8 victories to that of Matt Cole Henny, which is 7. So he has had the most wins across the course of the year, and he'll be a happy man, I'm sure, down in there Parc Fermé very shortly indeed. Just to go through the rest of the order, well, 11th place went the way of Ollie Meadows, 12th place to Dan Lewis, and then Dean Burden and Amy Watts were next up in 13th and 14th. 15th place went the way of Jason Baker. Then we saw our Club Sport Pro winner, which was Jonathan Moore. 2nd place in that category went the way of Lydia Wormsley. Charlie Tutiel, on his debut in the championship this weekend, picks up a very deserved Club Sport Am victory. So well done to him, ahead of multiple winner this year, Hannah Chapman, and Paul Porter grabs 3rd within Club Sport Am. Katia Loggy next up in 21st and 4th place in class, and it's going to be Alistair Weston who picks up the 22nd place and 5th place within Club Sport Am for the second race of the weekend. But for Joe Marshall, 6.8 seconds clear, not quite the dominance he had yesterday, which was nearly 10 seconds, but still a fantastic drive for him to take what will be now his 3rd victory of the season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. One more race to come from them to round out their season this afternoon. We've got the Viratools F4 British Championship on the way very shortly, and we've got Josh Barrett standing by down in Parc Fermé with a podium. But for now, let's head back to Alan Hyde.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And with your messages as well on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877 is the number. We need your first name and your message, and on WhatsApp send it off to 07482 877 877. Now, post-race interviews are taking place down in Parc Fermé, and they are for ITV's crew, who are live all day today, right the way through, for all of our champions being crowned over the course of today. So live interviews down in Parc Fermé. Hopefully we'll get to hear from one or two of the drivers on the podiums over the course of today with Josh, but in the meantime we'll get through some of your messages as well. Hi to Julian, Graham, Lisa and Paula. Good morning, Alan. We're here for the big finale. Exciting times. Gloves off for the big fight. Julian, Graham, Lisa and Paula, with some great pictures of pit lane walkabout and some very happy faces as well. Thank you for sending that in on WhatsApp. Can you wish a belated happy 21st birthday to Reece, who is sat at Paddock Hill? That comes from Grandad, Dad and Big Brother as well. Reece, a very happy belated 21st birthday to you. We don't need surnames, by the way, here on air. We only do first names. We're getting pictures, as I'm sure you are on the big screens as well, of drivers getting out of the cars down in Parc Fermé, and they'll go over and do their television interviews, and then they'll be heading over to the podium, which you can see, if you can see a big screen just there in the background. The podium all day today is based down in in the paddock. However, for the final race of today for the BTCC, with the final race podium and the champions podium as well, that will be happening down on the start-finish line. That to look forward to. This one says, hello again, can you give a shout out to my hubby Martin? He was rushed into hospital early hours of Wednesday morning. We didn't think he would make it, but we're here for the exciting finale to cheer on Ingram and the team. Thanks to you all. Fantastic commentary this year, and that comes from June. Thank you very much indeed, June. And Martin, great that you've made a recovery and that you're here at Brands Hatch to enjoy the final meeting of the year and to cheer on your favourite driver in Ingram. This one says, morning all, shout out to Ryan, who's here for his first ever race meeting. We had to bribe him with beers to get him to come along to Brands Hatch this weekend. I'm sure you won't need it a second time. Fingers crossed for Ingram. That comes from Matthew Fletcher. Matthew, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hi Alan and guys, it's Perrin here. We can't hear the PA system on the PA straight, on the pit straight. We'll see what we can do about that. We'll have a word with our technicians on site here and see if we can make sure that you can hear the PA all the way around the circuit. That's the plan. If not, you can listen online at tokalive.net, and you can listen on an FM radio 88.3 FM as well if there's a temporary problem with the PA system, but we'll look into that. This one says, hey team, it's from Mark, Dave and Oscar. We'll do that request as well. This one says, hi Alan and everyone at Toka Live, from John, literally the biggest 7 foot tall BTCC fan. Me and my mum, Jackie, are watching from Paddock Hill with my Ash Sutton 116 banner. Also, I've a request for a motorsport song, which in fairness, there aren't really many. But there are about 7-ish motorsport songs as far as I know, and 3 of them I believe would make perfect future green flag lap songs. We'll go through those, have a little listen to those. Thank you very much indeed from John for making suggestions for green flag. We've already sorted it out for today, by the way. Lewis here, please can we, yes we can, we'll make sure that happens. And this one says, go Ash go, make our journey from Scotland worth it, no pressure at all, thanks. And that comes from Josh, aged 9. Right, single seaters are lining up in the sunshine down on the grid. That means we've got our second race of the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship. I wonder, let's just catch up with Josh down there and see if we are close to getting a podium, or are we going to be thinking about a local podium for you and us pressing on with the race?
I think a local podium is probably a good idea, isn't it? Because we've got 4 podiums to get through.
You've got plenty of podiums for the Porsche Sprint Challenge, so Josh, we'll leave it in your capable hands, in which case we'll hand over in the commentary box to Matt Suckling for the build-up to the second race of the weekend for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA.
Thank you so much, Alan. Yep, so we're looking forward to single-seaters for the second time this weekend. First time that we'll get to see them on track this morning. And what a season it's been. It's been an absolutely fantastic grid we've had across the course of 2025. And the championship always culminating here at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. Provisionally, yesterday, Finn McLaughlin wrapped it up. He came in with a healthy points lead of 61.5 points. He did enough yesterday with his second place to make sure that he has been crowned the champion for this year. So many congratulations to Finn, the Irishman, who is in his first year of racing the F4 British Championship, and he'll have a great career ahead of him. He's the man with the Red Bull backed car, which sits down there on the grid, a little bit lower down on the grid for today, but the reason for that is because race 2 of a weekend for F4 is the reverse of the top 12 after qualifying. So it's where we see lots of overtaking, some people making up more places than others, and for this race you might think it's a little bit unfair to see the quickest down towards the middle of the pack, but you also get extra points for the amount of places you make up within a race. So it's kind of an incentive to work your way forward to get those extra points. So we've got a cracking grid down there in front of us. As we said, Finn McLaughlin now far enough ahead not to be caught within the main championship, but we've still got the fight on between Jimmy Bezique and Martin Molnar. They will now be fighting it up for runners-up spot within the championship. Jimmy Bezique did a great job yesterday to get what was his 5th victory of the season, which actually equals the champion for this year, Finn McLaughlin. So both of those now have shared 5 wins apiece. We've also got Martin Molnar on 2 wins. He is 17 points adrift of Jimmy Physique, and with the pace this weekend, Jimmy is going to be a hard man to try and beat. But again, in this reverse grid race, we'll see what the progress can be of both Jimmy and also of Martin Molnar. So that's what we've got to look forward to in terms of the runners-up spot. Rookie Cup has already been wrapped up before this weekend. Finn McLaughlin crowned champion for High Tech at Silverstone ahead of Thomas Behrman, and it looks like Thomas might be now secure in the runners-up spot of the Rookie Cup as the cars now head off onto their formation lap. The only thing that really stands now is going to be the Team Cup, which is very, very close indeed between High Tech and Rodin Motorsport. 14.5 points separate those two teams. So that's going to be the battle that goes pretty much all the way down to the final race of the year. And in terms of the Challenge Cup, which was new for this year, it's a chance for drivers just to do 7 selected rounds across the course of the season. That was also wrapped up at Silverstone, although the points between Ari Bansal and Ella Lloyd was only 21.5 points due to the fact that Ella Lloyd not here this weekend. She completed her season at Silverstone. Ella is on duty on the F1 Academy at what's going to be Singapore for the weekend. So she is not here, so that was already confirmed at Silverstone last time out. So Ari Bansal is the Challenge Cup champion for this year. And as the cars head on to their formation lap, let's take you through how the grid lines up then for this second race of the weekend. Reversal of the top 12, as we said. Number 21, Tommy Harfield finds himself on pole position. Number 33, Cole Hewitson is going to be there alongside on the front row. So Tommy has had a tremendous season. He was one of those who entered the Challenge Cup for the start of the year, but then decided to do the full campaign after having the funding. So Tommy has been a revelation this year within F4. He lines up, as I said, alongside Cole Hewitson. The second row of the grid then sees number 7, which is Thomas Behrman. He'll be joined by number 90, which is Chase Fernandez. Then onto the third row, we have number 15, which is going to be Dries van Langendonk. Dries will be alongside number 24, Martin Molnar. Then onto row number 4, where we'll find number 23, which is Theo Palmer. He'll have for company number 5, the provisional champion for this year, Finn McLaughlin. The fifth row then headed by number 25, which is Ethan Jeff Hall, alongside number 12, which is Adam Alazari. The sixth row, number 93, yesterday's winner, Jimmy Physique. He'll have alongside him number 62, the German driver, Arjen Kralin. Then on to row number 7, where you'll find number 26, Henry Joslin, being joined by number 2, which is Joseph Smith. Then to row number 8, number 19, is going to be Alexander Savinkov, with on the outside number 42, Ryan Campbell-Pillin, who failed to start the race yesterday, unfortunately. He had a fairly big hit in qualifying in the morning, so that car was not repairable for yesterday, but hopefully Rowan's car will be out there for today. The ninth row then sees number 4, which is Xavier Avramides, joined by number 43, which is Hami Sadiq. The 10th row, number 44, is Guy Albage, with 40, Piotr Ozachenko. The 11th row, number 69, is Yuhao Fu. And the final place on the grid is going to be that of number 13, which is Henry Mercier. So it gives us 22 starters for this Viratools F4 British Championship race certified by FIA. Keep an eye on Dries van Langendonk. He was another man who's joined the championship fairly recently, and he's been another revelation in the last few rounds. So Dries van Langendonk yesterday came from the pit lane, worked his way up about 7 places. So let's see what he can do from 5th place on the grid. That's the McLaren coloured car which sits there on row 3. One for the pit lane as well, I think, is August Raber by the looks of it. So he was meant to start from the pit lane yesterday. He unfortunately didn't start the race at all. So he's going to have to do that for today from the pit lane as his penalty. Looks like Rowan Campbell-Pillin's car is there, which is good. So 42 is repaired. The JHR team doing a grand job to get that repaired overnight. So he'll be there to try and work his way through. But 20 minutes of racing to look forward to in the reverse grid for F4. The second time this weekend, the red lights go out. And it's going to be a good-ish start from Tommy Harfield. But it's going to be actually Chase Fernandez in the Viratools backed car, which gets himself up into 3rd place. So great start from him from the outside of row number 2 as he works his way past already the car ahead of him, which was Thomas Behrman. So Thomas already now under pressure from Dries van Langendonk, who tries to go right round the outside in towards Druid's corner. He's a little bit wide there, so he's going to be on the dirty part of the circuit, and he's going to be hung out to dry as well on the exit of the corner, which might now bring Finn McLaughlin into the mix. So yeah, the number 5 machine has gone through. So cracking start from Finn from the outside of row number 4 already. Thomas Behrman trying to get back on Chase Fernandez on towards the left-hander at Surtees as they pile their way through the corner, and again hopefully get through without any dramas, which they have. There's a few stragglers towards the back of the field, but barring that, I think everyone is safely through on the first half a lap. But as we said, this reverse grid race always gives us great racing because, as we mentioned, quicker drivers coming from lower down. Thomas Behrman slightly wide through the exit of Hawthorne, so he's now going to be passed by Finn McLaughlin into Westfield. He then gets a little bit wobbly and he's almost lost the car there, just about caught the rear end, did the number 5 machine of Finn McLaughlin, but thank goodness he wrapped up the championship yesterday because that could have been a very, very scary moment. He's managed to keep the car on the track and also in 4th place, and now unfortunately for the 15 machine of Dries van Langendonk, he's now getting a bit assaulted from behind because Thomas Behrman, and now round the outside is going to be possibly one of the Agenti cars there. So is that going to be Ethan Jeff Hall working his way up the order? Let's have a look as they come through. Ethan Jeff Hall is going to be up there into 6th position, so a man who featured on the podium yesterday is now ahead of Dries van Langendonk. Got further side-by-side action further back, and almost a moment there as well for the number 19 machine. So that was going to be Alexander Savinkov, who just got a little bit towel happy on the run through Paddock Hill Bend. But it just shows, doesn't it? Early start to the morning for F4. Conditions are good in terms of the air temperature, but track temperature still building up to where it needs to be. So a few drivers just struggling with the tyres and the grip they need from these machines, and that is just catching a few drivers out at the minute, one being Finn McLaughlin on that first lap, and at the start of the second lap it was then the car of, as we mentioned, a little bit further down, Savinkov, who had a little bit of a moment. Big screens will show you the move for Finn McLaughlin. It'll be interesting if we stay on board actually to see what happened on the run out of Westfield as well, because he got the move done, as I said, on Thomas Behrman, who was slightly wide through Hawthorns, and then looking towards the next right-hander. This is where the back end steps away from Finn, and in fact it was contact, wasn't there? So he actually got a little bit of a touch on the right rear. I thought it was actually him running wide, but it was actually some contact from potentially the recovering Thomas Behrman. Let's have a look in towards Westfield on the replay, and yeah, it was a slight nudge, wasn't it? Just as Finn McLaughlin got off the accelerator, he then had to be careful as Thomas Behrman ran into the back of him. But all good, they've all survived, as Thomas Behrman has a little bit of a lock-up in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So that won't do the front right tyre on that car any good, but still for Tom, having a good run there in the top 5. As we mentioned yesterday, brother Ollie Behrman over in Singapore this weekend doing his thing for Haas in Formula 1. But Thomas Behrman has had a great rookie season within British F4, and for now finds himself just off the podium behind Finn McLaughlin. It is Tommy Harfield though that leads the way. He has just under half a second in hand over the man who started alongside him on the front row of the grid, which is 33 Cole Hewitson. So those two go nose to tail up towards the right-hander of Hawthorns for the 3rd time of asking. Still 3rd place for Chase Fernandez after a good start to get past Thomas Behrman on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and then Finn McLaughlin, and then, as we mentioned, Thomas Behrman, the top 5. Ethan Jeff Hall, podium yesterday, now in 6th place, and in fact, when I said Dries van Langendonk should be one to watch out for, he's actually dropped back from where he started. So Dries now down to 7th place after starting in 5th position. Got Martin Molnar in 8th place, the man who's trying to get runners-up spot within the championship. That is going his way at the minute because he is a couple of places up the road from Jimmy Bezique, who finds himself behind Adam Alazari, and those two cars do complete the top 10 as it currently stands. And with that, leaders back with us once again. Top 3 all together as they work their way towards Paddock Hill Bend for the 4th time of asking. Finn McLaughlin at the minute can't quite stay with the top 3, so he is just having his own worries and trying to keep at bay Thomas Behrman, who last time through actually was the quickest man on circuit. So Thomas Behrman in 5th place, watch out for him, 125.828. And the other thing to factor in as well for this reverse grid race, some of the drivers might have saved their best set of tyres for this race of the weekend, because if you find yourself down the order after qualifying but you get the reversal for this reverse grid race, then it's an ideal opportunity to try and get a win. And as I said, many drivers might just be saving their rubber for this race rather than race number 1 and 3. So that's why you see the likes of Tommy Harfield and Cole Hewitson doing a fairly good job out in front. Chase Fernandez is starting to pick up the pace as well through Sector 1, not too bad. Through Sector 2 though, Tommy Harfield is responding. He's just gone and done the best of anyone through the middle part of the circuit. We've got 4 sectors on the Grand Prix circuit this weekend, so we'll get an indication of who's doing what through those 4 different sectors. And already in this race we're having our first black and white flag for track limits. So unfortunately for number 2, Joseph Smith, he has just received a warning. Too many more of those, of course, it will land you in some trouble.
We've had remarkably few of them over the course of the racing this weekend, haven't we?
We have, and I think due to that is because out on the Grand Prix circuit, you're victim of your own success in a way, aren't you?
You dare not. Yeah.
If you run wide, you either find grass, gravel, or a barrier.
Or yesterday, leaves.
Leaves, yes.
Yeah.
We had our leaf sweepers out
We
there.
had leaves on the curb.
Guys doing our best to pick those up throughout the course of qualifying yesterday, but yeah, it's the nature of this circuit, which is a fantastic circuit. Many drivers rave about coming here, but we very rarely get to race on the Grand Prix circuit, and with that it does become a little bit dusty, and this time of year where the autumnal weather is now starting to set in, and with the wind we had yesterday, many leaves being blown around the circuit as well, with the kind of woodland nature of the Grand Prix circuit. And I'd very much advise you to head out there this weekend. If you're here today, get out there, go and have a look around. It's iconic.
Oh, it's fabulous, absolutely
so
fabulous.
Nice.
Go and have a countryside walk.
Yes, and it feels like you're on top of the cars sometimes because you're so close and you're kind of raised up. So yeah, do have the ability to walk the Grand Prix circuit and get to pretty much every single corner around the back of the track. So do have a venture for the rest of the day. We've got 13 minutes remaining then in this British F4 race. Tommy Harfield still leading by just over half a second. Finn McLaughlin in 4th place is now just starting to charge because on board we ride with him on the big screens around the circuit. We can now almost see Finn McLaughlin with the top 3. So he's got his head down. He's pulled out the bag the quickest lap of the race last time through, and he might be on for another quickest lap this time as well. He works his way down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and he does briefly, but then behind him Thomas Behrman takes over the fastest lap. So we've actually got both Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Behrman starting to work together to make it a quintet for the lead of this race. So keep an eye on that in the second half. Unfortunately though, Rowan Campbell-Pilling is for the pit lane, so the hard work that the team were doing yesterday to get that car repaired was good to get it onto the grid, but unfortunately he is destined for the pit lane in the early stages of this race. So he'll have one more outing this year in race number 3, but for now Rowan Campbell-Pilling trundles down the pit lane with some more dramas for that car, unfortunately. Josh?
Yeah, that's right, and the JHR team are here and ready. It's got quite a lot of camber on the front wheels, but I think that's just the setup, and yeah, they've obviously Rowan's radioed in because one of the team members sort of just shakes the hand, so perhaps it's a legacy of this incident yesterday. There's some fluid on the left-hand side of the bodywork that mechanics just spotted, so a fluid leak of some description that's caused our own Campbell-Pilling to pit and retire, so they'll try again later on this afternoon.
Yeah, at least he's recognised that, which is good. So Rowan's brought the car in safely to the pit lane, so he's out of harm's way and off the circuit, which is good. Leaders back with us then. Tommy Harfield's gap over Cole Hewitson is now going to be less than what it was a lap ago. So we're down to just under 0.7 of a second between the top two. Chase Fernandez is still chasing those ahead. He's half a second adrift as they work their way through Paddock Hill Bend. And Finn McLaughlin, that time round, his pace just kind of neutralised because he was on par with Chase ahead of him. Behind Thomas Behrman still continued to go quicker, so got the top 5 together. I'd also offer you up now the next 3 because Ethan Jeff Hall, Dries van Langendonk and Martin Molnar are not too far back as well. And to be fair, you could almost get the next 2 in as well because Adam Alazari and Henry Joslin in 10th position are only under 5 seconds back from the race leader. So this is a cracking battle out front. It's very hard, as we've said, to pass around the Grand Prix circuit, but with some quicker drivers lower down, they might have the ability to do so across the course of the second half of this race, which is not too far away. We're just about to come up to the completion of 10 minutes. On this lap, Henry Joslin at the back of that 10-car train is looking quite racy because through Sector 1, he's just gone and done the best sector time of anyone. So the 26 machine is going to be another one to watch in the second half. So the man who races with Fortec Motorsport, they had their own dramas yesterday in qualifying where Henry unfortunately lost the rear wing in that session. So it was a very quick dash back to the paddock to get a new one, and they got that fitted, thankfully, during a red flag period of the qualifying session. So Henry has done well to qualify and find himself now, as I said, inside the top 10 as they all work their way again through the first corner, head uphill in towards the Sunshine at Druid, and the top 3 once again concertina back together. So just over a second now between Harfield, Hewitson and Fernandez. And that time through, Finn McLaughlin, the second place car within the rookie order at the minute, because Cole Hewitson is the car that leads that. Finn McLaughlin, his pace is just dropping away now, so he's kind of gone through the spell of catching, but in a way you now start to hit that dirty air, so that will then maybe start to slow things down, but Thomas Behrman doesn't show any sign of slowing down just yet, because he still keeps himself onto the tail of Finn McLaughlin in the Red Bull backed car. And further down, the lap was completed by Henry Joslin, and he did actually do the quickest lap of the race. So Henry Joslin is definitely one to watch out now in 10th position. Whether he'll be able to make up any places, we'll have to wait and see. But Henry Joslin, nonetheless, a 1:25.209, so a cracking lap there for the youngster in car number 26. We can now see the battle a long way down between August Raybar, between Yu Hao Fu, and what looks to be the number 40 machine of Piotr Orzechowski. Those three cars running together, and I think Orzechowski has, I think got through on Yu Hao Fu this time round. So we've had a little bit of a swap around as August Raybar works his way through the field. That was from the pit lane, so a little bit like Dries van Langendonk yesterday. August Raybar is making up a few places as he works his way through this race. The completion of lap number 8 now for the race leaders, as they again start this lap, head their way down towards Graham Hill Bend. And for the first time in a long time, Tommy Harfield has just managed to open the gap to not quite a second, but not too far away from it. So Harfield and Hewitts are now out to 0.8 of a second. Replay on a big screen of someone running wide onto the Grand Prix circuit, and that would have been behind Jimmy Pazik and Theo Palmer. So I'd probably hazard a guess it's going to be Alexander Savinkov, who just had a slight moment. He didn't lose a place. He managed to keep the momentum going onto the Grand Prix circuit. So Savinkov keeps himself in 13th position, ahead of the Challenge Cup leader at the minute, which is number 2, Joseph Smith. He is the only one that I can recall at the minute that has got a track limit warning. So everyone else is being very well behaved out there on circuit in this second race for British F4. But for Tommy Harfield, he might be on for an extended race lead now, because he's gone a little bit quicker through Sector 1. He's quicker than Cole Hewitson through Sector 2, and he's done a personal best through Sector 3. So Tommy Harfield looking very, very nice at the minute in the order. As we said, he switched from the Challenge Cup to the full campaign midway through, because he thought he had the pace, and with a bit more backing, Tommy Harfield has been absolutely fantastic this year. Sits 4th within the championship, and with this result, he's not going to be too far away actually from Martin Molnar, because Tommy Harfield's on for maximum points you can get in race number 2. Martin Molnar is down in 8th position, so that's a big points haul for Tommy Harfield. The only thing he won't get, of course, is points for places gained, because he did start there on pole position, so he's just going to effectively get maximum points, whereas Martin Molnar, who is currently in 8th position, he has in fact dropped 2 places, so he won't gain any extra points either. So this is going to be a nice points haul for Tommy Harfield. And going into the final race of the year for British F4, we might see a challenge for Tommy Harfield to get ahead of Martin Mulder in the championship, which would be absolutely fantastic for the number 21 machine. A man who's very quiet in the way he speaks. He doesn't say a lot, but he puts all of his speaking onto the track and gets the job done. So Tommy now over a second clear of Cole Hewitson, and so far this season Tommy Harfield with the Chris Titman Racing team has picked up 2 overall race victories. He could be adding another one to that as it currently stands. We've got just under 6 minutes to go now as the cars head back off the Grand Prix circuit and down towards Clark Curve. Tommy Harfield that time round also took away the quickest lap of the race. We're down to a 1:25.205 as he flashes through once again. On to lap number 11 he goes. He did just slightly lose a few tenths of a second that time to Cole Hewitson, so maybe Cole now starting to chase back up onto the tail of our race leader. Maybe there's something left in the tank in the closing stages of this race. Meantime, third place Chase Fernandez is under pressure now for his final step on the podium, because Finn McLaughlin is not too far adrift, and Thomas Behrman has kept up this tremendous pace as well inside the top 5. So the man who sits third within the rookies is there or thereabouts, and he keeps himself ahead of what's going to be Ethan Jeff Hall, who, as we said, finished himself on the podium yesterday for JBMotorsports. He's had 5 podiums. One of those has been a race victory across the course of 2025. In terms of the championship, well, Finn McLaughlin would further extend his lead over Jimmy Pazik. Between Jimmy Pazik and Martin Molnar, there would now be 16 points if things stay like this on circuit, but I'm quite intrigued to see how close Tommy Harfield would be, and we'll get a point calculation for you on that as we get the classification through. But I think Tommy Harfield will very much be in the mix as we head into the third and final race of the weekend. Another good battle further down now. This is between yesterday's winner Jimmy Pazik, just heading his way in towards Sterling. He's got Theo Palmer behind him, who unfortunately on the last lap yesterday ended up in the gravel trap at Clark Curve. So that's been another car which has had to be repaired over the course of the evening. And then behind them is going to be the 19 machine, which had a moment a couple of laps ago through Surtees. Alexander Savinkov comes through. So those three cars now making their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Brief look from Theo Palmer, but the speed these F4 cars run around the Indy part of the circuit, it's once again quite tricky to get a move done, but here he comes up towards Druids briefly again. Theo Palmer looking for the inside line, so again maybe Jimmy Pazik has used the best of his tyres so far this weekend in race number 1, and Theo Palmer might just have a little bit more in terms of tyre wear as we head into the last 3.5 minutes of this race. So it's going to be another look possibly to the inside in towards Surtees. In fact, they both run the similar line through the corner, and it's all going to be about your acceleration and your exit from Surtees as you head down through Pilgrim's Drop. So Jimmy Pazik holds the position at the minute, which is a long way down from where he was yesterday, but as I said, with the reversal of the grid after qualifying, it does mean that drivers have to think about tactically how they want to work their way through the field. So Jimmy Pazik holding on to 11th, 12th place Theo Palmer, and 13th place for Alexander Savinkov, which we can currently see on the big screen. We can now see our race leader, Tommy Harfield, working his way back towards us. He's going to squeeze in, I'd say, just 2 more laps, because that's all we have left on the clock in this second British F4 race. Tommy Harfield again has extended the margin over Cole Hewitson very nicely indeed. So on his way he goes down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's 1.1 seconds now between the top 2. It's 3/4 of a second between the 33 machine and the number 90 of Chase Fernandez. And Finn McLaughlin is now a second adrift of the final step on the podium. So maybe Finn McLaughlin hasn't got anything in store, unfortunately, for Chase Fernandez. We've still got 5th place for number 7, which is Thomas Behrman. 6th place, number 25, is Ethan Jeff Hall. And then number 15, Dries van Langendonk, sits there in 7th, ahead of Martin Molnar, Adam Alazari, and Henry Joslin still completes your top 10. Quickest lap of the race has gone back the way of our race leader, Tommy Harfield. So he is currently on a 125.205. And on this lap, he's pretty identical in terms of sector times through the first one with Cole Hewitson. Through the second one, he's slightly quicker, so it looks like it might be an extended margin again for Tommy Harfield, but with the pace he's shown, with not a foot wrong, he could be set for his 3rd victory of the season for Tommy as he works his way now through Sheen Curve. A little bit of sunlight just peeking through the trees there, then into the shady part of the circuit through Sterling's, and then all of a sudden you come back onto the Indy circuit and you're greeted with not just some bright lights, but a wonderful crowd here this weekend at Brands Hatch. The drivers will see that. I'm sure they'll be loving the support they've got here this weekend as well. And for Tommy Harfield, he's got one more lap of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit to do in race number 2 of the Viratools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. He's extended his margin once again over Cole Hewitson to 1.2 seconds. And what's happening for 2nd and 3rd, that probably is one of the closest battles inside the top 5. Although saying that, for 5th place, Thomas Behrman now starting to come under pressure from Ethan Jeff Hall. So I don't think that's quite set in stone at the minute, as those 4 cars run down towards Graham Hill Bend. You've got Dries van Langendonk in the mix, and also on the tail of that as well, the number 24 machine of Martin Molnar. So those 4 cars scrapping over a place with inside the top 5. Not too far back again are going to be that of Adam Alazari and Henry Joslin. Adam in the number 12 machine has been a race winner so far this year, and Henry Joslin for Fortec has unfortunately missed out on a win on, well, you could say 7 times this year, because he's been 2nd or 3rd in 7 races across the course of 2025. But for race number 3, we'll see what Henry Joslin has in the tank for Fortec Motorsport. With 15 seconds left on the clock though, Tommy Harfield is about to work his way for the final time in towards the left-hander of Sterling's. It's been, as I said, a really, really good season for the youngster. He has gone for the full campaign. If he returns next year, which I'm sure he will, Tommy Harfield is going to be one to watch. But here at Brands Hatch, on the Grand Prix circuit, Tommy Harfield is going to be a three-time winner this year in the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, takes the checker flag in style and wins by 1.4 seconds over Cole Hewitson. Cole comes through as our first rookie within that race as well, and Chase Fernandez gets himself onto the podium. It's been one of those years for Chase where things haven't really gone his way and Excel Motorsport, but for him, he now picks up his third podium of the season. Fourth place goes to our provisional champion for this year, Finn McLaughlin, second within the rookies as well, and Thomas Behrman manages to hold on to his fifth place in car number 7 and also picks up third place within the rookies. Next through, sixth place number 25 is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall, just ahead of Dries van Langendonk, who in fact lost 2 places off the grid rather than making any positions up, unfortunately, for the Belgium driver. 8th place then for number 24 is Martin Molnar. 9th place for number 12, Adam Alazari, and 10th place for number 26 is going to be that of Henry Joslin. Top 10, by the way, covered by 8 seconds, and if you bear in mind that the race leader Tommy Harfield was 1.5 seconds up the road, not much covered the field from 2nd down to 10th place, so cracking race there. Not lots of overtaking, but again, everyone kind of going for what they could do without putting themselves in any trouble whatsoever. Behind the top 10, 11th place for yesterday's winner was Jimmy Pazik. 12th place, number 23, Theo Palmer. 13th place went the way of number 19, which is the Italian driver Alexander Savinkov. And then behind them, Joseph Smith, who was our Challenge Cup winner here in race number 2. Xavier Avramides was next up in 15th place, with Arjun Kradin from the back of the grid down in 16th position. 17th place went the way of Henry Mercier. August Raber in 18th. We've got Sadiq Fu in 19th and 20th. Ozaczowski in 21st. Guy Oldbarge was 22nd. And unfortunately for Rowan Campbell-Pillin, he was one of our only non-finishers within that race, with, as Josh described, some fluid seeking from the side of that car. But all being good, we should have Rowan back out there for the final race of the weekend, which will be coming your way here at Brands Hatch around about 3:20 this afternoon. But on the way next, we start to get the build-up for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. All of that is on the way.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
With loads of your messages here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch. Thank you everyone for sending in messages. I'll try to get through as many as I can over the course of today. This one says, morning guys, here at Brands Hatch with David, Matthew, Ethan, Amber and Connor, all here for Jake Hill's final outing in the BTCC. And we'll always add this over the course of this weekend. For now, we're hoping we'll at some stage in the future get Jake. He's very young, and I'm sure his business is not finished in the BTCC, maybe finished for now. Congratulations on champion Finn. Best of luck to High Tech today, and that comes from Tyler Jane. This one says, good morning from all from Jess and Daddy from Leicestershire, who camped last night and can't wait for the first BTCC race of the day. Have a good day everyone. You haven't got long to wait. You know, the pit lane opens in 8 minutes time. 11:10 is when the pit lane opens for the first of our BTCC races. This one says, hi Alan, could you please wish my mum and dad a belated happy, I think that's going to be anniversary. It says happy belated marriage. Maybe it is belated marriage. That comes from Tom. Thank you very much indeed, Tom. This one says, hello to Dave and Ruben, sitting by Druids, having travelled down from Hull. That's a long way to come. Well done. Hoping to get back not too late tonight, so not too worn out for school tomorrow. It's all worth it. It's all worth it. Well done for making the journey. And please could you wish a happy 14th birthday to our amazing son, Lucas, a.k.a. the Level Crossing Guy. Love from Mum and Dad. P.S. Here's a picture. Thank you very much indeed for sending us the picture in. All you have to do to get in touch, get a shout out on the radio, is to WhatsApp us. We need your first name, only your first name, not your surname, and your message, and send it off on WhatsApp to 07482 866 877, and we'll try to get you on air over the course of today. But bear in mind, it's going to be a very, very busy day today as far as championship deciders are concerned. All the grid personnel making their way out onto the grid now. We will have down in Parc Fermé live TV interviews taking place. I wonder how Josh Barrett is doing down there. If you are around the paddock area, you can go and see the podium, because Josh will be conducting the podiums just locally on the PA system around the podium for the F4 race, penultimate F4 race of the championship year. But now we're going to begin our build up for the BTCC. I'm going to head down to the grid with the circuit radio mic, so we'll hopefully get to hear from a few of the drivers ahead of the first of 3 races for the final 3 races of the year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So to set the scene, let's get back in the main commentary box to Matt Suckling.
Thank you so much, Alan. Much appreciated there. Great to have your messages coming through. As Alan said, keep them coming through the day. We'll do our absolute best to make sure we get them read out, but it's going to be a very busy, busy day. Whatever you want to send, some good luck messages, some hellos, some birthday mentions, even some pictures. We love seeing pictures from where you are around the circuit. So if you've got some lovely little photos that you're taking today, do send them along to us. It's on WhatsApp, as Alan said, 07482 877 877. But already, personnel starting to make their way on to the grid, because we are building up to a championship finale. It is the final round, of course, of this year's British Touring Car Championship. We've done 27 races so far. Rounds 28, 29 and 30 are on the way here today at Brands Hatch on the full Grand Prix circuit. So already some of the VIPs that are lucky enough to get onto that grid working their way through. As Alan said, he'll be down there very shortly to have a word with as many of the drivers as possible. We had a chance to catch up with some of them this morning in the pit lane walkabout. And of course, if you were listening to us on Toka Live, you'd have heard some of them. And we had the chance yesterday to speak to a couple of the drivers as well after qualifying, which Alan had the privilege of talking to. And as I said, he'll do exactly the same for today as he makes his way down onto what's going to be a very busy grid. It's always busy with the BTCC, but even more so here at the finale for the touring cars. So all of that now starting to build up. The pit lane will open at what's going to be 11:10 this morning, so in around about 5 minutes time. You'll hear the noise of the BTCC very shortly heading their way round to get themselves set up. We'll have a 15-minute then build up to the start of the race, which gets underway at 11:25. So if you're not quite in the right position you want to be, then make sure you get yourself positioned nicely. Plenty of places, as we said, around the Grand Prix circuit to get yourself for this weekend. So go and have a little look and see what takes your fancy for race number 1. But it was an interesting qualifying session yesterday, and as we work our way into this weekend, it's just 2 drivers that could potentially be crowned the champion at the end of today. Tom Ingram, after what has been a fantastic year, when we spoke to him across the course of this season, it's always been the word pointsy. It's always been pointsy for Ingram, and that's exactly what he has done, because he's very consistently scored throughout the course of the season. The only race where really he had a kind of off race was the second one at Snetterton, where he didn't score at all. But apart from that, he has been very much in the points. So that's what led him to this position in the championship. 419 points he has amassed so far this year as he works his way into this final round of 2025. And believe it or not, Tom Ingram has already surpassed his single season record in points, which was previously 413. So that aside, he's gone well and beyond what he had previously done in terms of scoring points in the championship. So 419 he currently sits on in the championship. Ash Sutton is the man who is chasing for Napa Racing and the Ford Focus team. He is on 386. So we've got 33 points between the top 2 as we head into this race. For today, there's going to be 66 points on offer. You get 20 points for a race win. There's also a point on offer for leading a lap. So if you do lead a single lap, you do get a point for that as well. And we also give out a point for the fastest lap within a race as well. A point goes out in qualifying for pole position, but that went to neither Tom Ingram or Ash Sutton. That in fact went the way of Darryl De Leon for the second time in a row. He was the pole sitter at Silverstone last time out, and he did exactly the same yesterday in qualifying to get himself onto pole position. So they're your top 2. 33 points are the difference between those 2, and we'll see how that all plays out in race number 1, and let's see how far we can take the battle across the course of today. Other things to be sorted this weekend, well, pretty much everything, because we also have the BTCC Manufacturers and Constructors Championship to be wrapped up, because Alliance Ford Racing have got 763 points, which is just one ahead of Accelerate Motorsport and the Hyundai team. So effectively the top two in the championship are with Ford and with Hyundai, and the top two in the manufacturers and constructors are exactly the same, so they're going to do battle in both of those. We also have the BTCC Teams Championship to be decided as well. Again, that goes the way of either Napa Racing UK or Team Virtue, so it's either going to be Ford or Hyundai at the end of today. And another fantastic battle we have in store today, which we are very much going to be focusing on, is going to be for the Independence Trophy, because for the Independence we have 3 drivers who could very much wrap it up. In fact, 4 if you count in Dexter Patterson, because he's still within reaching distance in the 3 races we have today. So Daniel Lloyd comes here this weekend after taking an overall victory at Silverstone last time out. He has got himself 377 points. Mikey Doble, the man chasing, he's just 5 points adrift at the minute, so they are very, very close together. Mikey Doble then has Chris Smiley behind him, who is a further 8 points back, so 13 cover the top 3 in the Independents. And as we said, Dexter Peterson mathematically has a chance still to be the Independence Trophy winner for this season. We also have the Independence Teams Championship to be sorted between Restart Racing and Motor Parts Direct with PowerMax Racing, and also the Jack Sears Trophy, as we heard from Josh this morning in the pit lane walkabout, heard from one of the drivers who is looking to try and take that this weekend. Jack Sears Trophy is between Daryl De Leon, the man who starts on pole position, Charles Rainford, who is his teammate, and Sam Osborne, and those 3 drivers are separated by 48 points. So we're going to need eyes everywhere today, because we've got lots to wrap up. As I said, there's 33 points between the top 2, so that is in Tom Ingram's favour, but whether he can do it in race number 1, that will all be decided once we get to the checkered flag. And to be fair, for the 2 championship contenders, they didn't really have the best day yesterday. We had a sprinkling of rain, nothing really to affect the track. It was just kind of a brief spell, and due to the wind we had yesterday as well, it did blow in pretty quickly and then departed. But it wasn't that, it was more the tyres and also to build the temperature, and also the boost that the top 2 in the championship did have compared to everybody else. So effectively they found themselves down the order. Unfortunately for Ash Sutton, who's doing the chasing, he does find himself behind Tom Ingram on the grid, so it's going to be a very, very hard day. And Ash Sutton's still quite dubious. He's quite he knows what the task is in hand. He has been here before. He is a 4-time BTCC champion, so he's been in this position many, many times before. Tom Ingram was a champion back in 2022. He's looking to add a second title to his name here at Brands Hatch this weekend. And again, he is quite cheery, quite happy. A normal Tom Ingram, I think you'd say, down there in pit lane across the course of the weekend so far. But whether that's changed overnight...
Well, we'll see if that has changed overnight as well as we come into it, but we're about to get ready for today's action and join ITV for the first time today. Welcome to the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship, and this is round 28 of the QuidFit series, and this could be the race where Tom Ingram is crowned champion. He can do it in race 1, he just needs to get more than 41 points. It's anyone's game. Let's head down to the grid and join Nikki and Jade.
So not a huge amount of distance you made at the start of the race. Is that what Ash has got to do? Just capitalise on the first lap?
Exactly that. From qualifying yesterday, I know that Ash had a couple of issues with his tyre pressure and stuff, but he didn't look like he had the car underneath him that could necessarily fight with Tom Ingram. However, Tom's car also looked very, very loose, so he looked like he was hustling it a bit harder than normal. 7th and 11th sounds like a big deficit, but like you just said, it's only 2 rows. So if Ash gets a great start and Tom gets held up a little bit, all of a sudden they're bumper to bumper. So they're the 2 names we kind of need to look out for, and Ash will be doing his absolute best to get the best start, the best lap 1 he possibly can.
It's a beautiful sound, isn't it, that you can hear over in the distance, just flying past us now. Josh Cook, though, is going to be starting right down at the back here, so he's got his work cut out after a tricky qualifying session.
Yeah, so in FP2 yesterday, he was very strong. I think he finished 2nd, and his lap time was a good lap time in terms of qualifying. So the car should be strong. He had a couple of gremlins in qualifying, which means he didn't put a lap in, so he's dead last, but he's got a lot of work to do. And like I said earlier, finals day is always a bit different. There's an atmosphere that's different to any other round, so if ever you're going to start the back and have an entertaining day, it's this one.
And then we've got the 2 Dans top of the front for Napa Racing in P2 and P3. They're obviously in the hunt for the Teams Championship and also battle for the 3rd as well.
those two drivers are going to have eyes everywhere because they've got their own things they want to be doing. Obviously P3 in the championship, but they've also got teams and they've got Ash around them. So it's trying to get the best result they can without contacting each other or hindering each other. So again, those two starting alongside each other would be something to watch out for.
Cannot wait, but before racing gets underway, it is of course the first time of the day. Let's go down to Louise for her grid walk.
Thank you, Nikki. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our first grid walk of this championship finale day. And we're going to start this with the man who's doing the chasing in the championship and in this race as well, having qualified in P11 yesterday. Ash, we had a chat earlier on. It struck me that I don't think I've ever gone into a championship finale weekend, and I've done quite a few of them now, with two drivers who are so relaxed. You're really quite calm and collected, both of you, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Tom's position, he's been in mine.
Yeah.
He's got a nice enough points gap that some of that pressure is not there. I need a bit of lady luck for it to swing my way, so ultimately there's no pressure from either party, which is really odd, really, isn't it, if you think about it? So we're here to really focus on the teams and manufacturers. Until Tom has a DNF, it's going to be so hard for us to pull that points delta back. You think over the past few meetings we've only ever outscored each other by a handful of points. To now do that by 33 points is nigh on impossible. And it's just credit to them guys and credit to what we've been able to do. But we need a bit of lady luck. Until then, we're just focusing on the teams and manufacturers.
And those are so important, aren't you? Because you're leading one of them by 3 points, one of them by 1 point. That's proper close. There's a lot to be won there.
Yeah, we were almost saying it's a free-race championship now. We've done all this hard work and we're still so close. So these next 3 races from, I believe, Camish is scoring for us as well. Between me and Dan, so important for the team and manufacturers. So we'll be giving it our all.
Good stuff, no doubt about that whatsoever. Right, we've got a second-time pole sitter at the front of the grid, and let's go over to Paul for a chat with him.
Yes, thanks, Lou. I'm with Daryl de Leon. Daryl, every time I come up to the front of this grid, I forget how much banking towards the wall there is. Is that what you're thinking as well, mate, or just want to get a good getaway?
I just want to get a good getaway this time. The previous 2 times I've qualified well, I've messed it up, so third time lucky, I think, this one, hopefully.
What did you learn from Silverstone from that start?
You can't outbrake front-wheel drive cars at the start, but if I can keep on to the lead on the opening lap, hopefully we should have the race pace. We should have the race pace, so we'll see.
And what about this Jack Sears trophy? Mate, it'd be great to nab it, wouldn't it?
It would honestly be amazing, but it's the last race day of the season. I'm in a really good starting position. I just want to go out there, enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we can bring a decent set of results back to the team and everyone who supported me.
I just had to get Dick Bennett's out the way. He had a little bit of homework on a sheet. What was actually on that sheet? A lot of highlighted stuff on there, making circles and squares. What's all that about?
It's just a little bit of information about this race to help give me a better understanding of my situation and what's around me. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully get a good launch, and then it should be good from there. But you never know with these touring car races.
You'll be fine, mate. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Top man. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. Down with Tom Ingram now, the man who's heading the championship by a massive 33 points. You've been in this situation 6 or 7 times in the fight for the championship as we get to the final round. First time you've been leading it there in this situation, and it is a massive points haul ahead that you have. How does that impact your thinking?
It can't not play an element of or take up some element of brain space, without a doubt. There's obviously that's a pretty obvious thing to say. It's a nice lead to have, but as I've said a few times this weekend, it's not an overturnable amount by any stretch of the imagination. We can see a bad weekend in BTCC can very quickly start to unravel. So it's really a case of making sure that we kind of put that to the back of our head as much as we can, and just think about, yes, the bigger picture, but also one race at a time as well. Because that's kind of what's worked for us so far for the for the last 9 race weekends. It's been our MO, is to go in and just try and crack on, just try and get a good result as where we can. So yeah, I think that will be the game plan for this race as well. Obviously Ash has gone the same as us with a medium tyre for this race, so. I think we're both going to start to push that tyre back over the course of the day. at various points, be that race 2, be that race 3. We'll find out how the day plays out. But as I've said to you a few times this weekend, I feel super chilled. I feel very relaxed. I've got an absolutely superb team around me that really help with every game, every part of that. Be it from me feeling good to the car feeling good as well. So I'm in a lovely place.
And it's a great day for it as well. Race 1 of this championship finale weekend is coming up after this quick break.
Thank you very much, Lou. Great job down there as we get ready for the first race of the day. Now, 31 points to gap. Obviously, 33 points to gap. Obviously, we're not going to see either of them win today. But the gap must, I repeat, must be more than the 40. 2 races to go, plus the 1. By the end of race 2, if it's more than 23 points, Ingram is the champion. So it looks more likely it could be race 2. But the medium compound tyre is one of the hardest here to come through. So we'll see how it's going to work out throughout. Here's a look at the standings, though, and how things currently line up. It's a very integral race because anything can happen, and usually it does in the British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram leads on 419 points. He is 33 clear to Ash Sutton. And, of course, Dan Camish is out of that contention. He cannot be champion today. But take a look, if we can, at the manufacturers. That's incredibly close. Alliance Racing Ford separated to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai by just 1 single point. That could still be in the swing today as well. Look at the Teams Championship. Napa lead Team Virtue by just 3 points, 700 to 697. That could be swung today as well, especially with the starting grid. The Independence Trophy. Dan Lloyd leads by just 5 points to Mike Doble, 13 points to Chris Smiley. That could change today. The Independent Teams Championship, that mathematically is sorted for restart racing, but that could still swap today. And even the Jack Sears Trophy. Dal de Jong and Charles Rainford, they're the only two who can mathematically get in it, and it's between them into the last race. And their teammates, of course, down at the front. But JT's alongside me in the commentary box. JT, it is all to play for, but it looks like Tom Ingram could do it, and he could do it in race 2 when you've got the commentary, and I have to run in for the last 3 laps to crown a champion, it looks likely.
You're going to steal it from me is what you're going to do.
You're very low on commentary there, by the way. On the mic.
You mean you're going to steal it from me?
Yes. Yes, I am going to steal it from you because it is still the Touring Car Championship and I'm still the lead. And I have to crown the champions. So we're just being told, by the way, it's just starting to rain in the Formula 1 paddock an hour away before the pit lane opens. So that could be an interesting Singapore Grand Prix. So if that gets red flagged, then I can do race 2. That's why Omi's stepping in the commentary box. So JT will be leading you through the race 2 of the day. And I'll be joining for the last 5 laps if we have that championship decided, which looks likely, JT, to be race 2.
The last 5 laps for you to steal the winning moment off of me, yes.
I love how you say that and then completely ignore the fact that it's, I'm not like, you're not, I'm the commentator. So are you.
I'm the producer-tator, I guess.
The producer-tator. Yeah, that'll go. Come on then, who's your money on? Can Ingram wrap this up or is Sutton going to wipe it away?
I think Tom Ingram will just get it because that gap is a lot. He'll need a lot to go wrong. Will Tom Ingram?
But how many times have we seen things go wrong, especially here at Brands Hatch when things do get very hectic?
You can't talk.
What, because I nearly died here last year?
Yeah.
Hey, at least we get to call race 1 together this year. Last year we had to give up and give it down to the world feed.
You did get on it just, though.
Just about, yeah. And we got that crash as well. A brilliant shot of that crash. So it worked out. Race 3 was also a pain in the backside. But now we've found out where the good Wi-Fi is.
Because I had to sprint down the whole front straight.
Yeah, that's actually quite funny. Go back to look last year. And now we're here in the studio. And Nina's trackside along with Jess. So, yeah. See who gets the better deal. Check the JB Motorsports Instagram at JB Motorsports IG for all of the action. That is where you'll see Nina is posting today, as well as Jess. We'll be reposting a couple of things from her as she's trackside, but Nina's got the social control. She's got a few things lined up, but Wi-Fi is a bit tricky down there as well. Okay, let's get ready to rumble then for the final 3 races of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. And let's say good afternoon to David Addison and Tim Harvey as we get set. Round 28, it can't be decided in this one, but it could certainly help. Let's head back down to Nikki.
Can Ash Sutton defy the odds? Can he keep his championship title hopes alive? Let's find out, shall we? This is round 28 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship, and these are your commentators. Let's go to Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks very much. Race 1 of 3 then coming up on what Tim Harvey is always quite a day.
Yeah, I'm rubbing my hands. I'm so looking forward to this. Ash Sutton on a charge, Tom Ingram trying to stay out of trouble, battle for the win. There's lots to see in this first race.
There's the independence battle going on, and there are other people with nothing to lose. They want their best result out of the season, and it all comes together in this great maelstrom, really.
Yes, there's plenty to talk about, and Daryl De Leon trying to atone for the mistake at Silverstone, where he qualified on pole but then locked up, flat spotted his tyre, had a bad vibration and ended up with a puncture actually. But of course he won here earlier in the year, Brands, on the Indy circuit, so it's a circuit he feels very comfortable with, but he'll be working very hard to get temperature in those front tyres and try and avoid a lock-up the same as Silverstone. But the front-wheel drive cars, Camish and Rowbottom, know that BMW is vulnerable on lap 1, so they'll be attacking really hard.
And of course you have got within the front of the grid the Downs, Camish and Rowbottom, who are in that big fight for third. Now it includes Jake Hill in his farewell weekend in the British Touring Car Championship, so there's an awful lot to shake out during the course of this first race. It's going to be quite a day, that is for sure, everyone.
It really is going to be quite a day as we take a look around the outside. This is gearing up to be a cracker, JT, as well, a year ago me and you were in sunshine on the Saturday, absolute freezing cold weather on the Sunday, as we just check in now down on the pit lane.
We go racing. Let's check in with Mikey Doble. Mikey, it's going to be a tough day for you, and just eavesdropping as you came to the grid, it sounded like you weren't entirely happy with the car.
Yeah, so I was reporting something to the engine, to M Sport engineer, but there's a problem. We sort of had the sort of report yesterday, but when we're going at full chat, it's just fine. So I think we'll be all right for this one.
You've got the soft tyres on as well for the first race, so it's going to be a big push, elbows out, and try and go forward, yes?
Well, yeah, we don't have the luxury to just sit back and let the race unfold, you know, so we've got to be putting pressure on those restart boys right from the word go. It's all about independence for me today. The other cars may as well be invisible to me, so I'm not starting P17, I'm starting P4.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Have a good day, Mikey.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
So Mikey Doble is...
Yeah, we're getting ready for that one. It's going to be a very close finish to come into it. Let's take a look then after a crazy qualifying where it was a bit up and down in the order. Not many people changed over, but here's how they lined up on the grid for round 28 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. And I'll hand you over as well to JT with a question, mate. This could be interesting down to turn 1, a special with a pole position for Dal de Jong. Over to you.
Camish row 1 both on the soft tyres. Then it's Daniel Rowbottom and Tom Chilton also both on the soft tyres on row 2. Row 3, Adam Morgan on the soft tyres. Jake Hill in his final weekend on the medium tyres. Row 4, Ingram medium, Rainford softs. Shedden and Taylor Smith, the 2 Toyotas, on row 5, both with medium tyres. Ash Sutton medium and Aidan Moffat medium, row 6, with Santa Proctor and Chris Smiley, row 7, medium and soft. Lloyds are soft, Dexter Patterson medium on row 8. Doble and Osborne, row 9. Hilstead, Buxton both on the mediums. Nicholas Hamilton and Josh Cook both on the mediums. On row 11, of course, JB Nick Holstead carrying 2,000, and Daryl De Leon is coming down the pit lane.
The pole sitter is in the pits. This is unbelievable. Dal de Jong is coming down the pit lane. The pole sitter will not start where he is supposed to. This is unheard of. So what on earth is going on? And that now gives the lead to the difference at the front. So it's all change here then in the paddock. What is going to happen, JT? I don't know now. This has completely thrown the cat amongst the pigeons.
hopefully he'll be able to get out for a pit lane start, but the bonnet is up on that BMW car in pit lane. And what I was going to say, Nick Kolstad, of course, carrying 2,500 names of fans on his car this weekend, and breaking news, mine is on there.
Yours is on there too? Fabulous.
Mine is on there. I have kept that from you for 2 weeks.
So, we're all set.
I shall send you a photo.
We're all set, ready to go then for the final race. We've got the championship predictions at the bottom of your screen as well. You can count them along with us. It's going to be interesting. Napa 1-2, Camish v Rowbottom. Dow de Jong, he's got the bonnet up. He's not starting from pole position. What a horrible turn of events. It's round 28 of the Quickfit British Touring Car Championship. It's championship decider day. It's lights out now. Away we go. Good start from the front two Napas. Immediately sensing the opportunity is Chilton trying to go around the outside into turn one and get ahead of Rowbottom. Can he get ahead of the inside line of Camish as well? No, he can't. Camish leads. Robo trying to come underneath. Chilton's not got the traction coming up Hayward Hill. He's on the grass coming up into the braking zone now into Druitt. It's Chilton battling with Morgan, pushing him behind. Jake Hill is pushing his way through. Are we going to see what we did last year in this section of the track? No, they've all made it through this time into Graham Hill Bend. And where is Tom Ingram? He's battling with Jake Hill. So the two championship rivals from last year are battling, and Sutton is down into 11th position. He's made up only a place, so he's down actually to where he started as well, JT, as they come on to the Grand Prix layout.
Yep, down we go under the bridge and down in towards Hawthorne for the first time up the inside. A big lock up from Hill. Hill is going off. Hill's on the grass.
He's off, and he's got a puncture as well, JT. Oh no, the goodbye weekend starts in misery. He's got a puncture, and it's all going to change. Jake Hill is going to be down, deeper and down.
Yep, now back heading towards the Indy layout. A couple of moves looking at the front between the Hyundais, nothing able to get into it, but now we go down the front straight towards Paddock Hill Bend as we complete lap one.
Lap one complete then. Here's the running orders that come over the line. It's Camish, Rowbottom, Chilton, Morgan, Ingram, Rayford, Shedden, Lloyd, Sutton, Moffat, Taylor Smith. So Sutton's made up 2 places. The championship as it stands would be a 37-point gap. It's not that critical to what he needs, JT, but it could be done in this race today. If Ingram continues moving up the points, he only needs to be, 42 more? It's not entirely out of the realms of possibility.
Yep, it's now up the inside. That is Toyota on, well, no, that's restart on Toyota. Daniel Lloyd going up the inside of Shedden. And now Ash Sutton trying to get past as well. Isn't able to. Shedden now wanting to get that position back from Dan Lloyd as we head under the bridge in towards Hawthorne. We go round the outside, trying up the inside. That was a restart racing car now in towards the Parabolica. I'm in down there at Westfield, as of course this is where the F1 movie was filmed for that Monza scene.
Very nice.
Now up, and here is Jake Hill heading back out of the pit lane, and I saw in the background now the Leon still there in pit lane. Back to the front of Camish.
Camish leading by a comfortable margin. This really helps Napa in the Teams Championship as well. It'll put them 10 points clear to Team Virtue as well. 7:30 to 7:20 as things currently stand. We'll keep you updated. The sunshine billowing now, the start liners. Now this is battle is between the Team Virtues, 2 Napa. It's 2x2 at the moment. And look at Chilton trying to go left and right, but he's going to leave himself vulnerable to Adam Morgan, who's going to look round the outside, but Chilton's not giving up. Up the inside, hits Rowbottom. And Morgan trying to go around the outside, and Chilton's bashed his way through and Druitt. And now Morgan's going to try and go back round the outside, coming into Graham Hill Bend. Down on the brakes, Rowbottom's still on the inside. And now coming into this one comes Charles Rainford. He's trying to win the Jack Sears Trophy, remember. He needs to be ahead of Darryl de Jong, has lost out of it. Morgan sends it out the inside, hits Rowbottom. Rowbottom gets out of shape, coming into Surtees. Through goes Rainford, and crucially through goes Ingram. Down we go. Go on, JT.
To go on the Indy layout then, with how far he got pushed out wide.
he was very much going to cut the circuit, James Hunt style from 1976, as they come out towards Dingle Dell. JT, this is great news for Ingram, because that calculates as he's moving up into 5th. That might be the gap he needs. It's 20 points for a race victory, +1 for leading a lap, +1 for the fastest lap. So that's 22, and that means after this race there are only 44 on offer. If the gap is more than 44 points going into the race 2 and race 3, Ingram will be champion at the end of today in race 1, if that is my maths correct, JT. Yeah.
Yep, as now we go in towards clearways. We look at Josh Hook now across the line with Dan Camish. Move looking there. As it stands, Tom Ingram is 37 points ahead of Ash Sutton.
Is that updated to the correct one? I think it has, yeah. Yes, so 430 to 393, 37 points the gap. So Ingram's on the medium compound tyre. He's hoping to gain positions later on in the lap and later on in the race as the situation grows and changes. So it's not completely impossible, it's just a little bit unlikely that we'll see anything really be in the gaps of changing at the moment. 4 sectors here at Brands Hatch, the most of any on the circuit. As you can take a look as well, we've got the live championship predictions just below myself and JT up here in the commentary box as well. We'll highlight them. It's me, JT, then the information that you need to know. But as it stands, as they continue to circulate, and further back, we see the Powermax Racing squad. That's going to be Mikey Doble battling with Sam Osborne and Josh Cook. Cookie, who stopped yesterday in qualifying, having to find his way back up. He's up 7 places already from where he started. Made that 8 as he gets through on the inside of Doble and moves up into 14th place. I think as well Osborne's next up, because that he's looking fast. And this is the independents as it stands, with Dan Lloyd 397, Mikey Doble 387. So there's a 10-point gap there as well. But Dan Lloyd will have it. Doble needs as many points as he can. He's not capitalising on it as it stands. Ingram needs to get ahead of Morgan now. And considering that Morgan, JT, is part of Team Verge, would you think that there'll be a swap of position soon? I would say there was. And I would say the same for Chilton.
Yeah, we shall see. As well, we've seen team orders come into play already this season, so that shapes it up a little bit for team orders coming into the final round. Jack Sears, as it stands, Charles Rainford leads out by 12 points to Darryl De Leon. That really hasn't helped Darryl De Leon not being able to start this race from pole. Robot has set your fastest lap, by the way, and well, that's incorrect because I've got it on my screen as Dan Camish on a 130.534.
So yeah, that's my screen as well. That's come into it. So trying to do mental maths as the racing action continues. As here we go, there's Sutton making a move on Aaron Taylor-Smith, and that's defending. That's Sutton defending 9th position. Taylor-Smith's having a go at him here. So if Sutton starts to fall back here, then the championship can really be on the marns. So it might be done and dusted in the first race of the day. Robo's got fastest lap. So again, that all counts. It puts the team's championship still at 11. My points are not updated. Hasn't updated so far. So a lot of track sectors here, 4 of them to muscle their way into contention as they come on. It's lap 6 of 15. Over the line we go once more. Camish leads, Chilton, Rainford, Morgan, Ingram, Rowbottom, Lloyd, Shedden. Then we get Sutton in 9th, but under pressure. And look, Taylor-Smith's got a bit wide. He's left the door open to Chris Smiley, who sends it up the inside coming into Druids. We're focusing on Ash Sutton, but Smiley has made it through, and he's going to try and have an attack on the exit there to Sutton. Can't see much yet of the exit. What a brilliant strategic race this is turning out to be, JT. Sutton is falling back, and he needs really help a lot, and he's going to get past here by Smiley on the inside. Sutton better know he's there. He can't take risks like this. Okay, I'm hearing that Sutton's got a problem. Go on.
Go, Pilgrims.
Yeah, sorry, Sutton's got a problem. That's what's happening. Go on, JT.
Now down in towards Hawthorne. Smiley Smiley delivering the pressure on as Sutton now down into Westfield corner. No cars flying into trees accidentally at the moment because Westfield
Yeah, thankfully nothing at the moment coming
extra
into
power, so it went into the side, and it went into the trees instead of going where they wanted it to. Down in towards clearways now. Smiley still behind Sutton.
Still pushing as hard as they can as they come over the line. Sutton goes defensive. Smiley's trying to swing around the outside to see if there's any potential. I don't think there's going to be much change around at the moment. Down to Panic, and look at Sutton's rear tyre coming off, and he's made a mistake at the exit. The rear's snapping on him. All of those tyres stand having a bit of a problem. He's having to go defensive. Smiley's going to force his way through. Sutton, very aggressive, defends the inside line, and Druids will try and pick it back up. But yeah, okay, what's the gap now? Still 37 points. It needs to be 40 or 22, 44. It needs to be 45 points, JT. Morgan and Chilton need to back out of that one and let him through. Don't know why they're not.
It's probably because they've got Charles Rainford in the middle of them who won't want to play ball.
Yeah.
With their plan.
Napper's leading at the front. That hasn't helped much. Smiley, though, could cause problems if he takes Sutton out of the race. Look how close he is at the back, 7 to 15. Sutton jumps over the curb at Dingledell a bit too much. We've cut now to Osborne battling. There's Doble and Patterson, I believe. Where are we in the field? There's Dan Lloyd. God, the ITV cameras are struggling to identify the Nappers, aren't they, today, JT? We're flopped between three of them. Go on, Robo, thank you. Just shout Robo at me, that'll work. On board with Sutton now, looking back to Smiley.
Yep, now down across the line we go. Camish, Shilton, Rainford, Morgan, Ingram, your top 5. A move further back, that's Gordon Shedden. Goes down the outside, dives to the inside, does the switch back on the inside of Daniel Lloyd. He gets to position, but Dan Lloyd now going to go to the outside line up towards Druids. Isn't able to get the power down, isn't able to go side by side, but Dan Lloyd is wanting this position back from Gordon Shedden. This is battle for 7th. He won't do it up the inside bend, but watch as we go onto the Grand Prix League.
Yeah, let's see if there'll be a traction. There we now see the 27 of Camish leading the race from Chilton in second. Chilton's got a much more faster lap time. He's gained on it. He was 0.2 of a second faster than Camish on that last time by. Ingram, though, the gap's still 37. Looks like it's going to be race 2 as we now see round the outside. There is Osborne battling with Doble for 14th place, and that's critical as well for the for the Jack Sears Trophy, as Osborne's 43 points back after his win at Silverstone. I think he's out of it, just, but if he finishes ahead of Doble, he'll keep the fight going to race 2. Race control flash up a message there. Car 19, track limits turn 3. Black and white flag was also given out on the monitor to said car 19. Over the line we come then, lap 9 of 15. Keep pushing, keeping on the power, and hopefully we'll be in for an interesting run. I now see JT's name on that panel board that he's kept for me for 2 weeks. That's insane. We'll get that on during the end of the broadcast. That's madness. How did you do that, JT? Blind.
No. All it was is that you had to go on a website and enter your name and then give a code to Nick Holstead, and then your name was on the car.
Ah.
Sorry, give a team to... It probably wasn't Nick Holstead organising the names. It was probably his team.
Yes, but that's still very, very cool.
Putting 2,500 names on a car probably wasn't Nick Holstead.
Yeah, I know how that feels. That would take a long time, especially with all the glossing that it takes to get them flat on the surface. They don't fly off at 150 mile an hour. So Smiley is now at the back, but Sutton's just lifting. He's not putting in the faster lap times. The gap's still 37. If Sutton DNFs this race, then Ingram is champion. But this is the battle with 6 to go at the end of this now. It's lap 10 of this race. They need to be getting in the traction, and it's not working. Over the line we go again. Camish leads, Chilton 2nd, Rainford 3rd, Morgan 4th, Ingram 5th, Rowbottom 6th, Shedden 7th, Lloyd 8th, and the battle between Sutton, Smiley, Tennismith and Cook. But, come on, Tingram. Don't make it a race 2 for my sake, please. because that's going to be very detrimental. Oh, God's coming into it. Of course, it might, if he doesn't get done in race 2, yeah, the gap still wants it. He's got to start eating into it. Right now, he's just extending it. Drives through penalty for the 16 for pit lane speeding. And that is Aidan Moffat, who's running 19th. Daryl de Jong, by the way, has officially retired. JT.
Hello.
Lag is awful today, sorry about that. But yeah, what are you making of this one so far?
Been an alright race as we now head down Pilgrim's Drop underneath the bridge. On board, now we cut through Dingle Dell with Shilton, Rainford and Morgan.
Being told that we've got a black and white flag, car 32, track limits, as it comes through. So, away we go once more. 32 with a black and white flag for track limits. As I said, here's Charles Rainford. We've got the lap record on a 1:30.068. So, Rainford has broken the lap record here at the Grand Prix Loop for the touring cars. As Chilton has to go defensive into Paddock Hill Bend. Rainford's going to try and get a sweep on him as he comes up Haywards Hill. He stays to the outside. That's a much better line. I'd be afraid if I was Chilton because Rainford's on the move here. He's got the power, he's got the momentum. Morgan's right behind him trying to defend his teammate. Chilton opens up the wheel to try and block him coming into Graham Hill Bend, but Rainford's not being moved. He's keeping the power down. He almost touches. He does touch the back of Chilton. A little bit of argy-bargy, but that's allowed Morgan to tailgate his teammate and goes through on Rainford. Rainford's trying to hold him around the outside, coming into Surtees. They'll go side by side. Morgan hits Rainford off the track. Unbelievable stuff. Morgan getting his elbows out. How was that allowed? But off the track goes Rainford. It's now a 2-3 for Team Virtue. That's brilliant, JT, because that's now more points for the team's trophy than what Camish is getting for the teams. That'll help them in that battle. That'll go down to the end of the day.
Yeah, there's Aidan Moffat now in the pit lane as well. As you can see on my timing monitor, I believe Nick Holstead was in the pits a little bit earlier on. I haven't seen if he's able to rejoin. I'm just double checking on my timing monitor now, and yes, he has rejoined in 21st position.
So moving through once more. Slightly better news, I suppose. As now, under pressure, Shedden's going to go to the inside line of Robo into turn 1. No go at Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit wide, but it has the contention. A lot of foliage caught in the front there. That's where Nina's watching from as well, down there at Paddock Hill Bend in the grandstand. And I believe Jess Ball is watching on the start-finish straight. So you have a couple of different angles uploaded to the JB Motorsports Instagram, socials and TikTok throughout the day. Watch out on Monday for Nina's recap of the touring car weekend across at Nina Racing Secrets and at JB Motorsports IG. Lap 12 of 15 then. It looks likely that the championship, the gap now 38 points. As what's happened here? Sutton in 9th, Ingram still 5th. The gap now 38 points we've got in our standings. And that's Sutton being passed! Round the outside, Smiley passes Sutton! So now is Sutton starting to lose tyre grip? Because Taylor Smith's going to be right on him now. Sutton's going to be falling and falling. Will that gap still go to the 44 that's needed? It's a point per lost. Very critical right now. 38 the gap now as it stands. Smiley jumps ahead into 9th place, but Sutton's all over the back of him. Black and white flag for the 40 of Aaron Taylor Smith for JT. Sutton's now looking vulnerable. The gap 38 points.
Yep, as we now head round Clark Curve, here comes Shedden once again on row bottom up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Isn't able to get past, but Shedden is on the attack here. He will look to go up the inside at Druids. Side by side is Ash Sutton and Chris Smiley. Sutton on the inside line. Can he get past? Smiley gets to drive round the outside corner. Smiley still in front. The inside will become the outside, but they're still single file through Graham Hill Bend. And Sutton now on the charge.
Very close stuff again as Taylor Smith looks to the inside line to try and get traction here. Sutton at the moment, it's going to be Ingram's in race 2 by the look of it, unless he DNFs from the event and we have to go down to a final showdown, but the gap even then just needs to be more than 22 points, so that's Sutton having to deliver a race-winning performance in race 2. It's not looking likely, so Sutton, bad qualifying, has gifted as well a very well-earned championship. It looks like 6 wins, don't forget, this season for Tom Ingram. He looks like he'll be champion in race 2 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. The gap 38 points, all it needs to be more by the end of race 2. It needs to be 22 or less. If that is it, then we've got it. Then if it goes to time break, Ingram's still the champion. Unless Sutton wins, then it goes down to seconds, to which Ingram has 8 and Sutton only has 5. So it is already Ingram's advantage in the championship. Here's Chilton defending hard against his teammate Adam Morgan. Very surprised that the Team Virtue squad are focusing more on the the team's championship rather than getting Ingram the inevitable championship in this race, but I suppose JT kind of makes sense. Ingram looks like he's going to be champion. Virtue want to be the team's champions.
Yep, and now together 2 of the Hyundais, Chilton and Morgan, up through 30s as we head down Pilgrim's Drop now.
There, that's 50.
That's up that's the 50 being lapped. Blue flags waving. I can tell you that we're on lap 14 of 15 since the if you're watching along with us, we have lost the time in graphics. But now this is 3 wide.
Sutton's got back ahead of Smiley in that first sector, so he has managed to make it. And now, look at this, Josh Cook's diving up the inside of teammate Aaron Taylor Smith, because they've both got 2 laps of hybrid boost left, but them 2 squabbling with each other has let the 2 without hybrid boost escape into the distance. That's Sutton and Smiley. Here's a replay. So does Smiley go wide coming at the end? Yeah, the rear locks. Nice drift. Goes straight off the circuit. And Sutton tries to go through. He has to go on the grass. Smiley went very aggressively to defend against Ash. Coming into 30s there, JT. Final lap.
Down in towards Paddock Hill Bend for one last time in race 1. Camish still leading. And we now look further back. But we did to very bottom and Shedden. That battle now to the 2 Hyundais of Chilton and Morgan.
There's Ingram, 5th place, gap 37. Needed to be more than 44 after this one. But at the moment, he will be the provisional champion of 2025. It will be confirmed in race 2 of the weekend, because unless Ash Sutton somehow manages to get 15 points, which is a 2nd place, then it's not going to be doable. And he's struggled already today, being in 9th, so it's looked like another year of misery for Ash, but Ingram's going to deserve this title. But it's all eyes on Dan Camish, who had a golden opportunity with Dal de Jong losing out with an issue preventing him from starting from pole position. He took the lead and he's walked away with it ever since. Chilton and Morgan have put him under pressure, but for Dan Cam, it's going to be his 4th win of the season. Over the line, Dan Camish wins round 28 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship, and Morgan finishes in 3rd with Chilton 2nd. Ingram will come home in 5th place. So Ingram 5th, and it will be championship in race 2 for a match point opportunity, JT.
Yep, as the final cars come across the line, that is, well, that was down there Osborne and Patterson, but we cut to Dan Camish up at Druids on his cool-down lap. Rainford got the fastest lap, by the way. That was a 1:30.068.
Hill's still battling. He's got ahead of, well, he's battling Moffat over 19th and 20th. What a bad weekend for Jake Hill as he leaves the touring car. What a season to forget, actually, JT Hill's had as well. He's had a couple of race wins. He's had 3. 2 of them came at Knock Hill. But, yeah, not the best start for him.
Yeah, well, he'll try to claw back in race 2 and then hope that the reverse grid draw helps him out for maybe a reverse grid win and a reverse race win. But here comes Jake Hill and Aidan Moffat, your final 2 cars across the line.
Dan Camish wins round 28 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. Many a year ago, he was in contention for a championship here, but he crashed out on the last few laps and lost out on the championship battle. That was when he was driving with a wonderful squad down at Honda Urasa Racing, the team dynamics. So yeah, Dan Cam victorious. Let's head down to ITV then. Sorry, buttons are going wrong here in the box today. Let's head down to the com box.
The year on the Grand Prix circuit. Maybe that still haunts him, but he's exorcising the demons every year, and another good win. For Tom Ingram then, another step closer to the championship. He finishes 5th, he's got the harder medium tyre out of the way for the day, and Spencer Aldridge no doubt would have said, OK, where was Ash? 9th. The answer, that news will have further helped Tom's move. Definitely. And Ash Sutton makes his way back to the pit lane, again frustrated. The first half of the year he was the championship leader, the second half has been all about Tom Ingram. Round 28 of the championship at Brands Hatch falls to Dan Cowish, with Tom Chilton 2nd and Adam Morgan 3rd. 4th, Charles Rainford, and championship leader Tom Ingram 5th, outscoring Ash Sutton in 9th. Between the two, Dan Rowbottom, Gordon Shedden, and the independent winning Dan Lloyd. Chris Smiley, 2nd independent, in 10th. 11th going the way of Josh Cook from 22nd on the grid, ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then Senna Proctor. Mikey Doble 14th. Sam Osborne the last point scorer, with Dexter Patterson ahead of Max Buxton, Nick Hamilton 18th, and then Jake Hill 19th after his puncture. Aidan Moffat, after 2 enforced pit stops, comes next, and Nick Halstead a lap down. Poleman Daryl De Leon never getting into the race. So good news for Dan Camish in his quest to be 3rd in the championship. And this is how we stand. 37 points between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton with 2 races to go. Dan Camish is 3rd ahead of Jake Hill. Then Dan Rowbottom 5th. It's Tom Chilton 6th with Adam Morgan, Charles Rainford, Gordon Shedden, and Aidan Moffat rounding out that top 10. Dan Lloyd is 10 ahead of Mikey Doble now in the independence contest, with Chris Smiley in 3rd. After that, you've got Dexter Patterson 4th. And it is a very happy Dan Camish, then race winner. And we'll be able to hear from Dan Camish as the winner of round 28 after the break.
Yeah, they go to a break. Let's hear what JT's got to say about it. JT, what do you think of the final race of the day?
Well, I hope it's not the final race
Sorry,
of the day.
First race of the day, I meant to say. I'm really not on it.
We've got 2 more.
Sorry, I've got sticky keys, you see. So you press 3, it heads to 6, which is the stream end key. So I think the keyboard's going a bit bonkers this morning. But anyway, what do you think of the first race of the day?
Why do you have sticky keys enabled?
I don't. Why? It's just, it's got a problem. I mean, the keyboard's breaking.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, it was a... I am going to say it. Relatively quiet race for the first weekend, first race of the final weekend. So, yeah, we shall see what happens going into race 2. Ingram will, of course, start 5th. Sutton will, of course, start 9th as we take the results of race 1, and that is your grid for race 2. So we shall see what happens.
It's going to be very good indeed. Cheers, JT. Let's head down. Oh, I can't actually head downstairs at the moment. We'll have to wait for ITV to finish, and then we'll hand over control to JT for the next race, because I've got to get over to the Formula 1 world and start their opening of the day. Does this work?
Ultimately, when it came to it,
it does.
It, and then we had enough pace to kind of manage the gap, manage the situation, look after that front left that can be notoriously difficult around here sometimes, and yeah, brought home a really nice win for the team. So yeah, really happy with that this morning. And obviously, I don't know what happened to De Leon.
No, I know. So as a driver, what do you think at that point?
Very weird. I'll be honest. You know, there's part of you that thinks, have I missed something? Like, is there a radio call? I get missed it or something. Yeah. And then you think, no, like, I need to go to the grid. And yeah, it's sad for him. That's a shame. Whatever's gone on there. And then, yeah, I heard Hill also had a puncture, which is a shame for him, but obviously helps me in my fight for third. So
the BMW's had a tricky race, I think it's fair to say.
Okay, copy that. Well, let's see what we can do. You know, it's a really good start to the day, and you know, nice to be back on top, and let's see what we can do later on in the day.
See you on the podium in a couple of minutes, Dan Cam. There he is, very, very happy, and Adam Morgan is happy as well. Back on the podium, 5th podium of the year. Tom Chilton has a hug with his engineer, with Barry Plowman, and Liz from Virtue as well is having a conversation with the ever-happy Tom Chilton. Gets a big hug with his mum, and the ever-smiling Graham, his father. Hey Tim, Tom, I absolutely love it when you get these results because you celebrate like no one else.
Yeah, baby.
It's exactly that sort of thing I mean. Car was strong, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. I needed to be a bit better at the beginning of the race, which was important. Obviously, did most overtaking at the beginning, and then I could feel Adam breathing down my neck. And
you said it was going to be like that.
I knew it was going to be close, and yeah, we were across the finish line like half a car length apart, so it was close. But he just said to me, locked out, because he got on the button too soon. So if he had locked out, he might have just hit me. So it was definitely very close.
Wow, well done, Tom. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a few minutes' time. ITV are still in their break, so I'll have a quick chat to Adam Morgan. Okay, so locked out was the phrase I just heard from Tom Chilton. What happened here?
It's almost like it's my first time again. Yeah, so I knew I had a bit of a boost advantage over Tom, so I thought, right, I'll try and save for a massive deployment down the back straight. And the story of my life, a bit premature on the old button, so... yeah, locked myself out, and yeah, so yeah, but mega happy, mega result for the team Virtue 2 and 3, hopefully a good haul of points, and yeah, hopefully, you know, Ting's his edge closer to what he wants as well.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you very much indeed. Good to have a chat to Adam Morgan, and yeah, he had a smile on his face when he was doing that interview, so he's not grumpy. And what about Dan Lloyd? I'm going to come up and have a chat to him because he's just had his 9th independent win of the year. We were fascinated that all you independent protagonists were all together on the grid. Tell us how the start worked out for you, Dan.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting us all being together, but I got a mega start, great start off the line and positioned the car well, so I think we made 7 places on the first lap, which was amazing. The car was good, and then just trying to be a bit sensible at the end. So yeah, great start to the day, really good to get that one out the way, and yeah, 2 more to go.
There we go. Dan Lloyd down here in Park Fairmay. That's your top 3 drivers plus our independent winner that will be appearing on the podium in due course. It will be a little while before we have our podium because, of course, they'll all be just doing their live television interviews, radio interviews as well, which will be appearing on btcc.net/live-audio over the course of today. But once those interviews are complete, they'll head over towards the podium, and the podium is coming up next.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, it's great to hear from our top 3 down there in the Park Fairmay area. As Alan said, there'll be a podium in due course, and there might be a chance for you to see that if you're very lucky. If you're sitting over there towards Clearways and Clark Curve, you might just be able to see through a gap and see the podium take place across the course of this weekend. We'll, of course, have our Champions Podium on the main start line towards the end of the day. So if you're hanging around, which I'm sure you will be, because the last race of the day is going to be for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, we, as always, here on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, have the Champions Podium on track. So it'll be your chance to get out there, celebrate with drivers, and, of course, we get to crown our champions at the end of a very long, hard-fought season, which all culminates here this weekend at Brands Hatch. And, of course, if you can't get on the grid, you can always watch from the start-finish line on the banks there along Colin Chapman Way. A great vantage point you do get of all of the ceremonies that take place down there at the end of the afternoon, which is going to be around about 6:15, just as the light starts to fade, so you'll get some wonderful pictures, and it's always an atmospheric sight down there, which Alan Hyde will be conducting live here at the circuit on Toker Live and also for ITV as well. So we look forward to the podium very shortly. It might just overlap the start of our next race, which is going to be for the Virtue Mini Challenge. The car's now working their way onto the circuit, ready for that second race of the weekend. It is, again, still with a champion to be decided in a couple of the classes, which Matt Salisbury is on hand with points calculations and all the rest to make sure we get the correct information we need. A few interlopers this weekend because the likes of Napa Racing don't have Jamie Osborne, unfortunately. He suffered some health issues at Silverstone, so had to withdraw from that meeting, and also for this meeting has withdrawn, which is a real shame because Jamie Osborne has been massively on the pace this year. He's been a 5-time winner, 11 times on the podium, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to complete the season for Napa Racing. So what it does mean that we have a vacant spot in that car, but luckily you've got someone called Nick Tandy who's been ushered in for this weekend, and Nick Tandy, great to have on the grid. He was very much up there yesterday pushing for the race victory, and we'll see what he can do for today as he works his way onto the grid down there on row number 3. We've also got another part of the championship to look on to, because yesterday it wasn't too good news for Max Edmondson, who is trying to wrap up the Rookie Cup within JCW for this season. He unfortunately didn't start the race. Someone who could have benefited from that massively was Harry Hickton. He then had dramas and didn't finish the race, so it does then mean that Harry Campy for Accelerate Motorsport has overhauled Harry Hickton and now finds himself 83 points back with 2 races to go today. But with mini challenge racing, you get 50 points for a race victory. So that is very much on the card, still to be won by either Max Edmondson, Harry Campy or Harry Hickton. In terms of the JCW Sports Drivers' Championship, that's very close as well between Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth. Those 2 drivers for Jam Sport Racing are separated by 9 points, so everything to play for in that one as well. And in terms of the main championship, Tom Ovenden is your leader by 89 points. So if he's more than 56, 53 points clear, it would be enough for Tom Ovenden to wrap up the championship in this second race. So before we head to the podium, let's take you through the grid then for this second Virtue Mini Challenge race of the weekend. It's going to be number 55, Charlie Hand, to start from pole position. He'll have number 94, Josh Porter, alongside. The second row then sees number 8, which is Nathan Harrison. He'll be joined by number 24, which is the championship leader, Tom Ovenden. The third row then sees number 28, which is Nick Tandy, and number 21, yesterday's winner, Nathan Edwards. So top 6 reversed after yesterday's race. The fourth row then headed by number 45, which is Jensen O'Neill-Gowen. He'll have for company one of those rookie contenders for the championship, number 13, which is Harry Campy. The fifth row then sees number 12, which is Alex Solly. Alongside him, number 70 is Owen Hillman. Then on to row number 6, where you'll find number 15, which is Cam Richardson, and number 32, Ned Anthony. The seventh row then sees number 66, which is Alex Brandon. He'll be joined by number 69, which is Brent Bowie. The eighth row, number 18, is Lewis Selby. He suffered yesterday, one of those who came here this weekend in championship contention, but that was a big blow to his championship hopes yesterday. So work to do from 15th on the grid, with number 2, Albert Webster, alongside. And then the final row of the grid with 2 quick drivers there, 64, Harry Hickton, and 33, Max Edmondson. And then for the JCW Sport grid, it's going to be 29, Will Crooks, who finds himself on pole position, alongside number 22, which is Nicky Gauci. The second row of sport will be 210, Chris McKenzie, and 56, Ben Crosley. And then the 2 going for the championship, number 10, Archie Johnson, and 42, Henry Howarth.
And we're ready with our podium for round 28 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. To make the presentation, and please make him feel welcome onto the podium, representing our title sponsors, Quick Fit, John Layton, who is a centre manager for Quick Fit. Onto the podium, please, with a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. And he'll go down to the far end of the podium, where first of all he'll make the presentation on the small podium step at the far end to the winning independent driver for round 28, and the winning independent driver for the 9th independent win of the year is Daniel Lloyd. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. Gets a nice big cheer from the crowd, and he sets his day up very nicely indeed, does Dan Lloyd. Well done. Congratulations to Daniel. Holds up the trophy and gets the cheer from the crowd. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 28. The winners are Alliance Racing Ford. And to represent them, Dan Camish's engineer, James Mundy, onto the podium. Well done, James. Congratulations. He's going to take the Manufacturing Constructors Award on behalf of Alliance Racing Ford. Goes over to the far end where John Layton from Quick Fit makes the presentation, and James holds up the trophy for the applause of the crowd. Well done. Congratulations to Alliance Racing Ford. On to the top 3 drivers for round 28. Third place, a 5th podium of the year for Adam Morgan. Well done, Adam. Gets a lovely cheer from the crowd. Third step of the podium is here. He needs that indicated because so far he's only been second this year. Yeah, this step here, Adam, and he takes his first third place of the year, but a fifth podium of the year. Well done to Adam Morgan. Well done, Adam. In second place, the sixth podium of the year for a double winner in 2025. Second place, Tom Chilton. Well done, Tom. Chatting away to Liz Cope from Virtu and over to the far end of the podium where the second step is for Tom Chilton. Sixth bit of silverware of the year for Tom Chilton in second place. Well done, Tom. And on the top step of the podium, a 10th podium of the year and a third win of the year for Dan Camish. Qualified second and a first race win of the day for Dan Cam. Onto the top step of the podium he goes. And a handshake with all the other drivers on the podium. Our thanks to John Layton for making the presentation on behalf of QuickFit. And well done to Dan Camish. And now the national anthem for the winning driver. Dan Camish wins round 28 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. A lovely round of applause from the crowds in front of the podium. They'll now all bunch up together on the top step and the second step of the podium, posing for the cameras. And then when the photographs are complete, they are going to celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much, Alan. So there you go, the podium for the first race of the day for the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. We already have the race underway for the Virtue Mini Challenge, and a little bit has gone on that first lap. As you can imagine, it's almost the last day of school, so they're getting arms and elbows out. And with champions on the line, we have got some great racing on our hands here today at Brands Hatch. But it's Charlie Hand that leads the way. The man started from pole position. There was a bit of drama in towards Paddock Hill Bend on that first lap towards the rear of the pack. It was going to be the number 66 machine, unfortunately, that went sideways, which was Alex Brandon, who runs the F66 for this weekend. That's a slightly facelift and upgraded machine, which will be introduced across the full JCW class for next season. But Alex are suffering some problems on the opening lap, but apart from that, everybody else has made it through very safely indeed. So Charlie Hand out front, he has just under a second now in hand over Josh Porter, who sits there in second position in the number 94 machine, and in third place, a cracking start from Nick Tandy, who came from the inside of row number 3. He now finds himself there up on the podium for a second time this weekend. And Max Edmondson is also starting to make progress through the field as well, because he gets himself down the inside very nicely, and he works his way a little bit further up the order. So that's now going to see Max through on Alex Solly. So that's going to be for him up into 10th position. So progress being made. That's going to be also into 5th place with the rookie category. Up in the lead of that rookie category is going to be Charlie Hand, who's quite a way back in that championship, but again, mathematically still has a chance if he gets 2 victories and also gets the fastest lap along the way today as well. But it would need, unfortunately, for Max Edmondson not to finish, which has happened so far this weekend. He was the non-starter in that first race yesterday, where he was pushed off the grid with some dramas, unfortunately. So he has, as I said, had to work his way through the field. In terms of the main championship, well, Tom Ovenden is currently running around in 7th position. So as it stands, it's looking fairly good for him, because his nearest competitor in the order is still further back now. So Lewis Selby has got some work to do. As it currently stands, there'll be 94 points between the top 2 as it currently runs. And Max Edmondson, although he's 129 points back from that of Tom Ovenden, he could still very much try and take runners-up spot away in the championship.
Brent Bowie has been down the pit lane with his team after that incident at Surtees on lap 1, but he's about to rejoin the race.
Thank you, Josh. So, yeah, Brent back on his way, which gives us the full complement of 24 cars back out there on circuit. In terms of the sport class, that is currently being led by Nicky Gauci. So, Nicky out front ahead of Henry Howarth. So, Henry has made his way through very nicely from the rear of the field as well. So, Henry looking to try and close the gap down on Archie Johnson. He finds himself a further 2 places back because he's got Chris McKenzie between himself and Archie Johnson. So they are 2nd and 4th in terms of the top 2 we need in the sport division and the champion to be crowned in that here this weekend. But for Charlie Hand, things looking good. He comes back off the Grand Prix circuit down into our sights once again. The closest battle we have, though, inside the top 5 is currently running in 4th and 5th place because Nathan Harrison is about to be attacked here from Nathan Edwards. Yesterday's winner, Edwards, looking for the inside line, a very big lunge in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Edwards will go through just about. He squeezes the car down the inside line. He gets the line to perfection through Paddock Hill Bend, and now he can try and set his sights on the next 2 cars, which is going to be that of Josh Porter and Nick Tandy, who also has made his way through on that previous lap as well. So Nick Tandy a further place up on the podium. Now, what can he do about Charlie Hand, who is 1.2 seconds up the road through the first sector, about to see what the sector times are. Well, Nick Tandy's a 10th of a second quicker there, so we're bringing the gap down already as they work their way up through Pilgrim's Drop. In towards Graham Hill Bend, we have another titanic battle starting to emerge. This is for the sport class, so let's have a look at this. Henry Howarth has made his way through actually into the lead, and Nicky Gauci goes for the inside line in towards 30, so not happy to be back down into 2nd position. Nicky Gauci sends one to the inside line, gets the job done. Now it's going to be a pure drag race as they head their way on towards the Grand Prix circuit once again. It's literally side by side as much as you like. It might just be the edge though for Henry Howarth as they work their way in towards the right-hander, and as it stands on points, it'll just be 1 point between Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth, but that is ever changing. It's not quite correct as well because we have point scorers in there which won't be point scoring, so I'm going to rely on Matt Salisbury for points and the correct one, so it'll be 5 points between that of the top 2. And does that take into effect the 6 that was for pole yesterday, I think? It's the fastest lap as well, yeah, so it's the fastest lap we also need to take into effect in the sport class. So a great battle it is nonetheless though. So Nicky Gauci now back ahead in the 22 machine. Harry Howarth tries to come back alongside as they work their way in towards Clark Curve. It's Nicky Gauci in the black and green machine. It's the purple and pink then of Henry Howarth. 3rd place as they work their way up towards the line in the sport class is going to be that of still Chris McKenzie, and Archie Johnson can't quite find his way through, although he has a look down towards the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. For the lead is going to be Henry Howarth, who goes back ahead of Nicky Gauci, but he might just run wide. Nope, on this occasion he does get back to the inside line to cover the position there, so it's going to be Henry Howarth back ahead. A couple of these cars are quite battle scarred at the minute because there's bodywork rubbing, there's a few bumpers hanging off as well, and Nicky Gauci again goes back down the inside line. In turn, Archie Johnson gets to the inside of the 210 machine of Chris McKenzie, so we've now got Henry Howarth back into 2nd and Archie Johnson up to 3rd, so that now changes the equations. 2 points between the top 2 within the sport class, so ever closer. As we came into this race it was close enough, but we're going to be ever closer as it currently stands. Chris Johnson also, by the looks of it, on that number 10 machine has some bodywork damage on the front bumper. There is left front damage on Henry Howarth's car, so they've all been in the wars so far in the early stages of this race. 8 minutes have been completed. Now 8 points between the top 2 within the sport class, so it continues to change, not lap by lap, but effectively corner by corner as well. So that's what we have it at the minute for the sport division. The lead is back through. Charlie Hand still ahead of Nick Tandy, although that gap has come down to exactly a second over that previous lap. And for 3rd place, well, Nathan Edwards has found himself now up into 3rd place. Nathan Harrison up into 4th place. And Josh Porter has now found himself in 5th position. Unfortunately for Nicky Gauci, he's found himself out of the race because there's a damaged car which sits, I believe, somewhere on the run down towards possibly the end of the lap here, because there's a lot of dust being kicked up, but there was definitely a car of Nicky Gauci being parked up on the side of the circuit, and in fact, yeah, it's just on the exit of Dingle Dell. So from Dingle Dell up towards the right-hander, we have Nicky Gauci's car. Whether that's a cause for concern and a safety car, we'll have to wait and see, but for now, the leader that was in the sport division has disappeared, which moves Henry Howarth into the lead and Archie Johnson into second place. So wait for the update on the points and what it is now going to be between the top two. It's 6 points now between those two drivers, as we've got another good battle going on here between Max Edmondson, who rubs the back of the right corner of Jenson O'Neill going. So as we know, Max Edmondson trying to get his way through for rookie points. He does get past Jenson and O'Neill going, which is second in rookies, but Jenson does not pick up rookie points this weekend. So effectively, Max Edmondson does make the move on circuit in the 33 machine, but he would have already had the points for second place. But now he's got some clear track ahead of him. So the next man he's going to try and close down on is going to be Josh Porter. But Josh Porter is 2.5 seconds down the road. There's a very despondent driver on the circuit as well. So what's happened here? Oh, we've had a big moment because up on its roof is going to be a red flag. So that is not good news. A car has gone, unfortunately, onto its roof on the exit of Hawthorns down towards Westfield. And I would probably guess that someone else has been involved in there as well. So massive moment. The driver is more annoyed than anything else. I can safely say the driver is out of the car, but that car will not be taking any further part in this race, and I'd probably say not any further part in the rest of the weekend. So out on the back of the circuit, which, as we've been saying all weekend long, it's notoriously sketchy out there with the confines of the barriers, the grass and the gravel that you have to deal with, but they do go through Hawthorns at some speed as they head through Pilgrim's Drop. But unfortunately, we've had a car which has landed on its roof. The driver is out and absolutely okay. I think it's just a little bit winded. Breath has been taken away, but the first reaction we saw was the driver just hitting the grass, so annoyed with what's happened there. And as I said, the driver is okay. It's Harry Hickton, who was in the wars yesterday. Harry, unfortunately, suffered problems where he had to DNF the car into the pit lane. Today, unfortunately, it's a bit more of a significant DNF with the car almost as a write-off, with lots of damage done to the front end. The roof will be battered in as well. So all of the cars now under the control of the red flag. They'll head their way through the Indy circuit to keep out of the harm's way of the Grand Prix circuit, and that does mean that they're all going to start to line up on the start-finish line as well. But what a weekend for Harry Hickton, as things were starting to improve last time out at Silverstone. Harry came here this weekend, as we said, in contention for the Rookie Cup. So far this season, Harry has had 3 rookie wins compared to the 9 of Max Edmondson. And for Harry Hickton, he's also going to lose out to the likes of Charlie Hand in the rookies as well. Just got a brief replay there on the big screens around the circuit. I was unfortunately looking at the laptop when that happened, but we'll try and get a further replay for you. But you can see the extent of the damage. All of the side panels have been dented, all of the screens have gone as well. So it would have happened just ahead of the sport class, and we do just get the latter end of it, and I can't quite see if anyone else was involved, but the tyre track says he was out wide. He's gone across the other side of the circuit, possibly tagged the Armco on the inside before Westfield, and that has then sent the car into quite a dramatic roll, which has lost the unfortunate left front of the car and the wheel. But medical team, as ever, on standby, on call to be there to check out Harry Hickton. And, of course, adrenaline always takes over in these situations. But for Harry, what a disappointing end, as we said, to the season. It was looking possibly like a runners-up spot in the Rookie Cup Championship. But for now, I think Charlie Hand will go ahead, and possibly even Cam Richardson, if he has a good end to the day here at Brands Hatch, might be one of those that could overhaul Harry Hickton. Because, as I said, it doesn't look like that car's going to be repaired before the weekend is done, unfortunately. So on-board camera with Tom Ovenden for this race. We can see his car now parked up on the circuit. As it currently stands, the points would be good enough for him to be crowned provisional champion within the Virtue Mini Challenge for 2025. The only question we now have is, are we going to have a resumption to this race? Because the clock has ticked to 0, but of course it all depends on the time frame, of course, for today's timetable, which is fairly tight anyway, because we are scheduled to get the final touring car race underway at 5:30. Curfew here is at 6:30, and we also have a champions podium to conduct as well on the PA. So that is what is being discussed at the minute. There might be a little bit of damage to the Armco barrier as well. In the process before that, as I said, the sport class leader at the time, Nicky Gauci, had pulled up on the run towards the right-hander of Sheen Curve. So that car can now be recovered by the team here at Brands Hatch, but a little bit of sweeping up to be done by the marshals around the circuit as well. We can see the extent of the Armco, which has been dented as well. So I think the first inclination of what happened has now been confirmed, that Harry Hickson went from the outside of the circuit, hit the grass, which probably might be a little bit damp over there. Still, of course, haven't had any rain since Friday, but with the nature of the Grand Prix circuit, as we said, and the shadows that do tend to gather over there, might still be a few damp patches on the exit of the corners. So Harry Hickson has fallen foul of that, and then across the circuit he went into the Armco and has ended up on his roof. But driver, as we mentioned, is absolutely A-OK. So we'll just wait now for the recovery process and what is going to be the nature of a restart. Hopefully we will get one, because that could also be the bone of contention if full points are awarded, because if we don't get to 50% race distance, we might not be able to award full points. So that's going to be another thing that the championship organisers will want to do. A bit of repair work now being done, I can see, down on Henry Howarth's car. So one of those vying for the sport division and the championship here this weekend, just having a little bit of possible gaffer tape put onto that car to make sure that there's no more flailing of that right front. So that's happening to Henry's, who had just taken over the class lead there ahead of Archie Johnson and Chris McKenzie, who dropped third place, with Ben Crosley and Will Crooks there in fifth position.
We've got one car making its way down the pit lane, Matt, which is car number 94, Josh Porter. So I'm not sure if he was in close proximity to Harry Hickson prior to that incident, but he is making his way down the pit lane. So the Accelerate Motorsport team are now sprinting back to their base to see what the problem is.
Yes, that's a shame for Josh Porter. He was running up there in the top 5. Of course, early stages, he was in second position, but he was passed by Nick Tandy, Nathan Edwards and Nathan Harrison. So potentially, as you said, into the pit lane with a problem, which just meant he dropped down the order. But Charlie Hand at the time had a second lead over the rest of the pack. So Charlie Hand and Nick Tandy were your top 2. We are hoping for a restart, is the word from Race Control and Matt Salisbury, so we'll get word on that as and when. Quickest lap of the race had been set by Nathan Edwards, the man in third place on a 1:36.575. So he had good pace. He was closing their gap as well on Nick Tandy, and he'll now possibly get a second chance to try and overhaul those two drivers ahead of him. So while we have this brief pause, just to remind you, here on Toker Live at Brands Hatch, 88.3 we are broadcasting on this weekend. If you're out there around at the back of the circuit and you want to take your own personal radio, then please do. That'll be your chance to keep up with all the commentary, all the interviews, and of course all the build-up to the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship that we have coming your way throughout the course of the rest of the day. But you can also get your messages to us, because Alan Hyde, when he returns to his lovely studio, you'll have, I'm sure, a few messages to catch up on. So if you want to get those messages in, you can do. As always, send them through to us on WhatsApp. That's the only way you can get your messages through to us in terms of a text. What you need to do is send your message plus your name, just your first name, and you can send that to us on 07482 877 877. 07482 877 877. Those messages will come straight through to the studio here at Toker Live. And you can also send some emails. You've got something a little bit longer to say and you want to send it our way, then it's studio@tokerlive.net. Simple as that. And as we said, whatever you want to send, whether it be a good luck message to some drivers, whether it's a happy birthday message, an anniversary, a hello to some friends and families you might be with today, or you want to send us some pictures, you can do that via the following means, via WhatsApp, or of course via the email.
You described earlier in the race, Matt, that it was very, very dusty over Clark Curve, and I just wonder if Josh Porter was the driver that ran a little bit wide. His tyres very dirty after an off-track excursion at some point during the course of that race, but nothing evident. But I don't think the team can actually work on the car in the pit lane while we're in this red flag procedure, seemingly. So the car's just sitting here. Josh is sitting in the car, describing to his team what might have happened, but no serious damage, at least, on that car.
Well, that's good, yeah. So it could have been a good spot there, Josh, to say that Josh Porter was off wide. There was lots going on at the time because Nicky Gauchi had pulled up. We then had the moment for Harry Hickton, so there was lots going on. Already the car of Harry Hickton is being put right in terms of on to not 4 wheels, but 3 wheels that it's got left on the car. So that's being done by the team over there around the Grand Prix circuit. So Marshall's being put to work very hard all ready for the early part of this afternoon. So that will then have to be lifted onto a flatbed and brought back to the paddock for the team to evaluate. But for Harry Hickton and the Manpower Motorsport team, they are going to have not really much work to do for the rest of this weekend. As I said, that's probably now done and dusted for Harry Hickton's season, but they'll have to have that car back to the workshop and get it set maybe for someone else to use in the future.
I believe the marshals have just been handed a new grid sheet, so as you suspected, Matt, we are planning a restart, and the marshals have been handed the new grid. So it might take a few moments while the marshals are able to re-grid everyone, because they're not really in the order that they should be because of where that red flag came out. So it'll take a few moments, but it looks like we are going to get a restart to this race coming up soon.
Good stuff. Yeah, thanks, Josh. So the process will be done very shortly of re-gridding the cars. We'll get them all lined up as they were to the previous completed lap. So as I said, that does benefit a few people. The likes of Nathan Edwards and Nathan Harrison will be in a good position for the restart when we get back underway. And of course, Nathan Edwards was yesterday's winner, so he's come through nicely in the reverse grid anyway. But now he's going to be potentially starting from third on the grid, all barring what revised grid we do have. Nathan Harrison had a good race yesterday, didn't qualify that well, but gradually made his way through and sits in a very solid fourth place as it currently stands. And as we said, Charlie Hand is currently your rookie class leader within this race. He's got those 4 cars behind between himself and Jenson O'Neill going. But of course, before that red flag, we had a really good scrap going on between Jenson O'Neill going and Max Edmondson, who again, from pretty much the rear of the field, has worked his way through very nicely inside the top 10. So Max Edmondson going for a rookie championship, and as we know, Tom Ovenden just behind him going for the overall championship within the Virtue Mini Challenge as well. We'll get back to the minis very shortly, but for now we'll go back to the studio where Alan Hyde is standing by.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
Let's see if I open the mic, am I out of breath? No, I think we're all right. There's quite a few stairs up to the commentary box, and as the minis get some kind of official indication, they are moving from their grid spots. Whereabouts are they go? Certainly they've just received official notification. I think they're going to come back round to join up on the grid. What have you got for us, Josh?
Yeah, I think so, Alan, because they were the cars sort of on the second half of the grid.
Yeah.
So I think the easiest thing is to get them to go around the Indy circuit, and then the rest can grid up.
Good idea. And we've got plenty of messages that have come in. I didn't realise we'd gone for so long, because there are now a huge amount of messages that we haven't got to. A big shout out to Hayley, sitting at Haywood Hill near the Burton Power Bridge. Everything crossed for Ash Sutton to win the championship today. 116 hashtag Sutton's #1 fan. This one says no, I'm not going to read that one out. Absolutely not. This one says, morning, Alan. Big shout out to my dad, John, who has driven myself and my brother, Tom, to all of the races this season. Thoroughly enjoyed the season and looking forward to next year. Also wishing Daryl de Leon better luck for the rest of today. And that comes from Emily. Emily, thank you very much indeed. This one is from, it's a very happy picture from Julian, Graham, Lisa and Paula, and updating where they're sitting now. They're in a grandstand somewhere and looking very happy in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. Hi guys, great to have you here. Hi Alan, Josh B here. Shout out to Nina and Keith who are watching from Paddock Hill Bend today. We're enjoying the action and the sunshine at Brands Hatch as well. And this is a follow-up to a conversation that we were having yesterday. So to give a little bit of a backstory, many years ago I was told that if you lock up a race tyre, a slick racing tyre, it can flat spot it, and the tyre can end up looking like a 50p piece.
Yes.
And I described to people that are slightly younger and maybe don't carry cash or have never heard of cash. I described what a 50p piece looked like, and then we got into a conversation of the other sided coins that we've had over the years, and Chris got involved in it. He told us it was a threepenny bit was the previous, and he sent us in a very nice picture of a 1959 threepenny bit. Yeah, I think Chris is an expert at coin collection. So thank you, Chris. Decimalisation happened in 1971, so obviously you're way too young to remember it. Chris, I wish I were. I even remember the song that went along with decimalisation. So
really,
I was only little. Yeah.
Can you reinterpret it for us?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay.
It was there was a trio, a comedy trio called the Goodies, and they sang a decimalisation song.
Okay.
Back in 1971. Goodness me, I was 5 years old. Phil here in Lincolnshire. Hi, Alan. Here's a thought for you. How about the BTCC revealing to us all the ball numbers in the draw today in perhaps such a crucial one? What do you mean, Phil? So showing all the ball numbers. I don't understand what the hashtag conspiracy. I don't understand what the hashtag conspiracy is. There is no conspiracy. The numbers are all contained within the balls. Yeah. And yeah, okay. Well, thank you for listening, Phil. And we will tell you what the number is for the reverse grid. But suffice to say, oh, I see what you mean. Do you think it's always the same number?
Yeah. So they want to see every other number to see if there are 12 or 6 balls in there with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah. Yes. Trust us on this one. Yes. Absolutely no conspiracy there. This one says we should have a shout out to Marshall Dan, who spent last night clearing Daddy Longlegs out of his. I don't know what he was clearing the Daddy Longlegs out of. When you're sending messages in, do you want to read it back before you send it in? Because this one says clearing Daddy Longlegs out of his tendon. I'm not sure he was clearing Daddy Longlegs out of a tendon. So he could be here today to support Tom Ingram. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, hi, can you say happy 60th birthday to Steve from Nigel, Joe, Aaron? Thank you very much indeed. And this one says a shout out to Sam, Susie, Becca, James, Nick, Vic and Dan getting ready to cheer on Tingram from our spot at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Look out for the Tingram flag on the fence. Can you see it, Matt? If you look behind you, can you see a Tingram flag?
Where am I looking, sorry?
At the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Is there a Tingram flag on the fence? Can you see it?
There's a couple of flags.
Are there?
I think there's someone waving. I can see them now.
There you go.
There they are.
A very happy 55th birthday to Sam for the 14th of this month from her darling favourite daughter. And that's Sam, Susie, Becca, James, Nick, Vic and Dan cheering on for Tom Ingram today. Let's see if we can get through a few more of these. This one, Harry, the big finale. Half the family are rooting for Ash Sutton, half of them for Tom Ingram. A shout out to Andy Lee, Harry and my beautiful wife Katie. And P.S. thanks to the Orange Army, and we all reiterate that. Thank you, Harry. Thank you for sending that one in. And yeah, we will say this, it takes a lot of marshals around the Grand Prix circuit to put a big championship finale weekend on like this on the Grand Prix circuit. And to each and every marshal, whatever job they're doing, they might be spectator marshals, they might be in the pit lane, on the pit wall, on the starting grid, on the start line, they could be on post around the circuit. They all do an incredible job. So thank you to all of our marshals that are, as always, doing such a spectacular job, not just here at Brands Hatch, but throughout the year, anywhere in the UK. They do a spectacular job. This one says, hi to Charlotte, Craig and Ava. So excited for the final of the BTCC. Let's go Tingram. Ava is 6 and a huge fan of Jake Hill, so she'd like a shout out for him too. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that Jake has a better day as the day goes on. This one says, hello from Jamie and Callum. Looking forward to Ash Sutton racing today. Sat on top of Druids Corner, and great to have you here. Ryan says, cracking commentary. Me and my boyfriend George have our first year anniversary this month. He's a massive BTCC fan and the kindest person I know. Shout out to George. We are supporting Ash Sutton today. Well, thank you very much indeed for writing in. Just to remind you how you get in touch with us, you do so on WhatsApp. The number is 07482 877 877. We need your first name, only your first name. We don't do surnames here. And then your message to 07482 877 877. And the WhatsApp message is for shout outs, essentially. So birthdays or people that you're here at Brands Hatch with having a nice time. I see the fun fair is, that looks like fun. That does look like fun.
fun to watch, maybe not fun to be on.
Yeah.
From my point of view.
The thing that whizzed around. I rather like the look of that.
It's a puppy power.
It's puppy power. Oh yeah, I didn't look up at the name of it. Puppy power. Loads of fun over at the fun fair here at Brands Hatch. Elise and George are enjoying the action from Hailwood Grandstand with Daddy and Grandad cheering on Jake Hill on his final BTCC weekend. Brackets. For now. We're saying that all weekend. And a photograph of you all sitting there and looking very happy with your bobble hats on and wrapped up against the wind. Great to have a picture coming in as well. And this one says, "Hi, we're here to celebrate my husband Si's birthday. We're in hospitality. We love you lots." From Andrea and son Drew and daughter Neve. Great to have you here, everyone. This one says, "Hello there, I'm Jackson from Lincoln. Loving the atmosphere right now." Yeah, well, we're all loving the atmosphere. It's very exciting, but also tinged with nervous tension. Yeah, there is a slight air of nervous tension about Championship Finals weekend. But don't forget, we are building up for the BTCC. We're all building up for the final race of the day. Gets underway here at Brands Hatch at 5:30 this afternoon. We'll have all the action for you here live on Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM and around the world at tokalive.net. But also here at Brands Hatch this evening, we'll have the Champions Podium. The podium will be out there on the track itself, and you'll see all of the champions crowned, including the Drivers' Champion, the Independent Champion, the Jack Sears Champion, manufacturers, teams. We will make all the presentations with the Championship CEO, Alan Gale, will be on the podium, so you can all be part of that and get some great photos as well. Very atmospheric photos always come out of this, because this time of the year the light is getting pretty low towards the end of this afternoon as we approach 6:30, which is our curfew here at Brands Hatch. So we've got plenty of time to enjoy that, and it will be live on ITV as well. All of that to look forward to here on Toka Live, here on Radio Brands on 88.3 FM.
And let's now go over and hear what Adam Morgan had to say after race 1.
Where the leaf blowers on. Fantastic drive by you. Really well done.
Yeah, no, really happy with that. It was a bit elbows out early on. I think you can never plan these things, and the start didn't go how anybody planned it. I think with Tom getting a good start and De Leon not being there, so it was tricky. It was feisty. Good fun. Yeah, so happy. Yeah, mega happy to be back on the podium. Good result for Virtue and everyone. So yeah, good start to the day.
Watching it on the television and in the media centre, we were all speculating whether or not you and Tom would have a little bit of elbows out time, but it's very gentlemanly, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't meant to be. I just saying then I locked myself out of deployment. I was too early when I pressed the button, so I locked myself out down the back straight. So I didn't even get to have a go at him, but you know, he drove a great race with Tom. You know, considering I had an extra 3 laps at the end, he did a very good job. So yeah, happy boy.
Absolutely, and every weekend now, Adam, I seem to be saying to you, great drive, well done, excellent season.
Yeah, it's been really good, and I have absolutely loved being a part of Accelerate and Virtue, and it's been mega, and yeah, I have thoroughly loved it, and yeah, it's just feeling like the old Adam again. It's feeling really good. So
which is really good to see, and still more to come today.
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Really well done, mate.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you.
Well, Dan, congratulations. You were on absolute charge there.
Yeah, it was a really good start to the race. Not a great day yesterday, but I've been mega positive straight away from the offset yesterday in quali, positive overnight this morning. I'm just really focused and glad it went to plan. My eyes were only forward, and yeah, great. I think I made seven positions on the first lap, and then I could take a bit of a breather. I think we had the pace to go a bit more, but obviously trying to be a little bit sensible as well. But yeah, great first race.
Yeah, it seemed like you had a really good setup, some consistently quick laps on and not a brilliantly warm track.
Yeah, I mean, we got it wrong yesterday for qualifying. The car was too loose. that obviously pays dividends today in the race. So we were confident we'd have a good car today. So yeah, it just showed we qualified out of place, and yeah, all good.
Another race where you've proved there's the speed, you've proved you've got the setup, and it's being a good season.
Yeah, it's turning out that way, yeah. Season of 2 halves, I think, and yeah, strong position and enjoying it, yeah.
Well done, really good drive.
Thank you.
Tom, congratulations, fantastic drive. P2, outstanding drive, well done. You must be, I'm going to say delighted, chuffed, pleased. Go on, you continue the words.
I'm very, very relieved it's over. I had no more Toka turbo boost left at the end. Adam had more, and I was getting really worried that he was going to have me on the finish line. It was exceptionally close. But more importantly, I'm just really happy that we both finished and we managed to break up the two Napa cars, which has really been a big advantage for us then. It's all to play for the last 2 races for teams, constructors and me and Adam at the moment.
So. You've consistently had pace and good setup this season. I was trying to think back to the times when perhaps luck hasn't gone your way, and they've been far and few this season.
Yeah, the beginning wasn't quite as smooth as it has been the second half. The second half we've definitely got on top of things a lot better, and consistency is key. Obviously, I don't think we've been that consistent on my side of the camp, but we're still 6th in the championship and ticking all the boxes. But I'm really happy for Tom. He's just obviously pulled out again on Ash, so it is, we're really, really gunning for him to win it. And at the moment, it looks like it's his, doesn't it? So we're very excited.
And for you, back on the podium in the sunshine.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Cars are on the grid and the lights are about to go out. Let's rejoin your commentary team.
Up at touring car meetings and thoroughly enjoy it, and maybe they don't get to see each other for a little while, so loads going on, including the restart of round 18 for the Virtue Mini Challenge, and we've got a start time on the screen. Here we go then, off we go. The clock has already ticked down because we had a 10-minute race. Lewis Selby's made a great start from further back. Of course, this is a reissued grid after what we had before the red flag, so already got some moves being made, as I said, from Lewis Selby. Josh Porter from the pit lane is almost been pushed out there as he gets back onto the circuit, but out front it looks like we've got a Napa Racing Machine leading, so Nick Tandy has managed to get finally past that of Charlie Hand. Charlie Hand was leading before the red flag, but unfortunately that gap was cut down to nothing with this restart. So Nick Tandy leads the way, Charlie Hand second, third place with bumper or rear wheel arch flapping around for Nathan Harrison there in third place, and then Nathan Edwards sits there in fourth position with what looks to be our rookie championship leader up there into fifth place now. So Max Edmondson has had a good start to this one as well, but hopefully they'll keep it clean over the course of what's going to be 6 minutes now left on the clock, because the restarted 10 minutes started counted down at the start of the formation lap, and Lewis Selby is still trying to make moves up. Tom Ovenden is also trying to get his way through, although Tom's dropped down, isn't he, to about 9th position here. There's another one wide where Harry Hickton went off as well. Hopefully they keep themselves on the track, which they do eventually. That's Henry Howarth, who is one of those in the contention for the Sport Championship here this weekend. That's not going to do him any good whatsoever. It's going to be another move on the run towards the right-hander of what's going to be Sheen Curve. That involves Archie Johnson, so he's getting very much stuck into the mix here. So although they're vying for a championship, very much up to doing the task and giving us a good race in this second race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Cars working their way through a bit of cement dust being kicked up along the start-finish line, where some fluid had been dropped down as well before we saw that red flag. So that's been dressed by the marshals during that stoppage as well. But for Nick Tandy, he does lead on his debut weekend within the Virtue Mini Challenge. He's now a quarter of a second ahead of Charlie Hand. So although Charlie Hand lost the race lead at the start of this restart, he is very much determined to fight back now. So Charlie Hand gets ever closer down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Good fight for the final step on the podium, which involves Nathan Harrison, number 8, 21, Nathan Edwards, and number 33, Max Edmondson. So they are your top 5. And if we look a little bit further back into the sport class, it's Chris McKenzie now that takes over as the leader of that one, with Chris Johnson going through in second place, Ben Crosley and Henry Howarth after his wide moment at Hawthorns. There's another one off into the Armco and briefly into the Rectorcell barrier, which is going to be one of those F66s which we've welcomed to the championship for this weekend, and that's going to be Alex Brandham, unfortunately, which has a bit of a limped right front now, so he's made
bit of contact, as I said, half with the Armco, half with the Rexel barrier, so that's going to be flung across the circuit for the marshals to deal with in due course, and he might be just flailing a bit of bodywork as well. So 66 machine back on its way, as we said, with a facelift to that machine for this weekend, and straight away marshals on hand to try and gather up some debris as best as they can. The Rexel on the grass is not going to be an issue for them to deal with across the course of the final 3.5 minutes as the leaders peer through then up towards the line. Now come with what's going to be, it's going to be close actually. It might be 3 more laps that they get as they work their way through with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Nick Tandy now quickest in this race with a 1:37.363, and a replay of Alex Brandon just far too wide into the corner there. And yes, does just collect the Armco with the Rexel as well. So that was an understeering moment for him. And once you get onto the grass and through the gravel, it does kind of bump you up in the air and you've got no control of the car.
It's quite a punch, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And as I said, a little bit of debris flung onto the circuit, which the marshals have now recovered, which is good. So for the leaders this time round, that will be absolutely clear on the tarmac, although, as we said, a little bit still remains on the grass. But that shouldn't be any problem for the drivers. There are a few yellow flags just up there, so that means there's going to be no overtaking in towards the left-hander of Surtees. Any more changes on that lap as well? Yeah, Alex Solly went through ahead of Harry Campy, so that's going to be a change for third within the rookie class. So third for Alex Solly now, and Harry Campy in the 13 machine down to 4th position. And in terms of the JCW Sport, there's now a bigger gap, as we said, between Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth. The reason for that, of course, is Archie Johnson's 2 places up the road from Henry as it currently stands. But we've got a good battle on between Archie Johnson and Chris McKenzie, because down the inside line goes Johnson to get that lead back within the class. So there's now going to be 2 further places between the man who leads, Archie Johnson, in this race, and Henry Howarth, who gets now to the inside of what's going to be Chris McKenzie. Yes, he does. He gets through on Chris McKenzie. We've also got in there as well, which is the car of Ben Crosley. So he sits second now within the sport division in car number 56. Third place for Henry Howarth, but the leader, Archie Johnson, works his way back onto the Indy circuit for the 4th time once again. And a replay of what happened on the big screen between the lead within the sport class. It's a still battle-scarred front end to Archie Johnson's machine, but he does get the job done in towards Westfield. Those sport class cars now work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and what a great season they've given us. A great addition to the JCW for this season is the sport division. Not as many as we'd probably have hoped, but still, these 6 cars we've got this weekend, absolutely fantastic battling amongst all of them as they turn away now from Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. You've got Josh Porter in the mix as well, who's in the main JCW class, so he wants to stay out of this as much as possible, which he should be able to do. He should have the power over the slightly less powered sport class cars, and he'll be looking to try and make a move as they head their way on towards the Grand Prix circuit this time round. Just over 60 seconds left within the race, as in the lead of the sport class, Archie Johnson leads Ben Crosley onto the back straight. Henry Howarth is 3rd, and 4th place now is going to be the car of what looks to be Jensen O'Neill Going. So he's also in the mix as well. Is another one of those that started from the pit lane. So he, with Josh Porter, trying to make his way through without too much drama, but they're still struggling to get through here on the leaders of the sport class. So Josh Porter, as I said, in that number 94 machine, trying to squeeze his way through as best as possible, but he doesn't want to really get involved in this. He knows there is a sport class championship on the line, and also a winner to be decided within this race as well. And just to look at the results so far this season, Ben Crosley in the sport division has had the 1 win. So he has been a race winner, but he's trying to get another one now as he draws himself alongside Archie Johnson on the run down towards Clark Curve for what's going to be the penultimate time of asking. Leaders already through onto the last lap of the race, and Nick Tandy now leading by just shy of a second ahead of Charlie Hand. 3rd place for Nathan Harrison and 4th place for Nathan Edwards. 5th place is the rookie championship leader and sits 2nd within the class at the minute. And then behind that on this last lap, Lewis Selby, Alex Solly, Harry Campy, Tom Ovenden, the man who could wrap up the championship in this race as it stands. And 10th place is going to be the 5th driver within the rookie class, which is Owen Hillman. So that's how it all looks onto this last lap. There's been no change within the sport class for the lead, although Josh Porter and Jensen O'Neill Going in the JCW class have just managed to work their way through now. So they are almost clear of the leader of Archie Johnson. Henry Howarth trying to get himself onto the tail of Ben Crosley as well. This would be for 2nd place, and it could be quite crucial, couldn't it, for him to get through and up into 2nd, because it will reduce the distance between the top 2 in the championship as we head into the third and final race of the weekend later on. Meantime, towards the head of the order, Nathan Harrison has now lost out to Nathan Edwards, because on this last lap, Edwards, who won yesterday, has gone through on to the final step of the podium. But out front, it looks like Nick Tandy is going to be on for a first win in his first weekend with the Virtue Mini Challenge. He works his way through the final corner. He won't score points, but he will get a podium. So Nick Tandy for the line, a podium finisher yesterday, a race victor today here at Brands Hatch on the full Grand Prix circuit. He wins by 1.2 seconds over Charlie Hand, who picks up the rookie class win in this race as well. But for Tom Ovenden, he is going to be crowned provisional champion for 2025 in the Virtue Mini Challenge. Matt Salisbury has been hard at work with the points, and Max Edmondson is the rookie champion confirmed as well. So there you go, 2 champions crowned in race number 2 of the weekend, the Virtue Mini Challenge. Firstly, for Tom Ovenden, who comes through in 9th place overall, is our provisional champion this year in the main championship. And in terms of the sport division, there is now 28 points between the top 2 as we head into the final race. So that one will go all the way between what's going to be Archie and Henry. So they'll do battle once again for the final time this weekend. But well done to Tom Ovenden. He is your provisional champion for 2025. A cracking job he has done all season long. Out of the races we've had, he's been a 2-time race winner. 9 times he has featured on the podium. And Tom Ovenden, we can see on the big screens around the circuit, the emotions start to come through, don't
There's
they?
a happy champion, eh?
And then the tears come as well.
Yeah, of course they do.
Which is no surprise at all. It's been a hard-fought season for Tom Ovenden, a man who's been around in mini racing for quite a few years now, worked his way through the ranks of the trophy class, and for the last couple of seasons has been racing in the JCW. So many congratulations to him, and as Matt Salisbury confirmed as well, Max Edmondson has been provisionally crowned the rookie champion after the problems for Harry Hickton this weekend, and of course enough points accumulated in this race for Max Edmondson to also get home inside the top 5. So well done to him. In terms of the top 10 classification overall, it's a win for Nick Tandy, as we said, ahead of Charlie Hand. 3rd place goes the way of Nathan Edwards after his win yesterday. 4th place then comes Nathan Harrison, ahead of our 2nd place rookie driver in that race and the provisional champion Max Edmondson in that class. Lewis Selby picks up 6th place ahead of Alex Solly and Harry Campy. Tom Ovenden, the overall champion for this season, down in 9th position, and Owen Hillman completes the top 10 and also finishes 5th within the rookie class. So many congratulations to all them. Hopefully we'll get their reactions before too much longer. Josh will be on standby for a podium down there in Parc Ferme before too much longer. And we've got one more race to look forward to before our lunch break here at Brands Hatch today. That's going to be for the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. All that to come after we head back to the studio on Toka Live.
Listening to Toka live from the BTCC weekend.
Now the drivers will have their celebrations down in Parc Ferme, and if you can see one of the big screens around the circuit here at Brands Hatch, you'll see those, and also the ITV interviews that are taking place, but we don't get to work down in Parc Ferme with our radio mic here at Brands Hatch. It's just a little bit too far away from the receivers, so we get the drivers when they head over to the podium, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do that live on the PA system here on Toka Live on Radio Brands, because we're going to be very quickly into our next race of the day already. The Porsche personnel are making their way onto the circuit for the first of our Porsche Carrera Cup 2 races for Carrera Cup GB today here at Brands Hatch, and already the personnel making their way onto the grid. So it's quite possible that Josh Barrett will be taking care of the podium down there just on the local PA system, which is working hard over the course of this weekend, because it's a frantic nose to tail action for the racing today, and already the Porsches are being led around the Indy circuit up towards their grid spots to get this race underway. Time maybe just to get a couple of messages in. Shout out to Jade and Joe, who officially now have Tingles for Tingram. Sounds like a hashtag if ever I'd heard one. And this one from James saying, in the spirit of cheering Tingram on, the tea and biscuits are out along with Welsh cakes Very good. Hope the milk went in first. That's the way Ingram likes his cups of tea, I understand. This message says, hello from Cinder and Jess here. We're rooting for mainly Ingram, but also Aidan Moffat and Charles Rainford as well. Our mum is at Graham Hill Bend with a big Jake pillow that he kindly signed for us. Just trying to make sure that I got my words right there, but it is a Jake pillow that he has signed, and P.S. you're our favourite commentators. That's always a good way to get shouted out on the radio. And this one says, wishing Jake Hill good luck today. Hope Tom Ingram wins the title. Please wish me luck with my mock exams this year and my GCSE next year. That comes from Lace. Thank you, Lace. Thanks for writing in. Right, we've got Porsches lined up down there on the grid. I fancy that Josh is going to be doing his mini podiums privately on the local PA system down there in the paddock, and in which case we can get back over to the main commentary box and the build-up for our first Porsche Carrera Cup GB race of the day. Up in the commentary box is Matt Suckling.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, so we've got the wonderful Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain to look forward to next. They went qualifying yesterday, and they always look forward on most of the weekends to their 2 races on Sunday. So they've had a fairly lengthy wait across the course of today, but coming up to 1 o'clock, the cars are finally onto the circuit and ready to do battle for what's going to be the first of 2 occasions today. And this is another one where the championship, hopefully, is going to go all the way, because we still have a champion to be decided here at Brands Hatch on the full Grand Prix circuit. They're going to have what will be a 17-lap race, or 30 minutes, whichever features first. It normally is a lap race, but of course if we get an interruption or a safety car, then of course we will have a time possibly to come into effect of this one. You'll see at the front of the grid for all the races so far this year, we've had this Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, which is the leading car, heads off now onto its lap of the circuit. It'll do it pretty quickly, I can assure you. It's a wonderful bit of kit, and it costs a little bit of money, but it's great to have had it on the grid for the start of these races this year. A few lucky people have been fortunate enough to be able to have passenger rides in that car with some hot laps, as I said, before the races get underway. And this, by the way, is the exact vehicle which took part in a recent Drive Tribe video, which returned Top Gear's Richard Hammond and James May earlier this year in what was the Electrified Challenge plane versus car race. So if you've seen that somewhere on social media, this is the exact car. So it's been a privilege to have it here this weekend and across the course of the season. Already, as I've been speaking about it, it's onto the Grand Prix circuit. So off it goes on its merry way, and that'll be heading into the pit lane before too much longer. And then we'll get the safety car at the head of the field to head off to give us the formation lap for the first of our Porsche Carrera Cup races of the day here at Brands Hatch. Lots of rubber being dropped down onto the circuit from our pole sitter, which is George Gamble. And in amazement yesterday, I said this was George Gamble's first pole position in the championship. Is that correct? Because the statistics said it was. I was quite bemused about it, but that's what the stats said. So we think it might have been George Gamble's first pole position. I think they're going to have a look now, the team from Porsche, to see if that is correct. But if it is, that is quite astounding compared to what George Gamble has done in terms of recent years in the championship. So he heads off then on pole position for this first race of the day. Yesterday's time was a 1:26.173. He was just over a tenth of a second quicker than number 99, Sid Smith, who sits alongside. So that makes up the front row. The second row is where we find the first of our championship contenders in the pro category, that being number 10, Will Martin. He'll be alongside number 18, which is Seb Hopkins, who moved from the Sprint Challenge last year into the Porsche Carrera Cup this season, and he's been a fantastic rookie to have in the field. He's taken some wins in the main category as well. So he goes from the outside of row 2. Row 3 then sees number 40, which is our championship leader, which is Andrew Rackstraw. He'll have for company number 52, which is Angus Whiteside. Then we move back to row number 4, where we see some of our Pro-Am contenders for this weekend. That's going to be 71, Max Coates. He'll be joined by number 30, which is Will Jenkins, the second of our rookies on the grid. The fifth row then lines up with number 94, which is going to be Ollie White. He'll have for company number 59, which is Josh Stanton. The sixth row lines up with number 48, which is Ollie Jackson, and number 400, which is James Wallace. The seventh row, headed by number 12, Stephen Jelly, who did a mid-season in the BTCC this year, but has now found his way back to Porsches for the remainder of 2025. He'll have number 8, Aaron Mason, who rejoins the championship this weekend after a first outing back at Donington Park in April. The penultimate row of the grid then lines up with number 58, which is Henry Dawes, joined by the AM pole sitter, which is going to be Jonathan Beeson, and the final place on the grid will be that of Cole Cavers. So, in terms of the championship, just to tell you very quickly, coming into this weekend in the 3 categories, we have Pro, Pro-Am and the Am category. Pro's being led by Andrew Rackstraw by 10 points after drop scores. They dropped just one of their worst results of the season. So 10 points separate the top 2 in Pro. In terms of Pro-Am, there's 16 points between Ollie White and Max Coates. So that's how it looks for those 2 drivers. And in terms of the Am category, Jonathan Beeson and Cole Cavers separated by 20 points. So all of them going down to pretty much the wire here this weekend at Brands Hatch. But it's Will Martin who finds himself ahead of Andrew Rackstraw on the grid in Pro, and that could bring the gap down after this first race. So get ready to hear the roar once again from these 510 brake horsepower Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, which were introduced back in 2022. They've been a mainstay of the TOCA support bill for many, many years now, well over 2 decades, and we're about to get the first of their races this weekend underway. Round 15 on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. The revs now rise on the grid, and it's going to be George Gamble and Sid Smith from the front row. The race gets underway, and it's a cracking start, actually, from Will Martin, who tries to squeeze his way through on the inside of the 2 front row men, but the gap very quickly did shut there. So Sid Smith on the outside of row 1 goes round the outside to take the lead away, and already Will Martin in the number 10 car trying to squeeze his way up the inside as well. So action aplenty as Sid Smith locks up in towards Druids. He runs wide. George Gamble runs wide as well, and Will Martin's going to squeeze his way through. 3 wide down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. It's Will Martin on the outside, which may then leave the door open for our championship leader, Andrew Rackstraw, to get through, which he doesn't. But Will Martin very much the bit between his teeth in the early stages of this race. And Andrew Rackstraw now sends one to the outside in towards Surtees again to try and take the place away from our second place driver in the championship, Will Martin. They now go side by side down the back straight for the first time. Andrew Rackstraw in the Roslin Gold from Century Motorsport has the inside line, and he does take the place away from Will Martin. So for now, it's advantage to our championship leader. Will Martin fights back on the run down towards Westfield for the first time, and Will Martin now takes 3rd place back away from Andrew Rackstraw. So these 2 going hammer and tong, keeping it very, very close indeed, and also clean, which is the main part of this championship. And again, they draw themselves side by side round the back of the circuit, and eventually the inside will come to Will Martin in the number 10 machine. But all of this has just allowed the top 2 on this opening lap to get away. So Sid Smith, who initially had that lock up in towards Druids Corner, has recovered to be our race leader. George Gamble, who tried to take the benefit of that, didn't happen, so he sits there in 2nd place. And Will Martin, after all that fighting with Andrew Rackstraw, has now come through into 3rd position. So an eventful first lap for our top 4, as now James Wallace goes to the inside of one of the Pro-Am drivers. So that's going to be the 94 machine of Ollie White. That's the pink machine of James Wallace that's making up a place in towards Druids Corner. Again, with 3 wide further down the pack. This is great battling, and unfortunately a bit of contact there for Jonathan Beeson by the looks of it. No, that's not Jonathan. That's going to be the number 12 car of Stephen Jelly, who almost got into some strife there. So hopefully not too much damage to that car as he tries to send one to the inside of Aaron Mason on his return to the championship this weekend. So very fraught out there at the minute. Again, a bit like a few of the other championships this weekend. You can almost tell it's the last day of school, can't you? Because everyone very much looking to get arms and elbows out. And Stephen Jelly there again, almost making it 3 wide on the outside of Aaron Mason and Will Jenkins as they turn the way in towards the right-hander of Hawthorns. But luckily for Westfield, they've got themselves back into line astern formation. So we're single file now down through Dingledale. This is further back in the pack, so this would be in the region of 11th, 12th and 13th position. And a replay of the big screens of that contact, which came in fact from the man in the middle there, which was the 59 machine of Josh Stanton. He had one on the inside and one on the outside, and unfortunately he kind of made contact with both of the cars either side. It was no fault of his own, just the matter of the squeezing that took place on the run through Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. So an eventful first couple of laps. An onboard replay we can now see with Andrew Rackstraw, which he had a bird's eye view of all that happening up towards Druids. You can see the lock-up from Sid Smith. You can see George Gamble running wide. The door was then open for Will Martin, who made it 3 wide on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. He was then squeezed out wide in towards that left-hander. And George Gamble being the teammate that Andrew Rackstraw needs this weekend, very much making sure that he didn't go through on the outside line. Andrew Rackstraw then tried to make a bit of a benefit round the outside in towards 30s. That didn't quite work, although he did give it an attempt there, which drew him alongside Will Martin. And then on the run down towards the right-hander of Hawthorn, still on the replay, we can see that Andrew Rackstraw did get the move done, but then towards the end of the lap, Will Martin was back through to take third place back in his favour. So that was a very, very clean, hard-fought first lap for our two championship contenders within the Pro category. Just to tell you about Pro-Am, it's currently Max Coates that leads the way there, and he does need to be a few places up the road from his nearest championship rival, which is Ollie White. Currently, Ollie finds himself in second place. So as it stands with the quick calculations, it would be Ollie White who would be provisionally crowned the champion in this first race of the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. In terms of AM, it is Jonathan Beeson that leads the way over Cole Cavers down in 16th and 17th places. So that's how they all look in terms of their respective classes at the minute. But for Sid Smith, another driver where the season hasn't really gone to plan, unfortunately. He does come here this weekend fourth in the championship and has accumulated just the one win to his name. But if he can get a good result on home turf, effectively, which it is this weekend for Sid, he comes from over the border in Essex. He is here this weekend with now a 1.4 second lead over George Gamble. We've had a bit of a moment around the back of the circuit because Aaron Mason has had a bit of a clip with the quick fit hoarding on the exit of Stirling's Bend, so he would have lost in the process 2 places. One of those to Stephen Jelly, and the other one, the Domino's livery car of Henry Dawes, went through at the same point as well. So bit of a leery moment for Aaron Mason, which saw him out wide towards the end of the lap. Meantime, George Gamble, the man who will give up the number 1 on that car this weekend, he is last year's champion, very much now coming under pressure from someone who wants to be champion this year, because Will Martin has now glued himself to the rear of our second place driver. So George Gamble, Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw very close together as they come off the Grand Prix circuit and up towards the line to complete lap number 4 of this race. And that man in third place doing the chasing is actually the quickest man on circuit at the minute, because last time round he did the best lap of anyone on a 126.735. He heads through on this occasion, drops down into the 127s, but he still was about a tenth of a second quicker than George Gamble. So he's still hassling on the run up towards Druids. That time through for Andrew Rackstraw. He did his personal best lap of the race as well, which was 4 tenths quicker than his teammate George Gamble, 3 tenths of a second quicker than Will Martin ahead of him. So slowly but surely, these trio of cars are bringing themselves closer and closer together. But George Gamble, you can be assured, is going to make this as hard as ever for Will Martin to get through, because, as we spoke, George Gamble is teammate to Andrew Rackstraw, and I'm sure he'll do everything he can to try and keep the number 1 with the same team from last year. It will be a different driver, but George Gamble is going to do everything he can to defend. So down towards Hawthorns, they now head once again. Will Martin gets a better exit, but he can't quite get the car to the inside quick enough. So the door is again slammed shut in his face. There's a bit of contact between the two of them for second and third position. So that now has brought Andrew Rackstraw onto the tail. So we've got these three absolutely nose to tail on the run around the Grand Prix circuit. Not too far adrift as well is going to be the 52 machine of Angus Whiteside. And then in the background you can see the rookie driver Seb Hopkins and also Max Coates, who is still our Pro-Am class leader as it stands. Off of the Grand Prix circuit we go once again then. Second, third and fourth back into our eyesight as they accelerate up towards the line. A bit of a buffer now, just slightly, not by much, but more than it was on the Grand Prix circuit between George Gamble and Will Martin. They head their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and now Andrew Rackstraw is starting to challenge the back of Will Martin here, so there could be a possible move on the cars between our top two in the championship. So they head their way down again in towards Graham Hill Bend, and not close enough for either of them to go for the inside line there. So line of stern formation for second, third and fourth. But I would still keep your eyes on Angus Whiteside, because that time through he was 4 tenths of a second quicker than the car ahead, which was Andrew Rackstraw. But with the two fighting, he was pretty much a second quicker than both George Gamble and Will Martin. So Angus Whiteside in the 52 machine is now almost there. So the driver with Century Motorsport starting to bring himself into the equation to make it 3 Century Motorsport cars inside the top 5. And as we said, Seb Hopkins still trying to defend from Max Coates, who is our Pro-Am class leader as it currently stands. So off through the back of the circuit they head, up towards Dingledale and in towards Sheen Curve they now turn. But who of these 3 cars for second, third and fourth is going to be brave enough to make the move first off. If you're going to be brave, you've got to go for it, because if you make one small mistake, you very quickly let the rest of the pack through. So if you're going to go for a move, you've got to make sure it's going to be done to 110%. No half-heart moves in the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. Sid Smith goes through, though, to complete lap number 6. He is now going to be 3 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. So a massive lead that Sid Smith is starting to build in the lead of this race, as George Gamble again goes defensive through Paddock Hill Bend. And this is a scenario now that George Gamble goes defensive. Will Martin feels that in the Eden Motorsport machine he has to go wide, but if he goes wide and goes for an outside move, it then leaves the door open for Andrew Rackstraw. So it's one of those where you want to go, but you don't really want to give the place away. So he's in two minds on what to do here, is Will Martin. Maybe looking to save his tyres for the end of the race as well, because it is a lengthy race for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. As we said, 17 laps duration. We've got still just under now 11 laps to go as the race leader Sid Smith turns his way up towards Hawthorns and Westfield. In towards that part of the circuit now, goes second, third and fourth. And Angus Whiteside, let's have a look at his lap time last time through. 1:27.653. So in fact he actually dropped a few tenths of a second to those cars ahead of him, but on this lap it looks like he is coming back once again. Through sector 1, Angus Whiteside 5 tenths of a second quicker. Through the second sector he was a tenth of a second quicker. Through the third sector he's done his absolute best on the race so far, so he's absolutely again on a storm to try and catch up with those 3 cars ahead of him as he comes back in towards Clark Curve. Behind that, as we said, still that of Seb Hopkins, who leads the rookie class here at Brands Hatch in race number 1. Max Coates currently leads Pro-Am ahead of his nearest rival, which is Ollie White. And in terms of the points, well, actually it would be down to 17 points between the two of them. But with only 11 points on offer for the final race, it does mean that the Pro-Am category would be secure. In terms of Am, it looks like the gap is coming down between Jonathan Beeson and, no, in fact, it's going up, isn't it? Because it was 10 points between the two of them. It's now 12 points between Jonathan Beeson and Cole Cavers, so that one has extended. And in terms of the Pro category, as we stand with Andrew Rackstraw behind Will Martin, that gap would currently be 12 points between the two drivers. So that is how it currently stands for the Pro category. In fact, that's not quite right there, because that has gone and done its mind of its own on the TSL timing screen. But as it stands with George Gamble, Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw, there would be a 2-point difference between the two of them. So in fact that gap would come down to 8 points between the two drivers. But now Andrew Rackstraw goes for the outside line in towards the right-hander of Sheen Curve. Again, it was one of those moments where George Gamble was slow through the corner. Will Martin gave him a love tap for good measure, and now it has brought Andrew Rackstraw onto the back of Will Martin. So George Gamble has just got away briefly by a few car lengths as they work their way back on towards Clark Curve. Into the sunshine they come once again, and very much so. Angus Whiteside, Seb Hopkins and Max Coates are getting closer and closer and closer. So we've got this titanic 5-way fight now on our hands. George Gamble has just managed to pull the gap over Will Martin to 3/4 of a second, and that time through, as I said, there was a bit of contact between the two of them, which we've just caught on the big screen on board with Andrew Rackstraw, who has our onboard camera for this first race of the weekend. And now Will Martin feels he needs to start defending. Whether this is to try and keep Andrew Rackstraw at bay, which of course it definitely is. I think the other equation though in this one is to try and back Andrew Rackstraw into the pack, because if he can do that, then Angus Whiteside might be able to get through, and also Seb Hopkins, and both of those are in the Pro category. So if they got through, they would also be taking points away from Andrew Rackstraw. So I think Will Martin has almost given up now on catching George Gamble, and his second tactic within this race is to try and back up Andrew Rackstraw into the clutches of those 3 cars behind him. So we'll see if that does play in favour of Will Martin. We do have our first black and white flag of the race. For track limits, that's gone the way of number 48. So that's going to be for the car which sits in 10th position. That's going to be Ollie Jackson, so the man who is third within the Pro-Am race at the minute. he finds himself just battling with what's going to be Josh Stanton and also with Will Jenkins. Those three cars are tied together as they work their way again through the final corner of Clark Curve. Here comes that fight then for third position, still being led by number 10, Will Martin. Second for number 40, which is Andrew Rackstraw. Third in that group is going to be then the number 52 machine of Angus Whiteside, then Seb Hopkins and Max Coates. Keep an eye again in the background because we start to add more and more now. We added 2 drivers. We've now about to add another one because James Wallace in that 400 machine is only 1.5 seconds back. But again, with the pace that Will Martin is now showing, it was James Wallace who was half a second quicker than this group ahead of him. So here we go. We've got another move on the cards now for Andrew Rackstraw to try and work his way through, but that's now delayed him onto the back straight. Of course, Angus Whiteside is a teammate to that of Andrew Rackstraw with Century Motorsport, so whether he goes for the move, we'll have to wait and see. Seb Hopkins, who sits there just behind, is with Team Parker Racing, so he'd very much like to get his way through and take a place away from Angus Whiteside as we turn away for the 10th time now through what's going to be Westfield and down through Dingle Dell. We're already into the second half of this race, and we've got a big old lead for Sid Smith, near enough at 4 seconds now. George Gamble has now got 2 seconds in hand over Will Martin, but I do feel that's going to be growing over this lap with more defending being done for the number 10 machine, which comes back into our sight once again. They head the way on towards the start-finish line, and as we said, as we currently sit with Will Martin ahead of Andrew Rackstraw by 1 place, he'd only be gaining 2 points in the championship, so it'll be 8 points now between Andrew Rackstraw and Will Martin. We also have a point for fastest lap, which would be going the way of Will Martin as it currently stands on a 126.735, and we still have points on offer, which would mean the Pro Division would go all the way to the final race of the season. So that's good news for everyone here this weekend at Brands Hatch, as we now have a look at the number 94 machine, which is going to be Ollie White, and provisionally with the points he has in hand over Max Coates, although Max Coates is up the road and winning the class, it would be enough for Ollie White to be crowned provisional champion within the Pro-Am category before race number 2 of the day. So under we go the bridge once again at Pilgrim's Drop. We have a slippery surface flag, or a lack of adhesion flag, just being shown under the bridge there. That's not for a slippery surface, it's actually for some debris which has been deposited onto the circuit. So one of the front splitters from one of the Porsches out there has been left on the circuit. It's just slightly off the racing line, so it shouldn't cause too much of a concern for too many of the drivers. Another driver which has received a black and white flag for track limits is going to be that of number 400, James Wallace. So he now has his first warning of this race. Any more, of course, that could then turn into a penalty towards the latter stages of this Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain race for James Wallace. But for now, the man with a 400 on the car works his way up towards the line. That is the pink machine of James Wallace. He is the man in his second and final year of the Porsche Junior programme. That will go to a new driver for next year. That's in its final stages and will be announced very shortly for 2026 and 2027. But for James Wallace, the reason he carries the number 400 on the car here for this weekend and has done since Snetterton way back in May is because he is the man who had that 400 on the car because Porsche Carrera Cup celebrated their 400th race in race number 1 at Snetterton way back in May, and that was a pretty good omen for James Wallace that weekend because he went on to take his first ever win in the championship, so he's decided to keep it as a lucky mascot for the rest of the year. And James Wallace currently, as I said, sits there in 8th position. In the championship he comes in 7th position. He's quite a way off the tail of Andrew Rackstraw, but has taken 1 win and 3 podiums across the course of the season, so it's been a fairly solid year for James Wallace. We'll see what the plans will be for him for next season as we move our way through into 2026. Already the plans for next year for Porsche have been released with calendars and also a slightly different look to qualifying for next year as well for the championship and also for the races as well. So catch up on all the details about that on the Porsche website as ever. We still have the small matter of this race to go with just what's going to be now 5 laps for the race leader, Sid Smith, as he works his way again across the line. He's got 3.6 seconds now in hand over George Gamble, who in turn has massively opened the gap over Will Martin, who continues to defend from Andrew Rackstraw. That gap now is 5.2 seconds. And we're about to have a change here for what would be 6th position because Max Coates, as our Pro-Am leader, now goes through on our rookie leader up there through Druids Corner. So Max Coates gets the position away and will now try and set his sights on Angus Whiteside for an overall position, but he still continues, as he has done from the start of this race, to lead the class. So Max Coates looking good for another win this year, but it might just be slipping away in terms of the championship because, as we said, Ollie White very much in a position to wrap it up in this first race, although Ollie Jackson's now about to give him a run for his money. So Ollie Jackson to the outside line of Ollie White. It's the effective Martini liveried colours of Ollie Jackson, which tries to go around the outside line. He gets forced wide by Ollie White. That car is sideways. Across the track it goes. And Ollie Jackson, after making a move on Ollie White, didn't quite pay off there. So he was forced onto the grass, and with that, a full rotation, which now gets him back in the correct direction. He will just about stay ahead of Henry Dawes on the run towards Sheen Curve, but that was a scary moment for Ollie. And as I said, Ollie White may have not have just left enough room on the outside of the corner. There was a slight bit of contact between the two of them, right front to left rear, and that did send Ollie Jackson into a full rotation. From another angle on the big screens, we can see those two cars coming into shot. And again, probably also due to being on the outside line, the dirty part of the circuit, that didn't really help the grip for Ollie Jackson as well. So 3 cars have gone through. The battle out front towards what's going to be now 5th position is still well and truly on between Angus Whiteside, Max Coates, and also the car of what's going to be Seb Hopkins. He tries to get that place back on Max Coates on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. You've got Max Coates in the Duckham's Yuasa liveried car, so that's the blue and yellow machine. Seb Hopkins now under pressure from James Wallace, who has a slight dart to the inside to try and take the place away, but that's not going to work on this occasion. And for now, that's just going to allow the top 3 ahead of them to pull away. So the likes of Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw and Angus Whiteside will have a couple more car lengths in terms of an advantage as they work their way in towards Hawthorns. Onto the tail of this queue now has come the likes of Ollie White and also Josh Stanton by the looks of it. So we've got those 2 cars there. Will Jenkins has also joined in this mix here. So how many cars we've got now in this long line through in towards Stirling? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars all together, and it's Will Martin who continues to back the pack up. And I very much think this is a ploy from Will Martin to make sure the pack goes slower, to get maybe Andrew Rackstraw into a bit of drama, to then allow him to pull away and get as many points as he possibly can from this first race. But for now, on his way towards the start-finish line goes Will Martin. Is going to be a further 9 seconds back from George Gamble, who still sits there in 2nd place. But the plan might just be working here for Will Martin, because now Max Coates goes for a move on Angus Whiteside. If these two then start to get into each other, it might then cause drama for Andrew Rackstraw, because almost missing that braking point there were those 2 cars. Almost collided into the back of Andrew Rackstraw. So he survives another day, does the man, who continues to be held up for the time being by Will Martin. Those 2 accelerate their way now on towards the left-hander of Surtees, and we do have our first 5-second penalty of this race as well for track limits. Unfortunately, that goes the way of number 22, which is Cole Cavers. So he receives a 5-second penalty. He's down towards the rear of the field anyway, so it wouldn't harm his position in this race. Still sits there in 2nd position of the AM category to Jonathan Beeson. So those 2 running 16th and 17th place as it currently stands. The battle for what's going to be the final step on the podium now turns its way down through Dingledale for what's going to be the 15th time of asking. We've still got these 9 cars all together. No further places have been changed across the course of this lap, although Max Coates is looking quite racy at the minute on the rear of Angus Whiteside. So look for those 2 cars to emerge. They are 3rd and 4th in this 9-car train, which comes back onto the Indy circuit. So there is Max Coates all over the back of Angus Whiteside on this occasion. Will he be brave enough to try and move in towards Paddock Hill Bend? Let's have a look as they work their way through the camber in the road in towards that first corner. No, Max Coates not able to get there for now, but he's still got Seb Hopkins to worry about, who's not too far adrift. So he's looking to try and get his 6th position back within this race in the closing stages, which are now only 1.5 laps we have left, because Sid Smith, on his very merry way, works his way for the 16th time onto the Grand Prix circuit. He's 3.5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, and Sid Smith is going to be on for a very commanding win in this first race of the day for the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. Turns his way along the short straight between Hawthorns and Westfield. There goes the car of George Gamble in 2nd position. And here comes the continuing fight for third place now, because Will Martin has a couple of car lengths over Andrew Rackstraw. I think the plan maybe to back him up hasn't really worked here. It might have also been a case of to try and save the tyres for the latter stages of this race. But if you remember back to the early part, Will Martin was very much looking all over the back of George Gamble. That didn't come to anything. So the next tactic for Will Martin was to try and keep at bay Andrew Rackstraw and make the pressure come from behind. There is still pressure coming from behind on Max Coates here, because Max is very much under attack now from Seb Hopkins. So he comes down on towards the Indy circuit once again. And as we work our way towards the start-finish line, it will be the final lap to be started then for these 9 cars, which work their way up towards the start-finish line. They go in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Will Martin on this occasion has just over half a second in hand from his championship rival, Andrew Rackstraw, the championship leader. But as it stands, as we said, it would go all the way to the final race, because there are 8 points currently between the top 2. Make that 7 points, of course, because the extra point goes the way of Will Martin for the fastest lap. So we're down to 7 points, and we still have 11 points on offer for what's going to be a partially reversed grid for race number 2. So we'll see how that all plays out and how many cars we will be reversing for that second race a little bit later on. One final scrap to be decided as well between Stephen Jelly, car number 12, Ollie Jackson, number 48, after his 360 a few laps ago over there at Hawthorne. And we've also got in there as well Will Jenkins, who's in this fight as well. So those 3 cars doing battle for the final time. Sid Smith puts a couple of wheels into the dirt through Sheen Curve, but that's probably been the only time he's been troubled with some track limits. So he works his way down off the Grand Prix circuit. And for Sid Smith, he could very much still look to get third place away in the championship. But for now, it's going to be another win this year, the second of the season for Sid Smith. He comes through here in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain to take the victory ahead of what's going to be George Gamble, who, as we said, will be giving up number 1 on his car for the end of this season. But who will the number 1 be going to? Will it be Will Martin or Andrew Rackstraw? They come through next in 3rd and 4th places. Well, the answer to that question will be decided in the final race of the weekend, because it's going to go all the way in the pro category. Across the line in what will be 5th position is Angus Whiteside. Next through in 6th is going to be Max Coates, who takes the Pro-Am category here in race number 1. But it won't be enough to keep the championship alive by the looks of it in the Pro-Am category as we head into race number 2. Behind him, it's going to be Seb Hopkins for 7th place. 8th place goes the way of James Wallace. 9th place then to Ollie White, and he should be good enough to be crowned the Pro-Am provisional champion for 2025. Ollie Jackson pulls alongside him just to say thanks for that little bit of a move out on the Grand Prix circuit. But for Ollie White, things do very much look like they've gone his way this year. So he comes through in 2nd place, the man who's taken 12 podiums this year in the Pro-Am category, and he's 13 points clear of what's going to be Max Coates. And with only 11 on offer for the final race, that will be very much enough for Ollie White to have the job done. And for Jonathan Beeson, he picks up the victory in the AM category as well. For Jonathan Beeson, that'll be for the 11th time this year as well. So well done to all of the class winners. Just to take you through the top 10, it's going to be the victory for Sid Smith. 2nd place is George Gamble's. 3rd place goes the way of Will Martin. 4th place and getting the applause from down in the pit lane is Andrew Rackstraw. That's just for a solid result and making sure he kept very honest. Will Martin ahead of him, but as I said, that goes all the way to the final race a little bit later on today. Angus Whiteside comes through in 5th place. 6th place goes the way of our Pro-Am winner in race 1, Max Coates. 7th place is going to be Seb Hopkins ahead of James Wallace. Ollie White picks up 9th and will be provisionally crowned the champion within Pro-Am. And to complete the top 10 and on the podium in Pro-Am will be that of Josh Stanton. So good race in there. Lots of different tactics, I think, coming into play between Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw. But Sid Smith is almost a runaway winner. 3.1 seconds clear of George Gamble, and we'll let you know how things look in the championship as we head into that final race a little bit later on, just before the final quick fit British Touring Car race later on this afternoon. We've got lunch breaks to look forward to, so let's head back to the studio and Alan Hyde.
It's not going to be that long for lunch break. We've had a bit of a delay, what with the Virtue Mini Challenge delay that we had with the red flag. So yeah, the scheduled lunch break was between 1:15 and 1:50, because at 1:50 that's when the pit lane opens for our second touring car race of the day. I think we ought to have a welfare check with Josh Barrett down there, who's been taking care of the Virtue Mini Challenge podium and down there in pit lane for the Porsche Cup. Everything all right, Josh?
Yeah, we're all good. The podium for the Minis are overrun by some way, so
Yes,
I didn't get to see too much.
I'm absolutely sure it did. There's plenty to do for Josh Barrett over the course of today. There are lots of podiums and also some champion trophies being handed out over the course of today. So, Josh, we're going to stay with you because we're within lunch break now, so we do have time. So describe the scene. The interview's taking place down in Parc Fermé in a minute.
Yeah, that's right. So that's happening just over in the distance. We've got 8 Porsches that have been brought into Parc Fermé for our free podium presentation. So it'll be coming up shortly. We have the overall top 3, we have the Pro-Am podium and the Am podium as well. And Sid Smith, very, very happy indeed with his second victory of the year and a dominant performance really on this Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit weekend.
Thank you, Josh. We'll have a podium with Josh in just a few moments. We are Toka Live on Radio Brands here at Brands Hatch on 88.3 FM, around the world at tokalive.net, and of course around the circuit on the speakers as well. And we're taking your messages throughout today. We will try and get through as many as we can. We won't get through all of them because we've got a huge backlog of messages, but keep them coming in. 07482 877 877. It's on WhatsApp. All we need is your first name and your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. WhatsApp only is how we get these messages. Hi, can you give a shout out to the Strood Massive? We are Cassie, Jeff, Gemma, Colin, Bailey, Shaney, Morgan and Bear. Please, we're supporting Ingram for the win. Hashtag Ingram has got this. It's getting a huge amount of support today. This one says... Hi, Mr. Hyde. Sid from Three Amigos Autosport. Just wanted to say thank you and the team for this season and for what you all do. Thank you. Thanks for saying thank you, Sid. I hope you enjoyed your Christmas dinner last night. Yes, we did. Thank you very much indeed. And so, have I brought the purple penguin with me, which was a gift from Three Amigos Autosport at the last round at Silverstone. No, purple penguin is sitting very happily on my office shelf. Thank you very much indeed, Sid. A big shout out to my wonderful hubby Paul and my amazing son Alfie. Love you both. And that comes from Sarah, Team Ingram all the way. This one says... could we have a shout out to Adam and Courtney for their 7th wedding anniversary here at Brands Hatch? That comes from Costa, Jake, Finn and from Scarlett as well. This one is from Nina. Happy birthday to Mark, who's really enjoying the racing today up at Paddock Hill Bend. Great to have you here, Nina. Thank you very much indeed, Nina and Mark. Thank you for writing in. And could you shout out to Emily? It's her first time at the touring cars and she wants to spread awareness about her autism, and Callum and Luke as well are here with her at Brands Hatch. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Emily. Thank you very much indeed to Callum and Luke as well. This one says, hi, Ben and Molly here for our second weekend of the year. We started the BTCC at Donington and we're here at last, here at Brands Hatch for the final meeting of the year. Great day supporting Jake Hill. But good luck to all the drivers.
This is Toka Live.
Get through a few more of your messages as well. Richard and Liam are here for a father and son weekend. First BTCC race we've been to. And we're definitely going to be doing it again. Come on, Ash Sutton. So that's balancing things out a little bit with Ash Sutton supporters as well. And this one says, afternoon, guys. Please tell Charlotte in the Sayat, the Paddock Hill Grandstand, that I love her very much. Also, hi to my daughter Ava. I love her too. That comes from Joe from Weymouth. Thank you for writing in, Joe. Shout out to Julia, Mark, Luke and Jack. sat down on the Brabham Straight, cheering on Ingram, Jake Hill and Flash, and enjoying the sunshine. And yes, Jack is named after that Brabham. Very good, well done. This one says a shout out to my husband Tom. Couldn't sleep last night as was so excited to see Tom Ingram today at Brands Hatch. Goodness me. And this one says thank you to my beautiful wife Sian for getting my name on Nick Halstead's car. Yeah, have you got your name on his car? The livery absolutely fantastic this weekend. Good luck to Charles for the Jack Sears trophy, and that comes from Gordon. Right, let's see how we're doing with Josh Barrett down overlooking the podium.
We are nearly there, Alan, I think. So maybe if you've got any more announcements, that'd be good. And then I think we'll be nearly ready in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Josh, here on Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM. Your messages are coming in on WhatsApp thick and fast, it has to be said. 07482 877 877. Your name and your message, only your first name, that's all we need, to 07482 877 877. And aren't we being lucky with the weather today? Lovely sunshine looking down on Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. A treat for the drivers and a treat for us as the spectators as well on Championship Finals Day. This one says, please can we have a shout out to the Towans sat between Paddock Hill Bend and Druids celebrating Alan's 70th birthday this weekend. Happy birthday. This one from Grampy and his wife, having a sweet time cheering on Tom Ingram from Paddock Hill Bend, and a checkered flag emoji. And this one says, hi, Carl and Ant here for the first time watching racing together. Shout out to Ant and his orange socks, father and son, Carl and Ant as well. This one says, can you say hello to Nick, who's travelled down from Chesterfield, that's a good old drive, to cheer on his favourite driver, Jake Hill, for the final time. For now, and that comes with thanks. Thank you very much indeed, Lee. Thanks for writing in. And Aaron and Emma want to give a big shout out to the newly engaged couple, Kat and Darren. They're getting married on the 1st of August next year, and wish good luck in the future. Certainly do. And I'm just going to check the calendar. Is it okay for you to get married on that weekend, or is it going to be a touring car weekend? Hang on, let's scroll through. Just check on the calendar. Yep, I think you're all clear. Yep, the marriage can go ahead. That's very good news indeed. Loads of your messages continue to come in. Shout out to Marshall Dan, who spent last night... that was a repeat of the message that we got about clearing out Daddy Longlegs from somewhere. I would imagine from the tent. Yeah, not the tendon. It actually came through. And this one says, hi from the Emersons down at Paddock Hill Bend. Mum's been coming for 30 years and loves it. Has brought new love Johannes for his first BTCC. A great day, Harry, Nicholas, Sam and Johannes. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed. 30 years coming along to Brands Hatch. That's impressive stuff. And this one says, hi, Gary G here. Returned yet again with Jimmy's for another fun-filled day. Even brought the kids along as well. It's a good old family day here for Championship Finals weekend, and a good old family day here at Brands Hatch for the Trucks and Fireworks meeting. It's the first weekend of November. There is so much for the families to do here at Brands Hatch. It really is a feel-good weekend. It's in association with Dines. It's on Sunday, the 2nd of November. We have the finale of the British Truck Racing Championship, and we have show trucks, plenty that come along to the final meeting of the year. Support action with TCR here at Brands Hatch, and the big highlight of the weekend is the incredible firework display on Sunday, which will be accompanied, as ever it is, by the incredible evening twilight convoy of the show trucks around the circuit here at Brands Hatch. That's one to look forward to. One for your diary if you've got a family. It's on the 2nd of November, so that's just a few weeks away as we begin the countdown to Christmas. Talking about countdowns, I think we're on the final countdown to our Porsche podium.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alan. We're ready for the podium presentation for round 15 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. First, we will welcome up onto the podium James McNaughton, the motorsport manager at Porsche Motorsport, and he will be handing out all of our trophies for our 3 podiums for round 15 of the championship. We start with the AM class, and in second place, Cole Cavers. So up onto the podium for Cole, a 15th podium in the AM class of the season in 2025. Up onto the podium comes Cole Cavers, and he will receive his second place trophy from the motorsport manager at Porsche Motorsport, James McNaughton. The winner of round 15 of the championship in the AM class, Jonathan Beeson, an 11th victory of the season for Jonathan Beeson, and a huge cheer, and that is enough for Jonathan to provisionally claim the AM class championship for 2025 in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Up onto the top step of the podium for Jonathan Beeson. And we'll also get Cole Cavers up onto the top step as well for some photographs. So well done to Jonathan Beeson and Cole Cavers, our top two in the AM class for round 15 of the championship for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. We move on to our Pro-Am podium next, and in third place, Josh Stanton. Well done to Josh, an 11th podium of the season in Pro-Am for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, and he climbs up onto the third step of the podium here at Brands Hatch. In second place, Oliver White. Well done, Ollie, a 12th podium of the season. Up onto the podium comes Oliver White to receive his second place trophy from James McNaughton. And up onto the second step climbs Ollie White. The winner in round 15 of the championship in Pro-Am, Max Coates. Another big cheer, a third win of the season for Max Coates. Up onto the top step of the podium, he gets a handshake from James McNaughton and the winner's trophy in Pro-Am. Congratulations to Max Coates, the Pro-Am winner. Second place to Oliver White and third to Josh Stanton. The three drivers all together up on the top step of the podium for some photographs. Congratulations once more to Max Coates, the winner, second Ollie White and third Josh Stanton. Next up, we have our overall podium presentation for round 15 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And in third position, Will Martin. A 10th podium of the season for Will Martin, and he climbs up onto the podium here at Brands Hatch with a third place finish on the Grand Prix circuit. In second place, George Gamble. Well done, George, a 5th podium of the season, and up onto the podium climbs George Gamble, second place here at Brands Hatch. Up onto the second step and receives his second place trophy does George Gamble. The winner of round 15 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, Sid Smith. Well done, Sid, a second win of 2025 it was for Sid Smith here at Brands Hatch. He receives a handshake from Will Martin and then from James McNaughton and from George Gamble as well. Up on the top step of the podium, Sid Smith. Congratulations to Sid, the winner, second to George Gamble and Will Martin in third. They will get together up on the top step of the podium for some photographs, and after that we have our reverse grid draw here on the podium for the final round of the championship. So Sid Smith will pick a ball out. It'll either be number 4, 5 or 6 to find out who will start on pole position for round 16 of the championship. And it is number 6, so 6 cars reversed, and a big cheer because that means Max Coates will be on pole for the final round of the championship, which comes up this afternoon.
And Max Coates has got plenty of support here. Quite a few of the messages have been coming in, and that's, yeah, it's always a big cheer for Max Coates when he's on the podium, or indeed starting from pole position. We heard the cheer there down on the podium. Right, well, I did say it was going to be a slightly shortened lunch break. The lunch break is almost at an end, because at 10:02 we'll have the pit lane opening for our second race of the day for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Josh will come back up to the commentary box and hand over the mic, and I'll head down towards the grid, where already the grid personnel are making their way down to their various grid spots, aided by the Orange Army, the marshals, making sure that everything is set, ready for the pit lane opening in just over 5 minutes' time.
Let's go back down and hear what Dan Camish had to say after race 1 this morning.
Are we allowed to call that a light to flag victory?
I think it is. Of those that took part. Yeah, no, it was a great race. You know, a race that I
tend to excel at and like. I think once I'm out front, over my career, I'm pretty hard to beat. Really, I don't make many mistakes, and I can control the pace and bring it home, which is what we did. We were quick enough to hang on when we had to, even without the boost. They had a bit of the guys behind had a bit more, but they could only really keep up when they used it. If they didn't, we had enough to sort of stretch the gap, which meant I didn't have to use it, right until the end, and then obviously, quite a nice win. It was a shame to see De Leon pull off. Obviously, it helped me, but no one wants to see that. I don't know what issue he's got. Obviously, something that stopped him taking the start. And then I heard that Hill was out as well, which helped me out. But we know how fast that car is with him in it. He's going to try and come back through this afternoon, and we've still got a job on to try and sneak third. And ultimately, the team's manufacturers, it ain't over till it's over. So that was a nice start to the day, but we got 2 more to bring it home.
Sometimes the stars align, and other times you end up not having a decent racing weekend. The stars just aligned at that time.
Yeah, and I've been on the receiving end of it. I think I said on the TV broadcast, it's when I heard about Hill's puncture, it's a shame, but I've suffered my fair share of punctures in racing cars, especially around here. So I was very conscious of that when I was driving around. The second I started to feel any vibration at all, I was thinking, just please hold together, because I know how sometimes it doesn't take much sometimes to turn your good weekend into a bad one. So no, thankfully this time it was good, and the stars did align, and we got it over the line.
Yeah, and a nice feeling for you to be on the top step of the podium. You're smiling, which is always good to see.
Yeah, I don't think we've been on the top step as much as maybe what we could have been this year. It was here a few months ago, obviously, that I turned the engine off, probably when I was about to win. Actually, allowed De Leon to win that day. And I dare say that on another day, had I not done that, I probably would have won that race. I had a tyre advantage and a very fast car at that time. So, it's amazing what goes around comes around. But so yeah, we could have had 4 or 5 this year. Just over the summer, as I spent a lot of time finishing second to Tom Ingram, and at that time, no one could beat Tom Ingram. So, I think we've done better than what the stats suggest. But I'm glad to get a third win. That's my 10th podium as well, which is 1 in 3 strike rate is not not bad in this series. So it's been a strong year. Just got to finish it off now, and then we can come back and hopefully go even better next time.
Just finally, a better hold on P3 as well.
A better hold, yeah, but far from unsurmountable. I know more than most that it ain't over till it's over. So we start in a good place next. From pole on the medium, which means there's going to be some soft runners that are going to want to come through. But I think we'll have good pace, and I'm confident that I can keep it in the top 7 or 8, and that might just be enough to see it home. So big race next one, but we'll give it its best.
And let's go down to get an update about Darryl De Leon after he pulled off before the start of race 1, sacrificing his pole position.
Oh, Dick, good news. Bonnet looking like it's about to go down on the car. What a job the guys have done.
Yeah, no, the guys have done a fantastic job. It's the first time we've changed an engine at a racetrack, I think, in about 10 years. So, so the guys have done a great job. We don't know the problem yet, but it was safer to change it.
Well, they're clearly not rusty at it if they've done it that quickly. We had a chat with Darryl earlier on. You could see the disappointment on his face. We know it happens, but it couldn't really have happened at a worse time for him, could it, in terms of the Jack Sears Trophy?
Pole position here, final round, Jack Sears Trophy, and just, I feel sorry for him. It's just, it's gone against him. We had the problem at Silverstone with the drive shaft, so no, Charles has now gotten a lucky run. He had a good race, so what was great yesterday is not so good today, but we've still got 2 races to go.
Incredible to think that this is probably the only trophy in the British Touring Car Championship that you've never previously won, the Jack Sears Trophy. So a little bit of history is going to be made today.
Yes, yep. It's we've been doing this for a long time, and we've made big improvements to the cars in the second half of the year. When we're right at the sharp end again now. So we've got a winter development job list already, so we'll hit the ground running again next year.
What do you think, though, about winning the Jack Sears Trophy for the first time? Is that a special thing?
Sorry, for the first time, it's something we've never really thought of, but having 2 rookies this year and a battle between them all year, and before even qualifying, they both deserve to win, but they both can't win. So, it's just the luck the way it's gone today.
Yeah, and finally a word on Jake. Obviously, an emotional day here this time last year, winning the championship. An emotional day this time round for another reason.
Yes, yeah, his last race with us. He's been with us for 4 seasons. First year third, second year third year first. And we were hoping he might get third again today, but because of I believe he was pushed off a bit in race 1, got the puncher, so now that's third place gone.
Where does he rate though in the pantheon of the many champions that you've had at West Surrey Racing?
With Jake, sorry?
Yeah, with Jake.
Yeah, no, he's a great little driver, and considering he hops in and out of historic cars, GT3 sports cars, you know, he's a good all-rounder, and you know, we'll miss him, but might have to see if we can get Colin back on board.
Well, listen, you've had bad luck in the first race. Hopefully it's all good luck in the final 2 races here.
Yeah, and I think also if it looks like Ingram's going to win it, then there's still Ash, Colin and Andy Rouse, who won't be racing anymore, a 4-time champion. So if we get Colin back, he could be the first 5-time champion.
I can see exactly where your head's going here. Good to chat, Dick.
Thank you.
The team principal of WSR there, with an update about De Leon's car, and hopefully it'll be out ready for the second race of the day, which is coming up in around 13 minutes time. We did have quite a big delay, as you saw if you were watching along with us a little bit earlier on, due to a mini barrel rolling on the Derrickman straight out on the Grand Prix loop, and we shall get ready to take you through the second race. It'll be myself, JT, on the call, with JB coming in for the final couple of laps or so, as we just double check in with the trackside commentary, which we shall go back down to.
The 2026 season for the BTCC events. So if you're already planning your calendar and want to come and join us next year, tickets for those events will be on sale tomorrow. So head along to the website brandshatch.co.uk, and they are holding ticket prices until Christmas. So if you want to get in early, save some money, then make sure you get those booked before the end of the year does come our way. But we're looking forward for now for this race, because already cars starting to merge from the Grand Prix circuit on towards the Indy circuit, and as we said, a very busy grid awaits the drivers down there. We've got a champion which could possibly be crowned in this race, because Tom Ingram, after that first race, was able to stretch his lead in the championship to 37 points. So 4 more points have been added to the tally for Tom Ingram. Of course, Tom starts this race ahead of Ash Sutton once again. And of course, it's all going to be about the tyre choice, which we're going to have a look at very shortly. But we do know for sure that the top 3 on the grid do have to go for that harder tyre. So they go for the mediums, the top 3, and then we'll look for the other ones further down who are going to be challenging themselves with a soft tyre to try and work their way through. But the crowd is building, the grid is forming, and Alan Hyde is on standby.
I've just found out from Dick Bennett from WSR, the BMW team, that they couldn't find out what the problem was with Darryl De Leon's car. So to be on the safe side, they have changed an engine. First time they've changed an engine at a circuit since many years ago with Sam Tordoff. So I think they could be proud of that record, rather than disappointed that they've had to make the security change of an engine for Darryl De Leon today here at Brands Hatch. So fingers crossed for Darryl. He had such good speed yesterday. He was so impressive yesterday. And then that huge disappointment at the start of this race. Dan Camish is just being shown a laptop, and probably being shown what sort of tyres everybody is on around. Well, the top 3 is no question. They have to be.
And so let's go and join Louise on the grid with Charles Ainford.
But it really has swung back in your favour now. It's a very real possibility, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, it really is. As you say, I thought it was because it was so tricky before the start of the weekend, it wasn't necessarily on my radar as a back thought, but all of a sudden it's becoming a bit real. So we've got to make sure we have 2 clean races. As we know, anything can happen in touring cars. A bit of bad luck for me, and Daryl's right back in it. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do, but hopefully we can round it off.
So you've got the medium tyre on for this race. You've got a couple of cars behind you, Tom Ingram, Gordon Shedden, both got the soft tyre. So what do you think? I mean, you know what that soft tyre is like on your car. How tricky is it going to be to keep those guys behind you?
I think it's going to be very difficult, especially Tom, you know. He's a fantastic driver, because Gordon's very feisty as well. So, you know, I've got my own championship to think about now as well. But certainly, you know, if the opportunity's there, we can try and go forward from here, we'll certainly give that a go.
Yeah, I mean, you always got a podium in that last race. Slightly frustrating to lose that position?
Yeah, of course it was, the way it happened. Obviously, the stewards had the decision, and Adam got a penalty for it. I'm sure he didn't mean to do it. So, yeah, we'll see. But no, certainly, I mean, in the eyes of the stewards, obviously got a penalty for it, and that was their decision.
Great. Have a good race. He's such a nice boy, isn't he? And back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Lou. Yes, I'm with Mikey Doble. Do you know what? I forget how much goes on around these cars. There's people getting the windscreens clean. There's tyres everywhere, trying to get your on your marks. Mikey, there's a lot going on in the mate, but there's a lot going on for you in this race as well.
Yeah, this is the really important one. I mean, race 1 was important, but yeah, we didn't manage to make much progress there on the soft tyre. But you know, we're status quo amongst the independent runners for tyres. So you got Lloydie up there and Smiley that they're going to be in the thick of it, I think. So look, I don't think we've got the outright pace to really go and challenge them. But if there's some skirmishes down there and they're in the middle of it, you know, and one of them has a bit of a nightmare, then we're back in it for race 3, you know, so we just got to be there to pick up the pieces.
Listen, I know you're a good guy and you love racing British touring cars, but how hard has it been to jump from such a fantastic car into the Cupra, which is not a bad car, but it is not easy, is it, to drive against the Astra?
Yeah, I know, that's exactly right, and we had the Astra in such a window this year. I mean, actually getting in the car and getting used to it, we were fine after 1 round, but you know, just trying to extract the speed out of this car. The Astra just almost drove itself around this. You've really got to hustle it, and you've got to work so hard to try and get the speed out of the car. It's just not been easy. You know, we've worked hard at it to try and get it competitive, but it's just that reality is just we're not competitive enough. You know, we're just not quick enough to really get back inside the top 10 where we were early in the season. But it's tough, but I'm just driving it to the absolute limit of what I can do with the car.
Listen, I'm sure you'll be mighty in this one. Good luck, mate. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I am now done with Tom Ingram, P7 to P5 in race 1 to extend that championship lead to 37 points. Just look at this crowd around me here. You get the feeling something might be happening here, don't you? Let's dive in and grab a word with the man himself. A lot of people watching on here, Tom. There's a sense of expectation out there.
Yeah, it's got a busy grid, this, isn't it?
Yeah, haven't you?
Seems to be quite a few people around. Yeah, look, we're in really, really good shape here with a soft tyre just about to go into the car. 5 laps of TTB as well. So it's a really, really nice place to be. The car's felt fantastic again this weekend. So yeah, whenever we bought a soft tyre on, the car feels fantastic. So really exciting.
I mean, it was business as usual in race 1. That worked out for you. Business as usual plus a soft tyre in race 2. It really is. It's in your hands, suffice to say. We never know what happens, but it's looking very good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, as I've said no end of occasions this weekend, we can't be overconfident. We can't look into things as though it's a done deal. We're just going about it exactly as we would a normal race weekend. We've done exactly the same strategy we did at Silverstone. Managed the way through with the limited TTB in race 1. Go to the soft tyre to try and bank a good result in this next race. I've got Gordon behind who's on a soft tyre. The rest of the guys around on a medium tyre. A little bit more boost. So the strategy was always to treat this as a normal race weekend. So business as usual. Just obviously acutely aware that there's some more business going on that we need to attend to later.
I can tell you're very much in race mode. I'll let you get your head down, get ready for this one. We are going to head off for a break. When we come back, it could well be, probably shouldn't say that, but it could well be the championship decider. So be sure you come back for that one.
And as ITV go for a break, we still have a couple of minutes. And we shall go to Alan Hyde for the last couple of minutes of the grid walk.
We're up against, obviously,
we've saved the soft till the last one. We're planning to try and go forward in that, but we need to stay in the hunt of the reverse grid.
As far as the car is concerned, how does it feel? Does it feel different to yesterday?
Yeah, we didn't quite get something right in race one. We were on the back foot, if I'm brutally honest. So we've made some changes. Hopefully it's all in the right direction.
Okay, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Ash Sutton down here on the grid. I don't normally like doing this. I'm not sure I've closed that properly. Can I leave it to the team to close? So I'm going to leave it to the team to close, Ash, so I make sure that I don't leave you with a door that's going to fly open on the opening lap of the race. I would never, ever forgive myself. I haven't closed the door on that side, so very good. Thank you very much indeed. What about Dan Lloyd down here on the grid? I'm very superstitious about closing a driver's door. Just don't like doing it. Right, let me see. Let me see if I can squeeze in from the left-hand side of Dan Lloyd's car and just get a thought. How are you feeling, Dan?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously, a little bit of nerves in the background, but we couldn't have asked for a better start of the day. So, yeah, in a strong position and eyes ahead.
They do say it's nice to start on the left-hand side of the grid here at Brands.
Let's hope so. We got a great start last time, and I think just same again. It's all about being sensible and just getting stuck in at the right times. But we're in a good place.
Thank you, Dan. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the team as well for allowing me in there to have a quick word with Dan Lloyd. Now, all the personnel have been cleared off the grid now, so I wonder, does that mean that the door is closed on Ingram's car now? I reckon it does. I reckon it does. So I'm going to leave him be, and the door just very quickly opened by his engineer, Spencer. They've been together for a very, very long time, have Spencer and Ingram, and Spencer just opened the door briefly on Ingram's car to wish him good luck, a handshake, and leave him to it, because now it's all in the hands of the driver as the final few team personnel are cleared from the grid. What is going to happen for the penultimate race of the year in the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship? We shall find out here at Brands Hatch, live on Toker Live on 88.3 on Radio Brands here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch. Cheer on your favourite drivers, everybody. This could be a pivotal point in the championship season.
And yes, it could. Hello, everyone. Welcome back up to the commentary box. And, well, I was going to use my stream deck to move the screen so you can actually see it, but for some reason it's not working. Oh, what an absolute shame. I'm going to have to do it manually. Hello everyone, welcome up to the commentary box. That is the producer's worst nightmare. The stream technology not wanting to work, but it is what it is. It worked earlier on, so I don't know why it didn't work just now. So, a couple of minutes until we get underway on the formation lap. 58 seconds if you want to be precise. And we shall get the cars on the grid. Hopefully we go off on time, because we did cut the lunch break a little bit to keep the schedule on time as we wait for ITV to return, which they will momentarily do, as the 30-second board now held at the front of the grid. And the tension is building. This could be the championship deciding race in the 2025 British Touring Car Championship. Let's go down and join Nikki.
Sweat, and now no doubt a few tears along the way. It all boils down to this. If Tom Ingram finishes ahead of Ash Sutton, he will take his second British Touring Car title. Let's go. It is now round 29 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's find out who will be crowned champion with our commentators Tim Sylvie and Dave Addison.
So the cars released onto the final formation lap, and as we know about the BTCC, there are no guarantees about anything. Yeah, Tom Ingram might well be in the pound seat, but he is certainly not guaranteed this. There are 15 laps ahead of us, and there is drama at every turn, seemingly, in this championship. He has had a charmed season in many ways, has Tom Ingram. Others have had their dramas. Tom has had precious few. He's been banking points, and he's certainly in a good place. He just has to stay ahead of Ash Sutton, and the job is done with a round to spare. But it's never that straightforward. We've still got the Independence title as well, and that is far from straightforward. There is the man that won earlier on in the day, Dan Lloyd. Let's have a word with Dan before we go racing. Dan, that first race was mega, wasn't it? Great first lap on the soft tyres as well.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better start to the day, to be honest. It could have been a very tough race around my teammate for the full one, so getting a bit clear at the start, give me a bit of breathing room, and yeah, the car felt good as well.
And now you're on that medium tyre, things are a bit different, yeah?
Yeah, but to be honest with you, you always get a little bit of a feeling on the green flag lap, and so far it feels pretty good. So it's got to be a balance of getting stuck in at the right times and just being a bit sensible as well.
Get stuck in, admittedly, but also the main focus, really, I guess, is keeping an eye on what Mikey and Chris are up to for points.
Yeah, I mean, it's always better having the lead, but it's certainly not over yet, so still a lot of work to do. We're in a good place.
We'll let you get on with it. Good luck, Dan.
Cheers, mate.
So Dan Lloyd there in number 1, 2, 3, the Restart Racing Hyundai winner outright at Silverstone in the first race a couple of weeks ago. Let's look at the grid then for the penultimate.
Dan Camish and Tom Chilton, row 1 both on the medium tyres. Row 2, Adam Morgan and Charles Rainford both on the medium tyres. Row 3, Tom Ingram on the soft tyres looking for his championship, with row bottom alongside Shedden on the softs and Daniel Lloyd on the medium tyres for row 4. Row 5, Ash Sutton and Chris Smiley are both on the medium tyres, with Josh Cook on the medium tyre and Aaron Taylor-Smith on the soft tyre, row 6. Row 7, Senna Proctor on the soft tyres and Mikey Doble on the medium tyres, with row 8, Sam Osborne and Dexter Patterson both on the medium tyres. Row 9 is Max Buxton on the soft tyre and Nicholas Hamilton on the medium tyre. Row 10 is Jake Hill and Aidan Moffat both on the medium tyre, and Nick Holstead on the soft tyres. And Dal de Leon, after an engine change, has made it in the WSR car here as we get the cars ready to line up as we head towards the grid, and we shall get ready to welcome in JB, and that light has made it worse, by the way, JB. Camish 1 lap, Chilton 2 laps, 3 laps of Morgan, 4 lap 5, and we've got Ingram on 5, Rowbottom on 6, Shannon on 7 laps of Toka Turbo Boost, and 8 for everyone else for 15 laps here around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And I have to do it manually, JB, because my Stream Deck isn't working. So I press that button, and I press that button, and we'll welcome you up to the commentary box.
Hello, guys. We'll have track noise, I presume, in a second, because I can't hear anything in my ears. But hello, welcome. Thanks, JT, for doing this. I'll be in at the start and at the end, a bit similar to what we did a couple of years ago while Omi and Megan take the Formula 1. But here we go. It's round 29 of the QuitFit British Touring Car Championship, and this is the day, this is the moment where we could see Tom Ingram crowned another British Touring Car Champion. Dal de Jong starts at the back. I'll be with you for lap 1, and then I'll hand over to JT. Green flag at the back. Round 29 could be the championship decider around Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix layout. Eyes to the lights then. For the second time today, the 5 lights activate. Lights out, we're underway. Good start coming in from Chilton. Not a bad getaway from Dan Camish. Storming start once again from Charles Rainford as they come down towards turn number 1 at Paddock Hill Bend. Chilton leads. Chilton leads into Paddock Hill Bend. He's done a storming getaway. Where's Tom Ingram in all this? He's side by side with Rowbottom. Coming up the hill. Ingram side by side. He just needs to keep his nose clean. There's a spinner. Right in the middle of the pack. Adam Morgan getting halfway round. Is anyone going to collect him. We saw Aaron Taylor Smith coming in there. They all just about avoid him as they head down in towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Ingram's getting forced out. Sutton's in there too. And Ingram's almost going to take second position. Rainford's had a problem coming through the start. Ingram's going to try round the outside. We've got Sutton in there too, trying to be in there with a battle as they come onto the backstretch. Ingram side by side with Dan Camish. He's forcing his way through. Camish hits Sutton on the backstretch. Down we go again. What a wonderful start we're seeing at the moment, JT.
Good start here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit as we head now. Chilton out in front, Rainford defending from Tom Ingram, Dan Camish, Ash Sutton, Rowbottom, the 3 of the 4 nappers all in a line. Up we go towards Sheen Curve and Sterling's.
Chilton leads, Rainford second, Ingram is in third, Camish fourth, Sutton fifth, Rowbottom sixth, Shedden seventh, Proctor's up to 8th, Smith 9th, Taylor Smith into 10th position, up 4th, look at
Yep, and now up the inside, Ingram on Rainford as we head now in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that's Jake Hill trying to make up moves. Side by side is Rowbottom under pressure from Shedden as we head now down out of Druids.
I'll take this lap so you can fix things as well as the battling continues on. Chilton from Rainford, Ingram, Camish, Sutton, Rowbottom, Shedden, Proctor, Ingram up into second position. He's passed him now as they head down the back straight once more. Still trying to keep
as we head now down the front straightaway. Lap 3 of 15 we start now. Ingram currently in second place as Chilton up in first in that number 3 car. Now down in towards Graham Hill Bend. We now go down the back straight away. At the moment, as it stands, Tom Ingram leads the championship by 42 points. Down we go through Dingledale. Now, as we continue, down the drop in towards Hawthorns. Cars are defending and trying to attack. Lap 3 of 15, we're now into the second half of. As we now head on board. As it now stands, Tom Ingram will lead this by 45 points. He needs to lead it by 23 points to get this championship wrapped up in this race. Head under the bridge back on to the Indy layout now. We shall go across the line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. All single file at the moment. Up the hill we go through Druids. Shedden up the inside of Senna Proctor, now side by side Daryl De Leon with one of the Power Max cars. That is Mikey Doble. This is battle for 18th we are side by side with. Heading now down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Still up the inside is Daryl De Leon on that Mikey Doble car. Now down in towards Hawthorne we go. That's up the inside of Rainford. We're on board with Ash Sutton. So Ash Sutton has gained a move, but Ingram in the lead of this race will clinch the title. Now that's Rowbottom going up the inside of Charles Rainford. Rainford drops back down a position, but these three nappers together able to help each other out. Here is a replay of Rainford getting a massive slide exit of Hawthorns, and that allows Sutton to go straight up the inside as we have moves Taylor Smith, and that's a car around Charles Rainford into the barrier hard on his side. He comes back down onto all four wheels, but he did go up on his side as he hit the barrier, and that will cause a safety car, no doubt. We shall get the order. And now, side by side, Rowbottom and Shedden. Safety car boards are now displayed, so that will neutralise the field. But Charles Rainford deep in the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. So safety car deployed. Let's go down to ITV.
Problem, we'll hopefully get some replays, but of course this will now back up the whole pack behind Ingram, and now in fact Chilton can play a little bit of a role in just letting Chilton get a good restart and let him get away, but a chance for everyone to catch their breath.
Just a little wisp of smoke maybe at the back of Charles Rainford's car as he was disappearing off the road. Might have been because of the spin, might have been something more similar like a tyre going, but we'll try and see on a replay. So the safety car deployed. It's the 18th visit to the circuit of the safety car this year, and Tom Ingram's advantage will shrink. But the good news is he's got one of his teammates then looking after him, as it were, protecting him in second place. Charles Rainford is okay. He's out of the car. Now let's have a look from this angle. There's the BMW look on the inside. Comes up towards Paddock. Tap in the back. And then another tap. So there was definite contact twice. That's what did it.
Yes, it was a double assist, wasn't it? I think... yeah, I think possibly having seen him lose places, Shedden was anxious to get past, because when you see another car that's hobbled, you want to get past as well.
Yeah. I think it was Taylor Smith, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, 40 Taylor Smith. I thought, was it 40? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was Taylor Smith. You're anxious to get past because you sense the wounded animal, if you like, and he was probably a bit too eager, was Aaron Taylor Smith then at that point.
So I'm going to be a lap or two while the car is moved. Charles Rainford okay, he's, as you saw, out of it safe and sound, walks away. Safety car brings the order through then, and it is Tom Ingram ahead of Tom Chilton, Ash Sutton third, fourth Camish, fifth Rowbottom, sixth Shedden, Proctor seventh, Cook eighth, Taylor Smith ninth, so he was slightly delayed in that, and 10th is Jake Hill. This helps Jake a little bit, bunches everybody up ahead, and he can make more progress when the race gets back underway. Remember that he is on medium tyre. So we are on lap 6. We are under safety car conditions here at Brands Hatch.
This is on board with Ingram. Watch the start. Lovely start. Matches the revs, clutch drop and throttle perfectly. Off he goes, gets a good run. Defends the inside. Got a teammate in front of him, Morgan. Remember, he's on the soft tyres, that's why he can turn nice and tight. Slots in behind Camish on the inside. Out goes Morgan. Look at the grip that Ingram's got on those soft tyres. It's lovely.
Morgan recovered to 13th, by the way, when the safety car came out. This is Sutton.
Sutton on further back, an extra row back, so he gets past Shedden. Now you've got Ingram on the inside, a little bit of rubbing with Rowbottom into turn 1. Ash Sutton will be thinking, right, I'll probably go to the outside here and hope there's a gap. but then there's a concertina, so he goes to the inside, tries to follow Ingram through. Look at the traction Ingram has off the corner. The soft tyre is so advantageous, especially at the start of the race. Round the outside, all the way around the outside, side by side with Rowbottom is Sutton. He tries to go round the outside of Camish as well. He won't quite pull this one off, but again, off the corner, Ingram has great traction and drive. Camish stayed in front at this point.
And made it hard for Sutton at that point as well.
Yeah, he just nudged across in front of him, didn't he? But as you say, Camish is trying to get that third place, so doesn't want to give up. You know, he could let one car through and end up letting Rowbottom through, couldn't he? He did let Ash Sutton through later on in the race quite cleanly. So I think at this point, they're just trying to keep their position.
So Ash Sutton then is now in third place. Tom Ingram, race leader. Their engineers will be busy telling them about the state of play in terms of the resumption of the race. Charles Rainford's car is out of the gravel, so it's not long, I think, before we go racing again. You've kind of got two parts to this. One is to move the car, the other is to put the recticel barriers back in place, but that's not far from doing. So maybe just one more lap. There is the BMW, battered and bruised, being brought back to WSR, which is having a pretty torrid day. That is now, if you like, one strike for each of the four drivers in a race and a half.
Yeah, it is. And when you consider how successful they were at the start of the year, it's a complete contrast, is it? And now, as it stands in the Jack Sears, Darrell de Leon is back in front by 5 points.
With Sam Osborne in third for 106 points. That's minus 28. As we go across the line once more, of course, we'll have 3 added laps at the end of this. Let's give you a full rundown. It's Ingram, Chilton, Sutton, Camish, Rowbottom, Shedden, Proctor, Cook, Taylor Smith, and Jake Hill has made it up into the top 10 now. Aidan Moffat, Chris Smiley, Adam Morgan, Sam Osborne, Dan Lloyd, Darrell de Leon, Dexter Patterson, Mikey Doble, and then Buxton, Halstead rounds out the top 20. Hamilton and of course Rainford ended up in the gravel as we get ready to return to racing here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Heading now down the hill as we return to Comcam as we get ready for this race to get back underway. The pace car lights are off and the safety car will head back in to pit lane, and we're going to get this race back underway. The 80 car of Ingram going to back them all up. He's got Chilton as a buffer behind him. All single file as we head down the bridge. Get to the zone where Ingram is allowed to accelerate. Sutton in third. Could make this very interesting. It's 2 Team Virtue cars with 3 nappers behind. Ingram gets on the accelerator. He gets a good start. Chilton is falling back to defend from Ash Sutton. Here comes Chilton defending. Ingram down in towards turn 1. Senna Proctor a little bit of contact 3 wide. Jake Hill makes up 2 positions. He's still 3 wide up the inside. That's Druids up at the top of the hill. He got past the 2 Toyotas. As we head now out of Graham Hill Bend down the back straight in towards Surtees. At the moment, all single file. Jake Hill now side by side with Taylor Smith. A little bit of rubbing of the tyre. We did get the full 3 laps added by the way. Now down the hill in towards Hawthorne. Hill is defending from Taylor Smith. As we now head into Westfield on this first lap of the restart. Now down Dingledale into Sheen Curve as Ingram's already down at Sterling's. Ingram has had an absolutely amazing restart. He's already pulled 1.5 seconds of the back of everyone else. Chilton did an incredible job of holding up Ash Sutton, and it has worked. Across the line we go once more, and it'll be halfway as we cross the line, as black and white flags being displayed. Josh Cook in 9th as we're on board with Mikey Doble in 17th. And that's Taylor Smith round. Taylor Smith into the barrier. He will come across the track in front of his teammate, and he nearly became a bowling ball, but he found a gap in the middle of all of the traffic heading into Druids. Hit the inside barrier, came across the track hard into the gravel and the outside tyre wall. He got spun round. Was there contact? And it looks like we are heading to another safety car. Yes, we are, which means Tom Ingram will have to deal with another safety car restart. But the positive is there's no more laps going to be added, as we have already had the 3 extra added laps. Aaron Taylor Smith out of his car. The Toyota in the barrier up at Druids. And hopefully we shall get a replay momentarily. Here is the replay. So this is down into Sterling's. This is Josh Cook on the bumper of Taylor Smith. Josh Cook took Taylor Smith's bumper off, and it was actually Josh Cook who turned Aaron Taylor Smith. So 2 Toyota cars getting into battle. Josh Cook just turned Aaron Taylor Smith. What is rule 1? Don't hit your teammate. What is rule 2? Read rule 1. Aaron Taylor Smith a little bit annoyed at that, and I think everyone wants to be a fly on the wall at the debrief of race 2 back at the Toyota garages. And Tom Chilton has stopped. Tom Chilton has stopped at the exit of Druids. Now that is Tom Ingram's buffer and safety net of a teammate behind him gone, because now the car that is behind that 80 car of Tom Ingram is Ash Sutton. There's no car that is going to have that buffer. Here is a view of the Team Virtue garage. Now I wonder what has happened there, because Tom Chilton has broken down and has rolled all the way down the hill through Graham Hill Bend and has come to a stop. Here is a replay. So Tom Chilton was slowing up the hill towards Druids. Sutton stayed back, and then Chilton went to pull off the track at the outside of Druids. So drama for Team Virtue and Tom Chilton. Ingram now no longer has that Team Virtue safety net in the car behind him, because he has Ash Sutton in the napper behind him. This could get very interesting indeed, because as it stands, Tom Ingram leads the championship by 42 points to Ash Sutton, which means at the moment he would win it if it stays as it is. And stuff needs to go drastically wrong for Tom Ingram in this next 6 laps for him not to clinch it in this race. So, Cooper Straight we go, up through Surtees. We head on towards the Grand Prix loop.
as we continue round the circuit under safety car for the second time of asking here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, round 29 of 30 here in the 2025 season. As it stands in the independent, Daniel Lloyd is 12 points ahead of Mikey Doble, and Chris Smiley is 13 points behind Dan Lloyd. So second and third in the independent standing separated by 1 point, 402 to 401 for Doble and Chris Smiley, and Dan Lloyd on 414 points as we're on board with Daniel Lloyd. Down towards clearways we go, lights still on top of the Porsche safety car, so we are not going this time by, as the Aaron Taylor Smith car on the telehandler being carried off of the site of the incident down at Druids, and that'll go behind the barrier now, so hopefully we should be able to get going next time by, which will be 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That'll be 5 laps of racing as we head now around Druids where that car is being recovered. On board with Tom Ingram, just having a little look behind him, seeing that it is no longer Tom Chilton and it is indeed Ash Sutton who is behind him. Down at the Grand Prix loop we go once more. Jake Hill, by the way, after starting near the back, he's made his way all the way up into 7th place. So it's Ingram, Sutton, Camish, Shedden, Rowbottom, Proctor, Hill, Cook, Morgan, Moffat, your top 10, as the lights now go off on top that Porsche safety car and the field starts to bunch up. The safety car pulls away and we are ready to go once more for a safety car restart. The field now left. Ingram becomes the control car. The safety car heads into pit lane now. And Ingram waits till he gets to the zone where he is allowed to accelerate. Ash Sutton right behind him. Ingram needs to catch out Sutton here. Ingram hits on the accelerator now. Sutton goes with him. Sutton reacted to Ingram well, and the top two have pulled away, as all bumpers further back, Proctor and one of the other nappers, that is of Rowbottom, getting a little bit of a slide. There's a lock-up further back. That looked like Adam Morgan with Aidan Moffat on his inside. It's all chaos in the mid-pack. A Toyota further back, that looked like possibly Buxton, as we head now down in towards 30s around the outside. Josh Cook on Jake Hill, green flags waving around the circuit, but it is still Ingram in front of Sutton. 0.2 of a second now. Ingram has really pulled away from Ash Sutton here, as Jake Hill continuing to try to progress his position here as we head through Dingledale up towards Sheen Curve. We go through now. Ingram up towards Sterling's now. Sutton and Camish under pressure from Senna Proctor, looking to get yet another podium. As Proctor looks down the outside, he'll set up a move possibly for Paddock Hill Bend. We look to the light on the side of the car of Senna Proctor. He's not using his turbo boost and not able to make a move round the outside, but he's looking round the outside of Camish as we continue to head round the Druids circuit. And now up the inside, Shedden on Proctor isn't able to. As now up into Sheen Curve. Down we go. This is on board with Mikey Doble, who's got Daryl de Leon behind him. Down in towards Hawthorne we go. De Leon, a little bit of contact with Doble. And now Patterson on the back of De Leon. And Patterson trying to get past that number 2 car. Nick Hamilton just behind them in 19th place. So we head now in towards Stirling's. Leaders are in clearways, and that is Hill. Trying to go around the outside of Rowbottom, isn't able to, but he will pull round the outside, try to get the power down. He is on his turbo boost, so was Rowbottom, and that means that Hill wasn't able to get round that time by. As we continue round the Brands Hatch Indy part of the circuit, we shall head up to the Grand Prix layout momentarily. That's where the leaders are at the moment, as the midfield down the Cooper Straight. Here comes Senna Proctor up on the inside of Dan Camish. He's got past. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. Here comes Gordon Shedden trying to get past. Isn't able to. Now side by side, that's Jake Hill and Josh Cook. Cook on the inside of Jake Hill. Josh Cook has been a bit destructive this race, but he's up the inside of that number 1 car and gets the position done. So lap 16 of 18, and hopefully momentarily we shall be able to welcome JB back with audio which hopefully isn't at -40.
Oh, right.
I've had to put you at 200%, JB. Try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You are at 170% volume.
Excellent. Nice as well, by the way, comms, mate. We've been keeping an eye on you. And great production work to come in. So, here we go then. 2 to go. We're closing in as well the end of the Formula 1 race, so they haven't been timed to perfection. Hello, everybody. Well done, JT, for getting that working. Ingram battling with Sutton and Proctor, but Ingram, though, JT, what a race. And you've had a bit of a safety car, but what a battle was now.
Well, yeah,
so you take over and I'll back up.
We had 2, JB. We had 1 for Charles Rainford getting punted by Aaron Taylor-Smith into Paddock Hill, and then Josh Cook decided to become a wrecking ball on his teammate Aaron Taylor-Smith. And
we saw Taylor-Smith be flying across the screen.
Yes,
tried to hit the back of
that was courtesy of Josh Cook.
Ah, we did see actually that flashbang manoeuvre on the screen, so I was wondering who caused that.
Yeah, exit of Stirling's. We had Josh Cook get into Aaron Taylor-Smith's rear bumper. That sent the rear bumper flying onto the grass, which you can see on the right-hand side there as Camish goes past it. Side by side, we head now down into clearways. Camish up the inside. Shedden now tries to go up the inside, barely touching him. Side by side as we start the final lap, JB.
This is it then with, again, brilliant move from Shedden. Camish got nothing left to defend. Is Robo going to find something into turn 1 at Paddock Hill Bend? I don't think he can. He wanted to have traction. He wanted to find the time but couldn't. And they've cut away from the wrong battle because we're seeing it side by side now on the inside. Bit of a battle with Josh Cook, door to door as well with Robo, and Jake Hill's trying to come in there as well, though, JT.
Yep, as we head now down the Cooper Straight for the final time. We cut now with Ingram and Sutton. We also had Chilton break down under the safety car, which meant the safety net of that Team Virtue Chilton car in the middle of Ingram and Sutton. Didn't happen, but round the outside now we have Rowbottom trying to get round the outside of Camish, isn't able to do it, but our focus now goes to Tom Ingram going through Dingledale.
JT, we're in Dingledale, but if you want to call a bit of the championship now, and I'll take over at the end of the race, what have this year meant to you?
It has been an incredible year for Tom Ingram. The highs and lows. The lows of Jake Hill, him out of the championship battle. Ash Sutton has been there, but he hasn't been able to do it, JB. Here comes Tom Ingram.
Tom Ingram, a brilliant year for 7 wins. It's high 7. It's the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram has done it. Misery for 2 years back to back, but now he can be #1 again. And Tom Ingram is the touring car champion. Oh, JT, what a season, what a race.
What a season, what a race. And now scenes going up the hill towards Druids. Ingram and Sutton side by side. Ingram looks over to the Sutton car, gives him a thumbs up, and that is 2 British touring car drivers going to battle for a full year, and it taking 29 rounds to find a winner.
JT, I'll hand back to you. I've got to run to call the end of the F1. It's getting tasty. Tom Ingram's the champ. Down to you, mate.
Thank you, JB. As I press that button and JB disappears, and we mute that microphone. So, thanks, JB. And Tom Ingram, your winner of QuickFit British Touring Cars Round 29. He's had 7 wins this year, and that also was his 40th British touring car race win to add to it as well. Tom Ingram absolutely delighted in the car. The floodgates have opened, and we can't wait to hear from the new 2025 British touring car champion. Scenes down at Team Virtue. Family members celebrating. Tom Gray, I can also see, is down there. And let's go down to one of the team members. Let's see if Alan Hyde is down there. But never mind. Team Virtue, of course, we have championships to have a look at going in towards race 3, because it's not all done. We have the manufacturers and constructors still all to play for. We have the teams still all to play for. We have the independent trophy for the drivers all still to play for. And we have the Jack Sears trophy all still to play for. I believe ITV maybe going to a break, but let's go down.
Definitely, you win as a team. They've been together a long time. They know each other, understand each other. We said at the top of the programme how important that relationship is with its, whether it's with him and Spencer, Spenny, or whether it's with Tony Carosa and Ash Sutton. It's such an important part of racing.
So Tom Ingram is celebrating. He's also having to do the correct thing by adding to the pickup and going offline. He will get to the pit lane and we'll hear from him once more. Round 29 of the championship secures the championship for race winner Tom Ingram. His 7th win of the season, with Ash Sutton 2nd, both in the race and in the championship fight. Senna Proctor takes 3rd from Gordon Shedden and Dan Camish. It's Dan Rowbottom 6th from Jake Hill and Josh Cook. Aidan Moffat 9th, ahead of Adam Morgan, recovering for 10th. 11th is where you find Chris Smiley ahead of Sam Osborne. Smiley therefore the winning independent. Darryl DeLeon 13th from Mikey Doble, who got ahead of Dan Lloyd at the end, and Dexter Patterson just outside the point 16th from Max Buxton and Nick Halstead. Then Nicholas Hamilton in 19th, and we lost Tom Chilton, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Charles Rainford, of course. So there's one more race to go, but we know already who is the champion. It is Tom Ingram, who after 29 rounds is the champion with a 42-point cushion over Ash Sutton. But the fight's still on for third. Dan Camish ahead of Jake Hill. Dan Rowbottom is fifth. It's Adam Morgan sixth from the non-scoring Tom Chilton. Charles Rainford is eighth ahead of Gordon Shedden. And Senna Proctor rounds out that top 10. In the independents, 8 points now between Dan Lloyd and Mikey Doble with a race to go. Chris Smiley still in touch, but he can't outscore Dan Lloyd seemingly in the championship fight. Dexter Patterson is fourth, Nick Hamilton is in fifth. And there's also the Jack Sears Trophy. So, bad day for Darryl DeLeon in race 1, bad day for Charles Rainford from race 2. It's Darryl back ahead, and 5 points BMW drivers with one more race to go. Right, winning drivers make their way to the pit lane. Tom Ingram full of emotion, but he's a double champion, and Louise is down there.
Yeah, let's dive in and grab a word with Ash Sutton, the first of the drivers coming in. It's going to be a while until we get Tom down here in the Parc Fermé. He's been celebrating on the way in, as we saw, and understandably so. And Ash, I mean, you did pretty much everything you could do in that race. I think you made up 7 places, was it, on the medium tyre? You can only do what you can do.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like I've said all day, it's been out of our control all day, and look, we kind of knew it was always going to be a tough ask. But fair play to Accelerate, Team Virtue and Tom and his crew. They've done a sterling job. The car's been in a completely different league to anyone else on the grid. So, yeah, there's only so much you can do when you've got one hand tied behind your back. But as a result for us, we're fully focused on the manufacturer's side of things and the team points. So you can see me working the team game there with Dan, making sure we get Dan through when I put a move on Rainford and whatnot. And I saw Senna coming, I was like, oh, give us a break. Not another Hyundai. But yeah, luckily we stayed ahead of him, so it's going to go down to the wire on that one.
Tricky race for you to manage, wasn't it? I mean, okay, tricky race for everybody to manage, but I suppose it became a little bit easier. What was your thoughts when you saw Tom Chilton peeling off? Because he was making life, as he should do, a little bit tricky for you before the second restart.
Yeah, obviously I'm not sure what happened there, so yeah, not ideal for him, but obviously it plays into our hands for sure. We had a load more boost than him, so I was quite hopeful that we would have been able to do the job anyway. He for sure would have made it difficult, but ultimately we're going up against Tom and Senna for the teams and manufacturers, so beating him wasn't really crucial at this time.
Great to see you, by the way. Some lovely sportsmanship just running alongside Tom on the way in there. I mean, Senna, great result for you to finish on the podium, but also to be here. I mean, he's just over your shoulder, Tom, about to come in, and it's a big moment for the team, isn't it?
Yeah, massive. You know, it was great to come from 13th then and get a podium. Big thanks to all the team, but this moment's on Tom. You know, I'm just emotional for him and emotional for myself because, you know, this is the last meeting of the season, and you know, it's coming towards the end of it all, and I hope we'll be back next year. So, well done to Tom. Full credit to him and the team, and this moment's for him. So, well done.
Well done. Congratulations, and I'm going to, Tom. Just interestingly, that's the quietest. Normally, you would hear a champion coming into Parc Fermé, engine absolutely revving, but he's just literally coasted in, just soaking. And this is the moment that every driver dreams of, every driver waits for, the opportunity to stand on the bonnet of that, on the roof of that car as now a 2-time British touring car champion. Where's Spenny gone? Here he is. Let's grab in dive in and grab a word with Spenny. I mean, that's a special thing to see your man up there, isn't it?
So cool. He thoroughly deserves it. What an absolute superstar. But the car working really well, especially in that race, but he just managed it perfectly. He's here now.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you had to manage, a tricky one for him to manage.
Absolutely, with all the stress and pressure of it, and managing that tyre, but we saved it to the end, saved the deployment as well, so awesome job. What a top driver.
Congratulations to you, because it is a mammoth team effort. Let's see if let's give him his moment with Laura's partner, Tom Chilton, coming in to congratulate him as well. And obviously, yeah, there he is. He's looking for Spence to his man Spenny to celebrate the moment as well. At some point, hopefully he'll take his helmet off and we can grab a word. No, a few more people to go and celebrate with. Tom. I don't blame you. I mean, you want to celebrate this with everybody because it has been such a huge team effort. But let's talk about this moment. I mean, we could tell you were lost for words in the car. Have you had a little bit of time on the lap in to gather your thoughts? Nope.
Not really, no. I could lie to you, but I have absolutely no words.
Let me ask you a simple question then. I mean, that was a tricky race to manage, but to win this title, your second touring car title, not just with the win, with the fastest lap, I mean, that just absolutely ticked all of the boxes, didn't it?
It really did, yeah. The car, as it has been every single round this year, has been on another planet of perfect. And I cannot say enough good things for every single member of Team Virtue, because what we've put together this year has been nothing short of unreal. I've had the best year, the best years racing of my life. I have laughed, I've had a smile on my face all the way through, and yeah.
It has been a very special year on the track. I mean, you've pretty much been in control from sort of halfway through this championship. I mean, it's never done until it's done. But the manner of this win, the amount of wins you've had, the points you've had, it's just surpassed anything you've ever done before, hasn't it?
It really has, and it was, it's been a first for me coming into the finale weekend, leading the way in and ahead of the points. So there's been a lot of pressure in from a different reason, because everyone's sort of been saying to me, "Don't mess it up." It's different when I've come in before and I've been second or third, and it's good luck this weekend, you can still do it. And this weekend's, I've felt the pressure as much as I've sort of said, I'm fine, I'm chill, I'm all right. I have felt the pressure, like we said before. So, yeah, to get it done in race two with one to go, I'm proper chuffed.
What a race it was! I mean, that was proper touring cars. First couple of laps, you're in the lead, jobs are good, and then of course, this is the BTCC. It kicked off on a couple of occasions.
Thank you, buddy.
Well done, everyone.
Thanks, Ash. It's yeah, it was heavy going. I saw Ash obviously got a lightning and absolute rocket start and was right in the mix. And when he was there, I was kind of, "What are you doing here, man? How's this happened?" So we always knew that Ash and Napa were going to come out, all guns blazing and always go for the maximum points, and they've absolutely done that in buckets. So they've really kept us on our toes, and it's been a great season. It really has to go toe to toe with Ash all the way through, and it seems like we've had more battles this year than we ever have done. So yeah, a massive thank you to everybody, absolutely everybody, because honestly the amount of messages I've had coming into this weekend has been out of this world. So from everybody, thank you.
Congratulations. Go gather your breath, because you've got another race to go yet. So let's go over now to Nikki. We can find out where everyone's going to be lining up on our final touring car race of 2025.
Indeed, thank you so much, Lou. And well, we just have to say a massive congrats to our provisional British touring car champ, Tom Ingram. I mean, he truly does deserve it, and it's kind of come full circle, because Brands Hatch was where he took his first win in 2016, so almost 10 years on, he's back taking his second title. What a moment.
Yeah, and I think the sad thing about what you've just said is that he isn't a multiple British touring car winner. He's a fantastic driver, as good as anyone on that grid. I'm a massive, obviously, fan of British touring cars, but he has been super special this year. That whole team, the package has come together. He's done what he's needed to do. He's been so fast. Ash Sutton probably knew halfway through the year it was going to be a difficult one for him against that car, the team, and Tom. Nobody deserves it more than Tom, and it's great to see Bruce's dad here and all the everybody else just supporting him today.
Oh, it really does. You can see what it means to him, the team. All of that hard work has finally paid off. But Ash Sutton gave us a bit of an exciting finish there. It was very much still elbows out. He didn't give up until the checkered flag was waved.
Yeah, exactly. I've never known Ash, give up, as we see pictures of the cars in that race going round. I've never seen Ash give up ever, and a lot of help was coming from Tom Chilton when he could, but obviously he struggled. John Cleland-esque that was across the line. I was very impressed with that. Was it vibrating there, Tom? Yeah, I bet you did after that, mate. That was a proper lock-up, but yeah, fair play. Excellent, mate. Firstly, well done. Top man. Well done.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, such an emotional moment, and now that's exactly what you want to be doing,
exactly
isn't it?
That.
The super reverse control.
Yeah, it's just what I wanted, is to pull out number 12.
Where is your mindset right now? Is it something, because in the car
really.
You were just like lost for words.
I think it's really difficult, because we've sort of come into this weekend in the lead, as I've just said to Lou there. So it's the first time I've had the pressure of having to lead into the finale weekend. So there's an awful lot of pressure, and I've tried to be really sensible with it, not trying to think too far ahead, just take each lap as it comes. So, the last lap of that was fairly emotional coming in, and yeah, I just wanted to seal it off as best as we could.
Absolutely, but it's not over yet. You've still got one more race to go.
And there's a big dent in the roof as well. Which
let's get on with our reverse grid draw. So each ball represents a number. That number represents the finishing position from race 2, and the number you call will then move up to pole position.
Can I put it back? Can I put that one back and do another again?
Oh no, what
it's
number
9.
is it? It's number 9.
Number 9,
which
please.
is Aidan Moffat. Has moved into pole position, which puts you unfortunately down in 9.
Back. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, still, this is time to go and celebrate.
It absolutely is. Yeah, the trouble is I really want a beer now, but I've got one more race to go. So
yeah, hang on a minute. You've got a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
And then we'll do fireworks and beer. How does that sound?
Sounds like a great idea to me.
Brilliant. Tom, huge congratulations.
Thank you very
and we'll
much.
see you for the final race of the season. Quite tricky, isn't it? You've just won the championship title decider, and then you've got to focus on a race ahead. You know, I mean, he's got a little bit of time, but not long before we go racing again.
Yeah, but you know, they're professional sports people, and we've had it before where people have, you know, won the championship in race 2. They've got to get back on it. He'll probably have a cheeky little non-alcoholic drink, I'm sure, but I've got to say, I'm very impressed with what that team's done this year. They have been unbelievable from free practice 1 at the very first weekend, so fair play to you guys.
I'd love to know what a cheeky little non-alcoholic drink is.
What are you doing later on? Should we go out for a drink? Get Steve Ryder back as well.
I think I'd prefer the alcoholic one, that's all right. So Aidan Moffat, though, what an opportunity for him on pole position.
Amazing.
The season.
He's had a terrible start to the weekend, but pole position just shows in British touring cars you have to keep going and have to just keep believing you can get back up the front, and Aidan could win this one. He's been brilliant here before in his old Mercedes.
And it's Josh Cook alongside him, which kind of makes up amends for the first race where he's right at the back.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that, because there's maybe a bit of an inquest, I think, with what happened with Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Well, let's see what happens anyway. It'd be great front row, that would be.
All right, well, it's time to decide some more trophies with the final round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Let's go to our commentators, Jade Edwards and David Anderson.
Where we shall go to your commentator team of Matt Suckling, Josh Barrett and Alan Hyde. Back on Toka Live. We shall rejoin you later on for race 3, but possibly we will have Omi taking you through the British Formula 4 if it stays on time, their race after this. Let's go back over to Trackside Comms.
Ninth row is going to see number 82, Lelia Wormsley, line up alongside 95, Charlie Tutil. The 10th row then sees number 44, which is Hannah Chapman, and on the outside, number 87, Paul Porter. And then the final row of the grid should be number 5, Katia Loggy, and Alistair Weston in car number 52. So that gives you the grid. As we said, championship still to be played out within the RS Club Sport Pro category. The other 3 have been decided in terms of Club Sport Am, the way of Oliver Meadows, Club Sport Pro, the way of Jonathan Moore, and in terms of the Club Sport Am, Hannah Chapman.
Ready with our podium, the presentation for round 29 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Not surprisingly, there's a very big crowd in front of the podium, so you can be as loud as you like, everybody, in the presentation for round 29. To make the presentations, representing our title sponsors QuickFit, please welcome Dan Coombs, Centre Manager for QuickFit, onto the podium, who will go down to the far end of the podium first of all to hand out the winning independent trophy for round 29, and the winning independent driver for the 10th time this year is Chris Smiley. Well done, Chris. Congratulations. Gets a lovely cheer as well. The team have made it down here to offer their support. Well done, Chris. Congratulations. He's about to climb aboard the small podium step and then to receive the winning independent trophy. Well done to Chris Smiley, winning independent driver for round 29. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners are Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and to represent them, team manager Dave Trednick. Well done. Congratulations to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. They take the Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 29. And Dave Trednick, hand out the trophy. Very good. Well done. The Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 29 goes to Dave Trednick, the team manager for Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. On to the top 3 drivers. Third place, Senna Proctor. Third podium of the year. Well done, Senna. Congratulations. Onto the podium. A fist in the air. Well done. Congratulations to Senna on the podium for the 3rd time this year. In second place, 16th podium of the year for Ash Sutton. Well done, Ash. Congratulations. Up the podium steps he comes, a wave to the crowd, and a 4-time champion about to receive the second place trophy for round 29. And on the top step of the podium, an 18th podium of the year, a 7th win of the year, Tom Ingram. Hear the cheer as Ingram bashes the podium, climbs aboard the top step of the podium, handshakes with all the other drivers, a handshake with Dan Coombs from QuickFit, and Tom Ingram wins round 29 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. And now, the national anthem for the winning driver. Tom Ingram wins round 29 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. That is quite a moment when you hear the national anthem and you're standing aboard the top step of the podium. Our thanks to Dan Coombs for making the presentation. All the drivers now posed together on the top 2 steps of the podium with their trophies. And once they have done that, they will put the trophies down. Stand by, everybody, because they are about to celebrate with champagne.
Thank you, Alan. Yep, so we have a wonderful podium down there for round 29 of the BTCC, the Porsche Sprint Challenge, into life for the final time this weekend. But we are under safety car, actually, because we've had a bit of a moment on that first lap, which has involved a couple of cars. First of all, Oliver Cossum was involved. There was some contact through Paddock Hill Bend. Tom Bradshaw might be under investigation here because his start didn't look too clean. So we'll see what happened with that. He was also with some contact through the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. We've had Charlie Tutil off into the gravel at Surtees as well. Now, whether something broken on the left rear, not too sure, but he did go off fairly relatively on his own, so whether he got a little bit of contact prior to that, he's now found himself quite deep in the gravel trap, unfortunately. And for Oliver Cossum, he's quite deep in the gravel trap at Druids Corner, so he was very slow on the run towards Druids. So how he's ended up there, I am unsure, because he would have probably been pulling off the circuit, but that's gone horribly wrong for Oliver Cossum. Whether the brakes faded and he just couldn't get the car stopped, not too sure. But as I said, he was running at a reduced speed on the run towards Druids Corner. But there's a lot of gravel which has been now soaked up by that Porsche. So unfortunately, the 718 Cayman, unfortunately, the GT4 RS that they race within the RS category has found itself very deep in the gravel trap. So not what they would have wanted for Tom Bradshaw, though. This is a race where he could wrap up the championship, but as it stands, hasn't gone too well. He started on what was the outside of the front row of the grid. He's already down into 5th position, and he finds himself behind 3 other pro drivers. So that means that currently Joe Marshall will be picking up maximum points. He also has the point for fastest lap, but we haven't really done a competitive lap time yet, so that will stand for the time being, but whether that lasts, we'll have to wait and see as the race wears on. But Joe Marshall, it's his to gain, and it's Tom Bradshaw's to lose as it currently stands. With what we have, Tom Bradshaw down there in 4th position in class, that means he'll be picking up 4 points. Effectively, Joe Marshall needs the win and the fastest lap, and he needs Tom Bradshaw not to finish. So whether that's going to be the case, we'll have to wait and see. As I said, it was a little bit of a precarious start for Tom Bradshaw, and there was a slight bit of contact in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So it'll be interesting to see a replay of that and see how that all came about. So it was Oliver Cossum up the inside of Tom Bradshaw. There was a contact between those 2 cars. Bradshaw drifted wide. I then suspect there was broken left suspension on Oliver Cossum's car. He was going, as I said, very slowly up towards Druids on the grass. And then all of a sudden, what happened to put him into the gravel trap? He came back onto the tarmac. He tried to get himself off the wet grass. And then all of a sudden, the car just went straight on. He didn't really know where to go and drove himself into the gravel trap. So that is a bizarre moment there for Oliver Cossum. But as I said, it was the contact with Tom Bradshaw which initially broke the suspension on the left front. And Tom Bradshaw had a very kind of eyes wide open there moment.
Well, we've also got is Jonathan Moore going quite slow at the back of the field. He stayed out on the circuit. Don't think he's been down the pit lane, but not keeping up with the safety car train. So possible issues for one of our champions.
Yeah, so that's not good news for Jonathan Moore, who runs within the Club Sport Pro category. As we said, they have all been wrapped up apart from the RS Pro division, which is still to be decided between Joe Marshall and Tom Bradshaw. I can tell you currently, as we stand in this race, it is Tom Bradshaw on 127 points where he sits, which is 4 points clear of Joe Marshall. So it's going to be effectively that of Tom Bradshaw to finish out the points for Joe Marshall to clinch the championship, because if, of course, the 1 point just goes the way of Tom Bradshaw, that will be enough. And if Joe Marshall gets 11 points, it'll go to countback, which gives the most wins so far to Tom Bradshaw.
It's in a precarious position, though, isn't it, for Tom Bradshaw? He's in the pack now where he didn't want to be, while Joe Marshall has been the dominant driver all weekend. It's really twisted from where, when we came into the weekend, who we thought might challenge for this championship.
And he's got some hungry drivers right behind him as well, hasn't he? Because he's got Sam Harvey right there. He was a double winner at Silverstone last time out. He's got Toby Trice, who has returned to the championship after a little bit of an off mid-season. But Toby is there in what's going to be 7th place overall. And both of those are in the same class as Tom Bradshaw. So both hungry for a good result to end the season. So to see what they can do when we get the green flag once again. You've also got not too far back Dan Zelos after his 5-second penalty in the earlier race. He'll be also looking for a good result to end the season. He's currently a few places further back behind a couple of the RS-AM drivers as it currently stands. But it's Reece Summerfield who leads that category. He is ahead of Matt Kyle-Henny by a fair few places. Dan Lewis and Oliver Meadows are 2nd, 3rd and 4th as it currently stands in RS-AM.
And here is Jonathan Moore. I don't quite understand what's going on, because I don't think he's catching the safety car pack, is he? So problems with Jonathan Moore, but he's not coming down the pit lane. Very odd. Yeah,
so off to Paddock Hill Bend. He's got his brakes, which are good. Whether he's stuck in gear or if there's just some other issue which isn't giving that car any acceleration. So he does just trundle his way now up towards Drurid's Corner. So, yeah, very bizarre moment, as Josh said on that one. But the two cars have now been cleared. So Charlie Tutill's car is almost clear of 30s and the car of Oliver Cottam is clear. So we're about to go back to green.
I think the team are keen for him to stay out for the team's championship. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, it could be a good call there, couldn't it, to stay out and get a finish, get some points. So he's currently in 2nd position in Club Sport Pro.
Yeah, all the Club Sport cars put together for the team's championship, and I think it's still to be decided in this race.
Here we go then, back to green flag racing for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. Just over 12 minutes to go as Joe Marshall leads us back to green flag racing. 2nd is Reece Summerfield, and right behind him, Ethan Hamilton, who got himself a podium in yesterday's race. So looking good at the minute as Tom Bradshaw is now under pressure as they turn their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's Sam Harvey putting all the pressure on at the minute. Sam Harvey runs with Zentek Motorsport. Joe Marshall in his car is a Team Parker racing machine, and Tom Bradshaw is for Toro Verde GT. So you've got 3 different teams there, all vying for different positions. There's going to be no real help around for Tom Bradshaw, because I think the only other car that he could have help from was Ben Murryan, but he was withdrawn from this weekend, and Dean Burden, and Dean's a little bit further back as he runs in what's going to be the AM category, so not really able to get on terms with Tom Bradshaw. So he's got to go it alone in terms of a team scenario. There is Jonathan Moore. Now, is there some damage to the left front of that car? Let's have a quick look on the cameras. Yeah, there is. There's some suspension damage to Jonathan Moore's car as well.
And he's been given the black flag, so as he couldn't keep up with the pace, a black flag for Jonathan Moore. And as I think as it stands, just a 1 point would be between Toro Verde and their classes rivals. So this could be a dramatic moment for the team's entrance championship.
Yeah, that answers our question, though, doesn't it, Josh, to why he's going slow?
Yeah, I thought it didn't sound right, but I couldn't, from the pit lane, he's a bit lower than the track. Well, he's carried on, but he's now passing the black flag, so Jonathan Moore must come down the pit lane next time. Yeah,
and everywhere we look from the commentary box, it's on the other side, so we didn't spot that either until the cameras picked it up. So Jonathan Moore will be in at the end of this lap. He's got the black flag, which is a disqualification for your car not being right, so he'll be passed very shortly by the race leader overall as well, because Joe Marshall is on his way down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that slow car on its way down towards Graham Hill Bend, so hopefully stays out the way of the faster cars coming through. Up towards Druids we go for 2nd place as well. Very, very close between Reece Summerfield and that of Ethan Hamilton. Again, if Ethan gets through, it wouldn't change position in terms of class, but of course it would give him a better position in the overall standings. He gets a great run along the Cooper Straight. So here comes Ethan Hamilton for his move, looking for one of his better performances of the season. Whether he can catch up with Joe Marshall, probably out the question this weekend with the pace that we've seen from Joe Marshall. It's been absolutely fantastic, but through goes Ethan Hamilton then. He now moves himself up into second place, so that would be for him at the minute a 5th podium of the season. But Reece Summerfield looking to fight back as they turn their way through the right-hander of what's going to be Hawthorns. You've also got Jacob Toss now coming into the mix in the 27 machine, so slowly but surely the weekend for Jacob has got better. It was a qualifying session outside the top 10 for the number 27 machine, but all of a sudden it is going to be better and better, which now sees him for the final time this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge inside the top 5. So a really good recovery from Jacob Toffs. Tom Bradshaw still sets her in 5th place. He's still got the pressure though from behind in that number 70 machine. So Sam Harvey just kind of being the pressure which Tom Bradshaw doesn't really need, but Sam Harvey might be looking for a move before too much longer as these 4 cars come through together, all fighting for the final step on the podium. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go once again. It's Summerfield in the white and orange machine, Duckham's livery of Jacob Toffs, the blue, black and yellow machine then behind of Tom Bradshaw, and then you've got the white and grey car of Sam Harvey, or white and blue car effectively of Sam Harvey, which sits there on the tail in what's going to be 6th place. Next 2 cars not too far adrift either, so Toby Trice and now Matt Kyle Henney in the red and white Porsche are starting to bring themselves into the mix as they accelerate their way down onto the Cooper Straight once more. And then just further back from that, Dan Zelos is about to make a move by the looks of it on Dan Lewis in the number 19 machine, which he now does. So in towards 30s. Nice move from Dan Zelos, and he works his way through in towards a better position inside the top 10. And finally, the words got through. Jonathan Moore now into the pit lane with his broken right front left suspension.
And the team at Toro Verde are waiting to see, well, the tyre is punctured as well, Matt. So the front left puncture on the car, and that may have done, yeah, there's not much rubber left to this tyre that Jonathan Moore's about to taken off. It's shredded right down the middle. That how much damage has it done to the suspension is what the team are about to find out. So we'll see if Jonathan Moore heads back out, but potential entrance championship battle. Deciding moment this as Jonathan Moore sits in pit lane.
Yeah, he's made quite a mark around the circuit as well, which I'm sure Brands Hatch won't be too happy about with that tyre digging into the tarmac. So he's finally made it back safely to the pit lane, which is good to say, as Joe Marshall and Ethan Hamilton, your top 2, now head in towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. The battle for 3rd place gets more and more cars with it now, because pretty much there is going to be Toby Trice and Matt Kyle Henney. Dan Zelos 2.5 seconds adrift of that scrap, but I think with the fighting that's going on and possibly with the pace that Reece Summerfield doesn't quite have over those pros, might just bring Dan Zelos into the mix in the next couple of laps. So keep an eye on the light green and black machine of Dan Zelos, who on that previous lap, as we said, was clear of Dan Lewis. So is now on his way up in that 9th position to be a little bit higher as Ethan Hamilton comes onto the back straight. And actually through sector 1 was Reece Summerfield a little bit quicker than Ethan Hamilton. Yes, he was. So even now the 2nd place man starting to be hauled in as well in this race. So still lots to play out in the final 6.5 minutes. But as it currently stands, Tom Bradshaw would be on for the championship with a 4-point advantage over Joe Marshall. To be fair to Joe Marshall, doing everything he possibly can this weekend. He's taken 2 victories so far, along with fastest laps. He's got the race lead in this one as it stands as well, and also holds the fastest lap on a 1:30.097. So he just now needs to rely on bad luck for Tom Bradshaw. But Joe Marshall cannot do anything else. He's come here this weekend to try and achieve the best, and it's exactly what he's been able to do. So Tom Bradshaw still hanging on to the lead battle as it stands, but is anyone going to be able to try and make a move as they work their way again down towards the first corner? Another improved lap there, is it? No, Joe Marshall did an improved sector 3 and sector 4, so there's definitely pace within that number 99 machine, but Joe Marshall just managing to extend the margin over Ethan Hamilton to 2.2. Got a little bit of a push going on here for Jacob Toss, because he's trying to urge his way through on Reece Summerfield. So there's a slight tap in the rear there on the right rear corner, which just kind of showed intent to Reece Summerfield that Jacob Toss wants to get through. And then Tom Bradshaw is still there with them. But now Sam Harvey looking a little bit more racier as well. So the number 70 machine might be able to get his way through before too much longer. Lights are flashing as well. well. Tom Bradshaw does take notice of that, because on the big screen you can see Tom Bradshaw looking a couple of times in the mirror as they work their way through Pilgrim's Drop, but the tap didn't really unsettle him too much, so he's happy just to stay there and take the pressure from Sam Harvey behind him. Through the first sector, Toby Trice was quicker than the cars ahead. He was quicker through sector 2. And as they work their way up towards sector 3, let's see if Toby Trice has continued to bring the gap down, as, again, for the second lap in a row, Joe Marshall quickest of anyone through sector 3. So he was absolutely on a charge at the minute. Toby Trice has lost a little bit in the third sector to Sam Harvey, so that gap will go back up to pretty much what it was a lap ago as they accelerate once again up towards the line. Now, we have got a message on our screen which might have some play within the championship, because the start of car number 43 is to be investigated after the race. And we did say he moved before the lights. He did then stop the car, but would that have been deemed a jump start? The replay just being shown on the big screen there. So Tom Bradshaw on board with that reaction, trying to preempt the lights, and that's when the eyes went even wider again there. So race control have noted that. And as we said, that'll be investigated after the race. The bad news for Sam Harvey on his attack on Bradshaw, he's just received a 5-second penalty for track limit. So in a way, if the start for Tom Bradshaw is under investigation, if he does get a penalty, he might not then drop behind Sam Harvey. He would drop behind Toby Trice, all depending on what the penalty would be. And he might also drop behind Dan Zelos, but mathematically that should still keep him in the points and would still give him provisionally the championship in RS Pro. But this is all to be decided, as we said, after the checker flag has come down, which is going to be in 3.5 minutes' time. Joe Marshall, last time through another quickest lap of the race, is beginning to become unstoppable this weekend. He's 2.8 seconds clear. It's kind of a question of what could have been the gap if we wouldn't have had that safety car. But for now, Joe Marshall in a very, very commanding lead as he works his way back onto the Indy circuit. The battle for third place continues as well between Summerfield, Toffs, Bradshaw and Harvey as they come up towards the completion of lap number 10. Anyone looking to make a move down towards Paddock Hill Bend? Doesn't look like it, so all sit in formation for the time being. But if anyone really needs to go, it's got to be Sam Harvey, because he knows he's now got 5 seconds of time to be added to his race time at the end. So he really does need to clear these cars as quick as possible. But it's not becoming an easy task, is it? Because we know that Reece Summerfield has put up a great defence so far in this race as they come back down towards Graham Hill Bend. A lot of curb being taken there by the Duckham-Juasa machine of Jacob Toff. So he was looking to the inside of our third place driver. But Reece Summerfield for now still holding on with just over 2 minutes to go. Accelerating again on towards the back straight, all in lovely formation as they go now under Pilgrim's Drop. That is the vehicle access bridge they head under, which links the Grand Prix circuit onto the Indy circuit. And in the background still, just keeping an eye on what's happening with Toby Trice and Matt Kyle Henney, but they don't seem to be making too much inroads into the cars ahead of them at the minute. So that's all looking okay. Further down in Club Sport in this final race, it's Lydia Wormsley for the first time this weekend that's leading within the Pro division. So she's doing a good job in Club Sport Pro. Club Sport Am is being led by Hannah Chapman. She took the victory yesterday. It was Charlie Tuthill who picked up the victory earlier on. But of course, after Charlie finding himself in the gravel, it's not going to be 2 out 3 for him this weekend. So Hannah Chapman, who has already been crowned the champion within Club Sport Am, is on for another victory this season. It's been a superb year for Hannah Chapman. She has mustered up now 14 wins across the course of the year. This could be number 15 coming her way by the time we get to the checker flag, which is not too far away now, because I think we're on to the last lap of the race by the looks of it, because time is less than the lap time we have in this race. So yeah, Joe Marshall should now be on to his last lap as Jacob Toffs has another attack on Reece Summerfield. He's not going to let this one lie, is he? He goes down the inside in towards Graham Hill Bend. Again, almost contact between the two of them. Jacob's got to be careful not then to lose ground and momentum onto the Cooper straight, which could bring Tom Bradshaw into the mix and look for a move, but that doesn't happen in towards 30. Sam Harvey was also looking racier again on this last lap as they accelerate down onto the Grand Prix circuit. Jacob Toffs, just to remind you, he doesn't really have to go for this move. It would give him an overall top 3, but of course it wouldn't change his place within the class. But it all depends what you're after in this final race of the year. Is it a good position in class, or is it good overall position? I'd probably say for Jacob right now this weekend it would be for a good overall position, but he's made a mistake through Westfield, has Jacob Tofts, and Tom Bradshaw has now gone through. So our championship leader cements himself a little bit higher up the order. That's a few more points in the bag as it stands, and it's all going to be decided possibly off the track at the end of this one, with the investigation hanging over that of Tom Bradshaw. But for Joe Marshall, it's going to be 3 out of 3 this weekend here at Brands Hatch. He works his way up towards the line, and for Joe Marshall this season, it's 4 wins, and 3 of those have come at this final meeting of the year. So congratulations to Joe Marshall, who will be runner-up in the championship by the looks of it at the minute. That is all pending investigation on Tom Bradshaw. Second place goes the way of Ethan Hamilton, so he picks up his second podium of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. So well done to Ethan with the Graves Motorsport team. That for him will be, as I said, his 5th podium of the season. Third place goes the way of Reece Summerfield. He gets victory within the RS Am category. And then Tom Bradshaw, who is for now looking to be the provisional champion within the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain with the RS Pro division. So well done to him. He'll pick up 4th place overall. 5th place goes the way of Jacob Tofts after he lost that place on the last lap of the race. And then Matt Carl-Henny comes through in 6th place overall. That's going to be 2nd within RS Am. Toby Trice next through in 7th, ahead of Dan Zelos, Sam Harvey and Dan Lewis in 10th place. And then behind the top 10, we have our Club Sport runners with Pro Division going the way of Lydia Wormsley. So many congratulations to Lydia to end her season on a very nice high indeed. 4 wins for her now this season in Club Sport Pro. And the AM category, as we said, already wrapped up back at Silverstone. But well done to Hannah Chapman, who picks up the spoils there for what's going to be, in fact, the 14th time this season, not quite 15, after she lost down to Charlie Tuthill a little bit earlier on today. But 14 wins in class in 18 races. That is not too bad at all, is it? So congratulations to all our class winners in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. A nice way to end the season there for Joe Marshall, who also picks up the quickest lap of the race on a 1:30.016. In the end, just under 4.5 seconds clear of Ethan Hamilton. So he'll be dressing the top step of the podium very, very shortly indeed. Reece Summerfield will be on the top step of the RS Am podium, and he'll be joined, as I said, by Matt Carl-Henny and that of Dan Lewis. In terms of the points, just to confirm as it stands, this is all provisional. Tom Bradshaw now on 127 points, which is 4 points clear of Joe Marshall. So that's a 4-point difference between those two drivers. So Tom Bradshaw, provisional champion in RS Pro. In terms of RS Club Sport, Oliver Meadows, with that result, confirms him 16 points up the road from Matthew Carl-Henny. Club Sport Pro and that division, that gives us Lydia Wormsley as what's going to be 2nd in the championship. Jonathan Moore is the champion, and he was a fair few points ahead after the scores were taken into account. And in terms of the Club Sport Am category, Hannah Chapman, as we said, almost 50-point lead over Paul Porter as the season draws to a close for this final meeting of the year. Porsche Sprint Challenge calendar already been released for next year, so we'll know where they're going to be heading for the 2026 season. Looking forward to seeing them back on the Toka support package at some of the events next year. And of course, as we said, the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain had its calendar released as well fairly recently, so we know what they're going to be doing in terms of their calendar for next year as well. We've got more Porsche racing to look forward to, though, here at Brands Hatch today, because we've got the final race of Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain to look forward to. That'll be heading out on circuit in around about an hour and a half's time, so that's when we'll have them for their final race, and we've still got more support action to look forward to in just a few minutes' time, because the Viratools British F4 Championship certified by FIA will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly. Can already see actually those cars working their way from the outer paddock in towards the pit lane area now, so they'll be ushered onto the grid, and we'll get you through that grid very shortly. Josh will be for a podium as well. Whether we're going to do that on Circuit PA or locally, we'll have to wait and see. It all determines how quickly drivers get ushered to the podium by the championship organisers, and with 4 podiums to get through, it's always quite a task, isn't it?
Yeah, and at the moment Louise Goodman is about to conduct interviews with the successful drivers in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. So I suspect, Matt, we will be doing a local podium down here, because there are 4 podiums to come down here in the paddock area for the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. So I suspect we'll do that locally with the British F4 cars heading out onto the race circuit ahead of their green flag lap.
Perfect, thanks Josh. We've got a little bit of a blockage actually, because where the cars want to go through at the Indy circuit, we now have a recovery team in the way, so they're going to have to squeeze their way through very carefully, which they should just be able to do with the help of the marshals over there. So they'll squeeze that through the way through. A shortcut they do before doing a full formation lap onto the Grand Prix circuit before the race gets underway. Just to let you know here at Brands Hatch on Toka Live 88.3 Radio Brands this weekend that we have some more great racing to look forward to over the next couple of weekends, because in just 2 weeks' time it's going to be the 2025 Bennett's British Superbike Championship. He'll come to a conclusion here at Brands Hatch over the autumn period with an end-of-season triple header to look forward to. Currently this weekend they're up north at sister MSV circuit Alton Park, but there'll be double points on offer in the showdown finale meeting, which makes every overtake in every race very, very critical indeed. Previous 2 finales have gone right down to the final lap, so this year has a lot to live up to, but the racing will be brilliant regardless of what happens, with a fierce crop of top-class talents fighting tooth and nail to end the season on a high. Another thrilling title battle is emerging between reigning champion Carl Ryde and 2022 champion and local hero Bradley Ray. Others hoping to run at the front include Scotland's Rory Skinner, 2023 champion Tommy Bridewell, and Glenn Irwin will be in the mix as well. There's also the wildcard factor of mid-season returnee Scott Reddin, who has already won at Brands Hatch earlier this year. The finale weekend will include 3 Bennett's BSB races, 1 on the Saturday and 2 on the Sunday. First takes place, as I said, on Saturday after qualifying, and then, of course, we have a full support programme to look forward to as well. So if you fancy a bit of two-wheel action and what's going to be a mammoth weekend, a big crowd on hand as well for that one, as always, you can get your advance tickets in advance from brandshatch.co.uk. Tickets for the main Sunday are £35 in advance, and as always, there are reductions for 13 to 15-year-olds, and under 13s do get admitted for 3. So it's an absolutely brilliant weekend to look forward to. 17th, 18th and 19th of October. So 3 days of action to look forward to in 2 weeks' time. And then, as we mentioned earlier, always a real highlight here at Brands Hatch. What brings the bigger events to a close, effectively, is going to be the trucks and fireworks, which will be in associations with Dines this year. That's taking place over the weekend of the 1st and 2nd of November, but main race day with the spectacular firework display will be on the Sunday. So trucks and fireworks returns here to Brands Hatch for another late season big bang in November. Sparks will fly with headline races from the British Truck Racing Championship in association with Dines. There'll be 5 races expected across the course of the weekend, and just to let you know, it looks to be going all the way down to the wire in that one as well, with the likes of Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, all in contention. It's been one of the closest championships in many, many years. So we'll see how that all plays out with the 5 races. This will also include 2 on Saturday as part of a day devoted just to race action ahead of a Sunday triple header. Ryan Smith is leading the hunt currently after their away day at Le Mans, and he'll be looking to get a record equaling 10th Drivers' Championship, which would be back to back, which is again something that's never been done before. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins, as I mentioned, will remain in the fight heading into the final round of the season. Support action over the weekend come from the TCR UK Touring Car Championship. Also, there'll be a selection of other BARC events to look forward to as well. The incredible fireworks take place on Sunday, and they'll be accompanied by the unique spectacle of an evening twilight convoy. So if you like your trucks and you like lots of lights, then make sure you're here on that Sunday, as the circuit will be brightly lit with all those show trucks, which will take to the circuit at the end of the day, just as the fireworks get underway. Just to let you know, that day does normally sell out, so I would not hang around because tickets go very, very quickly indeed. Again, there'll be reductions for advance purchases. Just head along to the website brandshatch.co.uk. All public parking is free, and let me just tell you that the firework display alone is worth the money, but with that you also get the addition of a full race programme as well. So it's a spectacular event. 1st and 2nd of November is when you can catch the event here at Brands Hatch, and check out all the details online. Little event still already being confirmed for next year. It's a big year for Brands Hatch as well. It's the centenary year for Brands Hatch, 100 years since it was first incorporated back in 1926. So lots of little festivals and events and celebrations will be happening next year here at the circuit. All the details, again, can be found on the website for that. So that gives you a little bit of detail what's to come here. The season not yet over, although it might be finals day here for the BTCC. We still have plenty of racing to come at the Kent circuit all the way through until the middle of November. If you're out there and still want to send us a message, please do. Alan will be returning to his studio hot seat very, very shortly indeed. And with that, you can send us your messages, your good luck wishes for any of the teams or drivers you're supporting here this weekend. Get your WhatsApp out and send us a message. Put your message and your name, just your first name. That's all we need. Send it along to us on 07482 877 877. That will come straight through to us here in the Toker Live studio, and you can also email us studio@tokerlive.net. But the number is the important one on WhatsApp. Messages, maybe a few photos, what you've been up to today, what you've enjoyed, what's going on around the circuit. 07482 877 877. It's been a very popular feature this year, the messages, and hopefully something that we look to continue into next year as well. One theory I still want to know is what this big white dome is on the outside of the circuit, because we've been intrigued across the course of the weekend. I don't think any of us have ventured over there, but if you have ventured over to the big white dome next to Napa, if you've been in there, hopefully you've survived and got out the other end. But if you can let us know what it's all about, that would be absolutely fantastic, because it's a mystery to all of us over there as you head towards Clark Curve. So maybe a hidden secret or a hidden talent or a special surprise for someone, not too sure. But we are very shortly to get racing back underway, because the cars for British F4 about to head off onto that green flag lap.
I will be out of breath. Sorry about that. Had to do a little bit of a meeting going through the protocol for the Champions Podium at the end of today. But I do have an important announcement. If someone has found a BMW car key, could they please...
British F4 has arrived at its season finale. Welcome to Brands Hatch for one final British F4 race. It is time to get going. We are behind the formation lap. It is going to be one exciting race to round out what has been an incredible 2025 campaign, which has seen Fionn McLaughlin be crowned champion. In the commentary box, my name is Omi, delighted to be with you for this race. Wes will be alongside me. We're in the commentary box. Who's on the grid, you may ask? Well, it's James Pizik, who is next to Adam Al-Zahari. They are row 1 on the grid. Ethan Jeffall is next to our champion, Fionn McLaughlin. They share row 2. Row 3 sees Teo Palmer next to Martin Molnar as well. So those top 6 are going to be looking to try and go on the attack from the lights out moment. We journey our way over to Dries van Langendonk, who finds himself next up, and then it is August Raber. They are 7th and 8th on the grid. Chase Fernandez, who's been disqualified from race number 2, and then he is next to Thomas Behrman, and then we find ourselves with Cole Houston next to Tommy Harfield. Next up it is Kraling next to Henry Jocelyn, and then Joseph Smith is next to Alexander Savinkov, who's also been racing in Italian F4. Avramides is next to Guy Albag, and then we find ourselves with Piotr in row number 10 next to Fu, and Fersier is in 13th next to Sadiq, who completes our grid. Wes, welcome to you. You joined me, of course, for the British F4 race at Silverstone. Race number 1. We're about to line up on the grid and go racing for one final time this season.
We certainly are, yeah. It has been quite the season. I feel like the fact that we wrapped it up at the start of yesterday doesn't really tell the full picture in terms of just how close it's actually been. I think McLaughlin was really the most consistent of all the drivers. That was a large part of why he was able to take the title. He's had a variety of different rivals throughout the year, Martin Molnar being amongst those. But yeah, definitely a thoroughly deserving champion, and we're all very, very excited to see how his career will unfold going forward.
Brilliant for Irish motorsport. We've already got Alex Dunn doing great things, but we've also got Fionn McLaughlin, who is on the rise up, which is really, really great to see. So let's see how this opening lap is going to take place and how it is going to be unfolding. British F4 has been quite chaotic when it has come to race starts in 2025 this season. We've had some crazy racing, and I'm excited to say that we're about to do that for one final time this season. Well, here we go then. It is British F4 round number 30 of this season, and it is the final as we take a look to the 5 red lights. British F4 is racing for the finale, and a good reaction time from Prizik. Ethan Jeffel, though, not the best start, and he's going to be under pressure. Our champion trying to fight his way by. That's Fionn McLaughlin, who's going to try and go round the outside. He couldn't do so. It's still Prizik with the lead. Then it is Adam Al-Zahari. Can the rest of them try and navigate their way through cleanly? The opening sector of the race, 25 minutes on the clock, and that is brilliant stuff from James Prizik, who has the advantage at the moment. Fionn McLaughlin could not take P3. That still belongs to Ethan Jeffel.
Yeah, it certainly was. Ever the chaotic start going down that famous Paddock Hill bend. James Prizik, as you said, Omi, remaining in the lead of the race from Al-Azhari. Yeah, they all managed to shuffle themselves out. It was 4 wide at one moment now as they're coming down now. Down Pilgrim's Drop up towards Hawthorne's Bend. They take this right-hander extremely quickly now. They are not afraid to get alongside each other. But yeah, so far no contact as far as I can see.
Yeah, no contact. They've got away with it, and they have behaved themselves at the moment. A driver who has improved positions is Dries van Langendonk as well, who's joined us mid-season in British F4. At the first opportunity, turned 15, came here, and already went on to try and win races, and did so at the first weekend where he had an opportunity as well. So superb stuff from him, but an interesting fight taking place.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as they come down towards Clearways now to start a new lap. Still Prizik from Al-Azhari, Ethan Jeff Hall third, Fionn McLaughlin, our new champion there, fourth at the moment. And as you said, Omi, great start from Van Langendonk, up 2 places. Fernandez as well, up 2. He's now running 7th. And Tommy Hartfield as well, up 3 places to 9th place.
Absolutely. So they're still currently making their way through at the moment as they continue the battling, and they continue to navigate their way by around this Brands Hatch circuit. Of course, we had some great GB3 racing around this place, and we continue to now make our way through as well down the straight. So it looks like we've got an opportunity. We've got a bit of a battle that is beginning to form. This circuit, which always invites overtaking and always invites battling, and that's exactly what we are seeing at this moment in time, as we currently have Houston there trying to go on the attack.
Yeah, that's Crowling there in the green car. These are fighting over some of the lower places. Yeah, a couple of the drivers feeling as though they might get brave into the right-hander. I absolutely love the Brands Hatch Grand Prix loop. It's so rarely used throughout the year, really only a handful of times, mostly because of noise restrictions. But yeah, when it does get used, it is absolutely fantastic.
It really is. We were on board there. If you are synced up with us with McLaughlin, P4 at the moment, as he's trying to go on the attack of some of those drivers who are in the top 3. Ethan Jeffel, as we mentioned, didn't get the best getaway off the line, but just able to do enough to control things and take it from that point onwards. A driver who lost plenty of positions was Palmer. So an absolutely terrible start for Palmer as he made his way through. So that is absolutely not what he was looking for. Dries van Langendonk, of course, in that McLaren backing, and not surprised that he is in that McLaren backing with the performance that he gave when he joined us. Okay, this was our final race start of the season, Wes.
Yeah, so final race start of the season. Oh, and it's a really, really bad start from Crowling in the background. That's why he lost all those places. Just far too much wheel spin. Very surprisingly easy to do here at Brands Hatch because of the unique way that the hill goes. It goes from downhill literally, and then you go straight back uphill toward Paddock Hill Bend. Reasonable start from McLaughlin there. I couldn't quite tell whether there was a bit of contact with that's the number 25 of Ethan Jeff Hall in the Argenti car. But yeah, so reasonable start from everyone. Big lock-up from Al-Azhari there, trying not to go into the back of James Prizik. Hopefully his tyres aren't too messed up after that.
Absolutely, that is the case at the moment. Plenty of rookies in the field, of course. Our champion being exactly one of them, but he's absolutely driven like that he's had multiple seasons of British F4. I'm so looking forward to seeing what McLaughlin does next, Wes. He's got an exciting future ahead of him, whether that's to try and go up, especially to the regional level. He has a good chance to do some brilliant stuff at the regional level. Would love to welcome him into Freca, would love to welcome him into GB3 as well. That is where Deegan Fairclough, our reigning champion, went. He went, of course, over from British F4 to GB3, so whichever direction he takes, I'm hoping that he's in one of our series, because I'd love to have him, because he's absolutely so talented behind the wheel and has put together a brilliant campaign.
Yeah, quite difficult to know really where Red Bull will stick him next season. I know they seem to this year have been favouring Euro Cup 3, which is the predominantly Spanish-run championship. A lot of their drivers went there. We know Enzo Tombinichkal has made fleeting appearances in GB3 this year, so that's an option for him. But yeah, as you said, he might want to check out the new to be rejigged and Formula Regional Europe next year. They've got a new car coming, so it'll be quite a bit of a reset for everyone in that championship. Yeah, so there's options open, and of course I'm sure McLaughlin himself has an idea about what he wants to do.
He absolutely will. And of course he has the backing by Red Bull. Another driver with backing, as we mentioned, is Van Langendonk, and he's having to defend there from Martin Molnar. Martin Molnar, as you were mentioning, one of the great talents of the season, who has contended and put up some great fights up against our champion driver of this season. Right now he's just trying to improve position there. We see a bit of a moment coming into play for Mercier. So he's had a bit of a moment, continuing on in the number 13. Looked a little bit slow when we got to him, but looks like he has got all back going now.
Yeah, Henry Mercier there, and we might be able to see what it is. We're just catching the end of it. Not sure whether he just lost it by himself or whether he was pushed, but yeah, he's definitely lost a handful of places after that.
He has indeed over the line. Another lap is complete by the field as they register 5 on the board of this race. Back on board we jump with McLaughlin, who is, well, looking at this podium spot, not putting any pressure. The battle really, as I've mentioned, is for P5, P6 at the moment. That is where all of the attacking is taking place. 0.4 of a second is the difference, so absolutely nothing. But it just needs to be Molnar getting a little bit closer, assessing where his rival is weak, assessing where his rival is strong, and then try go on the attack during Van Langendonk's weak parts as well. But I'm so looking forward to seeing what Van Langendonk does as well, because he is a driver who, as I've mentioned, came in first weekend, turned 15, and won a race in this championship. So interesting to see what he will do, but he basically took the chance soon as he turned 15, did Dries Van Langendonk. So looking forward to seeing where his career will progress from this point onwards. Molnar only 0.3 away, so it is within that range of just getting in the slipstream, and maybe you can find an open door around this Brands Hatch circuit. It is such a challenge around this Brands Hatch circuit, Wes. We commentated the GB3 race around here about a month ago, and it was a race where it was kind of similar to this, where everyone was running closely and trying to force mistakes out of each other.
Yeah, they are. It was a little trickier for them, obviously, with the car being slightly bigger than at F4 level. But yeah, you do sometimes on some days, if the wind isn't with you, tend to get races that are a bit strung out. McLaughlin, I think, at this point is just cruising. You know, he's got nothing left to prove this season. His mind is going to be on next year, as we see that's Crawling. And who's that, number 69, who is Yu Hao Fu, battling over that's over 18th and 19th place. And coming up behind him now is that's Hani Sadiq there, and he's currently in 20th place. So yeah, these are just the back markers, if you like, just fighting. Their mind as well will probably, in all likelihood, be on next season.
Absolutely, all of the battling going on further back at the moment as we jump back on board with McLaughlin. I think the TV directors don't have too many angles to show us, so let's just go on board with our champion. Easy fix. Our champion going around this absolutely incredible circuit of Brands Hatch, which, yeah, in the GB3 we even managed to get DRS around this place. So it was quite ridiculous, the GB3 round. But British F4 racing, I mean, as you mentioned, smaller cars. So there is always that opportunity, and it's a perfect way. It's a perfect way to end this season as well for British F4. It has been great to, of course, bring you all of the British F4 races. When I say all of them, well, I mean all of them, because we even covered the ones at Silverstone ourselves. So we've always been able to cover them with our new structure this year of streaming the entire day of the touring cars. And it's always such an interesting part. And we've always mentioned as well, Wes, where we have a lot of people who look forward to this. On weekends like with Formula 1, a lot of the fans look forward to the Porsche Super Cup or Porsche Carrera Cup, specifically because we find ourselves, let's quickly look at this battle that was going on. This was a move into turn number 1, as we saw Sadiq fighting and Sadiq gaining a position, so nice stuff there. But yeah, on the F1 weekend, it's the Porsche Super Cup or any of the stuff that isn't a single seater that gets the attention because it's a bit different. On the touring car weekend, it's British F4 that is completely different, so everyone looks forward to the single seaters.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course here on the Toka package we do have the 2 Porsche series that run on here as well. So yeah, everyone's cravings are satisfied with this. It is a very, very good package. I do wish the TV coverage for the Saturday was slightly better, but you know, we can't always have everything. I'm very interested in Van Langendonk's future as well. We do expect him to stay in F4 for next season. Possibility he might even try and do a double package with British F4 and perhaps one of the others in continental Europe. But yeah, looking at the speed that he showed in his first couple of races, and he's only going to get quicker next season. He could very well be one of the title contenders for next season.
Yeah, absolutely could. On this week then, we had a bit of news that came through, and it was in regards to, of course, where we're heading in 2026 as well. So it's another interesting calendar, I think. 10 amazing rounds for the British F4 Championship wedge, which of course will see us kick off on the 19th April at Donington Park. But British F4 has absolutely been delivering all of the goods around around the season on this Toka package, and happy to say we're going to see more of that exciting bit of racing next year in 2026.
Yeah, definitely. It's as usual, it's tied largely to the BTCC support package, which is nothing new. But we do have the other rounds on Silverstone GP and another one at the Zandvoort, which is becoming something of a tradition now for this championship. It's nice and easy to get to, of course, just being across the North Sea over in Holland. And yeah, we do really have a lot of fun when we go out there. So yeah, British F4 seemingly going from strength to strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure JB has probably told many stories when it comes to getting to the Netherlands and how quick it can be. So no wonder that these lot, no wonder that these lot do that.
Yeah, we don't just find him at Zandvoort, if you know what I'm saying.
11 minutes to go in this race. We've got a GB3 race after this on a completely different package, British GT weekend, that myself and Wes will be covering. You guys have got the touring cars as well to keep an eye on with their finale. We've just crowned, of course, the touring car champion about an hour ago as well. So everything taking place. The GB3 champion could be crowned. A lot of our graduates from this British F4 Championship doing brilliantly when it comes to GB3 this year, and that is where lots of them progress, especially if they want to keep the racing more to the UK side. But I say that at the same time, GB3 has 50% of their rounds outside of the UK as well, especially next year. It really looks like they're trying to really compete with, it really looks like they're trying to absolutely compete with the F Formula Regional championship, and also at the same time with Euro Cup 3. It looks like it's a battle, and they're trying to absolutely be competitive against it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just have to look at Jonathan Palmer, who owns that championship. He's still reeling from when the FIA forced him to take away the British F3 title, and yeah, he really wants to be a rival for Formula Regional, as well as you said, I mean, Euro Cup 3 and even Euro Formula Open, who's despite the lack of entrance to that is still around, and they have a new car now, and yeah, they seem to be getting a bit stronger in as they go on.
10th of a second. Martin Molnar closing in and trying to put some pressure on Dries van Langendonk as we come over the line and begin another lap of racing. We make our way through this circuit where Dries van Langendonk just having to look in the mirrors and chop across Martin Molnar. Martin Molnar, one of the quick talents, which is another driver I'm just so excited to see what he will be able to do when it comes to his future, as well as he really tucks in and closes on to the back to try and wait for any opportunity that could be coming his way to attack the McLaren Junior. As it stands, Theo McLaughlin's already our champion, we know that. It would be Pizik who would be securing his second place. Molnar would be in third. I mean, a lot has to change for it to go any other way in terms of your top three position as they continue to currently make their way through in this British F4 race. And Martin Molnar looks like may just have that opportunity because he's really tucked up onto the back. It's how close can you remain through this part of the circuit, then get a little bit of a run, which I think Martin Molnar is going to be attempting this time around, but I think he'll once again just miss out due to the tight nature of Brands Hatch.
Yeah, definitely. And we don't know Martin Molnar's plans for next season just yet, but in all likelihood he probably will be moving on up to regional level. And British F4 is definitely going to miss him, I know, because they've really attracted a lot of Hungarian fans. I'm always seeing them in the live chats and in the comment section. So yeah, definitely the viewership from Hungary is definitely going to be missed by British F4.
Absolutely, it will indeed. First look incoming there at that moment as it got close on the exit. And Dries van Langendonk now looking in the left mirror, looking in the right mirror, still seeing the attentions of Martin Molnar in behind. But this grid will be massively missed. This grid will be massively missed. I am absolutely sure of it in terms of a British F1. I've seen a lot of the fans on social media mention, because I mean it's the final time that they're all together on the circuit before everyone chooses their own direction to go to when it comes to motor racing. So it is a sad time. As much as we are excited for this finale and it has been a lot of hype for Brands Hatch, it's always a sad time because with it being feeder series, you just won't get this grid. Everyone's going to go in so many different places and you basically say goodbye to this grid and all of these drivers racing together in their specific teams as well, where it's always a big thing when especially these feeder series come to a close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is the nature of it. Of course, F4 being relatively near the bottom of the ladder to F1. So, yeah, as much as all the drivers have fun at the F4 level, what they all want to do is they all want to move up, and it is that training ground. As we say, oh, and Molnar's going to have a look down now into, what is that? That is Surtees' corner, not quite able to make it. Van Langendonk had that one covered, but he's going to get in the slipstream now, heading down toward Pilgrim's Drop. He'll be very brave if he tries it there, but no, Van Langendonk there, he's definitely got the speed, but Molnar's got a little bit more of it at this point.
Yes, indeed. As they continue their battle, and Dries van Langendonk is just currently placing the car perfectly and making sure that even half attempts don't turn into anything big. Back on board with Fionn McLaughlin, and he will currently look to try and go on the attack of Ethan Jeffel. That's a battle now that is developing for P3 with 5 minutes to go of British F4 in 2025 into the braking zone of the first turn. The, lift-off into the first turn, and sometimes we have seen battles take place, some tight battles take place around this part of the circuit, but it is mostly single file stuff as they are making their way through and battling. Last lap comparison we've got between Ethan Jeffel and McLaughlin, and it was a tenth slower for McLaughlin, but he won't be focused on that. That's just the dirty air that is involved with racing, even at this level. It's all about, can you follow closely? Can you try and stick with your rival? Sticking with his rival. Now can you try and just get closer and force some errors out of Ethan Jeffel is the question.
Yeah, that's right, and he wants to make these last few minutes of his time in F4 enjoyable. Of course, he hasn't really got anything to gain really by passing Ethan Jeffel, but that's not how racing drivers' minds work. Of course, they want to get as high up as they possibly can. As we look at the Rodin crew, who are on for a 1-2 at the moment, with a little less than 4 minutes to go in this race. Pizik has the better of his teammate Al-Azari, and they're not really under pressure from anyone at the moment.
So we're getting a few battles that are beginning to develop out there on the circuit as well. Crawling has a penalty, by the way. Only driver to get penalty as well in this. And yeah, well, we'll talk more about it on the GB3 broadcast. I mean, and Wes will be going to, but in GB4, Wes, as it is at this level, we had 20 different drivers getting a penalty in a single race. 20 drivers getting a penalty in a single race. Thank God we aren't covering that, because I would have had a nightmare trying to work out in which position where people finish.
They had, so that there's 4, as we look at, I think that's Guy Albag now, the Israeli driver, all over the back of, who's that, that's car 69, that's Yuhao Fu at the moment. Fu trying to defend, he's defending fresh air there, though, as they go through Surtees, so yeah, Albag might have a bit of a run on him as they go up the hill. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, Omi, there's 4 GB4 races this weekend, and they have, at this point, they have completed race 3, but they still hadn't counted all of the different track limits infringements by the time that race 3 had ended. It was quite insane, and we got a surprise penalty from a driver British F4 fans might be familiar with, Ava Dobson, who took part in that non-championship round at Silverstone earlier on. She managed to get a podium out of it, rather. So yeah, good for her, and she's now right behind Megan Bruce, I believe, in that championship, and the two of them are fighting over the prize fund that comes from being the highest placed female driver at the end of the year. So yeah, interesting to see where that will go.
Yep, lots of drivers have done dual campaigns as well, including the likes of Ari Bansel and a few others who are also competing there on this GB4 weekend. Okay, well, we are journeying our way all the way to the end of this season, and what an incredible season it has been of British F4 racing. It has been so competitive all the way through, and we are now finding ourselves getting ourselves closer to ending this championship, and on a high as well is what we will be ending it as it stands. So the field continues to make their way through. The team's championship is going to be very interesting as well as we come over the line. I think we need to keep an eye on that. I believe as it stands, Rodin will take it. But if McLaughlin makes the move, it could go back to high tech. So this could be quite interesting if we get anything of it with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rodin are in a strong position, as we said earlier, given that they've got a 1-2 coming up. But yeah, that might be, they might have just got on the the blower to McLaughlin and say, hold on, it's you can't just cruise to the finish, it's not over yet. So yeah, that's why he's on the back of Ethan Jeff Hall for that final podium spot.
Absolutely. So this is important now. Does Fionn McLaughlin try and get his team the title? Remember, back to Andrea Kimi Antonelli in Freca 2023. He had won his Drivers' Championship, and he, on the last lap, made a move to get the title for his respective team. Rodin look like they have it. It's all heating up at the end of this race. We're on the final lap of the British F4 season. And it's going to be Rodin, it looks like, at the moment, who are going to take it by the slenderest of margins. McLaughlin needs to go all in if he is to fight his way by. He is currently trying to see whether there's any opportunities to force a mistake out of his rival. But here is the winning moment for James Prizik, who will make his way across the line to win the final race of the season. Al Zahari will be in second, Jeff Hall's in third. McLaughlin gave it his all, but he won't be able to get the team's title. And it will be heading the way of Rodin Motorsport, who will take the crown in 2025. And it is celebrations for them on the pit wall. It was tight all the way till the end in terms of the team's title, but it was Rodin who do it. High Tech just needed one more place, but Brands Hatch meant to be tricky for these drivers, and it absolutely was. McLaughlin there will have to settle for fourth as he ends life with F4. What a brilliant race, Wes, and it's Prizik the winner.
Yeah, Jimmy Pizik there, the Australian driver who absolutely dominated the Australian F4 Championship last season, has really shown the kind of mettle he has this year as well, and hopefully we can finally see him move up. He's been at the F4 level now for a number of years, and yeah, I think he's eager to move up, and we're eager to see him move up.
We are eager to see him move up indeed, and I'm so looking forward to seeing what he is going to be able to do as well. So, it's going to be interesting to see how it is all going to play out with the remaining day, but that's British F4 done. James Prizik ending as the winner, Adam Al-Zahari in second, Jeff Hall third, McLaughlin, Van Langendonk, Molnar, Fernandez, Raber, Harfield and Behrman complete our top 10 in terms of our finishing result for the final race of this season. 11th went to Teo Palmer, then it was Houston, Jocelyn, Savinkov, then Smith, Avramidez, and then Fu, Albag, Sadiq, and then Piot found their way in 20th position. That is our field from 11th down to 20th as well. And the final two drivers were Mercier and Crawling. I think, to be fair, Wes, we didn't pick the most action-packed F4 race ever to call. This is definitely not what I expected when I signed up to it. I just saw absolute drama is what I saw as well when it came to the previous round that I was watching. But McLaughlin ends as the champion, and I've just got the points as well. I've just received up here in the commentary box as well. But yes, McLaughlin the champion, as we already know, but it's the team's championship that is the interesting one. So Rodin able to take it by 1.5 points. That was the difference. Had McLaughlin just made that one overtake, it could have all happened. The pressure was put on. As I mentioned, Wes, brilliantly set up like Freca 2023, where Antonelli did it. In this case, McLaughlin, well, he wasn't racing at Hockenheim. It wasn't as easy, and it just wasn't enough. But 1.5 point between two teams all the way till the end. Lovely stuff.
I know, pretty mad, yeah. Rodin just coming out on top, and I think, broadly speaking, they had the slightly stronger driver lineup right from the beginning. Even if McLaughlin was able to rise above them all on an individual level, but yeah, bit of a sleeper one for the final race. I mean, you can hardly blame them. They've had 30 races this year. No other F4 championship in the world does that many races in a single season. So yeah, they just want to wind down nice and easy and get ready for next season.
Yeah, absolutely. They do more than Formula 2 even, and they do absolutely so many races. So it is going to be fascinating to see how it will all play out. But that is our final result done of 2025. A good season, and a season which has seen a lot of great talent emerge, and I'm so looking forward to seeing them all move up to the regional level. And well, I'm excited to see them come up to some of our broadcasts as well on JB Motorsports 2 as well, with all of the extra series next year. So looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out. The minis will be coming next up around this circuit. Then we'll find ourselves with the Porsches, and then we'll also have the British Touring Car race number 3 of the weekend. And the person who will be calling race number 3 for the touring cars is JB, and I can see that he's unmuted his mic.
I am. Thank you very much to you both as well. Where's Naomi? That was a great call there. We're gearing up for the end of the day with just a couple more races left. And Wes, just to quickly throw to you a quick question. Really want to know, how have you found all the support action this season across from all the GB3s and Freckers? Has it been a good year for development drivers?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've been seeing a number of different drivers across the spectrum, really, who in maybe 2 or 3 years will definitely be seeing somewhere close to F1, if not just on the radar of all the teams. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement here in the next couple of years.
Okay, let's head it downstairs then and check in with the post-race interviews with the top 3. Then I'll hand it back to Omi to wrap up from today for his side of the comms.
For his team Rodan. But it is, of course, Fionn McLaughlin who reigns supreme as this year's British F4 champion, and he's with Lou.
Yeah, and it was a very emotional Fionn who came into the Parc Fermé yesterday to take that win. Have you got a few more words now? You've had a little bit of time to reflect on that championship win. Are you able to kind of sum up what it means for you?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. Obviously, we worked hard all season to do this, and I think the team made a strong car all year. And yeah, I think obviously it was most important to be consistent. And that's what I did.
I mean, you obviously came into the championship as a rookie. I mean, presumably that was your goal from the start. Did you ever dream at the beginning of the year that you'd be taking the overall title? You're going to tell me, yep.
Yeah, one year ago exactly, I was here watching, hoping to be in the grid, and I was. And I just said to the team, I'm going to come and become champion, and that's what I did. And I'm just happy with how we did. And obviously a few mistakes during the year. I could have done better, but I'm proud.
You can't do much better than winning the championship. But what's next for you? Have you got plans yet, or are you just got to go away and think about it?
Yeah, we have plans. Obviously can't announce it yet. It's not my thing to do, but it'll be announced soon on Monday, and yeah, we'll see the future.
Look forward to seeing what that is. Well done. And let's grab a word with our race winner there, Peter in the championship. But that win has just secured, I don't need to tell you, the team's title for Rodan. So a really good day.
Yeah, I mean, we did everything we could come into this weekend for the Drivers' Championship. Couldn't quite get there for that, but I mean, yeah, we got there for the Team's Championship, and I couldn't be happy for the team. We've had a tricky season. We've definitely had our ups and downs, and to come out on top as a team has been super cool.
Well, you say P2 in the championship. I mean, that is just to remind you where a certain Oscar Piastri finished in this championship in 2017. So not all bad. You know, Australian F4 champion last year, runner-up in this. It's been a good couple of years for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a really good year this year and last year. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we can keep up the momentum, whatever we're doing next year, whether it's still in single-seaters and everything like that. But, I mean, I'm super happy. But, yeah, we did everything we could, as I said already.
What does this mean for the team claiming this title for them, or helping to claim the title for them?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's super good for them just to show that we're really strong as a team, showing that it's not just one car on the team that's fast, it's everyone in the team. And I think that's been really key. It just shows the effort that we've gone through this year to be able to put it together and to be able to get P1 in the end, by especially not coming into this weekend leading in the team championship. We were 40 odd or 30 something points away, and we've just had a stellar weekend, which has just helped us so much. But yeah, and I think we only clinched it by
1.5.
Yeah, so any little bit of a difference in that result could have made a massive change. So I mean, I'm super happy for the team, as I've already said. But yeah, it's been very good.
Let me ask you the question I just asked Fionn as well. Do you know what your plans are for 2026?
Sadly, not at the moment. I don't know what I'm doing next year. I'd love to continue with Rodan in their pathway that they have. But no, we'll see what happens. But I mean, it definitely helps doing stuff like this.
It's Not a bad way to end the season. Congratulations, well done. Right, Nikki, back to you.
Well, that is going to bring an end to British F4 coverage. We say congratulations to Theo McLaughlin on the championship, but we have GB3 if you would like more single-seater action. That will be coming your way in around 10 minutes' time. That will be on JB Motorsports 2. But on this broadcast, we have the minis that will be coming up. Then we'll have a Porsche race, and then we'll end it all with a British touring car finale of race number 3 for their weekend. But for now, it is time to head down to Alan Hyde, Matt Sucklin, and Josh Barrett as they run us through the grid.
Switch from Trophy to JCWs for this season, and I'm very much sure he'll be back next year to give it a go for the full attack to see what he can come up with, what Nick can do from the outside of row number 2. The third row then sees number 94, which is Josh Porter. He'll be joined by number 12, which is Alex Solly. The fourth row headed by number 45, which is Jensen O'Neill Going, and then you've got Charlie Hand on the outside in car number 55. Then we see the fifth row, which is going to be number 8, Nathan Harrison, joined by number 13, Harry Campy. The sixth row sees number 2, Albert Webster, and 18, Lewis Selby. The seventh row, number 70, is going to see Owen Hillman. Alongside him, number 15 is Cameron Richardson. Then we move back to row number 8, where you'll find 32, Ned Anthony, and 69, Brent Bowie. And then the final place on the JCW grid is going to be 66, which is Alex Brandon. And then, of course, we have all-important JCW Sport Division, which is going to be headed by number 10, Archie Johnson, and number 42, Henry Howarth. So the two championship contenders on the front row. Row 2 is 210, Chris McKenzie, and 56, Ben Crossley. And the final row, 29, Will Crooks, and 22, Nicky Gauci, to give us our full complement of minis here in race number 3. Unfortunately, Nicky Gauci is missing from the rear of the sport class, but apart from that, we're all good and ready to go. 20 minutes of racing to look forward to for the final time this year in the Virtue Mini Challenge. Let the power be unleashed once again, and off they go in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Another cracking start from Nick Tandy from the outside of row number 2. So already he's ahead of Max Edmondson. He's got Josh Porter for company on the outside, though, on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Nick Tandy is going to go through into third place for the lead. It's going to be a drag race here between Nathan Edwards and Tom Ovenden as they make the climb towards Druid for the first time. It will be round the outside there for Edwards to take the place away where Tom Ovenden was trying to stick his car for the first time. Nick Tandy also trying to go through as he darts to the inside line. A little bit of a lock-up on the rear tyre there from Tom Ovenden, but all in all, we are safely through the first couple of corners, and now it's the run down towards Surtees for the first time of asking, with Nick Tandy still trying around the outside in the Napa Racing liveried car. Is it going to work? Yes, it is. Nick Tandy goes to second place. So
that was spectacular.
Fantastic. Oh, we lost a mirror, though, so there's a mirror gone there, which is fine. This is typical mini racing, and again, for them, this is the last day at school, so anything could very much happen, but we've seen some fantastic racing, not just this weekend, but across the course of the whole season, and at some point, we will focus back onto the sport division as well, because that is all to play for, as we said, between Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth in this final race of the weekend. But for now, Nathan Edwards leads them down through Dingle-Dell. Nick Tandy up into that second place, a couple wide in the background, which was Owen Hillman, one of those cars, and the other one also rejoining without too many issues as well. Already a little bit of bodywork starting to flail off one of the rear arches there of one of the minis, and that's going to be somewhere in the region, I think, of Jensen O'Neill Going in the number 45 machine. But all good. He works his way through in towards Clark Curve for the first time. But it's the top 4, all tied together at the minute. It's Nathan Edwards that leads the way. Second for Nick Tandy. Third place for Tom Ovenden, who has a brief look back on the inside of Nick Tandy in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but nothing comes of that one just yet. And then Max Edmondson sits there on the tail in 4th position. But Nick Tandy looking really racy at the minute. He's all over the back of our race leader. Nick Tandy doesn't go for points this weekend in terms of overall, but he is able to score points for the team's championship. So he is definitely one to watch out for. As now down the inside line goes Max Edmondson to take the place away. And the final step on the podium from Tom Ovenden. And out wide goes Nathan Edwards, because Nick Tandy now goes through. So a mistake on his own there for Nathan Edwards in the 21 machine. So straight away through goes Nick Tandy. So our 2 places changed on this lap already. It's Max Edmondson through into 3rd place and Nick Tandy up into the race lead. And you can also look in the background as well, because we are starting to be joined by Josh Porter in the 94 machine and also the number 8 machine of Nathan Harrison. So 6 for the lead as they take their way out on towards the far end of the Grand Prix circuit. In the background, it's side by side as well. That's going to be between Jensen O'Neill going and Alex Solly by the looks of it. I think Harry Campy is not too far away as well from that battle. So 2 separate battles to focus on inside the top 10. We'll keep an eye on Sport as well. That is currently being led by what looks to be Henry Howarth. Second is going to be Archie Johnson, and third place at the minute is Chris McKenzie. So as it stands, it looks like Henry Howarth has the advantage in this final race of the weekend, but our top 6 work their way back into sight. 16.5 minutes just over to go as they accelerate towards the line once again. And Nathan Edwards might be under attack here from Max Edmondson because he has to go defensive on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, Edwards challenges for Nick Tandy's position at the head of the field. He goes down the inside line at Paddock Hill Bend. He's not quite alongside, so Nick Tandy has the acceleration around the outside to hold on to the place. But will it still be the race lead up towards Druids? Oh, no, it's not, because there's contact between the two of them. So Nathan Edwards now shuffles out wide Nick Tandy. Nick Tandy fights back on the inside line, a bit more argy-bargy, a bit more wing mirror bashing as well. And Max Edmondson says, thank you very much, I'll come through and have that second place away as well. So Edmondson now side by side with Edwards. That all started after Edwards went for the race lead, but now he's going to be fighting to try and stay on the podium here. He loses second place to Max Edmondson, and now we've got our provisional champion lurking in the background as well. So Tom Ovenden is starting to bring himself closer and closer to Nathan Edwards, and all of this is just briefly allowing Nick Tandy to pull away out front. Not to a huge margin, it's still very much within reaching distance for Max Edmondson as he turns his way in towards the right-hander of Westfield for what's going to be the third time of asking. But as I said, it's just allowed Nick Tandy for a brief minute to gather his breath, which he'll be very much liking, because he knows how fractious, I'm sure, the mini challenge can be. He's probably been watching from a distance, whether that be in this country or over in America. But replay on the big screen sees that Nathan Edwards was down the inside. Nick Tandy was not really going to give way, was he? He was trying to fight as much as he possibly could, and with that, he hung on all the way down towards Graham Hill Bend. There was a couple of moments where they made contact, but all in all, not too bad for mini racing. So they live to fight another day effectively now as they head those 6 cars down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Still out front in the sport class, it's Henry Howarth that leads the way. So things seem to be going for him okay in this race. But in terms of the sport championship, it is actually Archie Johnson who still has the slight advantage as it stands. So Henry would need a little bit of help from the likes of Chris McKenzie and Ben Crossley, which could happen actually, because Ben Crossley had a really good run in race number 2, so he's definitely got the pace to challenge Henry Howarth. He's only 0.4 of a second back at the minute, with Chris McKenzie again within touching distance. Here's only a further 0.8 of a second back in 4th place in that sport class, so you'll be able to pick those up as they head the way on towards the Grand Prix circuit. Now, further up the road, side by side between Nathan Harrison and Josh Porter. Harrison round the outside line to try and sneak himself into 5th position, which will actually happen. So Harrison now goes through into that top 5. He has, though, lost ground a bit like the 3 ahead of him to the cars up the road. So Harrison adrift of those 3 ahead. Nick Tandy is also now a little bit more clearer of the top 3, but that has already come down over this lap. So Nick Tandy had about a second in hand last time round, but all of a sudden Max Edmondson, Nathan Edwards and Tom Ovenden have worked together to bring themselves onto the rear of Nick Tandy for another time in this race. 13.5 minutes to go for the race leaders, and it's going to be a quickest lap of the race now for Max Edmondson. So our rookie leader, as it stands, down to a 1:36.848. So very, very crucial lap there for Max. He now finds himself just 0.3 of a second adrift of Nick Tandy. But will he be brave enough to put a move on what is going to be a very experienced man in the terms of racing? As I said, done many, many things as Nick Tandy over the years, but as Josh alluded to yesterday, started his racing career in mini stock, so he's used to minis many years ago, but nice to have him back in the championship and showing us what he's all made of is Nick Tandy. Of course, he's got the JTR team here this weekend in Porsches, which I'm sure he'll be looking over, but for now, Nick Tandy very much on his own to try and take another victory this weekend. He's 0.3 of a second clear of Max Edmondson. Those take their way now up towards the far end of the circuit, down through Dingledale, and we now pick up what's happening further down, because we've got Albert Webster in 12th place ahead of Cam Richardson and Ned Anthony. And as it stands, Max Edmondson would also take P2 in the overall standing. So thanks very much to Matt Salisbury for the mathematics on that one. So lots changing as it goes. As we headed into this race in terms of the points, Max Edmondson was trying to chase down Lewis Selby. Now, Lewis Selby's had one of those weekends where many things haven't gone right. And in this race, he's down in 10th position. And he is quite a way back from Max Edmondson, who's scoring some good points in second place. So that is why he'd move up into second place in the overall championship. So for Max, although what seemed to be a bit of a hard day yesterday in terms of not being able to start race number 1, things now starting to come to fruition for him. So Max Edmondson very much turning the weekend around in his favour. And he could yet take the final win overall of the season, because he's still only there in second place. He's putting all this pressure on Nick Tandy. He's just gone through to do another quickest lap of the race, or 1:36.836, which means he was about a tenth of a second quicker than Nick Tandy last time through. And he's probably got a little bit in hand now over the next 2 cars, not to be worried about Nathan Edwards or Tom Ovenden for the time being. So he can fully attack now Nick Tandy in the 28 machine, and he can really not seem to look in his rearview mirror as much as he needs to. So that's always going to be a beneficiary for a driver who is attacking. So Max Edmondson turned his way in towards the right-hander of Hawthorns. First track limit warning in the race goes the way of number 66. So that's going to be for Alex Brandon. And we've got a puncher, unfortunately, for, is that Archie Johnson in the number 10 machine? I think it is. The right front on Archie Johnson's car seems to be down. Henry Howarth has just lost the lead as well to what's going to be the 56th machine of Ben Crosley. So all of a sudden, this is now going to start to change, and it might also affect the championship within the sport class as well. So up to the lead goes Ben Crosley. Henry Howarth is there in second place. Chris McKenzie is third, and Archie Johnson is now a long way back, isn't he? Is he still there? Let's have a look. Let's have a look as they turn their way through in towards the left-hander. So, okay, yeah, might be him there then. So who is possibly with some damage on that car? We'll have to wait and see as they come back into our site. But there was someone surely with a punch from the right front as they work their way onto the Grand Prix circuit. So off around the circuit they've gone. Back into our site they now come. So let's have a look and see who we have still got. So up towards the start-finish line comes the car of number 69. So there goes through that of Crosley. There goes Howarth. So, yeah, Johnson has dropped down to 4th in class, hasn't he? He's gone through, so he's okay. So I'm just wondering if he had possibly a little bit of contact with someone, because that car does look a little bit tail-happy at the minute, and he might be under pressure here from Will Crooks before too much longer. So he only needs to finish is the word we're receiving. So, yeah, he wants to probably stay out of trouble. So that's all he seems to be doing at the minute. So Archie Johnson, nothing to worry about. Everything looks okay on that car. I did briefly look a little bit down on the right front, but that was maybe just the angle of the camera there. But off he goes on towards the Grand Prix circuit once again. 9 minutes to go within this race. Nick Tandy still your leader by 0.3 of a second. So Max Edmondson still very much attacking the back of our race leader. 3rd place for Nathan Edwards in the 21 machine, and 4th place for number 24 is Tom Ovenden. Then behind them, the number 8 machine of Nathan Harrison, and Josh Porter sits there in 6th place. Second of the rookies is Alex Solly. He is 7th place overall, ahead of number 55, Charlie Hand. And then Jensen O'Neill going next up ahead of Lewis Selby. Lead for the sport class is not yet on by the looks of it, but we've got a battle here between Lewis Selby and what's going to be Jensen O'Neill going. So those two are going side by side through the final corner, which is always a very tight squeeze. It's going to be 3 wide across the line, actually, because the other one into the mix now is going to be the number 13 machine. So up there with them is going to be the car of Harry Camp. He tries to flick back to the inside line. There's now smoke emulating from the rear left of Lewis Selby's car. So he's had a bit of a rub on that previous lap, which has just knocked the bodywork onto the left rear tyre. So that might be a cause for concern if it rubs a little bit too much through the rest of this race. But eventually Lewis Selby does fight his way through. Still contact between him and Jensen O'Neill going. They almost run out wide down towards Graham Hill Bend, but Harry Campy can't find his way through. So these 3 cars at the minute fighting for 9th, 10th and 11th position, as they have just over 7.5 minutes to go now within this race. There's a bit of bodywork on the rear arch of what's going to be Jensen O'Neill Going's car now starting to hang off as well. And I think the two mirrors on that car have also been folded in. They have, yeah. So can't see out the side mirrors, can Jensen O'Neill go in? He can see out the rear view mirror, though.
I've done that once on my road car, pressed the wrong button, and it's very disorientating. Look at this.
It's really hard, isn't it, to try and work out where cars are when you've got no mirrors to look either side. So you're kind of doing it out of vision on the left-hand side. But what a great replay that was in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Up on the curb on the inside went Jensen O'Neill going. Bit of dust being kicked up at the same time, but all of that now has allowed Lewis Selby just to draw away from the two cars behind him, and they are a little bit more batter-scarred now, aren't they? They've had a really joyous weekend, but again, it just goes to show that it has been one of those races where it is the last day of school, so they don't really care what they do to the cars. They'll be repaired and got back out for next season, although we are going to have the facelift for the cars next year, so the F66 will be brought in for the JCW across the board, so the new-looking car will be here for next season. It'll be slightly upgraded as well, but what a great battle this is continuing to be for these two cars. Up towards Druids they go. Jensen O'Neill going on the inside with Harry Campy having to hang it on the outside. He then gets the switch back for the next of the corners, but unfortunately for Harry in the 13 machine, that'll also be the outside for Graham Hill Bend as well, but he's going to be brave around the outside. Track limits might be questionable there, but he will find himself ahead as they work their way down towards the left-hander of 30. So a great battle that has been, which initially involved 3 cars, then we went down to 2, and now it might just be the 1, because on his way goes Harry Campy once again. So up into the top 10 now goes the number 13 machine. Track limit warning going the way of what's going to be Chris McKenzie. So the car in the sport division, car 210, is currently finding himself with the first warning of the race. So we'll have to make sure he doesn't go too many more times across the edge of the circuit. And we can now see the other battle we have in this race between Ned Anthony, Owen Hillman in the kind of fluorescent coloured car, which is a combination of green, yellow and orange. So a very easy one to spot, which is very similar to the colours of Max Edmondson, who goes through in second position still. He has lost time, though, to Nick Tandy, so the gap now is just starting to edge out to a second between the top 2. Nathan Edwards now starting to close the gap, and also Tom Ovenden. So those 4 cars work their way from Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. But this would be a real coup, wouldn't it, for Nick Tandy to come into the championship this weekend. Of course, he was drafted in to try and help out the team in terms of the team's points, with Jamie Osborne not being able to race this weekend, and also the previous one at Silverstone. So Nick Tandy was, I'm sure, the first one on the list to be called, and he accepted the offer. And here he is this weekend out there in a Mini. Next weekend he'll be back to duties in the IMSA Championship in America. So it's going to be a long-haul flight this coming week, and he'll be back on the plane ready to do battle once again over there in America. But for now, looking good for 2 victories here at Brands Hatch as he turns his way for the 10th time on towards the Grand Prix circuit. We still have the battle going on between Ned Anthony and Owen Hillman as they turn their way through 30s. They're also being joined now by Cam Richardson and Albert Webster, but it was Albert Webster who lost 3 places over that last lap. So that car seems to be faltering in the closing stages. He's just adrift now with those 3 cars ahead of him, and he seems to be losing more and more time across the course of this lap as well. He's lost about half a second through Sector 1. He's lost a further half a second through Sector 2 as well. So I'm not sure that that car of Albert Webster is handling as well as it should be, so that could be a concern for him. As up towards the line comes Nick Tandy. 10 laps now into the book. In towards Paddock Hill Bend goes the fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place as well.
And it was 22 years ago, Matt, when Nick Tandy last won a race in a Mini, a slightly different type of Mini. It was Mini 7s all those years ago. And it was 2000 when he won multiple national Mini Stocks Championships on the ovals, running number 128, and obviously now this weekend kind of harking back to those years, running number 28 and leading a race in a Mini again.
Yeah, very good information there, Josh. Yeah, so back to the original style Mini that Nick Tandy used to race.
Yeah, that's right. That's where he started in 1996, I understand, thanks to our oval guru, which is ITV's David Addison.
Of course he is. He'd know, because he's old enough to know all the information about racing, isn't he? Hopefully he's not listening to that. So down we come then with this battle, which goes on between Ned Anthony with what's going to be the number 70 machine as well of Owen Hillman, who runs slightly out wide there, so that might give the opportunity for Cam Richardson to dive his way through. I was almost about to say Nick Tandy surely can't be that old, but racing for near enough 30 years, he's had a tremendous career, hasn't he? So he's on for his second victory at the minute in the Virtue Mini Challenge.
He was 11 when he started racing minis on the ovals.
Was he really?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
So 30 years on, basically, now.
Start them young, and they get into this this thing we call motorsport, and they can't get rid of it, can they?
What was interesting earlier, while we were doing the mini podium, the Porsche race was on. Obviously, his team, Joe Dandy Racing, was in that race. So he had one eye on the racetrack and while trying to get up on the podium.
Quite fitting this weekend that he's here and watching over JTR.
And he's very hands-on with the Porsches as well.
Is he?
Yeah, he absolutely is.
In qualifying, he was cleaning the cars between pit stops.
Exactly that, yeah. Proper team player.
That's right.
Certainly is. So Nick Tandy continues to lead. Just under 2 minutes now to go. He's managed to extend the gap, actually, between himself and Max Edmondson to 1.7 seconds. So initially, when this race got underway, Max was able to live with the pace of Nick Tandy. But as the race has worn on, he's just fallen slightly further back. Now, whether he made a mistake over the last lap, I'm not too sure. But all of a sudden, Max Edmondson in second place has now been joined by Nathan Edwards and also Tom Ovenden. So we've got the final few steps of the podium to be decided. There are 2 available, 3 drivers wanting to get on there, so it's going to be a bit crowded, but only 2 of them will be able to get the job done as it stands. But they go onto the Grand Prix circuit for the penultimate time of asking, as in towards the Paddock Hill Bend right-hander goes our car that leads the sport class, which is going to be Ben Crosley. He is set to pick up the victory ahead of Ben Crosley, and then you got behind that Chris McKenzie, and a little bit of a struggling now Henry Howard. So I'm not too sure what's happened to him, but all of a sudden that car seems to be ailing a little bit more as well. He works his way down the Cooper Straight in towards 30s, but unfortunately it's not quite going to be enough for Henry Howard to take the sport class this year in the JCW Championship. So he works his way on towards the back straight for the penultimate time. As we said, Archie Johnson just needs to get a finish. So there's no point battling with Henry or getting involved in anyone else's battles. All he needs to do is work his way round. He's just down on the back of Will Crooks for the time being, so that'll be good enough for Archie Johnson to do what he needs to do within the JCW Sport Division for this season. It's been one of those that's gone back and forward across the course of the weekend, but it seems the way of Archie Johnson for now. 22 points clear as it currently stands over Henry, and Ben Crosley, with the result he's going to get from this final race with a victory, looks like he's going to be set for third within the JCW Sport Championship as well. So that's how things are looking. 10-second penalty now for Alex Brandon, so the race has got slightly worse for him as it's worn on. It's gone from 5 to 10 seconds, so that's going to really drop him down the order. He was down in the final few places of the JCWs anyway, so that's just going to drop him even further, possibly behind the sport class runners as well. For the leader, Nick Tandy, onto his last lap then in the final round of the Virtue Mini Challenge for 2025. Still got the battle ongoing for Max Edmondson with Nathan Edwards and Tom Ovenden. Tom slightly got onto the rear of Nathan Edwards at the start of this lap, but as they work their way around the Grand Prix circuit, it looks like he's just fallen back once again, so it doesn't look like Tom's going to be in position to challenge as our provisional champion for a final step on the podium in this last race. But for Nick Tandy, what a weekend it has been for him. He works his way through the last couple of corners. He's managed to build the gap over Max Edmondson to almost 1.5 seconds. But for Nick Tandy, he's going to be a joyous Nick Tandy. It's going to be 2 from 3 this weekend. He works his way through. He's done his job for Napa Racing and the teams, I'm sure, and it's going to be win number 2 of the weekend. Nick Tandy takes victory in round 19 of the Virtue Mini Challenge. Second place goes the way of Max Edmondson. Also picks up the rookie class win, and also second within the overall championship as well. So many congratulations to Max Edmondson on that one. Nathan Edwards comes through. It's been a solid weekend for him after a victory yesterday. Another podium for him today in 3rd position. And then our provisional champion for this year, Tom Ovenden, just finishing off the podium, but still a solid top 4 to get him through at the checkered flag. For the sport division, we're going to welcome them through very shortly indeed. We're going to expect Ben Crosley to come through to pick up the victory. Henry Howarth is on for what's going to be 3rd place, which is not quite going to be enough to overhaul Archie Johnson, who is going to be our provisional champion within the JCW Sport Division at the end of the season. So through comes Ben Crosley in towards the final corner, up towards the line he goes. 2nd place goes the way of Chris McKenzie. 3rd place, and after a hard try, Henry Howarth, but it's going to be up towards the line in last position actually, but still he's done enough. Archie Johnson, our 2025 JCW Sport Champion this year. Well done to him. I'm sure he'll be fed the information before too much longer, and he will be again a man to celebrate before the weekend is done. he just needed to finish. So he had a calm race in the end there, stayed out of all the mini drama and got through towards the checker flag. So congratulations to Archie, congratulations to Max, of course, runner-up and also our rookie champion for this year. Congratulations to Tom Ovenden as our overall champion, and congratulations to Nick Tandy, a two-time winner this weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge. So they are now done here at Brands Hatch this weekend. We've still got one further support race to come, and then we look forward to our final race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
This is Toka Live.
Here on Radio Brands, says Toka Live on 88.3 FM. Yes, indeed. One more very significant race ahead of our final race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 17-lap race, second race of the day for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. That is coming up in just a few minutes' time, and the pit lane will open for the BTCC. All things being well, at 5:15 this afternoon, with the race due to get underway at 5:30. Might be a little bit later than that. We'll see how things go for our penultimate race of the afternoon. Here at Brands, the Porsche Carrera Cup GB cars will be coming out on circuit very soon. Already the grid personnel are making their way out onto the circuit. Time for a few of your messages which have come through on WhatsApp. Hi Alan, big shout out to my wife Katie. This is our first BTCC meeting as a married couple. Looking forward to the final race of the year. That comes with love from Scott. Scott, Katie, congratulations and great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, hey Al, this is really nice. It's lovely to hear your voice over the tannoy. We love your expert coverage with you and the team and look forward to next year already with a new grid, and we wish PMR every success with their new setup as well. Have a great winter season, happy Christmas, happy New Year, and all of those things, and roll on the 2026 season. That comes from Julian, Lisa, Graham, and Paula as well. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. I can hear Porsches in the background, you know. Please, can you shout out to Kate for me, please? She's a new fan and is joining us for the finale. That comes from Luke. Thank you very much indeed, Luke. And yeah, already Porsches are making their way onto the circuit. Time for a few more messages. Hi guys, Andy is here with his amazing daughters Chloe and Eliza. Amazing racing today here at Brands Hatch. And this one says, hi Al and the guys, can you say hi to my cousin Alan and mum and dad and brother Gavin and his girlfriend Sophie. Congratulations Ingram. And that comes from Perrin here on WhatsApp. We've got a few more to get through. Hi everyone at Toka Live. Dad John is back at Brands Hatch, as usual, having a great time watching champions being crowned. Big congratulations to Tom Ingram and all the other champions today. Looking forward to a real no-holds-barred race in race 3. Dad John can't wait to try and speak to his favourite driver, Jake Hill, to wish him all a well at the end of the day with the podium celebrations out on the circuit. Bring on 2026. That comes from Chris and Dad John as well. There is more time to get messages in before the end of the day, but we can't guarantee we're going to get these for you. It's going to be on WhatsApp. It's on 07482 877 877. We need your name and your message on that number on WhatsApp only. Drive down from York. Happy 59th birthday to Darren. Having a cracking weekend. That's good to hear. Right, Matt Suckling, we've got Porsches lined up on circuit. 17 laps of the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands Hatch in Prospect. I fancy we're not going to get a mini podium in with Josh Barrett, so Josh will be doing that podium down locally for everyone down there in the inner paddock. But we've got to turn our attention to 17 laps for Porsche.
We have indeed, and we still have a champion to be crowned as well. It all goes down to this final race of the season in the pro category between Andrew Rackstraw and Will Martin. We heard on the podium earlier on that it's the top 6 which get reversed. So the earlier race winner, Sid Smith, finds himself down in 6th place. And Max Coates benefits from the reverse grid to get that Pro-Am category driver onto the overall pole position. But you've got the two championship protagonists there together on row number 2. 7 points separate them as we head into this final race of the season. 11 points up for grabs for the winner in your class. Let's see how this all plays out as the roar of Porsche 911s head off now onto their formation lap. We'll take you through the grid and how it lines up. As I said, the top 6 reversed in the pro category from earlier on. So we'll see number 71, Max Coates, on pole position. already been an outright winner within the championship this year. So let's see if he can do it for another time here in the final race of the season. Alongside him, number 52 is going to be Angus Whiteside. So they make up the front row of the grid. Row 2 then sees number 40, which is Andrew Rackstraw. As I said, championship leader by 7 points over the man alongside him, which is going to be number 10, Will Martin. Third row then is going to be the departing champion, number 1, George Gamble. He'll have race 1 winner, number 99, Sid Smith, alongside. The fourth row then sees number 18, which is the first of our rookies. That is going to be Seb Hopkins. And then on the outside, number 400 is the car of James Wallace. Row 5 then sees number 94, which is Ollie White. He'll be joined by number 59, which is Josh Stanton. Then we see the sixth row with number 12, which is Stephen Jelly. For company, Stephen will have number 48, which is Ollie Jackson. The seventh row lines up with number 30, which is William Jenkins, and 58, Henry Dawes. The eighth row will see that of Aaron Mason, the number 8 car who joins us once again this weekend after making his debut at Donington Park earlier in the season. And 44, Jonathan Beeson lines up on the outside, also as our AM pole sitter for this race as well. And 22, Carl Cavers completes the grid in 17th position. So the other categories have effectively been wrapped up. The AM category has gone the way of Jonathan Beeson. He is now 25 points clear of Carl Cavers. He's picked up along the way this year 11 wins. Pro-Am category, although effectively Ollie White and Max Coates could be tied on points, in terms of count back, it would go the way of Ollie White anyway. He's 11 points clear, and that's what you pick up for in terms of a win and also a fastest lap. So it is doable, but it's not doable in a way. So Oliver White is your provisional champion there as well. So the only one we have to wrap up, as we said, is the pro category. Car number 10, Will Martin, is doing the chasing. Car number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, is the man who sits there as our championship leader. So far this year, they've had 9 wins between them. 4 have gone the way of Andrew Rackstraw and 5 the way of Will Martin. So they've very much been the class of the field across the course of 2025. But it's going to be this 17-lap race which will decide the champion at the end of it. Who will it be? Will it be Will Martin or Andrew Rackstraw? You might have a few team members to come into play as well here. Of course, the Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport has the help of George Gamble. You've got a couple of other Century Motorsport cars around. But the other factor in this could be the Pro-Am and Max Coates, because if Max holds things up, that could also kind of congest the field. But you never know, Max might be able to get away and go on for a second victory overall this year. We'll see how it all plays out. We're looking forward to this one. 17 laps for the final time this year of the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. Let's see how it all plays out with Max Coates and Angus Whiteside on the front row of the grid. Green flag waves from the back, and we are about to go racing. Red lights will come on now, and let's see how it all turns out. In towards Paddock Hill Bend. A good start from Max Coates. Not such a good start from Angus Whiteside, but Will Martin will find his way through on the outside already. And Andrew Rackstraw tries to get through on Max Coates, the Pro-Am leader and also the pole sitter within this one. So they go nose to tail through Paddock Hill Bend. Will Martin already to the inside of Andrew Rackstraw. There's a car rotating in the background, which is Ollie Jackson. So he will hopefully find his way back in the right direction. He had a full 360 in race number 1, but this time a little bit earlier on for Ollie, as he's now dropped his way to the rear of the field. Will Martin has got through, though, so he's got the first job done on Andrew Rackstraw. I think the saving grace for Andrew now is going to be that he's got his teammate, George Gamble, behind, so he can try and keep the tensions of Angus Whiteside and also Sid Smith at bay for as long as possible. But Sid Smith already looking to make a move on Angus Whiteside. He goes towards the outside line through Pilgrim's Drop. So Sid Smith, the earlier race winner, looking to take his way up now into 5th position as they go side by side in towards Hawthorns. Sid Smith still on the outside line. He has to then back off and let the place go. And Angus Whiteside does get that 5th place now away. It's getting a little bit congested for Pro-Am as well, because you've got Ollie White there in the 94 machine trying to battle with the pro drivers. Both James Wallace and Seb Hopkins goes side by side in towards the right-hander of Sheen Curve. So that was very, very close between them. You've got Will Jenkins under attack from the BTCC driver Stephen Jelly. They'll finally find their feet as they work their way back onto the Indy circuit for the first time of asking. But it is going to be Max Coates who leads the way to the completion of lap number 1. Second place is going to be that of now Will Martin, and third place for the number 40 machine of Andrew Rackstraw. So the two championship contenders there in second and third place as it currently stands. 4th place for George Gamble, ahead of a slow-starting Angus Whiteside, who is now down into 5th position. As complete the top 6, it will be the earlier race winner, Sid Smith. So that's how it all looks at the end of lap 1. In terms of Ollie Jackson, he has recovered. He is at the back of the grid, but he's in fact on the back. Well, he was on the back of Cole Cavers. He has had another moment for the second time in a row. So Ollie Jackson really not having the rub of the green so far today. Earlier on, it was unfortunately with a bit of contact with Ollie White, which put him out wide and had that rotation through Hawthorns. But now it's unfortunately been his own melee by the looks of it, which has caused him drama in this race now on 2 occasions. So another catch-up to be done for Ollie Jackson. The first one was with contact, I think, from Josh Stanton. Yes, it was. I think there was a Will Jenkins on the inside as well there. So a bit of a squeeze between 3 cars. Ollie Jackson just did well to stay out of harm's way from the cars which came through behind, which was Jonathan Beeson and also Cole Cavers. And then on the previous lap, let's have a look at a replay and see what happened to Ollie Jackson. He was trying to go to the inside line of Cole Cavers, possibly a little bit too much curb on the inside, and then that again rotated the car round. So not going well for Ollie Jackson, but at least he continues for the time being, but he might now need the help of a safety car to bring himself onto the tail of the rest of the pack. Right, Sid Smith is trying to make some moves. He's got his way past now Angus Whiteside, and in the meantime, Ollie White has also got himself through as well, though he runs wide in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so it allows the door to be opened once again for the 52 machine of Angus Whiteside to go back down the inside line. That might also bring into the mix James Wallace, who gives a slight nudge to the back of the 94 machine. So the car that Ollie White has driven this year with the wonderful farm livery that sits on the side of the car. That's testament to him and his farm. So good advertising on the car for Ollie White. But for now, he is just trying to keep himself ahead of James Wallace as they turn their way on towards the Grand Prix circuit. Another angle on the big screens of that move, and it was, in fact, yeah, contact with Cole Cavers. Really wasn't a gap there for Ollie Jackson to squeeze his Porsche through on. So with that, that is confirmation that there was a little bit of hip and shoulder between the two of those cars. But as I said, Ollie Jackson down in last place at 17 seconds behind the race leader and about 7 seconds off the back now of Cole Cavers. He should be able to get to the back of the AM division, but any more progress we'll have to wait and see within this race. Right, Will Martin now is on the pace. He's just gone and done the quickest lap of anybody, a 1:27.160. And he's now starting to hound down on the rear of Max Coates. So they are in different classes. So even if Will Martin did find his way through, it wouldn't be for any extra points because he is picking up the maximum 10 points within the Pro Division as it currently stands. In terms of the fastest lap, that is currently going the way of Will Martin in his class. But it is actually Max Coates overall who has got the quickest lap of the race now, a 1:26.804. So he is out front and has a half a second gap now over Will Martin. In terms of the championship, it's going to come down to 4 points because he's got 2 more extra points compared to Andrew Rackstraw, and of course the extra point for fastest lap. So 3 points gained for that of Will Martin. Just had a moment for the AM class leader, Jonathan Beeson. Now, how did this happen? He had a bit of a wiggle through Paddock Hill Bend. He tried to correct the car. Once you go one way, it tends to go the other. So Jonathan Beeson gets himself through the gravel trap. He loses the lead in class to Cole Cavers. He comes back on possibly with some damage on the underneath of the car, but all looks fairly good from the outside that we can see. But for Jonathan Beeson, who so far this year has been a 11-time winner in class, might not be on for a 12th race victory as it stands because Cole Cavers, as we said, has now worked his way through. First black and white warning flag has gone to our race leader. So Max Coates has to be very careful now in the space of the final 13 laps because any more of those could land him in some trouble, which he would not want. He would love to take a final overall victory of the season. He'd love to also get a Pro-Am victory for another time this year, but you've got a very flashing Will Martin now behind you because the lights are starting to come on, and Will Martin very much wants to get his way through. The Eden Motorsport driver has gone through again to do the quickest lap of the race, a 1:26.608. They work their way through the leaves up towards Druids Corner. They are being collected in the front grills of especially Will Martin's car, not so much in the front of Max Coates, so that is looking okay for the time being. And will Martin go for a move? I think there's a gesticulation there from Max Coates to say, follow me, let's try and work together, and we'll try and pull you away from Andrew Rackstraw. But I think Will Martin's having none of this. He'd love to get out in front. He'd love to put a little bit of a buffer between himself and Andrew Rackstraw, but he really does need some help from further down. He needs some of those other drivers in the Pro category to get through. But as it stands, that's not going to happen, especially with Andrew Rackstraw and his teammate George Gamble right on his tail. So that's looking good for them in 3rd and 4th places overall. Will Martin continues to pressure Max Coates around the back of the circuit. Not yet finding his way through, but just judging the braking zone is very crucial as a Pro-Am competitor, and Max Coates is just managing to hang on for the time being. But will the pressure crack? He didn't let it crack for him as he took his overall race victory at Snetterton earlier in the season. But for Max Coates, he is very much now feeling the number 10 machine behind him. So they come up towards the start-finish line. Another rear end just starting to step out now for our race leader. So that means that the tyres might just be going off slightly for Max Coates in that number 71 machine, as Will Martin goes through that time slightly slower than Max Coates. So now that he's starting to feel the dirty air from the car in front of him, it might just be slowing the pace once again, which is going to be good news for Andrew Rackstraw, because all of a sudden he now starts to come into the equation. I wonder if Will Martin will try the earlier tactics where he tried to back up the pack and let more and more come into the mix. He might have to do that because he might not have a chance of getting past Max Coates, and as I said, he might not have the ability to do so, and it won't affect his points. So the other thing you might need to try and focus about is your championship, and if he can try and lure Andrew Rackstraw into a false sense of security, it might just play havoc with Andrew Rackstraw. But he's doing what he needs to do at the minute. Still holds a buffer of 4 points in the overall championship of the Pro category, and he still has that little bit of a help from behind with George Gamble. So the number 1 may be leaving the number 1 of George Gamble, but it may well be going to his teammate Andrew Rackstraw in that Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport machine as they turn their way through. The left-hander of Sterling's. We've got another black and white flag now for track limit. So George Gamble has just received one of those. So the man that sits there in 4th position, just receiving his first warning within this race so far. Up towards the line comes our top 2. And the gap was a 1/4 of a second. This time through, it is going to be down slightly to just over 0.2 of a second. So, again, a little bit more chipped away by Will Martin. He seems to have a bit more of a stable car through the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend as well. So that now puts Max Coates on the defensive on the run in towards Druids Corner. And, again, the more that Max Coates goes defensive, the slower these two cars become, and the closer that Andrew Rackstraw tends to get. So last time through, Andrew did a 1:27.2, which in fact was slower than the top 2. So although Max is slower through Sector 1 by the looks of it, these two cars out front do seem to have the pace around the rest of the lap. And again, Will Martin gets a good run on towards the Grand Prix circuit. So he brings himself again to possibly have a move on Max Coates. But Max goes defensive all the way down towards Hawthorns. You don't really want to run side by side through there because that can normally end in disaster and maybe having one of those cars off into the gravel. So Will Martin thinks better of that one. But still, the hassle comes from behind from the Duckham's Yuasa liveried machine in the hands of Max Coates as he accelerates again up towards the fast right-hander. As we keep saying, a blind right-hander that is. So you hope that you can find your apex and you can get your exit curve absolutely nailed because, again, another part of the circuit where you run wide, that can really lead you out wide into the gravel and into the barrier. So it's one of these very, very technical circuits. It's old school, but it has you on the edge of a seat every single lap you go round it. So Max Coates will have done many laps around this circuit. Will Martin would have done a few as well in his Porsche career. But can he sneak away the final win of the season? We're heading towards the halfway stage now of the race. We've got 8 laps to be completed at the end of this one, and we will be tipping into the second half of the race before too much longer. But this has been a great drive so far from Max Coates. Still hangs on ahead of Will Martin, but the gaps are now starting to come down because Andrew Rackstraw is now there with the top 2. George Gamble is pretty much with them. And Sid Smith, the earlier race winner, is also going to be there as well. So this is really what Sid Smith needs to the end of the season. As I said, it hasn't been a jolly old season for Sid. He's only taken now 2 wins across the course of the year, but at Donington Park it was a bit of sweet weekend. He took the good result in race number 1. It was an off race number 2. It was also a little bit of an off race 1 at Thruxton, and then as the season's gone on through Crofton Knock Hill, it hasn't really played ball. So again, for Sid Smith, we'll be hoping to come back next year and maybe fight for the championship in good fashion. But for this year, he would just like to end the season on a high. If he can get himself through past these 2 cars of George Gamble and Andrew Rackstraw, that would see him onto the podium. But he knows that's not going to be an easy task, a bit like single-seaters around Brands Hatch. Porsches, they are very hard to pass as well. So top 5 on towards the final corner once again. Up towards the line comes Max Coates. Last time through, the gap came down even further, but on this occasion it will open up because Will Martin is now 0.3 of a second drift as they turn their way in towards Paddock. We've got half a second now back to Andrew Rackstraw in third place. Fourth place still George Gamble, who is a further 3/4 second adrift. And then we've got Sid Smith, who is just hanging on to the coattails in 5th position. Angus Whiteside is also bringing himself into the mix now as well. So we've got a 6-car train for the race lead. Then a gap back to the 7th place car, which is the second in class of Pro-Am. That is going to be Ollie White, and then James Wallace, Seb Hopkins and Will Jenkins currently complete the top 10 as it stands. In terms of the AM category, Cole Caver still leads the way in that one. Jonathan Beeson, although he had his moment, is now only a 1/4 of a second back. So a good recovery drive here from Jonathan Beeson. So it's going to put our 2 AM drivers nose to tail on this 9th lap of the race as they turn their way under the bridge down towards Pilgrim's Drop. Just had a quick look there of Ollie White as well. He seems to be doing fairly well in the overall position, and he'll be comfortable with where he currently sits because, as we said, everything is going his way to be crowned the champion within Pro-Am. He has pretty much got it wrapped up, but barring any penalty points in this race, it should all be good for that man, which sits down the order in 7th position. Let's see if Ollie White could possibly catch these 6 cars out the head of the order before the end of the race as well. He's 2.3 seconds back, so we'll see if that comes down over the course of the final 8 laps, which we now have as sunset starts to descend on Brands Hatch. So it's getting closer. The final race, of course, for the BTCC, and we have our Champions Podium to look forward to as well, which is going to be almost in darkness here at Brands Hatch today with what we have still to come. We've now got a time penalty for George Gamble, unfortunately, so he's too many times stepped over track limits. So George Gamble, last year's champion, with 5 seconds to be added to his time. So effectively that will drop him down into 8th place, actually, so he'll fall quite a way down the order as it currently runs. Here come possibly the tactics once again, because Will Martin has almost let Max Coates go now, and all of a sudden he's been joined by Andrew Rackstraw, by George Gamble, Sid Smith and also Angus Whiteside. So last time through, in terms of a lap comparison, Will Martin was almost 0.7 of a second slower than Max Coates, so he's not too worried about the overall race win. As we said, he's still getting maximum points within the pro category, but he knows he needs some help from others around him. So that's what now might be the plan in place for Will Martin as more and more start to join the battle for second place. And of course this is all for victory within the pro category as well. Just to confirm, 4 points separate Rackstraw and Martin as it currently stands, and with the results so far Sid Smith has had this weekend, that also jumps him ahead of George Gamble in the overall championship. So Sid Smith looking good, and of course he'll finish ahead of George Gamble in this race as well, with that 5 second to be applied to the car ahead of him. 7 laps to go, or 15 minutes. It looks like it will be a lap race for the drivers because we've had no interruption up to this point, and all the drivers keeping it very clean as it stands. But the South African of Andrew Rackstraw still there in 3rd position. The lead-in Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport machine turns its way onto the Cooper Straight once again, so heads down towards 30s. The 4-time winner so far this season, took a win earlier on back at Donington Park on the national circuit, had a win in what was class at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, and also took a win at Thruxton and also on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park earlier on in the season as well. So it's been a good year for Andrew Rackstraw, but is it going to be a fantastic year? Time will tell, because as we count down the laps, he gets closer and closer and closer to being crowned a champion this year in the Porsche Cup of Great Britain. Still have this fight going on for what's going to be 4th place overall. So I think maybe George Gamble has got the message that there is a bit of backing up going on, so he now feels like he might need to start backing things up as well, not to allow a few more cars into this battle between Will Martin and Andrew Rackstraw. But then all of a sudden George Gamble gets a good acceleration through the final corner and joins the back of his teammate once again. So down they go in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Max Coates, by the way, is looking good for victory here. 2.5 seconds clear now of Will Martin, who has Andrew Rackstraw with a slight mistake there. So the car just starting to drift out wide. So that was a moment where he had to catch it. And again, all of a sudden, George Gamble finds himself on the rear tail of our championship leader. The other factor we've said this weekend is you don't get a lot of tyres. You get 3 brand new sets of tyres to use, and George Gamble feels now he needs to go. He can't hang around too much longer. He knows he has a 5-second penalty. He goes for it. Sid Smith goes down the inside line as well. The door has been left open, so all of a sudden Andrew Rackstraw is starting to drop places. So one has gone through in terms of his teammate, the other one being Sid Smith as well. We know though, if Andrew Rackstraw keeps within 5 seconds of George Gamble, he will get that place back, and he'll also get the points as well. So the work from Will Martin to back things off has started to now take shape, and the championship scenario would be 1 point between Rackstraw and Martin. If Whiteside were to get through, that might be enough, but we still know we have to add the 5 seconds to George Gamble, which appears on our screen, but it doesn't get applied until the end of the race. So we do have to take that into factors as well. So effectively, I think it would be 3 points between the top two rather than the 1 point we are currently showing on our big screens around the circuit. So it's not too bad for Andrew Rackstraw, but he won't want to lose too many more places. He's got Angus Whiteside, as I said, behind him, who is also a pro driver. The next car in line is a Pro-Am, so even if he let Ollie White through, it wouldn't lose him any points in the pro category. And then you've also got James Wallace coming into the mix as well, who is a pro driver. So you've got a few to worry about, but at the minute I don't think Andrew Rackstraw should be too focused on those cars behind. So he just needs to kind of focus forward, make sure he stays with Sid Smith as much as he possibly can, and might be able to get that place back from Sid Smith. But it was that slight moment he had at Paddock Hill Bend just a couple of laps ago that kind of unsettled him. It brought the kind of train back together, and all of a sudden it was the invitation for George Gamble and also Sid Smith to go through. And Andrew Rackstraw didn't fight it. In replay you can see George Gamble went down the inside line, and Sid Smith was right there to also take the spoils away. So that was a good driving from both of them. But for now, Andrew Rackstraw still remains within inside the top 5, which is good, although he did lose those 2 places previous time round. Meantime, further back, Ollie Jackson has caught and passed the 2 AM drivers, so no massive surprise there for Ollie Jackson after his moment on lap 1 of the race and also on lap number 2, but he's recovered well. And Ollie Jackson now has Aaron Mason to play with, so he could see himself up into 6th place within the Pro-Am category, with what's going to be 4 laps now remaining in this one as they come through. There goes Max Coates on to lap number 14. 2nd place still that of Will Martin, who's now 3 seconds adrift. Is 1.1 seconds to the good of George Gamble, who still has to have his 5 seconds applied. So on the track he's in 3rd place, but that should see Sid Smith onto the podium. Slight lock-up from George Gamble, so he slides wide in towards Druid's Corner. So that's the first invitation that Sid Smith needs to try and go past. But I was just about to say, actually, before that move on Andrew Rackstraw, that the drivers only get 3 brand new sets of tyres per weekend. 2 of those are normally used through the qualifying session. 1 set for the first part, and then for the final 15 minutes they do tend to put a brand new set on as well. They do get a couple of sets of used tyres per weekend to bolt onto the cars if they wish to do so, but what tends to happen is that drivers then do save 1 new set for either race 1 or race 2 of the weekend. So you might have a few differing strategies out there. You might have some drivers on better tyres than what they had in race number 1, and that might be the case as to why they're doing slightly better in this race. Will Martin seems pretty content at the minute to sit there in 2nd position. Not too sure if he's bringing the gap down on Max Coates. Through Sector 1 he was a 10th of a second quicker. Through Sector 2 is 2/10 quicker, and through Sector 3 he was a 10th quicker again. So it's going to be back down to around about 2.5 seconds between him and Max Coates, but there might be one final burst here for Will Martin to try and go after Max, but whether he's got anything left now in the last few stages of this race, we'll have to wait and see. He's got enough of a margin over George Gamble of 1.3 seconds, and then we've got the gap between Sid Smith and Andrew Rackstraw, currently at around about 1.3 seconds between those 3 cars. And Andrew Rackstraw is still not quite clear of Angus Whiteside, but that still is a further Century Motorsport car, so you wouldn't really say that Andrew is going to be under attack here from Angus Whiteside. I think there'll be a few team orders on the cards here. And then behind Angus Whiteside, you also have that of Ollie White, who's still pushing on. He is keeping himself ahead of James Wallace, but they are the next 2 cars we can see heading onto the Grand Prix circuit now for the 15th time of asking. Jonathan Beeson is not yet back into the lead of the AM division, so although he has been provisionally crowned the champion, he still would like to add another win to his tally for this season. It's been 11 in total. It's been another fantastic season for Jonathan Beeson. In the first few rounds of the season, it was kind of Jonathan Beeson and Carl Cavers trading wins. They were level up until about Thruxton, and then it was that of Jonathan Beeson who went on a winning spree through the likes of Knock Hill, Donington, Silverstone last time out, and once again looking to be back to winning ways in at least the first race of the weekend. But whether he can get past Carl Cavers in this second race, we'll have to wait and see. In terms of the Pro-Am Championship, the points gap has come down, but again, as we said, it's pretty much set in stone now for Ollie White. It needed to be a race win and also a fastest lap for Max Coates to take it away from that of Ollie White. There's a big lock up there from what's going to be George Gamble. So George Gamble, again, for the second time in this race at Druids Corner, has almost flat spotted that tyre now. So he ran out wide, but Sid Smith wasn't close enough to capitalise, so wasn't able to take the spoils away from George Gamble. But in a way, he might know that George Gamble isn't going to finish there anyway. We've got another battle going on further back for Ollie Jackson and Aaron Mason. So Ollie Jackson, on his way back through the field, has finally got the better of the number 8 machine. So Aaron slightly wide of Druids and kicking up the grass, and I think he's actually got a problem as Aaron Mason, because he slows down now on the Cooper Straight. It sees the two AM drivers of Carl Cavers and Jonathan Beeson go through. And was there contact between the two of them? Jackson to the inside. No, just a lock-up from Aaron Mason. So whether he's, again, just flat spotted that tyre, maybe have caused a puncture, but he does feel there's something not quite right with the car. So very safely, Aaron Mason works his way off the circuit. On the Indy circuit he goes, and back into the pit lane very slowly indeed. So on his return to the championship, good to see Aaron Mason back, but maybe not the weekend he would have wanted in the style it's going to finish. But for Max Coates, he's now on to the last lap of the race for the final time in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Carl Cavers still just about hanging on for the AM lead at the minute. I think Jonathan Beeson had a wide moment in towards Sheen Curve, so that would have put him on the back foot as those two cars now come up to start their last lap of their championship season. On towards the start-finish straight they come. Carl Cavers and Jonathan Beeson with lights to blaze as they turn their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. For Max Coates, though, this is going to be a fantastic win to end the season. It's been one of those which hasn't quite come together in terms of the Pro-Am division, but in terms of overall victories, he's done very well indeed. He took one earlier on at Snetterton, and with the championship playing out in the background in the Pro division, it has kind of let Max Coates get away, because Will Martin played his strategy game midway through, just wanted to back the pack up. He's still going to give it a go, actually, Will Martin, on this last lap. He does hold the current fastest lap on a 1:26.608. Last time through, he was 0.8 of a second quicker than Max Coates. He's 1.4 seconds back at the minute. But it's not quite going to be enough by the looks of it to get there before the checkered flag. Still have George Gamble on the road in third place, Sid Smith in fourth, and Andrew Rackstraw, who is soon to be our champion, sitting there in fifth position. But it's going to be a Pro-Am driver who wins the final race of the year in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Round 16 goes the way of Max Coates. Will Martin comes through to pick up Pro victory in the second race of the weekend. Third goes the way of George Gamble on the track, but it's Sid Smith and Andrew Rackstraw who comes through to be crowned this year's provisional pro champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. You can see the elation now which starts to set in for the South African, so he is absolutely elated with that. I can see, I'm sure there's tears already. The visor goes up, the hand goes to the eyes, and you know straight away that there's a very emotional driver inside that car. So
this is why we love this sport.
And we love this weekend, don't we? It's finals weekend, so it does give us these moments, and it's always nice to be able to save it to the last race of the season. Thanks very much to Simon and the rest of the Porsche team this year for being up here and guiding us through all the information we need from Porsches. And Andrew Rackstraw is going to be an emotional man when he works his way back to Parc Ferme. Of course, as he gives his congratulations.
Going to take a long time at that speed.
It is, isn't it? These are normally quite quick cars, but
yes, they are.
Ollie White as well, just to confirm for you, he is also the Pro-Am champion. He had it pretty much wrapped up, but it was just barring any penalty points and any complications in that race. So two further champions being crowned in this final race for Porsches, but it's Max Coates who takes the final win of the season, picks up the Pro-Am victory as well. Second place goes the way of Will Martin and victory within the Pro category. He'll be runner-up in this year's championship, misses out by what should be, I think, 3 points with the now amended result result, with George Gamble having a 5-second penalty applied. So Will Martin takes second. Third place goes the way of Sid Smith on the road. Fourth place to Andrew Rackstraw and our new pro champion. Fifth place is going to be 52, Angus Whiteside. Sixth place and second within Pro-Am is Ollie White, ahead of James Wallace and George Gamble. Seb Hopkins picks up the rookie class victory in 9th place, and Will Jenkins completes your top 10 and finishes third on the podium within the Pro-Am category as well. Just to confirm, Andrew Rackstraw, 2 points it was actually clear of Will Martin in the end. So Roslin Gold by Century Motorsport. Finish ahead of Will Martin's Eda Motorsport. 2 points is the difference at the end of a long campaign for the Porsche Cup of Great Britain.
Very impressive stuff, that. Thank you, Matt. We have one more race to look forward to here at Brands Hatch. It is the final round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and it's coming up.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
I'll be heading down to the grid in just a few moments to get ready to have a chat to a few of the drivers, maybe see if Tom Ingram has collected his thoughts ahead of the final race of the day, to realise just what a momentous thing he has done to claim a second title here at Brands Hatch for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And don't forget, everybody, we have the Champions Podium. It's a great tradition here for the finals meeting at Brands Hatch. The Toka Mobile Podium will be making its way onto the circuit after this race, and it will line up just down there on the start-finish line. So all of you that are over there on the grass bank just opposite the grid, just watching the grid personnel coming out now, you're in a great position, and it's always a spectacular atmosphere for the final podium of the year, the Champions Podium. We'll have the race podium as well. That will happen first, and then we'll have a gap, and ITV will let us know when they're ready to go with the Champions Podium. Alan Gow, the Chief Executive of the Championship, will hand out all of the championship trophies, and that doesn't just include the overall drivers champion, it also includes the independent drivers champion, yet to be decided, the team's champion, yet to be decided, the manufacturer's champion, yet to be decided, and we already know who the independent team's champion is, because that was decided just a few weeks ago at Silverstone, but also yet to be decided the Jack Sears Trophy champion. So we've got a lot of mathematics to do during the final race, round 30, and it is always a spectacular race here at Brands Hatch for the final round of the year, with huge spoils of victory up for grabs, and they'll be presented in front of all of you for our Champions Podium. Very much you're all invited to be part of that, and also the ambulance gate will open up at the top of Paddock Hill Bend to allow you to come along and really savour the atmosphere for our final podium presentation of the day. Jordan says, can I get a shout out to my fiancée Hannah, who's here today cheering on Tom Ingram? Well, I reckon Hannah's going to be very, very happy after coming here to Brands Hatch. And this one from Colin and Moira. So another fantastic championship, so many ups and downs, however, brought to us all. Oh, we like this. Brought to us so well from the team at Toka Live. Well done, and thank you, and looking forward to next year as well. We've got so many messages that we haven't got through, so why don't I see, as the grid personnel are making their way down there now, if I can get to a few of them. Can we have a shout out to my dad, Carl, who is in the Toka medical car, from Lewis, Sophia, Alara, Nan and Grandad. We love you lots. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, can we have a shout out to Marshal Dan? Yes, we can. Hi, Dan. And in fact, thank you to all of the marshals for the spectacular job that they do, not just here at Brands Hatch at the end of the year, but all year. Many of the marshals here at Brands Hatch are Brands Hatch marshals, and look after many of the meetings here at Brands Hatch over the course of a year. Many of them are travelling marshals that make it to, if not all of them, a lot of the BTCC meetings across the UK over the course of the year, which takes us north of the border all the way up to Knockhill and right the way the length and the breadth of the UK. So thank you to all of the marshals. You do a fantastic job. And as the various guests and VIPs make their way down along the grass verge to the left of the grid, we are getting ready to build up to our final race of the day. So it's probably time for me, Matt, to get down to the grid, and we'll get as much feedback from the drivers as we possibly can. Race due to get underway at 5:30. That's just over a quarter of an hour away.
It is indeed. Thanks very much, Alan. Nice to hear again from some of your messages around the circuit, and great to see that so many of you have stayed on for the end of the day as well. We've got this one race to come, and as we keep saying, the wonderful Champions Podium to get through as well, which is going to be a highlight of the season. So do stick with us for that. As I said, it's going to be quite a busy exit from the circuit. It always is. Car parks are rammed and lots of people's to get on the road. So you might as well let that all kind of settle down and have a jolly evening with us here. And of course the Kentigan will be staying open for you for a few more hours as well. So if you want to get something to eat and drink before the weekend comes to a close, then we very much urge you to do so. Of course, all the action coming your way very shortly. The pit lane for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship opening in less than 2 minutes. We've already provisionally crowned our champion, but as Alan said, lots still to get through. It couldn't be closer really in the independents in terms of the top three. There we have with Dan Lloyd, Chris Smiley and Mikey Doble, the man in the middle. We also have the Jack Sears Trophy to be wrapped up as well. It could be either one of the BMW drivers, whether it be Charles Rainford or Daryl De Leon, both of them vying for a solid end to the season. It was, of course, Daryl De Leon who had his bad luck in race number 1, Charles Rainford who had the bad luck in race number 2. So they both had the joys of a good race and the spoils of a bad race, but we'll see how it all plays out in this final race. We've got, of course, the reversal of the number that was pulled from the ball draw earlier on, which was 9. So we've got 9 drivers reversed on the grid. It brings a few more players into the mix to possibly getting their first win of the season. The likes of Aidan Moffat, who will be on pole position, yet to be a race victor this year. Josh Cook on the front row, yet to be a race victor this season. And then if you look a little bit further down as well, the likes of Senna Proctor would be one of those maybe to pick out in 7th place. But of course, it's all going to be down to what tyres certain people are on. And what tends to happen is for the 3rd race, the one where no one really knows what's going to happen, most drivers do tend to save their best tyre till last. So we're going to have a very, very raucous final race of the season. As we said, a few titles have already.
Let's take a look at what's happened so far this weekend.
As for Daryl De Leon, so it is not going to be converting pole into the race lead and the race win. The lights go out, we go racing, and who makes the best of the starts? It is going to be Cavish. Rowbottom squeezes him up the curve, and Chilton keeps on coming. He forces the door open. Teammate Morgan tries to get inside, has contact with Rowbottom. It is round 28 of the championship, and it's win number 3 of the season for Dan Cavish. Dan Cavish wins race 1 of the day. Lights out, away we go, and a good getaway is made by Charles Rainford in the BMW, and Tom Chilton is away nicely as well, round the outside of Cavish, and they go towards Paddock. Ingram has a big dive on the inside of Rainford, and Ingram goes through. Up the inside goes Ingram, Chilton's happy to let him go. Big moment, and that is Rainford off the road and into the barriers. That's Chilton, who's got a problem up at Druids, and that's going to give Ash Sutton 2nd place. For the 2nd time, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is won by Tom Ingram.
So we may have already crowned a champion, but there's still plenty to play for. One more race left of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We welcome you back up to the commentary box with JB Motorsports. JB and Josh Turner still with you, and Tom Cairns has managed to sneak into the commentary box as well finally. Tom, welcome to you. Final race of the year, and it's a cracker. Tom Ingram, though, is the champion.
The champion is for the 2nd time of his career, and he's done a super job over the course of the season, and he's the well-deserved champion. It has to be said. You know, he's led the championship most of the way. I think he's led it all the way actually since the very first round, because he finished 2nd in all 3 races at Donington back in April. So I don't think he's ever lost the lead in the championship from the start.
No, it was close, wasn't it, with Ash Sutton putting up a charge, but Ingram's had control of it, JT, and now he's the champion. So this final race, though, there's still a lot to play for. Teams Championships up for grabs, the independent teams, and the Jack Sears Trophy, all still to play for. Good afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Race 3. Hopefully you joined us for Race 1 and Race 2 early on, and the British F4 coverage we did with Omi and Wes, taking you through that one with myself, who was behind the scenes making sure that it all worked. And, well, other than me having to change the lap scorer, and the leaderboard every single minute because the British F1 decided to move around.
Yeah, it was controversial.
Why not? Basically, graphics not really liking the graphics, and well, that is behind the scenes. That's classic stock car racing. Car gets absolutely punted and up into the wall it goes. Absolutely amazing. What is the number rule of motorsport?
Don't need to, mate.
In NASCAR and stock car racing, learn how to wreck another driver without wrecking yourself.
The Danica Patrick line.
Back with British touring cars. Yeah, it's been an incredible season. And Tom Ingram, deserving champion. And, of course, we'll have all of the championship presentations. But as you said, so much more still up for grabs.
Yeah, well, Aidan Moffat's got reverse grid pole alongside Josh Cook, and Jake Hill lines up third. And Tom, Jake Hill, his final ever touring car race, for now anyway, he starts third on the grid. Can we dream that he could win this? That would be such a send-off for him.
And it's his home event as well, because it's close to where where he's from, basically. And I'm sure his dad will be looking on, hoping he can come away with a strong result in what's been a rather challenging year for Jake Hill in the defence to his crown from last year. I think he can do it, but he's got to get off to a very good start, really, and just keep the likes of Sutton and Ingram behind if he can help it. But yeah, I think given it is his last race for now in British touring cars, he'll give it his all.
Battled Tom Ingram for this time last year as well for that victory. Okay, let's head down then and catch up with Alan Gow, with Louise.
We wait for the drivers to make their way out onto the grid for our final race. To grab a quick word with the boss, just to get your thoughts on, well, let's first of all talk about Tom and his championship win. I mean, he's absolutely smashed it, hasn't he?
Yeah, look, such a deserving champion, and that team deserved it too. That car's been on it all year, and you know, they were the team to beat right from the word go. So, you know, well done, Tom. Really good champion. And he joins a long list of double champions.
How would you, world champion, it's our world, isn't it? Let's face it. How would you sum up the season overall? Is this going to go down as a classic season, do you think?
I think it's one of the classics, but I think this race shows you how close the season is. There's only been 2 titles decided, as you know, only the teams and the drivers. Everything else is to play for in this race, and this will be fascinating. And what a great end of the season with all those championships and the Jack Sears Trophy being so close.
Who's your money on?
No one. I couldn't even pretend to even guess on that one.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Alan. Let's get back to you, Nikki. The cars are just making their way out, so have a little bit more of a chat, and then we'll have the drivers in just a few minutes.
Lovely stuff. Thank you to Alan, and also to all of his hard grafted efforts over the course of this season, because it has been a truly incredible one to watch from the sidelines, that's for sure. Jade, let's talk about the team's championship at the moment, because it's just 4 points at the moment between Napa and Virtue, so there is still a lot to play for. There's still an opportunity for Ash Sutton to take home some trophies.
Exactly that, and you know, we don't forget the team's trophy, but obviously we're so much focused on the drivers' championship that we kind of forget that there's other battles going on. And this is where, you know, the Team Virtue cars are very, very strong, but there's also 4 very strong cars with Napa. Now, obviously, only the first 2 cars of each team will score points towards the manufacturers, and they have to be nominated. But this is now where all of the team cars are going to work together, and instead of it being Ash against Tom, it's the Napa against Virtue, and that's the battle that we're going to see on track as well, because they'll be on the radios throughout the race going like, what do I need to find, what can I contribute, where is everyone else, trying to figure out that tiny little points difference so that they can all stand on this podium later today with the fireworks and give back to the team that obviously give them so much throughout the season.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure Tom Ingram's thinking, wouldn't it be lovely? This would be, you know, the icing on the cake to be able to give a team's champion back to the team. But on the other side, you've got Napa Racing with Ash going, hang on a minute, there's still a prize. I've got my eyes on it and I want to take it with me.
Exactly. Ash will be thinking, well, you've got one, you're not going to have the other as well. I know that Pete Osborne, who owns Napa Racing, he is very, very competitive, and he wants that team win for the good of the boys and girls that work behind the scenes. But equally, you know, you've got Virtue as well. They want to wrap up everything. They want to go home with the full charade as such. But it's going to be an interesting race. I'm looking forward to this one.
And I think it's even tighter in the Manufacturers Trophy as well. 1 point in it. Remarkable.
This is what touring cars is all about. Somehow, we just spoke to the main man himself there. He somehow manages to create this real big excitement and tension towards the end of the year. It always comes down down to the final race, final weekend of the year, and that's what we love about this championship.
But that's what, you know, a huge credit to the way the rules work as well, you know, to having that reverse grid at this point, you know, to make it just a little bit fairer, so it's not just two front runner drivers that, you know, run away with the championship too early on.
Exactly that, and that's credit to the regulations and the way this championship's run. If it wasn't run as well as it did, we wouldn't have year on year out it coming down to the final wire, and it does every single time. We're all stood here, the crowds are out, you know, and we're all excited for this final race. I know that the Drivers' Championship's wrapped up, but everything else is to play for, which is gonna fuel this race to be a super exciting one. And it's like end of school as well, so all of these drivers who are all naughty like we always are now gonna let loose and race elbow to elbow and enjoy it.
Yeah, really, they've got nothing to lose at this point in the season. And also, I guess it's a point where a lot of these drivers need to showcase to the world, to other teams, to other manufacturers, to other sponsors, what they can do to secure themselves a drive for next year.
Exactly that. This is the last race that they can show that actually by sponsoring them or investing in them is worthwhile. I want to keep an eye out for Jake Hill. Last race of his career in British touring cars. I know Jake for a long time. This was the peak for him for a lot of his upbringing, and he's going to want to go out with a win. He's on softs, he's rear-wheel drive, and he'll bring back feisty Jake. He's just coming past us now, getting ready for the grid, but he's a name that I think is going to be out and out wanting to win this final race of his British touring car era of his career.
Yeah, we will be keeping a very close eye on what Jake Hill gets up to in his final race. Let's go down to Louise for a final grid walk.
Thank you, Nikki. And as you say, the final grid of the 2025 season, you've been talking about the titles that are still up for grabs, and obviously the manufacturers and the teams, two very important ones amongst those. And look where I am here on the grid. So we've got two drivers in each of those teams are scoring points. They are all lined up here together. We've got Tom Ingram and Senna Proctor in positions 9 and 7, scoring points. And then obviously over there we've got Ash Sutton in whatever he is, 7, and Dan Camish here at the front of that little squad of 4 drivers in P5 on the grid. Dan, I was just talking about the fact that you guys and the guys from Accelerate here are up against for the teams and manufacturers. You're all together. This is looking quite tasty, this grid, isn't it?
I think that is the word for it, isn't it? It does look quite tasty, doesn't it? It's yeah, touring cars is a funny way of putting you right where you know, the most excitement possibly can be. So yeah, it's going to be one to watch, isn't it? I mean, ultimately I've had a good day, I've had a win, I've secured 3rd overall, which is what I came here to do. But the teams and manufacturers has been on the back of my mind all season long. You know, it's a team game, and you know, I think it's been very close, nip and tuck all season long. So is there much at stake? Just pride, absolute pride. So and bragging rights going into next year. So yeah, me and Ash are going to give it everything right now, and I'm sure those two are. I think it's Proctor and Ingram this weekend. So yeah, let's see what we can do. It's going to be a bit of a race at the front, and then there's going to be a race behind, which again is just going to be purely over a bit of pride in teams and manufacturers.
Well, as you say, it is a team game, and whilst there's always inevitably so much focus on the Drivers' Championship, for the boys and girls in the garage, this is the one, or these are the ones that really matter, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the drivers obviously is the one everybody wants, but ultimately that's one car crew. As much as the team plays a part, you know, I think the teams and manufacturers is more spread across. You know, everyone feels like they've played a bit of a part. Obviously, 2 drivers scoring, not 1. Yeah, I think the team get as much enjoyment out of that one. Certainly, you know, the teams and the manufacturers means a lot to the guys at Alliance Racing and the guys at Napa as well. So let's see if we can bring it home. That's what we're out here to do.
Sounds good. Right, so that's the teams and the manufacturers. Over to Paul now, talking to the independent drivers.
Yeah, it's all to play for, isn't it? Dan Lloyd. Dan, this is the next 30 minutes are big for you, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Obviously, bit of nerves, but good nerves. I've been trying to do my own thing all day. You know, race 1 was mega. Couldn't have asked for a better start than that. And I think race 2 just reminds you anything can happen. You know, getting a heavy hit on lap 1 and a ton of damage. I had 20 mil of toe out on my rear right, and that was the most difficult race of my life to hold on to that. So I was actually glad to bring it home where I did. And we got a bit of a lead into this, and it's just going to be keeping out of trouble, which you know as well as I do is easier said than done at the last race of a touring car season.
Yeah, I've just been speaking to your mum and dad, and I've just had to tell them, stop looking so glum. We're all here for a good time, but it just means so much, doesn't it? And the family are involved as well. It's been a difficult year, mate, but if you could do this would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably my dad's normal face, to be fair, but not my mum's. Yeah, you know, I think everyone's feeling it. It's been a tough year, big roller coaster, but it's some incredible highs. I think the team have done a mega job to give us a strong enough car where we can go out and win outright at Silverstone. And the fact that we won the team independence and got a shout at winning today, all credit to them, credit to the guys, and just fingers crossed I can bring it home.
What about Chris Smiley? He's still involved, isn't he?
He is, yeah. You know, everyone's involved at the minute, you know, depending on how it works out. You know, if I do win, it'd be fantastic if he could get second. You know, Mikey's, it's very close between them two. At the minute, I've just got to keep focused on my own stuff. So yeah, it should be exciting.
Is the radio button going to be the most used thing ever, or you can see what's going on around you, really?
Yeah, I can see. The important bit is not to talk to David Addison on the warm-up. Like 2 races in a row I spoke to him, I've been shunted off at turn 2. So if he doesn't talk to me, I've got a good feeling.
Just tell him that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Good man. Right, let's go and talk to one of his rivals, Mikey Doble. Follow me. We're just going to come around. So many people on the grid. This is so busy. It's a definite end-of-term feeling, which is lovely. Follow me, follow me, follow me. There's tyres, there's all sorts, there's people. Excuse me, sorry, gentlemen. Mikey Doble, 8 points behind in this Indy battle. I've spoken to you more than I've spoken to me mum and dad. How are you doing, mate? You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've said yesterday I've never been more excited for 3 touring car races. Like, just to be involved in a championship fight that's going to go down to the wire. It may not be my day today, but at least we've thrown everything at it, and it's going to be exciting.
It'll be pretty cool, mate, if you can do this after the year you had last year as well. You'll have a lot of silverware kicking about.
Yeah, I mean, to be truthful, I need a bit of lady luck on my side in this one. I mean, I don't think I can do it just on raw pace and a race win, but really I need to win independence and hope Dan Lloyd has a bit of bad luck. And we'll see what happens.
Are you worried about Chris Smiley at all up the front?
I'll try and deal with him the way I've dealt with other people in race 2, so.
Well, listen, I think I'll just let you crack on, mate. Get your head together. All the best. I'm really looking forward to this, like everybody at home.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Top man. Back to you, Luke.
Thank you, Paul. And I am in P3 on the grid with a man who is getting so much attention, an absolute sea of people wearing blue and white around here. Just come to have their photo taken, wish well. Our man Jake Hill about to start his final race in the British Touring Car Championship. Actually, I'm going to start with a quick word with his dad, Simon, because this is a hugely emotional moment for you as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've been in this paddock for 30-odd years. He grew up in it, and we did it. We won it last year, and we're going to finish on a high, hopefully. And thank you for Lou and everyone at ITV for being so supportive.
Listen, it's been our pleasure. Yeah, Mark Blundell, the man who actually helped Jake to get onto this grid, having a final word with him. Out the way now, Marky. My turn. Jake, it's a big moment, isn't it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, this one's got me right in the feels now, Lou.
Yeah.
You know, I had a little cry up on the way out of the pit lane. It's just emotional, you know. I mean, this has been my whole life, and this is my final race, and I think now it's finally hit me. So yeah.
We said earlier on today, you know, you'd like to go out with a win. You've got the soft tyres on your car. OK, 2 guys ahead also with the soft tyres on. But, I mean, you're just going to throw caution to the wind here, aren't you?
Yeah, this is it. You know, I mean, I'm in the perfect place to try and do something special for our last race. I said I wanted to get a podium at the very least at some point, so that has to be the #1 aim. But I'm going for the win.
Well, and also make sure that you have fun whilst you're at it as well, because it is something to soak in, isn't it?
It is, for sure, you know. I mean, it's a truly special championship filled with special people, and it's something that I will cherish for the rest of my life. I've loved it, so thank you, Lou. Thank you to all the team ITV and everyone at BTCC for making my journey just so special.
We've loved having you here with us, Jake. It's been fantastic, and we wish you all the best of luck in whatever comes next. That's it. It's our final race of the 2025 British Touring Car Championship coming up after this break.
Welcome then, one more time for 2020-25. We're going to get underway. We will have our post-race coverage as always with the champions moment, so stay tuned for that. But JT, quickly throw it to you. Final race of the day. Jake Hill starts third. Come on, he's feeling the emotions. He wants to go and win this.
And yeah, I think Jake Hill will win this. As I said Thursday on a podcast test recording we did at college, which we were just messing around with equipment. It's not being posted anywhere, so don't look for it because it's not there. But yeah, I've been thinking all this time that Jake Hill was going to win his final race.
What do you think, Tom? He seems fired up, and we were talking about it a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he's going to give it his all. And yeah, I think the crowd have turned out in force for Brands Hatch. I mean, when we came last year, it slowly but surely rained going into that last race when we had that decided between Jake Hill and Tom Ingram. Hill won on the day. It's Tom Ingram's championship this year, but Hill will want to go out on a high, and he's a happy man, clearly. And I'm really looking forward to see where his next journey is going to take him, because I think he's earned everything he's needed to have done in British touring cars. Now it's going to be about building on wherever he goes next.
I think as well he's off to, if I'm not mistaken, JT, he said he was going car racing in Barcelona next up, I think was his next call, if I'm not very much mistaken.
International GT is where we believe he's going.
International GT. So not quite International Rescue just yet, but nonetheless, it's an exciting challenge to see what's going to happen. Me and the boys are ready then in the booth. We'll hopefully have ourselves on camera shortly. We're just setting up the last few bits of the stream, and then we are good to go. Predictions, please, then, for race 3. Who's going to be the team's champions? Because it's still close as well, but let's go down to Nikki.
Pit lane has been absolutely buzzing. This is a big one. It's going to be an emotional one for some. Get your tissues ready. So for one final time, this is round 30 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's go to our commentators, Tim Harvey and David Allison.
Nikki, thanks. For the last time this season, then, we have a grid and we have still some titles to be resolved. We know that race 3 is always a dramatic race, whichever event it's at, but on finals day it always takes on a completely different feel.
Yeah, there's all sorts of little private agendas and hopes and wishes, and that adage about the last race is the race everybody remembers is so true. It's the one you want to live off over the winter, so you want to try and make it a good one.
Away they go then on the formation lap for the last time this year. They will make their way around. There's a look down at Paddock Hill Grandstand as well. And I've got incredibly good eyesight as I've just spotted Jessica Ball down there as well, who is providing socials for us. Nina's there too. You can check out the JB Motorsports Instagram account at JBSportsIG. You can also check out at Jessica Ball esports as well for all her content, and at Nina Racing Secrets for her content. Let's check in there for the last time today down the pits with the ITV team.
But you're going to give it your best shot, I'm sure, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've had work to do. We've had work to do all weekend, to be honest. The second half of the season, you know, the luck gods haven't been with us, unfortunately, but that's racing. I just need to focus on the best job I can do here myself, and yeah, try and move as far forward as I can, and yeah, obviously with the independent you know, race in between the big race.
You've had some ifs and buts over the course of the season, but it's been a great year for the team as a whole, and just how far it's progressed in the last 12 months, indeed, since Restart Racing was formed.
Yeah, as you say, it's been a great, you know, year for the team. You know, without Peter Jones and all the guys that work so hard back at the workshop, Ben on the car side, you know, it's a great achievement in the team's second year in the championship. And yeah, you know, obviously we're going to be back next year, and yeah, back fighting.
Chris, good luck.
Thank you.
So for one final time then, we will line up on the British Touring Car grid in 2025, and this is how they line up on the starting grid as they come down in towards the bottom half of the circuit. JT, take it away.
Row 1, Aidan Moffat, Josh Cook, both on the soft tyres. Row 2, Jake Hill in his final touring car race on the soft tyres, and Daniel Rowbottom on the medium tyres. row 3, Dan Camish and Gordon Sheridan. Napa and Toyota both on the medium tyres, with row 4, Senna Proctor on the medium tyres and Ash Sutton on the soft tyres. Row 5, your champion Tom Ingram and Adam Morgan are all Team Virtue row 5, both on the medium tyres. Row 6, Chris Smiley and Sam Osborne on the medium and soft tyres. All medium row 7 is Darryl DeLeon and Mikey Doble, with a medium on Dan Lloyd and soft tyres, and Dexter Patterson for row 8. Max Buxton and Nick Halstead both on the medium tyres, row 9. Then Nick Hamilton is on the soft tyres, with Chilton on the medium tyres, row 10. And then both on the medium tyres, rounding out the grid, is Aaron Taylor-Smith and Charles Rainford as well, as we get ready to start to grid the cars as they come under the grid. And it's 8 laps of Toka Turbo Boost for Moffat, Cook, 7 for Hill, 6 for Rowbottom, 5 for Camish, 4 for Shedham, 3 for Proctor, 2 for Sutton, 1 for Ingram and 8 for everyone else. Over 15 laps of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. It's time to tango for one more time, JB.
Now, this is going to be a big run down towards the first corner, and I would not be surprised if we see a couple of accidents. As Jade said, nothing left to play for. Everything is out there, but the team's championships on the line, the independents, the drivers. Tom, 6 titles, 2 are decided, 4 still to go for. This is going to be a great cracker last race.
And I'm really looking forward to this one. And of course, it not only for Jake Hill, but I think it's also Nick Halstead's last British touring car race, isn't it? So we've got 2 drivers at least saying goodbye to the BTCC after this race, as families turn out in force for one last time in 2025. We also wish we were there, but of course for different reasons we are where we are for today's running. But let's hope we're in for a cracker here.
Yep, thanks F1 calendars. Can you please stop putting the biggest race of the year alongside us? Okay, here we go. One more time in 2025. Charles Rainford lines up at the back. Watch out for Aaron Taylor-Smith and for Tom Chilton as well, because he's got absolutely nothing left to lose being that far back in the field. 29 complete, it's time. The final race, round 30 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship, and a dry Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. The red lights activate, and for one more time in 2025, it's lights out. We're racing. Great start from Jake Hill. He'll come across easily on Josh Cook down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Moffat's got the getaway he needs into the first corner. Hill takes to the second position. He's going for the lead. He's got a good exit coming out of Paddock Hill. He'll rise up Halewood in towards Druids. Everyone's safely through this time, JT, and that's a surprise. The 2 Napas battling, but it's Napa that need to be in the positions they are to be the team's champions.
Yep, absolutely is. Now we head down in towards Graham Hill Bend. That's 2 Virtue cars, Proctor side by side. That is, I believe, Doble going out wide, but still Moffat leading. Cook has gone down 1. Sutton gained 4 in that Indy part of the circuit as we head on to the Grand Prix layout.
Yeah, Tom, that was a stunning start from Sutton as well. He's up places, and now we've got Taylor-Smith passing I want to say that's Smiley further back. I'm going to hold myself to that one in case it's not. It was Doble and Smiley and De Jong in the battle over the back. But great start from Sutton. That's what he needs to do in the first 2 races.
Yeah, and with a minimal amount of Toka boost he's got in there, he's maximised his first lap there as Ash Sutton. So a great start for him, and also good news for Napa's chances in going for the team's championship. But you can just see Jake Hill being pushed by Josh Cook, who's looking to end his season on a high note. Aidan Moffat, yet to win a race all season, has the chance to do so here, but he's got Jake Hill, who's pushing in his swan song here at Brands Hatch, his closest track to home, but he's got Josh Cook on his tail and trying to take back that second place.
Moffat's under investigation. The start's under investigation for Aidan Moffat, so Jake Hill in second position might have the lead of the race if Moffat is deemed to have a penalty, but Josh Cook's all over the back of them as they come Paddock Hill Bend up the hill in towards Druids. Cook has the inside line, laying the brakes. Hill's going to get forced out wide. Sutton's going through as well, and once again Hill is in a bit of bother as he comes down into Graham Hill. It's still P2, but Sutton wants it. Sutton wants to end this year on a high. Hill's going to go all hell for leather. There's nothing left there, but Sutton's taken 3rd, JT. Oh, back!
Up the inside, a little bit of contact there, and the 3 Napas together, they are going to absolutely swamp. They are teabacking, and they have surrounded. It isn't a police chase, guys. It's a touring car race.
Hill
as we head
brakes.
down Pilgrim's Drop and through Hawthorne.
Yeah, I think Tom as well. Hill knows he's in trouble now. He needs to regroup and just go for it. But Moffin's under investigation, so Josh Cook could be a race leader.
Yeah, that could come into it. And now Jake Hill's got his hands full with two nappers, and neither of them are Ash Sutton because he's ahead of him, as Hill drops down to 4th place by the time they get to Sector 2. The timing tower updates every sector. It's not like mini sectors like you see in Formula 1. It's every sector. There's only 3 that they use around here, and that is what they resort to that determines the timing tower. You can just see a lot of drivers are using their Toka boost. Josh Cook has used up his on that lap, and now it's restarted. We're going to see a replay of the start here, Josh.
I don't see Moffat jumping the start, and he didn't look he was further away from the box, so I don't know what they're looking at there. JT, did you spot anything? Because up the inside, Osborne makes the move on Morgan as the sun begins to just fade. Side by side coming to Druids. Morgan's on the outside line. Osborne should be able to just force the issue a little bit more by cutting through, but Morgan's not giving up. On the inside, the camera's moving up and down a little bit. It's hard to tell. Morgan forces Osborne wide as the cameras stabilise. And, yep, toy cars, by the way, do have lights, and they are not stickers. And through goes. Oh, who's out in the background? It's Holstead.
Nick Holstead.
Oh, his last race. Holstead's gone wide. He'll get going again, but Nicky Holstead is having a disastrous... Oh, his last race, he's off the circuit. Great spot there, Tom. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was in the background when he went off at Grey Mill Bend. It's a shame there for Holstead, but at least he still continues on. You can just see there behind Hill, Robots and Camish are fighting over 5th place. Does Camish find a way through on Robots? And you can just see how much Toka boost each driver's got left. So Ash Sutton sensibly reserving his Toka boost until the end, which I think is the right decision, as he watches Cook and Moffat go into combat.
Cook's got the fastest lap on a 1:32.15. You're telling me, JT, that Sutton did all that and he didn't have the Toka boost?
Yeah, he didn't have the Toka boost. Now we go through Sector 4 and up towards the line, across the line, back in towards Sector 1. Down Paddock Hill Bend we go. Moffat still under pressure from Josh Cook. Josh Cook has been destructive today, and that's where he was destructive. Never mind, the 2 nappers are being destructed. Bottom gets into Camish. Camish comes across the track, and that is a broken front left suspension. That is what exactly happened between the 2 Toyotas. It's a commentator's curse.
Cook's going for it
and
on the
Cook's
inside.
up the inside.
He's taking it. Cook leads as the safety car's coming out. Oh boy, this race has turned on its head in the final one. Moffat's trying to come back, and then they race until they see the safety car board. So who's got the advantage? Through Pilgrim's Drop, there's the safety car officially on our monitors. From race control, there's the safety car board, and Cook was ahead. Cook was ahead at the time of the safety car.
Moffat was ahead because the board was already out.
Ow! So Moffat had the lead.
I will be surprised if they don't switch him.
I would agree there. 9 times out of 10, that's a switch. Side by side down the bottom half. But, Tom, out goes the race winner from earlier on today. Race 1's winner of Dan Camish. And that's bad news. The 2 nappers coming together really hurts it, because now, guess what's happened? Team Virtue, 773. Napper, 773. They're level.
Wow. They're level on points. I don't know what the situation is with Countback, but I think Tom Chilton, one of the Virtue drivers, had also stopped.
Yes, the Chilton has dropped back. He's in 16th on our monitor, and he's gone missing in the middle sector.
That was because he DNF race 2, so he had to start by the back.
Yeah, but his timing tower's missing in sector 2. He hasn't completed the lap as far as we can tell on our monitor. So there's a replay, Tom.
My screen is not showing that, but it's TSL timing. So
right, we'll see. Probably it's the lag. Yeah, so Robo just completely cut across Camis there, Tom, as well. That's what on earth is going on down there?
I don't know. That was very bizarre. We usually see accidents up there, but when it's 2 cars from the same team, it makes it even worse. And Camish, well, he climbs over the barrier at Druids. Of course, I've walked around there once upon a time on enough occasions to know what it's like up there. It's a good view to watch from Druids. Dan Camish, what a shame. He was hoping to end this season on a high. What's been a cracking year, it has to be, for Camish with the victories he picked up. But there have been times where luck hasn't exactly been on his side, and it's bad news for Napper with the way things are going. what's the situation with Chilton? Because he's obviously outside the top 20. Is he being shown on the screen at the moment?
Our driver tracker's showing him stopped in the first sector. Timing tower's also showing him stopped and a lap down. And I can't see him on the ITV timing tower. I think Chilton's out of the race.
Are we just going to have Dan Camish just watch the race with the fans up at Druids now?
Yes, yes, we are.
That is what looks like is going to happen. So, there is Tom Chilton.
Chilton's
out of the car. That answers our question. So, in race 2, we had the two. He's down at on the inside of Paddock Hill. That's where they keep the sweeper and the big screens there. That's down at Paddock Hill Bend. So in 2 races, in race 2, we had 2 teammates take the other out at Druids, and we had Tom Chilton come to a stop under the safety car. Race 3, we had 2 Napa teammates get into contact. One of them goes out at Druids. Tom Chilton stops on track at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, in race 2, Tom Chilton started losing power at Paddock Hill Bend and fully came off the track at Druids. This time, he came off at Paddock Hill Bend. That's insane.
It's just weird that it keeps on happening again and again, isn't it?
If I had a nickel...
Yeah, it's weird it's happened twice. Just trying to get our systems in order up here in the commentary box for you back at home to be in data. There is a few issues coming through. Actually, I'm just trying to think, does that even need it? Hang on.
Whilst you are discussing that, JB, there were a couple of permutations come up on the graphics. As it stands with the positions as they are, Dan Lloyd will be crowned the Independent Drivers' Champion, and the Jack Sears Trophy would be going to Daryl De Leon, I think.
Yeah, by 9 points as it stands to Charles Rainford. Now the Teams Championship still level between Team Virtue and Napa. Independent Trophy, as you said, with Lloyd. Independent teams, though, Restart Racing claimed that ages ago. Manufacturers goes to Hyundai with the Accelerate over the Ford. So there's a lot still to be battling together. We'll keep an update with that as we go. Here's a replay from Ash Sutton's stonking start. And he was passing everybody, left, right and centre, down towards the first couple of corners. So a wonderful position and a wonderful time gained. I really, really appreciate good, honest running. So I don't know why it's picking class, but that's manufacturers' independence that you've got on your timing towers alongside us up here in the commentary box, as well as we look to refine the system going into 2026 and how we'll have our battle screens in operation with our cameras and information stats. But at the moment, Cook leads, Moffat, Sutton, Hill, Shedden, Rowbottom, Ingram, Proctor, Morgan and Osborne in the top 10. Here's a replay on board with the... Who are we on board with here at the moment? This is alongside Mikey Doble.
Dan Lloyd.
Yes, it is Dan Lloyd who comes down. Yeah, he dropped down 2 places and there through on the outside. Proctor goes through, Doble slipped through, so they've all changed up a bit. Safety car was called twice on my monitor. 17:44:52, 17:44:55. So they called it twice out there.
That's just a TSL timing based control messages. I don't know why. It's been weird.
They've been weird all season long as well with some of the things we've seen. Have we seen a red flag in a touring car race this year? I can't remember. I think you've had one, JT.
I don't think so.
And I've missed. I don't think I've had one. Can't remember it. Off the top of my head, that's a remarkable one.
I'm just looking, JB,
What have you got?
on how many wins that both Napa and Virtue have got. Virtue have got 9 wins. And Napa, if I get my calculations correct, might have to come back to me on that one.
I've got 12. That's on very quick calculation for Napa. We're going back to the green flag though, so this race will get extended from 15 to 18 laps. Josh Cook will be on the extension as he comes out of the last corner. Remember, it's into the restart zone where we'll have to go green. The Goodyear restart zone, the green flag is flying. We are racing again here at Brands Hatch Grand Prix. Now, can Jake Hill capitalise on this restart and try and get back on those soft compound tyres as Moffat going defensive again against Sutton down into Paddock Hill Bend. Sutton's got the inside line running up Harewood Hill towards Druids. Hill's trying to look left and right. Ingram's in a battle for the back. Sutton's taken second position away from Moffat. Hill's trying to barge through on the inside of a fellow BMW. He doesn't care, it's his last race. There may be teammates in the BMW squad, but they are battling for the positions as Ingram battling hard with Rowbottom coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Stunning restart there, Tom, actually, as they come down again, and Hill's looking ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely in fighting mood is Hill to the outside as they come through Surtees. Is Hill going to make it work? He runs out onto the grass, and that is surely going to allow Gordon Shedden alongside at least all the way down through Pilgrim's Shop, and this is going to be really, really tight here if Shedden can pull this one off, but Hill is still there on the inside at Hawthorne.
And he's taking the position back through. Hill keeps it back, but Shedden's trying to the undercut. Rowbottom's flashing his lights. Ingram and Proctor in there too. Osborne rounds out that top 10. They're all still about a 5 to 10 in a real battle, JT, as they come up towards Dingle Dell. And just about Hill held off despite being forced, but my time has been showing Shedden ahead. That's not correct.
It now corrects now as they go through the Sector 3 to Sector 4 timing line that is just before Sterling's. I've got 5 wins for Sutton, 3 wins for Camish, 3 wins for Rowbottom, 1 win for Osborne. That's 12 wins, and Ingram has won 7 this year, and I've got also Tom Chilton winning 2 as up the inside. That's Shedden on Hill isn't able to make it stick. So 12 wins for Napa, 9 that I can see for Virtuous up the inside now. Moffat on Hill.
And Hill's attacking on the inside, coming back down to Graham Hill Bend. He's going to have him. Moffat's got the lockout. They both nearly run wide. Hill on the inside gets a little tap from Flash. And Moffat's just holding through, but I think Hill's going to have third position here. He's got the power coming up through Surtees, and he does. Moffat this time gets a little touch of the dirt, has to defend against Gordon Shed as they come through. Pilgrim's drop up towards Harewood Hill, and up towards Hawthorne's. I don't think, though, Tom, that we're going to see a slipstream battle. So Hill effectively is second. Now, well, yeah, because he's going to get Sutton easily. 3.9, yeah, nothing.
Yeah, well, whilst we were watching Hill and Moffat go into combat, we saw a huge dice between the Nappers and the Virtues further down the order. As you can just see, that's Daryl De Leon being hit by Charles Rainford coming through. That was Westfield, wasn't it? And oh no, there goes Rainford now. He's got by. I think that might have been Dan Lloyd, think of it.
Yeah, it was.
And, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. Sorry, yeah, sorry to cross you. Yeah, you were right there. That's what I was saying. Carry on.
Well, the coming round's complete like 9, so we've got 9 laps to go. We can see more of the Toka boost being used from the likes of Jake Hill and all that. Aidan Moffat used his as Sutton with a new fastest up of the race, which could be very, very handy. There is the stand-ins in the Jake Sears, and there goes Moffat. That's him through. I think that was Moffat, unless I'm mistaken.
On the inside of Taylor Smith. That's a late move down for 14th place in turn 1. Taylor Smith's got a problem, and Taylor Smith in the Toyota is slowing. I hope that's just tactical. He needs to give him place back or something, but he is coming to a halt at the top of the hill. So I was a bit impressed with that from Dal Dion, but never mind. It looks like there's an issue, fortunately, for Aaron. Yeah, he's dropped right to the back now, but he is still circulating. There he is. So unless he's trying to find somewhere to get off the circuit, he started sector 2. Hamilton's under attack now from Buxton, and Hamilton's holding around the outside line. That was a stellar line defending. Buxton was all over the place, JT, and Hamilton has the position still for 17th. Oh, we can't hear you.
But side we have now going down in towards Hawthorne, and now through Westfield. We are back with the Napa trying to get past the Toyota.
Is that Sutton on the back? Yeah, no, it can't be. Sutton's over the line now, so which one was that? On the order, there we go, 52, Flash Gordon, so that is going to be Robo behind him with Ingram in 7th, Proctor 8th, Morgan 9th, Osborne in 10th, the battle still for 5th place as Moffat's taken off into the distance as well. Lap 11, Aaron Taylor Smith is coming into the pit lane, he's made it round the lap. So we'll see what happens, but on my time screen, he's completing the lap time shortly as I come back in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That evening glow starting to form here as the sun sets here in October. As Osborne defends hard from Patterson. And it's that last day of turn feeling, Tom, as that was a move. That's Sam Osborne under attack from Patterson on the inside line. I think Dexter's got it. It's still a bit side by side, actually, but Moffat's defending against Shedden, as you were calling earlier on.
Yeah, well, at least Patterson won't have to deal with Max Hall this time around, unlike what we saw earlier in the year when when we were there. And you were going, oh, no, they were scrapping. No, it was just, heat of the moment stuff, really. But there is the battle involving Dan Rowbottom and Gordon Shedden. I think Shedden got by Rowbottom, although having said that, they were very, very... it was a drag race basically through the timing line. There is Aaron Taylor-Smith into the pit lane, and it is season effectively done and dusted for the Irishman.
Yeah, I think that's an oil line blown as well, from what I can see. So that's not good news for Aaron Taylor-Smith. You can see them wiping their hands around where the dipstick is, so they're just seeing if there's an oil line failure. It explained the loss he had to the engine, as Moffat is so slow. He's flashing his lights to nobody in front of him. That's hopefully allowing Shedden the advantage there to see what's happening. Moffat's now out of Toka Boost, but he gets it immediately back in towards turn number 1. As, again, they all throw down a Paddock Hill Bend. They rise up Hailwood Hill towards Druids for the 12th time. Moffat a little bit wide. Shedden looking to the inside. Shedden's had a great return, hasn't he, JT? Already had a victory so far this season, a couple of podiums. He's been strong, and I think stronger next year. Now he's had a full season with that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And we shall see what happens over season fake.
So we'll keep it as it comes through. As Moffat, Shedden, Rowbottom and Ingram closing into faction once more. Oh, that's Smiley side by side with Dal de Jong. This is Independence and Jack Sears trophy on range as well. So the Independence with Chris Smiley 7 points back, remember. Black and white flag for the 33. There's Dan Lloyd. He leads at the moment the championship in the Independence. JT, we can hear you again.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Go for it.
Daniel Lloyd, 425 points, 6 points back is the gap, and that is Mikey Doble, who is at 6 points back. We are lap 12 of 18, about to start lap 13 of 18. Of course, those 3 laps added due to the safety car earlier on with the Napa of Dan Camish. Heading across the line. Now the leaders go, and the battle for 4th.
So Moffat is ahead, so this is going to be a bit of well, yeah, we're watching the wrong battle. Just need to locate that on our monitors, because this is Smiley, Doble and Lloyd for 14, 15 and 16, the last of the points paying positions, which is critical here, because Lloyd is outside the points for the Independence trophy, but he is 6 clear to Doble, 7 clear to Smiley as it stands. Jack Sears trophy still going the way of Dal de Jong by 7 points to Charles Rainford, and that's going to be Doble, who's out of the mix as well. He's a 2nd place. He's holding off Dan Lloyd for this title chance at the moment in the Independence as well, Tom. And he's holding back as Shedden has been passed by... Well, hang on. Yeah, Shedden's repassed Moffat for 4th as Doble goes defensive to Dan Lloyd down at Hawthorns, and yeah, I think Doble's tyres are going. That car's looking very shaky, Tom.
Yeah, it's going to be deja. Well, it's going to be challenging from here on in now for Mikey Doble. He has to hope that something crops up for Dan Lloyd at the moment, because although they are ahead of him in the race, it's still not going to be enough for them to win, or for him to win the Independence Trophy. Lloyd just essentially needs to finish this one now, and that's the Independence Trophy done and dusted. Ash Sutton running in 2nd place, 6 places up from his starting spot, has got the point for the fast lap, which will come in handy. And I believe as the way things are going, it's looking like Napa are going to wrap up the team's championship.
Yep, Teams Championship at the moment. Napa 2 points clear to Team Virtue as Doble makes contact with Lloyd coming into Paddock Hill Bend. Doble still held on the inside for that last points paying position, but remember, they have the Independent Teams Trophy, so their point system in the battle at the moment, and that's what we're watching with the main championship wrapped up and Cook 1.3 seconds back. It looks like it's all going to go down now. What a brilliant end as well for Josh Cook. Already had one win this season. He's had 1/3 and, correct me if I'm wrong, he's had 2 third places as well. That is the case. So it looks like it could be a second win of the season, and he's first in the squad as well here at Brands Hatch Grand Prix with Toyotas. He's been getting used to that car in the last few races. Doble's going defensive here as Lloyd's trying to send him around the outside. No dice though. JT coming into the top of the hill at Hawthorne.
Yep, as we head now down the Derek Minter Straight in towards Westfield. Doble and Lloyd still single file as we head towards Dingle Dell. I've got Josh Cook as 1 win, 1 second and 2 third places.
I can confirm that, yes. That's the same I've got it as in my monitors up here in the commentary box. Good, good, good. Doble slow out the exit of Sterling's there, Tom, and I think Lloyd sensed an opportunity to pounce here. He's trying to go around the outside.
Yeah. Outside into clearways. This is going to be wheel to wheel between Doble and Lloyd. Lloyd cannot afford to end up in a tangle here because that is going to end up opening the door for Chris Smiley, who has not had the best of races so far in this. He's running in 14th place behind Charles Rainford, but Lloyd just essentially needs to finish this one. There is Del De Leon.
Oh, that's with Rainford. That's in the battle for the Jack Sears Trophy. These two are so important together at the moment. De Jong leads Rainford by just 7 points in that Jack Sears Trophy. They're teammates in the LKQ squad and BMW, and they are battling together. They joked coming into the weekend that they didn't want to end it side by side on the circuit, and they really are ending it side by side on the circuit. Oh, this is going to be amazing, Tom.
Oh, it's brilliant stuff between the LKQ cars and De Leon, who won his first British Touring Car race here this year. Another one of those to do so. And Charles Rainford, who has had a really cracking first season in the British Touring Car Championship. He's looking to end his season in a flurry. And now we go back to the battle between Doble and Lloyd. This may be for 15th position, but for the matters of what it means to them, this is vitally important. Lloyd, as I've already mentioned, does not need to pass Doble, but he cannot afford to take himself out of this.
Yep, if Lloyd DNFs, then Doble would take the Independence Team's trophy, which and the Independence Trophy, which is so important for the manufacturers and for the Independents. It gives them a big cash boost to get them into an advantage next season. Lloyd's trying to go around the outside. Doble's gone defensive, and here comes Nick. Is that Nick Hamilton? Go on, Nick!
It is.
Get yourself in there, mate. Go on, have your fun. The car was on fire 2 weeks ago. They've done a major rebuild, and now he's in the battle for the last points pay position. And of course, we've got throwing in there as well several other cars involved, because that's Hamilton and Buxton now joining this party. Doble goes wide. Lloyd's trying to get the undercut, but Hamilton's in the mix. Oh, yes! 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 I'm so happy if we can see Hamilton do this, but look, he's going around the outside. Buxton trying to get past Hamilton and goes on the block. Hamilton goes a bit wide, trying to get the undercut on Lloyd. He taps the back of Lloyd. Lloyd breaks early, though, to try and catch up, and that's Ingram. Ingram's on the attack for 7th place. Oh, hang on, Ingram's past Robo. Robo's on to slow. Robo's slowing, and Morgan's going through. This is huge. This is huge for the Team's Championship. This is huge, because the gap was only 2 points, and now 2 Team Virtue cars have gone ahead of Dan Rowbottom. Virtue are back in the hunt for the Team's Championship, Tom.
Yeah, and if Rowbottom's going to keep with the pace that he's doing, he's have to hope that Ash Sutton can get by Josh Cook and take the victory. And because the nearest car, or the next car behind Rowbottom in terms of the Napa order, that's Sam Osborne, and he hasn't exactly made up ground in this race either. And yeah, so he has to hope now that Ash Sutton can get by Josh Cook in the final couple of laps. But he's over a second behind. This is how Ingram got by Rowbottom. This is on the exit of Druids that we're looking at. Around the outside, there was a little bit of contact, but only a little. And it isn't until Pilgrim's Drop when the overtake arrived for both Ingram and for Adam Morgan to get past the Napa.
Yeah, Robo just looked like he had absolutely no pace at all left in those tyres. He's on mediums, the same as those in front. So as it stands, we need them to come across the timing line. I've still got Napa 2 points clear to Team Virtue, but that cannot be the case with Robo dropping down and the Napa gaining the places there at the moment. So we're waiting for that timing scoring to reset. But JT, This is amazing as Doble and Lloyd still battling together, and Hamilton's on the inside. Hamilton's going to get through on Lloyd. Can he have a go at Doble as well? Go on, Nick. Keep on the outside. Keep putting the pressure on. Keep your power in. Doble locks up. Hamilton keeps his foot in it. He's going to get Doble if he's not going to. Go on, Nick. Go on. The point's there for you, mate. Go on. Hold you around the outside. Doble's still going to hold the inside. Doble's locked up. Hamilton's holding on the outside line. Lloyd trying to come back in. Doble runs wide. Hamilton on the undercut. Lloyd swinging right. Here comes Buxton on the inside of this as well. Lloyd's lost out only 2 places because Buxton's gone through. Doble's in bloody Mardi Gras at the moment. This is unbelievable, Tom.
Unbelievable. I thought it was going to get past both of it. It would have been deja vu for the Hamilton family all over again compared to what we saw at Silverstone. But that was a good move from Nick. I'm really happy he's made that overtake, but it's not done yet. If he can get by Mikey Doble, that'd be a phenomenal end to the year for Nick. It must have been a tricky season, thinking of it. But now, as you look at the independent standings, Lloyd will still win it by 4 points over Doble and 5 clear of Smiley.
This is the last lap now, and Shedden's under attack from Moffat for 4th place, JT. Shedden's gone wide. Moffat's going to sail around the outside, coming to Druid. Shedden goes down the brakes. Can he get through? He's going to go in a bit too deep. Moffat's going to have to get the cut back and the undercut. Ingram's there too, and if they get more places, that's even better.
Yeah, now down into Graham Hill Bend. Shedden locks up a little bit. Moffat out of turbo boost for the rest of the lap, and now we head into 30s for the final time.
So's Ingram though, that's even more critical. Now I wonder if Robo had used it all before when that overtake was done, because he's on 6 laps. Here's Josh Cook, behind is Ash Sutton with the fastest lap of the race, and there is the explanation as to why we have Napa leading by 2 points, because Sutton has the fastest lap on a 1:29.632. That's a bonus point in the books as well. So Napa are just going to hold on to this one as Smiley gets up to 13th place ahead of Dal de Jong, but the checkered flag is going to fall, and it's going to go to Josh Cook, who will win the last race of the season. It's been an epic 30 races. It's been a dramatic, unpredictable season, and round 30 of the Gridfit British Touring Car Championship is won by Josh Cook. Ash Sutton comes home in 2nd, and the last time Jake Hill will stand on the podium in 3rd place. It's going to be Shedden 4th, Moffat just about in 5th, because this is going to be critical. If Ingram can't get through the line, then Napa are going to do it over the line side by side, and Napa are the champions for the teams. But it is Tom Ingram. He finishes round 30, and with the fireworks going off, is confirmed as the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Champion. Napa are the team's champion, and we're on board with Dan Lloyd, who will take the checkered flag to be the Independence Champion of 2025. Restart Racing already won the team's title last time out, but Dal de Jong, by 3 points, is the Jack Sears Trophy Champion of 2025. What a season, JT, and what a run. All decided on the last laps.
Yeah, absolutely. There is Dan Lloyd heading up Hellwood's Hill, up towards Druids. And, well, he was delighted last time out at Silverstone. And now he's delighted again. It's been such a roller coaster.
They're trying him.
Dan Lloyd then on his way back to the pit lane.
I think he's disconnected the radio.
Dan, independent champion, well done. How does it feel?
Oh, amazing, yeah, God. That was, it was a very strange race doing it like that, but I knew the point situation and I knew what I needed to do, so I was just trying to be safe. Mikey was being mega aggressive, as you'd expect, but yeah, mega to bring it home. Thank you to all the support at home, all my sponsors, family, friends. It's just amazing. Thank you.
You'll talk to me now. You're a champion, I notice. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. Dan Lloyd there.
Dan Lloyd now talking to you now. He's a champion. Tom, what did you make of 2025 then, as we're on the cool down lap and all the 30 races now complete?
Well, it's been a phenomenal season, I have to say. You know, this is probably the most I've followed British touring cars in a long time. I'm happy for Josh Cook, actually, because it's been a challenging season for him. You know, he began the season with JBMotorsports. Then, of course, the person that owns the team had been feeling unwell, hence why JBMotorsports couldn't finish the season. He's found a new place at Restart Racing. I'm really happy that Cook has ended this season on a high.
There's Dal de Jong for WSR, the Jack Sears champion of 2025, and nobody deserves it more than that man of a wonderful season, a wonderful ability to come into it. As there's Tom Ingram. He's our champion for 2025. What a year. 7 wins on the board, 8 seconds, 3 thirds, 462 points, the most points by any one driver in a touring car season. He has absolutely dominated this one. As Jake Hill close in, and he now leaves the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and he ends it with a podium in the last race. We're staying on air for the round out of the year, the last podium, and crowning our champion of this season as well. And JT, Tom, it's not like a year ago when, yeah, away we go.
At least I don't have to sprint now.
Nina's message, by the way, have really just started coming through. I'm now being bombarded again. So let's see what she's saying throughout the day. Here's the results set from round 30. Josh Cook is victorious. Samash Sutton in second. Jake Hill is third. Gordon Shannon fourth. Aidan Moffat fifth. Tom Ingram is sixth. Adam Morgan seventh. Dan Robo is in eighth. Senna Proctor ninth. And Sam Osborne rounds out the top 10. Dexter Patterson is in 11th with Charles Rainford in 12th. Chris Smiley is 13th, 14th for Dal de Jong, 15th Mikey Noble, 16th Max Buxton, 17th Nick Hamilton, 18th Dan Lloyd, 19th Nick Holstead, and Aaron Taylor Smith finished down in 20th. Dan Camish and Tom Chilton were the 2 who are not finishing this race. The final points of 2025 show us this. Tom Ingram is the champion with 462 points. Ash Sutton will be there as well on 428, followed by Dan Camish on 307, Jake Hill 295 to Dan Rowbottom 285, Adam Morgan is on 241 to Tom Chilton 230, Charles Rainford 178 to Gordon Shannon 177, Senna Proctor 166, the same as Aidan Moffat, Josh Cook on 160, Dal de Jong on 148, Chris Smiley 139, Dan Lloyd 128, Sam Osborne 107, Aaron Taylor Smith 103, Mikey Noble 99, James Dorling 47, and Dexter Patterson 41. The constructors and the manufacturers and constructors champions are Hyundai by 3 points to Alliance Racing, Ford, BMW, and Toyota rounding out the top 4. And Louise is down the grid.
What a way to end what's been a pretty tricky season.
Yeah, it's the best way to end it, isn't it? But you know, that was a good race. We've had a lot of pace in the car all weekend, and obviously yesterday didn't go to plan. But we knew that we could fight back during the day, and there was a possibility that the win could happen. So really pleased for the whole IAA, Speedworks Toyota team. So chuffed, but obviously huge congratulations to Tom, our new champion, and obviously Ash as well for putting up a good fight all the way.
I was getting seen to deja vu there, because I feel like how many years has it been you and Ash fighting to get a win in the final race of the season? You got him this time, though.
Yeah, we were actually texting in the week about it. Maybe we could end up in a fight again like we did, but I just wanted to keep away from him because I could see he had strong pace, so I just hung on for dear life and tried to keep that gap.
Well, it worked out for him this time, didn't it? I love the fact that you two were having the conversation. I'm just saying, it is like deja vu, you two battling at the for the win in the last race.
We laughed and joked on, I think it was Friday, and said about, right, should we have a 19 or 18 or wherever it was all over again? I was like, yeah, why not? I was doing everything I can to put myself in that position, but I couldn't overcome the boost that he had over us. So, yeah, we had some awesome pace, a mega first lap. Obviously got ourselves in a right strong position, and I did everything I could. There was nothing left there.
It was an incredible first lap. I mean, you can't plan for those, can you? You've just got to launch it and keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, again, we've had a couple of decent starts in this car, and we've got it off the line really strong. And one of those was then, and we managed to obviously really cover off a big chunk of the grid in front of us, 4 or 5 places, got ourselves on the back of the soft cars, and then just had to chip away and pick up the pieces. But yeah, really pleased. Mega for Napa Racing UK. I believe we picked up the teams.
You have, yeah, you have. You picked up the teams for Napa.
Yeah, it's obviously that's awesome. I know we wanted the manufacturers, but something didn't quite go right on track there, did it? So I'm not going to go into that, but it's great to still come away with the teams.
What a year it's been.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we would love to been in a different situation, but pleased with our performance. We're the only one that's been able to take it to Tom this year.
Well done, well done. Right, time for a final word. I had my final grid interview with him, but let's have a final overall word now with Jake Hill. He's absolutely where he wanted to finish, on the podium. You did it.
We got a podium, yeah, isn't the win I wanted, but
you know, last thing I wanted to do is to get into Aiden and, you know, risk losing him a podium. But, you know, on the restart there, he was just struggling a bit, and I just wanted to get it done and just get on with it, you know. But unfortunately, I'd lost too much to the guys in front. I was pushing so hard, you know, to get back to him. I think we were pretty quick, but I just wasn't quick enough to get there. So gutted, but yeah, I can't believe it's done. You know, that's it, final one. And yeah, I can't thank Laser Tools Racing, MB Motorsport enough, West Surrey crew, everyone who's helped me along the way. It's been an emotional roller coaster.
You've bowed out with a classic race there, haven't you? Let the boys have this moment. And that's a man, actually, that you've been racing against for, what, 15 years?
Yeah, Tom has been with me from the start, you know. We started doing juniors together in 2008. And, you know, huge congratulations to Tom for getting his second title. You know, I know all too well how that feels, you know, so he deserves it. He's been fast all year, and, yeah, unfortunately, you know, neither me or Ash could really take it right to him. But, yeah, who knows? There might be another time at some point in the future.
But so many memories to take away.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I'm just a bit overwhelmed, to be honest, Lou, with how many good times we've had and all the emotions that I'm currently running through. But for now, I just want to enjoy this evening with my colleagues and, you know, just sign out on a high.
It's been great working with you over the years, Jake.
Thank you, Lou.
Make sure you come back, won't you? Right, we're going to head off for a break. When we come back, we're going to be chatting to a few more champions.
Yeah, a few more champions still to be underneath them. Thanks, Lou, for that. Throwing me completely under the bus with the microphone equipment not even plugged in yet. I'll just attach it to my rear equipment there because I'm going to use a wired mic. What a bizarre, crazy season it has been. We'll just come up to the unbox screen where all three of us are now standing, and you'll see this screen a little bit over the next 45 minutes or so while we get our post-podium underway. JT, coming to you quickly as well. That's going to be motivation for Josh Cook going into next season as well. 2 victories in 2 different teams. That's going to help him a lot because he had a bad start to this year. We even saw in testing how miserable he was.
Yeah, of course, as I just have to reset my microphone again because this bus mixer absolutely wanting to do what I want it to do. Not, of course, Josh Cook taking over that Toyota Gazoo racing car from the James Dorlin of that 132. The 132 became the 66, and well, he's not done a bad job in it, has he?
He's done a very good job.
Pretty well in that 66 Toyota after coming over from One Motorsport, as Tom mentioned earlier on. But yeah, good to see Josh Cook back up there.
And Tom as well. We started the season at Media Day. Well, yeah, that's what it was for pre-season testing. We started it in the commentary box at Donington Park. We end it here. Once again, so you're in a hotel room. But what a season. It has been just one of the greats where we don't know what's happening from one weekend to the next. But still there's an ability to go, yeah, this hasn't really been competitive. And then you look at the standings and you go, wow, what a year. I mean, Ingram winner, Sutton winner, Camish winner, Hill winner, Rowbottom winner, Chilton winner, Rainford winner, Shedden winner, Cook, De Jong, Lloyd, Osborne, even Mikey Doble picked up a race win. It's been a mad year.
It's been a mad year. How many is that in total? Number of different race winners?
13, 14 or so in the 13 races.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I'll top that
That's
up
incredible.
for you as well throughout it. We'll catch your thoughts in a second. We're going to be hearing from each other a lot, though. Let's head back down and join Nikki, who, after a stunning third and final race of the day, it is going to be Josh Cook victorious, but the teams and the rest of the championships have now been wrapped up. Let's head back down to the ITV team as we get ready for the champions podium.
2025 is Tom Ingram. What a special, special day it has been, guys. I think we talked about it over the course of the season. It really was only going to be one man clinching the championship title. and it is Tom Ingram.
I think you can see what we love about the BTCC now, Nikki. This is such a special atmosphere, such a special day, such a long build-up. 30 races, you know, back in the day there used to be just 12. So the build-up to today, some would say it was inevitable that Tom Ingram was going to win, but he still had to get the job done, and he did it in absolute style. Great first race, and then obviously with the soft tyres, he was able to go out and win race 2 in the championship in fine style. But yeah, he's put together a fantastic season, and I think getting that second championship is what he deserves.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, over the season he's been so consistent. You know, they're not far matched to him and Ash Sutton on wins and podiums, but when he hasn't been on the podium, he's still been right up there, which just shows that, you know, he really has not necessarily turned a corner, but this has just been the season for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of drivers will always say that they don't win a championship by how many wins they have. It's how they deal with the bad days. And Tom's just had one of those seasons where even on his bad day, it's not been that bad at all, you know, and he's just sat pretty every time, cashed in the points when he needed to. And as my dad would always say, it's the drive of a true champion as such, you know, just scoring at any chance he could. And yeah, fully deserved for Tom today.
Well, would you agree it was the drive of a true champion in the words of Mr. Edwards?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was just great. He had a great car underneath him. He drove well. He drove well all year. Someone did ask me on the internet who'd win out of Ash versus Tom in Hyundai. Well, literally, I would say they would probably go on level points.
It'd be a dead heat, wouldn't it?
It'd be a dead heat, yeah. They have been brilliant. The cream of the crop, like Tim always says. Brilliant.
Well, another driver who's been really brilliant to watch competing in the Jack Sears Trophy. He put up such a fight, particularly in that final round, is Dow DeLeon. He's catching up with Lou now.
Well, what a roller coaster day it's been, but it's ended with a trophy, the all-important Jack Sears Trophy. Congratulations.
I'm over the moon. Oh, that felt so good to cross the line. To be honest, I thought my hopes were over when my engine failed in race 1, and I had to, you know, DNS from pole, which was so unfortunate. But then managed to regain the lead in race 2. So that was a difficult race. We had a good battle, but I'm just so happy to become WSR's first ever Jack Sears winner. I'd like to thank all of WSR. I've learned so much this year as a driver. I've matured, and they're the best outfit. I love them so much. Thank you to everyone, Jenna Collins, my engineer, my whole family for supporting me. What a day it's been, oh my God.
And what a year it's been as well.
It's been a mega year. It's my first year in the rear-wheel drive BMW, and I've genuinely learned loads. I know I've done some rear-wheel drive before in the Radicals and the Porsches, but this, touring cars is another level. I mean, I've genuinely been pushed to the limit so much by not only my team, my engineer, but the other drivers as well, because everyone fights for hundredths out there, and you just have to look at the quality time to see how close it is.
Enjoy the celebration.
I feel like I'm waffling on, but I just that is genuinely how I feel. I'm lost for words. Sorry.
Enjoy the celebrations, mate. Well done.
Oh, bless him. That's my interview of the season right there. I mean, he just can't quite believe his luck, can he? But he did, he went from a hero on pole position to 0 for not taking part in the race, and he's back up on in a hero position, and so well deserved him.
Yeah, it would have been good to have had a heart rate monitor on him all day, wouldn't it? It would have been crazy, but good for him, He's actually taller than he is. It's a huge trophy, but it's well deserved.
It is, and just such an exciting moment for him, really, kind of at the start of this British touring car career.
Yeah, I mean, I firstly will say that, Daryl, you were waffling on, but if ever you were going to waffle, it'd be in this moment now. But he is honestly one of the nicest guys on the grid. He just gets his head down. You don't see him sort of getting distracted by much. He's obviously had the best opportunity this year with WSR, and he's really, really taken it all on board and just learnt as much as possible. And to see him today be rolled off of that P1 position, knowing what happened at Silverstone when he had a similar thing happen, it's so good to be able to now see him smiling and relieved and happy that he's a Jack Sears champion, and like you said, the first one that WSR's ever had. So yeah, he's created history for that team as well today.
Yeah, exactly, and also he's massively matured. I mean, the learnings that you take from a season like this, particularly the maturity that he showed in the very final race. He had Charles Rainford breathing down his neck, but he didn't sort of crack under the pressure.
Yeah, listen, as soon as he went to WSR BMW in the winter, I knew that he was going to be a superstar. He's been exceptional, and what I will say is we will probably look back at that interview in years to come, and he will probably, I think, be a champion of the British Touring Car Championship.
Is this another O'Neill prediction?
Well, I got the other one right about Tom Ingram when you two were like, I don't know. Roll up. There you go.
Well, safe to say, I think he and the team were very, very excited.
Have they been out shopping during the day there? They've just got their shopping bags.
Down to
Popped back for
Bluewater.
popped back for race 3.
Roy Cropper.
Well, another man who is enjoying plenty of celebrations is Dan Lloyd. He's with Lou now.
Oh, Dan Lloyd, independent drivers champion. What a day, what a year it's been.
Yeah, mental, as it always is, and I've never been in that sort of situation before, so it was a bit weird, but, you know, I'm just glad did a great job this morning, and second race holding on to it with the damage, and it was just about bringing it home. I knew the point situation. Mikey was trying to back me up, and I just wasn't going to try anything stupid, you know, so just amazing. The team have done a mega job this year. Massive thank you to Pete Jones for the opportunity. I think, you know, a lot of people look at the Hyundai and think it's the same as the Accelerate, but we've started from scratch with that car, so it means a lot to win the drivers and the team's championship.
So what comes next? I mean, back for more next season, we hope.
Yeah. I tell you what, before Silverstone, I didn't know whether this was going to be my last season completely, and since winning at Silverstone and getting this, there's still chance, so a lot of hard work to do in the next few months, and I'd really love to come back and work with this team again and continue the momentum. But yeah, just big thanks to Chris for being a great teammate, and Mikey for obviously being a good competitor, so yeah, just over the moon.
Well done, brilliant result, really happy for you.
Thank you, cheers.
I mean, again, you know, Dan Lloyd, credit to him, because he had to put everything into today, because it was not going to be an easy day. You know, two other very competitive drivers also up for the independents, and to also top it off with the teams as well. Very nice.
Yeah, you know, no one's worked harder than Dan Lloyd. You know, we know the obstacles he's had to overcome financially with engine failure earlier in the year. He works so hard for it. You know, these drives aren't just gifted. You can see what it meant to him just to get the opportunity with restart, make the most of it, pull in the money to make the wheels go round, and he's got his reward. And Jake Hill, I think, getting awarded behind. But yeah, fantastic Independence Championship this year.
Yeah, it really has been. It is a very special moment that we've got to take note. You can see Jake Hill standing up on the podium, but very quickly, just a final reflection on Dan Lloyd before we get to the celebration on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, basically echoing what Tim said, he's worked super hard. I said earlier that every inch of his car and every inch of his crash helmet is covered by sponsors, and it doesn't come easy to him financially to race in British touring cars, and this is the reward he always needed to give him that boost of motivation towards the next year.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Right, well, let's go and enjoy some podium celebrations and go to David Allison.
The podium here now in place for the final round of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship, and we've covered enough of these, haven't we, Tom, throughout the season? We know how they work.
Yeah, we know how it works. You know, we were lucky enough to be even on stream on ITV's coverage at the time, weren't we? For Steve Ryder's farewell. But no, it's been phenomenal. We know how the podium works anyway, and the national anthem is being played on the podium.
You then hear from Alan Hyde. Josh Cook wins, and I suppose it will be time for the photos before going in for the celebrations out there on the circuit. It will come in as well with it being champagne time, and it is quite rare here actually, because what they do is they pop the champagne corks into the crowd, then spray the champagne. And Tom, we've been soaked a couple of times by them, and the drivers aim for the crowd quite a lot.
Yep. Well, they do their best. I mean, considering it's the last race of the day, they do the podium on the circuit for these, which British touring cars don't always do. It's a shame they don't do that for every single race, but given the schedule they've got with all the support races that come shortly after, it's rather impossible. But it would have been great if they could have maybe do that for future reference, because all the crowd want to see the podium after every British touring car race. And Jake Hill, in his swan song affair, getting the photographs before he heads home with his family. But this man has dominated the air, and what a year it's been for Team Virtue. Both Tom Ingram, Schultzen, Adam Morgan and Senna Protzer have every reason to feel happy with themselves.
Here it is then, the championship moment we will hand down to David Addison.
To make those presentations, would you
And Alan
please
Hyde.
welcome the Chief Executive of TOCA and the BTCC, Alan Gow, onto the podium. Thank you, Alan. Makes his way onto the podium. And, of course, the first award that he will hand out is this historic trophy, the Champions Trophy. The 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion is Tom Ingram.
Ingram onto the podium.
A huge cheer and a huge smile for Tom Ingram, who first came into this paddock as a Ginetta Junior racer.
And now he'll be there with Jake Hill. The reigning champion will present the current champion with the trophy. He hands it over. Jake Hill leaves the championship. But now, Jake Hill, he's gone. Returning, Tom Ingram is the 2025 British Touring Car Champion! And the celebrations can now begin. The confetti can fly. A wonderful, brilliant achievement. There's his dad watching on in the background. Absolutely fantastic. The fireworks go off. I think Jess Ball is down there. Nina's down there. Look at all the content for socials. He's emotional down there. I wonder how Chloe's feeling right now. If she's out there somewhere as well. But yeah, let's head down to ITV for their last thoughts, and then we'll get the boys' last thoughts of the season. Okay, they've gone straight to ad break. We've got 30 seconds then to catch up on the remaining order. So we'll come back up here as well. Right, how important is that championship, JT, for Tom Ingram? Last year, he was within a few points. He lost it the last round of the season, and now he's got it back again. But he's done it with such a wonderful gumption. He has dominated 2025 in a hard battle with Ash Sutton.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been consistent, has Tom Ingram, and that is what has paid off. And, well, when Ingram has had troubles, Ash Sutton has also had troubles, so it's also levelled out. And then when Sutton had troubles, Ingram didn't have troubles. And, well, it was one or two races where Ingram was on the podium /1 and Sutton DNF'd, which got that massive gap.
Okay, now it's time for the Independence Trophies. Let's head back down to Alan Gow. And Alan Hyde.
Independent champion, Daniel Lloyd. A lovely cheer from the crowd and an embrace from the Chief Executive, Alan Gow. Both of them posed with their trophies, with the trophy. And then Dan Lloyd holds up the Independent Trophy on the top step of the podium. Well done to Daniel Lloyd, Independent Champion for 2025.
Independent Trophy champion indeed. Thanks very much down there. Right, JT's got a dash, so we'll get his last thought. JT, round out your 2025 touring car season.
What a season. 30 strong races, and the weather played ball.
It did.
At circuits that we had, well, I don't want to mention Dollington Park 2024, how we started the season, because, well, JB, you know how that went. But yeah, Knock Hill was dry, Dollington Park was dry. It was a very good season for weather. Less can be said about, well, other circuits this weekend. Alton Park, they've had an absolute nightmare with 2-hour cleanups of oil, weather, because they were right in the path of Storm Amy. But yeah, what a season, what a year. Great year in the production booth. Let's go down to Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards, Tom Ingram, Nicky Shields and Paul O'Neill.
Sort of incredible, honestly, from the messages from Monday through from Instagram and all the social media, even emails, posts. The carrier pigeon was busy. It's been, it's been absolutely amazing to witness, and to be part of it has been honestly just superb.
How does it compare to your win in 2022? It
feels better, if I'm honest. It feels because after a couple of years of missing out on, we won it in 2022, we came back in 2023, and Ash had that incredibly dominant year. So it's really difficult to try and bounce back. So to have overturned the advantage that Napa had in 23, and then to go again in 24, and then only expand on that in 2025. We've seen over the years that a beaten car and beaten teams and drivers tend to come back faster and hungrier than they have before. We were testing 2 weeks after the last round of last season. We left absolutely nothing unturned. So it's been emotionally everything we've got. It's physically everything we've got. It's probably more than we could ever afford to do as well. But we've had an absolutely fantastic time. And honestly, I've had the biggest smile on my face all of this year. I've just had such a fantastic time. That you're with your mates as well, and that's the lovely thing.
Tom, it was clear the work started very early for this year, and it'll start again tomorrow for next year, I know. Yeah. But the release of emotion on your face in the car, you hold it all in, don't you, during the year? You hold it all in. You try and give off the image of cool, calm and collected, but I know what it's like to get it across the line, and that was very clear to see and special this year.
I've tried to work on my poker face, but maybe it's not quite as good as I thought it was. Yeah, this weekend's been really tough. Obviously, emotionally, it's been a tough one. But it's been really difficult. It's the first time I've come into this final round of the season in the lead. So it's been a lot of pressure on me from that side, because everyone's sort of going, oh, don't mess it up. And so it's almost that classic thing of rather than being the other way and being the sort of the hunter, you're the hunted. So every single time you look at it, and go, can't make a mistake here. If you lock up into paddock on a qualifying lap, it's all over. So there's so much pressure, there really, really is. But honestly, it's just that the amount of hard work, and I really, really can't stress how much has gone into it. We have left nothing on the table. It's going to take us a little while to get over this, I think.
I know Jade and Paul just want to say well done.
Yeah, I just want to ask, you've won it previously. You say that you've worked really hard as a team to put everything into it. Have you had to look into yourself to make sure you're doing the best you physically can as well?
Yeah, exactly that. As we all know here, this championship's so tough, and I think sometimes we all look at we all think as drivers we're great, don't we? It's always the car's fault. It's always an excuse. So I've made sure I've got everything ticked off from a driver's perspective as well. Matt, who's my data engineer, Spencer, the whole car crew have worked so hard to make sure that side of things is right. But the work that goes in from the driver side of it as well, we all look at it as to say, what can we find as a driver? I remember back to Alton Park, Matt and I, my data engineer Matt and I, we were trying to break 30 centimetres later. We're trying to go into such minute details to try and find every little advantage we can. And it's just worked. It's very, very rare. As a driver, I think we can all relate. You have these lifetime moments that it's very rare that you ever get the car working at the same time as the engine, the chassis, the team, the drivers working. Everything comes together. It really feels like a once in a lifetime moment where literally everything has clicked and everything has just worked at the same time. Such a phenomenal experience, and that is full credit to everyone at Team Virtue. That's full credit to everybody, because it's been honestly just superb.
How important have your teammates been, mate? Because some weekends they have been proper stepping up.
Yeah, I think you're right, and you know what? I think that's something that I've maybe not had that over the years, and that's no disrespect to teammates I've had before. It's just that's we've maybe not quite had the car working together, and it's been the first time that I've been able to have the support from teammates, and honestly that has been such a difference. But as you'll have come in, you'll all have seen us at various stages over the season. We've laughed more this year, mostly at Tom Chilton, but we have just laughed all year round. We've just had a smile on our face, and we have, as a team, we've just had the best time. because you're with your mates. As I said before, you're just playing racing cars with your best mates. It's such a cool experience.
You really are living the dream and properly on cloud 9. So well deserved, Tom. We are going to send you on your way. We know we've got a team that are desperate to see you and enjoy some celebrations with you. So thank you so much for a great season of racing. We've loved watching every minute. Congratulations on 2025 Touring Car Champ, Tom Ingram. I mean, wow. Just very, very quickly, best moment of the season, what's it going to be?
Well, I think the lovely thing for me was 12 different winners, but 4 brand new winners, because that's a special thing in the history books.
Jade?
I think for me as well, I know how much this championship will mean to Tom after the last few years he's had, so he's stand out for me. But in this moment in time, my favourite thing is that Louise, who hates football, is getting chanted at with football chants directly behind her, so I'm quite enjoying watching her hate this moment.
I'm with Jade. I've loved it all year. No massive highlights, but just great. Listen to this crowd. This is brilliant. The fans have been amazing. It's going to be great.
Well, before we do say goodbye, should we have a quick reminder of what is going to be coming up? You can watch Extreme from Saudi Arabia, which will be up here shortly on ITV4 from Saudi.
Yeah, well, all the action there going on. We'll wrap up with JB Motorsports shortly, but we've got a little bit of a musical montage coming our way here as well as ITV. Let's hear what they have to say for wrapping up the season coming into it as well. Back to Nikki.
Back on air, 18th and 19th of April at Donington. Don't miss it.
Let's wrap up the season.
Welcome to the return of the #1 competition in British motor racing.
The 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
It's a complete reset. We all start off with 0 points, and I'm looking forward to a great year. It's rather nasty, that is.
Blast off. Good getaway by Sutton. Into Hollywood they go. Sutton up the inside of Cavish. He takes the lead. Here they come up towards the checkered flag. Round 1 won by Ash Sutton of Donington. Ash Sutton wins round 2 of the championship. Come on, let's go. Great start made by Jay Hill, the reigning champion, same story in race 1 of the day. Great 1-2 for BMW. Daryl De Leon leads the British Touring Car Championship race for the first time. Daryl De Leon wins.
It's such a good feeling when you see that checkered flag.
Charles Rainford, a first-time winner in the BTCC. Just unbelievable. Jake Hill gets turned around. Bang, straight into the side of Gordon Shedden. Big slide there from Ingram, who's in the wall. Mikey Doble wins for the first time in the BTCC. Sutton right on the limit as the car quivers under braking, they clash. Ingram comes through in the lead. Tom Ingram's first win of 2025 comes at Ruxton. Win 45 for Ash Sutton, a fantastic performance.
Rowbottom setting up this key manoeuvre that he does.
Dan Rowbottom wins at Ruxton.
This is my last day presenting the British Touring Car Championship.
Oh no! Tom Ingram crosses the line at Alton Park. Sutton leads. Ingram.
The storyline is clear. It's a resumption of the great rivalry between Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram.
Ash Sutton, championship leader with a puncture. Tom Ingram wins for first race of the day.
That's a turning point maybe for him. A race win and your title contenders on the back foot.
Sutton leads on a move. He's done it. Fantastic.
It's getting really close to the top now.
You have a small spider on your shoulder, and when I say sorry, oh my God, is that on you?
It is Jake Hill up front. He's done it again, a 7th win at Knock Hill. I love it here. Battle is on for the race lead, battle is on for the championship. Tom Ingram wins race 3 at Donington. He's had a great day as far as the championship's concerned. Dan Lloyd wins our first race of the day. And a delighted team, a delighted driver as well. Tom Ingram dominates race 2 at Silverstone. Sam Osborne makes history, a first ever win in the championship for him.
I've only won it once. I want that to change.
The lights go out, we go racing. It's win number 3 of the season for Dan Calish. Ingram goes through for the second time. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is won by Tom Ingram.
Oh, it's been one hell of a year as we've listened to that on ITV. Let's get the final thoughts then. Tom, starting with you. Best moment of 2025, because it's been a hell of a year.
Oh, that's a very, very good question. It's going to take a little bit of time to think about this one. I was happy to see Gordon Shedden win at Alton Park, actually. But I think the one thing that sticks with me the most is the farewell Steve Ryder. I think that's the highlight of the year for me.
I'd second that actually as well. That was quite a beautiful moment to come into it as well, watching the whole ITV crew, and you got to see as well the behind the scenes after they went off air and the group photo and everything as well. JT, what about you? Your moment of 2025?
Steve Ryder's farewell, of course, has to be mentioned, as Tom said. I think if we had to pick one from the past 2 rounds, it'll be multiple from the past 2 rounds, really. Dan Lloyd's win, first win for Restart Racing. Of course, Nicholas Hamilton's Phoenix moment from Silverstone to Brands Hatch. Going to have to contact Roman Grosjean about who gets that title. But, yeah, there's so many moments you cannot pick. There's been so many. Racing at Knockhill was good. And I know this is touring cars, but we've done every single series across this year. We have to mention the legends. We have to mention the Porsche Cup, the Sprint Challenge, Mini Challenge, and all of the mini series. And, legends are back, and I've probably missed a couple. Legends are back next year, but so too, JB, are the caterums. They are back, and they are back in force. We only have the legends for 1 round. Well, JB, and that round, by the way, is Donington Park, the first one. And the caterums are back with their 2 classes, 2 of their classes. The 310Rs are at Brands Hatch Indy, and the main Caterham 7s UK Championship are at Knockhill, Donington Park, and Brands Hatch Grand Prix Circuit. So a little bit of support news. And, of course, we've got Powermax Racing going to the Audi S3s. That'll be interesting. But, of course, tickets are on sale tomorrow for the 2026 season. And I believe Knockhill's were already on because, Knockhill's Knockhill, but the main MSV ones, prices are frozen until Christmas on 2025 prices. And keep an eye out in the Discord, and, depending on how big it is, we may or may not have to do an off-season show because Jason Plato is back. Keep out and keep eyes on that news because, he said it was going to come out after Brands Hatch. He didn't say when after Brands Hatch. But we're now after Brands Hatch, so it could come out anytime. But yeah, good season. I'll shut up now because, I've spoken for way too long.
Oh, mate, you've done amazing producing this year's content as well, and alongside Omi and myself producing every single show. My thanks to you and to Tom for joining me in the commentary box as well. My thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Have you had fun, producer? Have you had fun?
It's been fun, and for one final time, JB, in talkback, but isn't talkback, let's roll the orbit and outro, because I think it's time.
Yeah. Cheers, Tom. Cheers, JT. Well, what a cracking year 2025 has been for the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. Every single second the touring car's been on track, we have covered this year. From pre-season testing to media day to race 1, all the way to race 30, and then some. We've done so much across all championships. The viewing figures have spoken for themselves. The best of the season for a long time. My thanks to all of you for joining us. It's been a cracking year of QuickFit British Touring Cars. We will be back for 2026. We'll be at quite a couple of the pre-season tests as well. We'll be live at Media Day as always. And then the opening round of the championship trackside at Donington Park National. It's going to be an amazing year. But 2025, 100% belongs to Tom Ingram. He is back in business. Tingram done good. Thanks for your company. We'll see you next year for 2026. Goodbye.